in the desolate expanse of Wampa Star. Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot. No, you cannot kill him. Die, Broly. The incessant cacophony of chaotic voices reverberated within his mind, a haunting echo that had awakened him from slumber yet again. Since his transmigration into the Dragon Ball universe, becoming the irascible Broly, he had been roused nightly by these furious utterances. Indeed, the current Broly was a traveler from Blue Planet, having crossed over into this realm. As time passed, he found it increasingly difficult to rein in his emotions, often succumbing to fits of rage and fury. His understanding of the plot was limited, yet it proved to be inconsequential. He realized that he was situated within the timeline of the Dragon Ball Super movie featuring Broly, meaning the storyline he knew was reaching its climax. Thus, even this slight advantage held little value. Most disturbingly, he sensed the presence of the new Broly. This revelation was utterly chilling. Just moments ago, the new Broly had emerged to disrupt his plans, intent on preventing the traveler from slaying his father. However, the traveler Broly had grown weary of this paternal figure. Empowered by his formidable will and prolonged dominion over his own body, he ultimately obliterated the soul of the new Broly. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Broly gradually sat up. Beside him lay his nominal father, Paragus, a scion who regarded Broly merely as a tool for vengeance. Given Broly's volatile temperament, Paragus had equipped him with a restraining device, intending to control him completely. Broly, feeling the cold sensation around his neck, scowled in anger. This controller emitted an alarm at his touch, alerting Paragus. Having been in this world for 6 months, he had endured Paragus' torment every few days. He had contemplated rebellion, yet each time he attempted to act, the new Broly would intervene and thwart his efforts. To escape this wretched place, Broly had long been urging himself to repair the communicator and send a distress signal. Thus he had remained in hiding for an extended period. The excruciating pain that penetrated his very being, coupled with the numbing effects of electric shocks, was intolerable. If he could, he would never wish to experience such torment again. Consequently, he feigned obedience to lull Paragus into complacency. Yet, this ruse proved futile, as Paragus continued his relentless abuse. Any deviation from his commands resulted in torment via electric therapy, with Paragus displaying a maniacal grin, as if Broly were merely his plaything. Paragus, you shall perish. Broly's eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty glow, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. Just yesterday, Paragus had repaired the communicator and dispatched a distress signal. Now, free from the new Broly's interference, he harbored no reservations. The mist thickened, the moon obscured, and the cave descended into darkness. The moment had arrived. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Broly's bloodshot eyes. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. He slowly shifted his body in preparation to depart, when an unexpected sound emerged from outside the Kavia spaceship. Damn it, Broly muttered under his breath, halting his actions, for at the moment the noise erupted, Paragus grasped the remote control. It seemed this old fool was cautious even in his weariness. Paragus yawned. Why is it so noisy outside? Broly, go see what's happening. Yes. Father. Though begrudging, he had no choice but to wait for the matter outside to resolve before confronting Paragus. Emerging from the cave, Broly was greeted by 2 figures, their hands wielding blinding flashlights, illuminating the surroundings. When the light fell upon Broly, one of them exclaimed, "Huh? Someone's here. Hey, did you send the distress signal?" As they approached, Broly froze in surprise that in the aftermath of the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, the resurrected Frieza had resumed his territorial expansion, but he faced a shortage of manpower. Thus, he dispatched his subordinates to recruit fighters, offering bounties for those who could deliver warriors of considerable power. In the original narrative, it was these very Tuzile and Romerho had brought Broly back. Could it be that the timeline has progressed to post-Tournament of Power? If I follow them, I will inevitably be pummeled by Gogeta. This is not acceptable. The more Broly pondered, the worse his mood became, so much so that he forgot to respond to their inquiries. Hey, are you even listening? Zyle, standing opposite him, grew displeased, feeling the man before her lacked basic courtesy. Broly, who is speaking? At that moment, Paragus emerged from the cave, and upon seeing their battle uniforms, he inquired excitedly, You. Are you servants of Lord Frisia? Zal shrugged, explaining, No, we are merely cosmic travelers who fortuitously received your distress signal. Her response left Paragus and even Broly momentarily taken aback. They're not Frisia's subordinates. How is that possible? Paragus continued to probe. Then, where did you acquire those battle suits and power scanners? In his memory, such attire could only be donned by Frisia's army. Oh, we purchased these battle suits and scanners from cosmic merchants. Not bad, right? They have remarkable elasticity. As Zal spoke, she demonstrated the elasticity of her battle suit, pulling it to the sides with vigor. Beep beep. Meanwhile, Reamer scanned Paragus with the power scanner, remarking, over 4,000 in battle power. Not too shabby. How about joining us? After pondering for a moment, Paragus smiled and agreed. Aboard the spaceship, Broly glanced around with curiosity as a boy from Blue Planet. It was his first encounter with an intact spacecraft. Is he perhaps a fool? I'm talking to him, and he's ignoring me. Zal rested her chin on her hand in the co-pilot's seat, chatting casually with Reamer. Reamer patted Zal. Don't say that. I asked his father earlier, and they've been trapped here for 41 years. If it were me, I would have gone mad by now, so let's cut him some slack. Zal pouted, seemingly embarrassed by her misunderstanding of Broly. It's time to depart. Our next destination is Lord Zuno's planet. I've heard he knows everything and can guide our future journey. Ugh, that sounds boring. I heard that on Namek there are these things called Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Let's go to Namek. No, we should go to Lord Zuno's planet. No, we should go to Namek. As Zal and Reamer squabbled, Paragus drew a laser pistol, aiming it at the two. All right, you two, cease your incessant chatter and immediately take your leave. Chapter 2. The brutality Paragus's actions truly astonished the two individuals. Hey. We came all this way to rescue you both. How could you treat us like this? Paragus sneered cruelly. Broly, throw them both down. We must leave this place. Broly, who was munching on food nearby, feigned ignorance. As in the original narrative, these two had treated him exceptionally well. Their words and mannerisms mirrored the original text, sparing them from his wrath. Paragus brandished a remote control, bellowing at Broly. Did you not hear what I said? When Broly remained unresponsive, Paragus, unable to contain his fury, pressed the button on the remote. ZZZZZ. Broly collapsed instantly, the food in his mouth expelled due to the pain, his hands clutching the restrictor around his neck, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, what are you doing? Zal exclaimed in protest at Paragus's treatment of his son. Humph. I'm disciplining my son. What concern is it of yours? You should worry about your own predicament. Paragus scoffed, continuing to press the remote. Over the days, he had noticed Broly's unusual behavior, yet he chose not to address it. Instead, seizing this opportunity to remind Broly who his master truly was, Zal exchanged a glance with Lemur, both feeling deep pity for Broly. Resolute in their intent to rescue him, they coordinated silently and launched an offensive against Paragus. You dare to provoke me? Paragus sneered, raising his hand to pull the trigger. With the distraction provided by the two, Broly found a momentary respite. Damn, shocked again. At this moment, Broly's body convulsed, his face contorted in agony. Veins pulsating as the electric shock rendered him utterly powerless. Bang! Lemur was inadvertently struck by Paragus's gun, collapsing onto the ground, blood quickly staining the surface. Lemur, you bastard! Zal shouted furiously, drawing her laser pistol to retaliate. The interior of the spaceship erupted into chaos, with bullets ricocheting wildly. As the ammunition dwindled, the two resorted to hand-to-hand combat. However, being a scion, Paragus swiftly overpowered Zal in mere moments. Humph, you think a worthless creature like you can meddle? Paragus taunted, seizing Zal by the throat and lifting her off the ground. Zal, the injured lemur, attempted to intervene, but his body was far too weak to execute any drastic movements. As Zal's neck neared the brink of being crushed, Broly, suppressing his pain, bellowed in fury and sprang to his feet. In a flash, he positioned himself behind Paragus and delivered a devastating blow to his abdomen. Paragus's pupils dilated, Zal slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. In disbelief, he turned to face Broly. Why you dare? He reached for the remote, only to have Broly seize his arm. Old man, even at death's door, you still think to electrify me. Broly's eyes glinted with ferocity as he exerted force, brutally wrenching Paragus's arm from its socket. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed from the gruesome wound, exposing stark white bone, the scene utterly macabre. Paragus screamed in agony, yet Broly had no intention of granting him mercy. That would be far too lenient. The long-suppressed rage erupted forth, and Broly was determined to make him experience a hellish torment. Cough, cough. Xyle, clutching her throat, struggled to breathe. Paragus had nearly taken her life. Yet, in the brief moment of respite, she witnessed Broly ruthlessly dispatching Paragus, an involuntary reaction causing her to retch. Are you all right? Broly stood before her, drenched in blood. A horrifying sight, while at his feet lay the mangled remains of Paragus, his death a grotesque spectacle. I'm fine. It's nothing serious, Xyle waved her hand dismissively. Not one to indulge in sentimentality. Given Paragus's treatment of her and Lemur, she could hardly plead for his life. Remembering Lemur, Xyle hurried to his side, assessing his condition. Though still breathing, he had lost considerable blood. Without prompt medical attention, the consequences would be dire. Broly, please fetch the medical kit over there. I must transfuse blood to Lemur. With fluid motions, Xyle swiftly sutured the wound and began the transfusion. Watching Lemur's color gradually return, she exhaled a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Have you always lived like this? Broly frowned at her question, clearly reluctant to revisit those memories. Seeing his silence, Xyle shifted the topic. What are your plans moving forward? With your strength, staying here would be a waste. Broly had often pondered this very question. Yet the prolonged abuse from Paragus had dulled his once vivid dreams. Struggling to recollect, he faintly remembered arriving in this world, filled with hope for the future. Envisioning battles with Goku, befriending all the characters, and training alongside them to become the strongest. After a moment of contemplation, Broly replied, I wish to go to Earth. Earth? What is that place? Xyle inquired, her curiosity piqued. It is a beautiful planet, filled with delicious food and various forms of entertainment, with an excellent living environment. The inhabitants are quite weak, so there's no fear of being bullied, Broly explained, adding silently. Except for Kakarot and his ilk. Very well, let us go to Earth. I entrust our safety to you from now on, Xyle smiled, extending her small hand. On another planet. Chomp, chomp. At the dining table, the god of destruction, Beerus, was relishing a meal, while the angel, Whis, stood respectfully behind him. Across the table sat a group of insect-like aliens. Their expressions tense as they gazed at Beerus. These delicacies are rather delightful, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, picking his teeth with a toothpick while providing feedback. Upon hearing the praise, one of the insect chefs hurriedly approached, eager to curry favor. Thank you, Lord Beerus. It is my utmost honor. However, Beerus narrowed his cat-like eyes, exuding a threatening aura. You do not genuinely believe that poison could kill me, do you? At his words, the aliens present were taken aback. The insect chef hastily attempted to clarify, Lord Beerus, how could there be poison? That is impossible. If these dishes do not suit your palate, I can prepare a vegetable soup instead. Forget it. I have already decided to annihilate this planet. How can you treat us like this? Humph, I truly apologize. How infuriating. If that is the case, let us fight him. Witnessing Beerus's unwavering resolve, the insect aliens shed their pretense, drawing weapons and charging at him. Humph. With a flash of light from Beerus's fingertip, the entire planet was instantly reduced to cosmic dust. Chapter 3, Broly vs. Caulifla in the vast expanse of the universe. Several individuals slumbering within a spacecraft were abruptly awakened by a tremendous crash. Broly and his companions had been traversing the cosmos for an extended period, and such an incident had never occurred before. However, before they could ascertain the cause, the spacecraft began to shake violently. The group felt as if the world was spinning, tumbling in disarray. Just as Broly was about to rise, Chi-Lai, her expression one of terror, pointed outside. A meteor! A meteor! This is bad. The spacecraft is malfunctioning. Rema quickly attempted to alter their course, but discovered that no matter how he tried to maneuver, the ship remained unresponsive. With a thunderous crash, the spacecraft collided with the meteor, its fragile hull being instantly torn apart. At that moment, a ripple spread through the cosmos, and two figures gradually emerged. The dilapidated spacecraft was fortuitously engulfed by the ripple. Who are these individuals? It's unclear. Their attire appears quite peculiar. Look over there. A spacecraft. They must be extraterrestrials. The cacophony stirred Broly from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Ah, he is awake. The crowd swiftly retreated. Broly sat up, glancing at Chi-Lai and Rema, who lay unconscious nearby, alongside the spacecraft that had crashed to the ground. Upon checking their breaths and confirming they were alive, he exhaled a sigh of relief. During their long journey through space, they had forged a deep bond of friendship. He turned to the gathering crowd, inquiring, "Where is this place?" "Well," he spoke. "Quickly, summon the village chief." The crowd hurriedly dispersed, vanishing as quickly as they had arrived. Broly, feeling a twinge of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair. Was his appearance truly that alarming? "Hey, big guy, where did you come from?" Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted Broly's thoughts. He looked up to see a girl with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, clad in a pink tube top, striding toward him. Behind her was a seemingly delicate girl. Isn't that Caulifla and Caulifla? Broly's heart skipped a beat. Why were the inhabitants of Universe 6 here? "Hey, you jerk, I'm talking to you." The fiery-tempered Caulifla seized Broly by his collar. "Sister." Caulifla tugged at Caulifla, attempting to dissuade her from being so aggressive. Once Broly regained his composure, he swatted her hand away, stating, "I don't know how we got here. I only remember our spacecraft colliding with a meteor. And then we appeared in this place." "Oh, so you are outsiders? Very well. Surrender all your valuables, and I might consider sparing you." "I refuse." Caulifla was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt rejection. Who did he think he was? She was the most ferocious scion of Planet Salad, and the others always capitulated. "Fine. Then let me see what you're capable of to turn down my generous offer." Caulifla cracked her neck, taking a fighting stance. "I accept your challenge. But should I win, you shall guide me, for there are many things I do not comprehend." "Deal." Caulifla grinned widely, brimming with confidence, utterly unafraid of defeat. "Come on." The two warriors squared off, Broly letting out a mighty roar as his muscles bulged. Caulifla, undeterred, unleashed a fierce aura and charged at Broly. So fast. Broly's eyes narrowed. Caulifla was not the clumsy beast from Planet Vampa. She was a scion like him. She swung a powerful punch. Broly, unwilling to yield, clashed his fist against hers, creating shockwaves that toppled nearby structures. "Not bad, big guy." Caulifla commended, continuing her relentless assault on Broly. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows. But unbeknownst to Caulifla, as the battle progressed, Broly's eyes began to glow red. "Huh, take this, big guy." Caulifla concentrated energy into her palms, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. Broly evaded the onslaught, retaliating with an energy sphere of his own. Boom. The area was engulfed in smoke as Caulifla and Broly locked eyes. "Big guy, I'm getting serious, if this is all you can do. You should hand over your valuables now." Broly's expression turned grave. It seemed Caulifla was prepared to fight with earnest, but the blood coursing through him was already boiling. "Huh." Caulifla roared, her arms bending and clenching tightly, her muscles swelling with power, her aura intensifying. With a confident smile, she launched a kick towards Broly, declaring, "Big guy, the outcome is decided. Fall down." Caulifla's speed was astonishing, and Broly was caught off guard, sent flying backward from the force of her kick. Boom, boom, boom. Broly crashed through several small mountains before coming to a halt. "Humph. How does it feel to realize my might?" Caulifla boasted, turning to Caulifla with pride. Yet, just then, an enraged roar erupted from behind her. "Ha!" A green beam shot into the sky, a sight to behold. The surrounding hills crumbled. Broly slowly rose from the rubble, his entire being enveloped in a green glow, his pupils radiating an eerie green light. At that moment, rage filled Broly's heart, his consciousness consumed by fury. Indeed, battle is instinct. Rage is instinct. Broly was born to fight. Even as a traveler, he had been assimilated. The sudden explosion startled Caulifla, while Caulifla, standing across from her, pointed in terror, "Sister, behind you." Before Caulifla could turn around, Broly was upon her, seizing her head and smashing it into the ground. Cough. The earth fractured, and Caulifla spat blood. Broly's speed was too swift for her to react. "Ah!" Broly bellowed, lifting her with one hand and hurling her into a mountain ahead. Boom. As the mountain shattered, Broly crossed his arms and delivered a crushing blow to Caulifla, who was trapped within the rubble. Boom. The entire mountain collapsed as if struck by a cannonball. Broly clenched his hand, gathering a sphere of green energy, which he then hurled into the thick smoke. Boom. The green orb detonated, causing the ground to sink deeply, with Caulifla lying within the crater. Too strong, she gasped. Seeing Broly charging once more, she found herself utterly drained, unable to move. Die. Broly's volatile emotions had him seeing red, his colossal fist hurtling toward Caulifla. No. At that critical moment, Caulifla erupted with intense energy, positioning herself protectively before Caulifla. Bang. Broly's fist struck Caulifla's face, the dust settling to reveal her pale eyes. Her green hair stood on end, her physique rivaling Broly's, radiating an overwhelming killing intent, resembling a demon. "You bastard! I will kill you." Chapter 4. A punch struck Kampa's plump face, and Kale's eyes glazed over, her expression contorted with terror, resembling a beast stripped of reason. Just as Broly intended to retract his fist, she seized it. In an instant, her right fist swung out violently, crashing against Broly's face, sending him hurtling through the air like a rocket. Broly tumbled mid-flight, and before he could regain his balance, Kale closed in with ferocious speed. She unleashed a torrent of attacks, her fists raining down on Broly like a relentless storm. Yet, as the intensity of her assault escalated, Broly's passive abilities activated, allowing him to gradually adapt to her onslaught. Indeed, as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly possessed an extraordinary passive trait known as extreme growth, coupled with an exceptional capacity for learning. A hum resonated as Broly became enveloped in an eerie green glow. With a forceful shake of his arms, he deflected all her strikes. The transformation into his wrathful state commenced. Broly roared. The trumpet of counterattack sounded. His fists flew at unparalleled speed. Thud, thud, thud. Kale, now on the defensive, trembled under the barrage, unable to keep pace with Broly's rapid movements. Subsequently, he grasped her hair and delivered a brutal blow to her face, knocking out several of her front teeth, blood streaming from her mouth. Finally, with a menacing grin, Broly unleashed a colossal energy wave from his wide-open mouth. At such close proximity, Kale had no means of escape and was sent flying. Yet, Broly's assault was far from over. With explosive speed, he seized her ankle, spun her 360 degrees, and slammed her into the ground. The earth erupted with a thunderous sound. The ground resembled a crater created by TNT. And under the force of that onslaught, Kale reverted from her Super Saiyan form. In midair, Broly let out a triumphant roar. Just as Gabe, freshly finished with a mission, prepared to dock his spaceship, a deafening crash startled him, prompting him to hastily restart and head towards the source of the noise. Kale. Caulifla staggered to her feet, clutching her injured arm as she approached the crater. "Hey, are you all right?" Unbeknownst to her, the conscious Zai and Rima had arrived at Caulifla's side. Caulifla's gaze was vacant, murmuring to herself, "It's all my fault. All my fault. What exactly transpired? Why has Broly transformed into this?" Rima was perplexed, but Zai understood all too well. She explained, "You know Broly was abused throughout his childhood. He initially resisted violence. However, as the abuse persisted, his psyche became increasingly distorted, rendering him unable to control his emotions, ultimately succumbing to rage. This means that once Broly engages in battle and is provoked, he will become berserk, continuing until his energy is entirely depleted. He shared this with me while you were unconscious, warning us to keep our distance if he went berserk. I thought it was just a joke, yet here we are. What do we do now? Just the two of us can't stop Broly." Rima felt a headache coming on. The current situation was not one that could be easily resolved. Looking at Broly's demonic visage, who would dare approach him? Unbeknownst to them, while they deliberated their strategy, Caulifla had already reached Kale's side. "You will not touch my sister again." Caulifla spread her arms wide, placing herself protectively in front of Kale, summoning her dwindling strength to resist. Broly's sinister grin widened as he dove from the air, his massive fist descending heavily. Caulifla fixed her unwavering gaze on Broly, resolutely standing her ground before Kale. At that moment, a sudden figure appeared before the two women, blocking Broly's punch. Thud. The tremendous force sent blood gushing from his mouth, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The newcomer's veins bulged, clearly underestimating Broly's might. Yet, he would not retreat. His friends were behind him. "Gabe." Caulifla gasped, astonished at the figure before her. I'm so glad you're both okay." Gabe dared not move, fearing he would falter under Broly's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Zai and Rima rushed over, positioning themselves in front of Broly. "Broly, please, come to your senses." "It's me, Zai." The familiar voice caused Broly's gaze to flicker uncertainly. He covered his head, retreating, seemingly repulsed by his current self. "No, I cannot harm them." Broly's consciousness began to emerge, yet the fury within him continued to rage. As the group stood bewildered, the surrounding space abruptly warped, and a figure shot forth before them. No, to be precise, it tumbled out. Bardoss. You scoundrel, how dare you kick me?" A large purple cat and a tall, ponytailed beauty emerged before the group. It's not my fault Lord Kampa is too rotund to fit through the passage. Humph. It's because the noodles in Universe 7 are too delicious. Hey, you ate just as much, all right?" Kampa bellowed in an indignant rage, while Bardos helplessly rubbed her forehead. She was well aware of her master's temperament. A brief ending session would quell his ire. "Lord Destroyer," Gabe exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. He was familiar with the legends of the Destroyers and promptly informed the others of their identities. "Ahem. Well, since you've recognized me, splendid. I am indeed Lord Kampa, the Destroyer of Universe 6. I have come here to bang." Just as Kampa began to boast about his identity, Broly appeared out of nowhere, delivering a punch to his pudgy face. Kampa's rotund body rolled away, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "Ah, Lord Kampa, are you off on a trip?" Bardos chuckled softly, entirely unfazed by Broly's attack. The disparity between gods and mortals was immense. Even a gluttonous and slothful Kampa could not be easily threatened. Roar. Unaware of his transgression, Broly, after striking Kampa, turned his wrath towards Bardos. This reckless action sent Zai and Rema into a panic as they shouted, "Broly, stop. They are deities." Observing Broly's frenzied demeanor, Bardos chuckled dismissively. "Your actions are quite irrational, you know." With a mere flick of her staff, Broly was suddenly immobilized, powerless to move despite his frantic screams. At that moment, a furious voice erupted from the distance. "You dare strike a god? I shall reduce this planet to cosmic dust." An overwhelming force suffocated everyone as Kampa hovered in the air, exuding an aura of menace, a purple energy sphere coalescing in his palm. Winds howled across the ground, the destructive energy pulsating ominously. Just as he prepared to unleash it, Bardos suddenly interjected. Chapter 5. Kampa's Castle in a fit of rage. Kampa was on the verge of hurling the destructive energy sphere in his grasp when Vados intervened, stating, "Lord Kampa, you came to the planet Salad to select participants. If you eliminate them all, we will lack contestants for the competition." "I don't care. That wretched fool must perish," Kampa retorted vehemently. "Are you suggesting that you intend to concede to Lord Beerus?" Vados countered, prompting Kampa to regain his composure in an instant. Indeed, no matter what, he could not bear the thought of losing to Beerus. This was utterly intolerable. After some contemplation, Kampa crushed the destructive sphere and approached Vados, pointing at Broly. "I may spare this planet, but he must die." This moment revealed that although Kampa often presented a comical demeanor, he could indeed be ruthless when provoked. Upon hearing the decree to eliminate Broly, Rikum and Zenkai quickly knelt, pleading for Broly's life. Broly is a good person. He is generally kind-hearted. His current state is a result of his father's prolonged abuse. Zenkai recounted Broly's plight, gaining a nod of acknowledgement from Vados, while Kampa remained unmoved. No. Anyone who dares to strike a god of destruction must face annihilation," Kampa insisted vehemently. "Lord Kampa, although Broly's conduct was indeed disrespectful, his strength is undeniable. Allowing him to compete would enhance our chances of victory," Vados argued, causing Kampa to waver. Despite his distaste for Broly's actions, he had to admit that the power behind Broly's punch would rank him among the elite in the 6th universe. "Very well. I shall grant him a chance to redeem himself. However, let me be clear. If he loses, I will still eliminate him," Kampa declared. "Understood, Lord Kampa. After the competition, you may do as you wish," Vados affirmed. With that, Vados pointed her staff again, rendering Broly unconscious, and Rikum and Zenkai rushed to catch him. "Thank you, esteemed deity." "Thank you." Rikum and Zenkai expressed their gratitude. Kampa cleared his throat and stated, "Allow me to clarify my intentions. I, the god of destruction, seek powerful warriors. We need 5 in total. We have found 3, and now we shall search for the remaining 2. With Broly included, we require one last participant." Kampa's gaze swept across the group before settling on Kaba. Among the individuals present, Kale had lost an arm, Caulifla was tending to the unconscious Kale, and the 2 holding Broly appeared entirely ordinary. Only Kaba, despite his injuries, remained standing. "You shall do," Kampa declared, pointing at Kaba, who looked bewildered. "Me? I? Is there a problem?" Kampa's piercing gaze caused Kaba to shake his head vigorously. "Then come with me." Kampa turned and joined Vados, with Rikum and Zenkai carrying Broly closely behind. Kaba reassured Caulifla before following suit. As Vados struck the ground with her staff, they transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Caulifla cradled the unconscious Kale, murmuring, "Kale, I will avenge you." Moments later, the light dissipated, and they found themselves outside the God of Destruction's palace. The ethereal scenery left them awestruck. "Wow, this place is stunning. The palace is floating. Is this where the God of Destruction resides? It truly is magnificent. Hey, what are you all dawdling for? Come here at once," Kampa shouted, startling them into action. Once everyone had entered the palace, Kampa gathered all the contestants. As footsteps echoed, Kaba and the others turned to see a large yellow bear, a purple creature with hands in pockets, and a knockoff Frisia entering. However, they were soon taken aback by the sight before them. Broly sprawled across a chair, fast asleep. In front of him stood the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Astonishingly, Kampa had not reprimanded Broly, leaving them to wonder what made him so special. However, if they knew that Broly had just knocked Kampa out with a single punch, their reactions would have been quite different. Now that everyone is present, Vados, please explain the rules of the competition. Certainly, Lord Kampa. The tournament will adhere to the rules of the 7th Universe's martial arts tournament. After detailing all the necessary information, Vados stepped back, and Kampa, with a serious expression, declared, "Remember, you must secure victory in this competition, understood? Rest assured, Lord Kampa. We shall ensure success. However, who is that person daring to sleep here?" The yellow bear questioned, casting a disapproving glance at Broly. The purple creature and knockoff Frisia remained intrigued, but silently listened. "Ah, he is one of the contestants like you. However, he attempted to provoke me and was knocked unconscious with a single punch. If any of you dare to lose, I will ensure your fate is worse than his." Kampa threatened, adopting a fearsome expression that made the yellow bear gulp nervously and nod repeatedly. Meanwhile, Vados, without mercy, revealed the truth. It was he who knocked him out. "Yet you claim it was your doing. Kampa, your audacity remains unchanged." Vados's comment left Kampa embarrassed, and his bewildered expression was truly priceless. If I had struck him, he would have been obliterated. Obliterated? Oh dear, I wonder who was sent flying by Broly's punch. Kampa's embarrassment turned to anger, and he began to stomp around, while the others watched in astonishment as the two deities bickered. Later, Vados informed everyone that the competition would commence in 3 days and urged them to train diligently during this time before sending them on their way. God of Destruction's guest room slowly. Broly opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar place and promptly sat up, surveying his surroundings. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Zenkai entered, carrying a tray of food, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine, but where am I?" Broly inquired. This should be the guest room for those invited by the God of Destruction. Chapter 6: The Eve of the Competition, the God of Destruction, the guest room. Broly wore a bewildered expression, his mind a muddled mess. Observing his foolish demeanor, Zillai chuckled softly and recounted the events that had transpired. "You mean to say I went mad? And that I was reprimanded by the attendant of the God of Destruction?" Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. He had truly arrived in the 6th universe, which was far from his original plan to venture into the 7th universe. He expressed his desire to leave, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water. "Broly, do you even comprehend what you've done? You intend to leave after delivering a punch to the God of Destruction? My only hope now is that the God of Destruction shows mercy and overlooks our transgressions. Listen closely, the God of Destruction's condition for forgiveness is that we assist him in defeating the contestants from the 7th universe." Broly was taken aback. Was he really being summoned to participate in the Tournament of Power? However, as he continued to listen, he realized that certain aspects of the Dragon Ball universe had altered because of him. For instance, he had killed Paragus and exited from planet Vampa earlier than intended. Zillai and Limer were not under Frisia's command, and the competitors had changed due to a bowl of instant noodles. Was this truly the Dragon Ball universe he knew? Broly couldn't help but question himself. "Hey, why are you in a daze? You've been unconscious for 2 days. You must be starving. I've brought some food. Sew it up." Zillai, observing Broly's silence, assumed he felt guilty and decided to shift the topic. Gurgle. Upon hearing the mention of food, Broly's stomach immediately protested. He hurried to the dining table and devoured his meal, while Zillai watched him with a beaming smile. Is there something on my face?" Broly asked, puzzled. Halfway through his meal, Zillai blushed and turned away. "Ahem, hurry and eat. The God of Destruction has instructed you to train diligently before the competition. You've already wasted 2 days due to your unconsciousness, and now you have less than a day left." Broly was taken aback. This was truly a pressing situation. Regarding the matter of having angered the God of Destruction, the only way to avoid obliteration was to win the tournament. In the courtyard, Broly closed his eyes, his mind racing with strategies. In the original story, Hit deliberately lost to Monaka to repay a favor to Goku, which led to the inevitable defeat of the 6th universe. However, the lineup had changed. As long as he placed himself last, he could easily defeat Monaka and secure victory. But was this truly the right approach? Avoiding confrontation and shying away from challenges was merely temporary. Indeed. He had let his preconceived notions cloud his judgment, perceiving Goku as an invincible force, which had already instilled fear in his heart. Yet, what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. Strengthening oneself was not solely a physical endeavor, mental fortitude was paramount. Only by fortifying both body and mind could one stand fearless. Enlightened, Broly felt an unprecedented resolve at that moment. Yes, I shall surpass Goku, even transcend the god of destruction. Broly's eyes shone with determination, his spirit rejuvenated. He was no longer lost, no longer afraid. He would steadfastly pursue his martial path. On the eaves, watching Broly intently, Bardoss noticed a subtle change in his demeanor. She could sense that, just moments ago. Broly had undergone a silent transformation, a shift within his soul. This lad has some depth, Bardoss chuckled softly before vanishing. In the courtyard, Broly began training according to Paragas's previous methods. Push-ups, speed drills, strength training. Anything he could think of, he did. 100 million. After completing the final weighted push-up while carrying a massive stone, Broly brushed off the dirt and stood up. Phew, refreshing. Broly, come back for dinner. Zillai called from the window, signaling that it was time for the evening meal. Coming. True to his Scion bloodline, Broly had an insatiable appetite, and he sprinted back indoors. Upon opening the door, he found Zillai and Limer seated at the dining table, waiting for him. In that instant, Broly realized how fortunate it was to have someone who cared about him. The following day, all competitors stood in the grand hall at the designated time, awaiting the arrival of Kampa. With a yawn, Kampa emerged in his pajamas, clearly still groggy. What are you all doing standing here? Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't today the day of the grand tournament? What was going on? Bardoss interjected, Lord Kampa, today is indeed the day of the competition. Upon hearing this, Kampa instantly snapped to attention, recalling that today was indeed the day of the tournament. He could not afford to be late. His expression shifted, becoming exceedingly serious as he instructed, listen well, this time, we must win. There is no room for defeat. Otherwise, I will not spare you. After warning everyone, Kampa gathered them close, and Bardoss enveloped them in light, transporting them to the competition venue. During the 3 days of training, Kampa and Bardoss had been busy transforming the barren planet into a martial arts arena. Furthermore, Kampa had placed the Super Dragon Balls around this desolate planet as part of the stakes. Each of these Dragon Balls was colossal, capable of existing as a planet on its own. Whoosh! Suddenly, a transparent cube descended slowly from the sky. Wow, it's enormous. Did Lord Kampa construct all of this? The god of destruction wouldn't bother building such mundane things. Even if he did, the taste would undoubtedly be abysmal. The voice emanating from the cube sent a shiver down Broly's spine. It was none other than Goku and the god of destruction, Beerus. As the cube landed steadily, Kampa approached. I must disagree. How is this place mundane? Beerus scoffed, and Kampa retorted sarcastically, oh, so you actually came? I thought you might have fled in fear. Of course, I came. I want to relish the sight of you weeping pitifully before I take the Super Dragon Balls home, Beerus replied. The two engaging in a verbal duel, neither willing to concede. Suddenly, Beerus's gaze sharpened. I've heard that some of the Super Dragon Balls were pilfered from my universe? Chapter 7. Utter Parallel. What are you talking about? Kampa awkwardly denied, his eyes instinctively darting to the side. Never mind, considering our brotherhood. I shall overlook this, for in the end, the Super Dragon Balls shall belong to me. Beerus's nonchalant demeanor infuriated Kampa even more. At that moment, Beerus's attendant, Whis, intervened, saying, all right, that's enough. I have prepared seats for you both. Please take your places in the audience, as the match is about to commence. Is there not a softer seat available? Trunks remarked, glancing disdainfully at the hard, cement seats. His mother, Bulma, joined in the protest, exclaiming, exactly. We traveled such a long distance, and there isn't even a soft seat. Kampa pouted and retorted, I didn't invite you here. Bulma was right. If I had to sit in such a meager position as a guest, I would have been utterly embarrassed. Whis, Beerus said, arms crossed, and looking disdainful, before instructing Whis to make new arrangements. Of course, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, waving his staff. Instantly, the seats and surrounding arrangements vanished, replaced by more exquisite, cushion-floating seats, with rose petals drifting down from the sky. Wow, this is stunning. All thanks to you, Mr. Whis. Bulma gushed, her youthful exuberance on full display. Why didn't you make it this beautiful from the start? Kampa gritted his teeth, directing his ire at Whis. Whis, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, you truly are a remarkable sister. Beerus continued to mock Kampa's glum expression. She merely catered to your aesthetic standards. She is indeed an exceptional attendant. Meanwhile, while the two gods of destruction were embroiled in their quarrel, Broly and his companions had already arrived at the written examination venue. Gabe approached Broly, extending his hand. Hello. I am Gabe. I have heard from Zai and Reimer about your situation, and I sympathize with your plight. Let us strive together from here on. Broly was momentarily taken aback, cursing Zai and Reimer for their loose tongues, yet still politely shook Gabe's hand. With Gabe's warm demeanor bridging the gap, Broly began to familiarize himself with the others. Even without Gabe's introduction, Broly recognized who they were, but he still played along. Hit remained aloof as always, merely nodding before returning to his corner, while the clumsy bear, Badamo, and the congenial Frost encouraged one another. All right, everyone, this is the venue for the written examination. With the sound of footsteps, Beerus's attendant, Whis, led Goku and the others to the examination site. Broly's eyes lit up upon spotting Goku, who was accompanied by familiar faces, the tragic Tien, Gohan's caretaker Piccolo, the somewhat lackluster Monaka, and the rotund Majin Buu. Moreover, with Goku's arrival, cheers erupted from the audience. Looking around, Broly recognized many familiar faces, all prominent figures from the Dragon Ball universe. Android 18, Bulma, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, Mr. Satan, and others, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. As Broly reminisced, a voice deep within him resounded once more. Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly lowered his head, clutching his chest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is happening? This voice usually only appears in my dreams, so why is it manifesting now? Is it because of Goku? To be honest, Broly had begun to piece together the source of this furious voice. It belonged to the original Broly, who, as a child, had been incessantly disturbed by the cries of the neighboring Goku. While it was usually manageable, upon encountering Goku, memories of the past surged forth, especially with Goku's presence triggering the echoes of a child's wails. Everyone knows that Broly from Dragon Ball Super has never interacted with Goku, and the memories resurfacing now stem from the Dragon Ball Z movie, where the original Broly was obliterated. Although the original Broly's power does not compare to that of Dragon Ball Super, his oppressive aura is formidable. He is bloodthirsty, brutal, and combative, finding pleasure in slaughter. Casually obliterating a planet is trivial. He has even annihilated the entire southern galaxy, existing like a demon. It seems likely that during the process of crossing over, the original Broly's soul was also transported here. This is the only possibility I can conceive. One body, three souls, truly an exaggeration. However, as the dominant consciousness, Broly fought to suppress this violent rage. Wow, the sixth universe has a Frieza too, Gabe exclaimed, pointing at himself. Hello, I am Gabe, a scion from the sixth universe. However, when Goku and Vegeta turned their gazes towards Broly, an immediate alertness filled their hearts. This Broly is undoubtedly a dangerous individual. The aura emanating from him instilled a sense of peril in both. Broly, come here. This is a scion from the seventh universe. Gabe's sociable nature surged forth as he attempted to introduce Broly to them. Yet, as Broly merely lifted his head slightly, they felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Cold, brutal, bloodthirsty, frantic. These were the first impressions Vegeta had of Broly. He recognized that gaze all too well. It was reminiscent of his former self, though still vastly different compared to Broly. Kakarot. Vegeta and Goku exchanged solemn glances, both marking Broly with the label of extreme danger in their minds. Just then, Gabe, seeing Broly's indifference, forcibly dragged him before the two. This is also a scion from our sixth universe, but he is said to be an outsider, not one of our native scions. As Gabe introduced Broly, he divulged more about his background. At this moment, Vegeta gleaned crucial information: Planet Vampa, spaceships, and Broly's experiences, all of which were distinctly tied to the seventh universe. Vegeta lifted his head and questioned Broly. You are a scion from the seventh universe? Yet why have I never seen you before? Chapter 8. The competition begins. Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Broly made no attempt to conceal the truth. In the past, King Vegeta held a profound fear of my existence. After all, how could he not be frightened by an infant with a battle power of 10,000, born into this world? To secure his throne, King Vegeta even plotted to eliminate me, but his efforts were in vain. I survived. Young Prince Vegeta, have you ever heard the phrase a son pays for his father's debts? Broly, towering in stature, lowered his head and flashed a mocking smile at Vegeta, a clear display of contempt. At this moment, Broly struggled to keep his violent emotions in check. His mood resembled that of a wild stallion, freed from restraint and reveling in exhilaration. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, and just as he was about to strike, he was held back by Piccolo, who urged, "Calm down, Vegeta. The competition is about to commence. Acting rashly now could result in disqualification. Let us wait until we are on the arena." TCH. Vegeta turned away in displeasure, while Goku, grinning widely, addressed Broly. "Let us settle this in the arena then." The tension that had just filled the air left Caulifla feeling awkward, as she was unaware of the history between Broly, Vegeta, and Goku. "So, you're from Universe 7? I always thought you meant somewhere within our universe." Only then did Caulifla realize the mix-up she had caused. Broly returned to his examination desk without a word. The earlier events had been witnessed by all, leading to a flurry of discussions about the relationships among Broly and the others. Meanwhile, Beerus turned to Whis and inquired about Broly. "Lord Beerus, I looked into Broly, and indeed he is from our Universe 7. However, this situation is quite amusing. During the last visit of my sister and Lord Kampa to Universe 7, they inadvertently absorbed Broly's spaceship into the rift, which explains his appearance in Universe 6. Moreover, it seems Broly harbors a deep-seated hatred for the inhabitants of planet Vegeta, being an exiled scion. Lord Beerus, wouldn't you agree this resembles a tale of a warrior's vengeance?" Whis' expression was filled with excitement, leaving Beerus somewhat exasperated. Although he sensed a destructive force within Broly, this destruction was unlike that of a destroyer god. It was laced with bloodlust. If left unchecked, it could pose a significant threat. Nonetheless, for Beerus, such matters were trivial. I wonder why Kampa would bring such a character here. Beerus regarded Broly with disdain, while Kampa grew displeased. "Regardless, he is now a warrior of my Universe 6. Your interference is unwelcome." Kampa and Beerus's earlier exchange had been overheard by both Kampa and Vados, but in any case, Broly was indeed representing Universe 6, and it was crucial to express their stance. I never intended to reclaim him. Do as you wish." Vados interjected, seeing that the two had finally calmed down. "All right, everyone, the written examination is about to begin." The contestants took their seats as examination papers materialized before them. To assess your basic understanding, the questions will be quite simple, with a time limit of 10 minutes. A score of 50 or above will be deemed passing. Broly picked up the paper before him, marveling at how straightforward the questions were. However, for Goku and his rather oblivious companions, the questions were indeed quite challenging. 10 minutes later, as expected, aside from the snoozing Majin Buu, everyone else passed. Beerus, frustrated by their lack of seriousness, bellowed at them, while Kampa determined the order of participation for Universe 6. It would serve as the final trump card, while the others could decide amongst themselves. After Kampa's announcement, he approached Broly and said, "Beerus may not have faith in you, but I do. Regardless of your origins, as long as you are in my Universe 6, you are one of us. Prove him wrong and make him regret it." Broly nodded. He had heard Beerus's words. The destroyer was clearly dismissive of him and had effectively cast him off to Universe 6. This treatment irked Broly, as he felt like an object, carelessly discarded. It seemed he had romanticized his expectations. In the anime, Dragon Ball only showcased the bright side, neglecting the darker aspects, which left Broly, who had crossed over from Blue Star, feeling somewhat disoriented. With a clang, Kampa struck the bell, signaling the commencement of the competition. The announcer boomed into the microphone. "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The tournament featuring selected fighters from Universes 6 and 7 officially begins. First, let us enjoy the Song of the Universe." As the audience gazed on in anticipation, a tiny chicken waddled onto the stage, cleared its throat, and sang, "The universe is vast," and then, nothing more followed. Bang! The audience of Universe 7 fell into chaos, shocked by the brevity of the Song of the Universe. In the contestants area, Bergamo eagerly declared, "I'll go first." Frost shrugged and replied, "Then I'll be second." Caulifla glanced at Broly, noticing his lack of interest in competing for the order, and said, "Then I'll take the third spot." The order was established: Bergamo, Frost, Caulifla, Broly, and Hit. After reporting their names, the large screen began to rotate, displaying the images of the 9 contestants. The first match. Contestant Bergamo from Universe 6 versus contestant Goku from Universe 7. Please make your way to the arena. As the announcer's words faded, Goku and Bergamo leaped onto the stage simultaneously. They locked eyes, confidence radiating from both as the announcer shouted, "Begin." Bergamo lightly lifted himself onto his toes, gradually accelerating, his body poised for action. Goku moved forward, intending to test the waters. But before he could get close, Bergamo soared into the air, colliding with the atmospheric barrier above, utilizing the rebound to propel himself towards Goku. Bang! Goku stumbled, caught off guard by Bergamo's attack, nearly teetering out of the ring, only to turn and see Bergamo's mocking grin. However, Goku remained unfazed, instead voicing his curiosity. "Aren't you going to attack?" "That was a perfect opportunity." Bergamo smirked, raising his palm and beckoning Goku closer. "Ah, just like when I encountered Beerus at his castle. You're equally pathetic." From the contestants area in Universe 6, Kampa mercilessly mocked. The other fighters from Universe 6 agreed, believing Goku was destined to lose. "No, this match will be Bergamo's defeat." A voice rang out, contrasting the prevailing opinions. Kampa stared at Broly as if he were a fool. "What are you joking about? Goku is currently being suppressed, and he nearly fell out of the ring just now." Broly turned his gaze back, locking eyes with Kampa. "Lord Kampa, how do you think I, as a fellow Saiyan, would fare against you with a single punch?" Kampa, despite feeling irritated under Broly's intense gaze, couldn't help but recall the incident involving Broly on Planet Salad. Chapter 9. The dreaded wild monkey. As Kampa was lost in thought, a sudden loud crash resonated through the arena, revealing that Sun Wukong had hurled Bartolomeo out of the ring. Bartolomeo's defeat perfectly validated Broly's suspicions. Kampa's expression darkened. Losing the first match was far from ideal. Amidst the cheers of the spectators from Universe 7, Kampa turned to Frost, commanding him not to lose. "Rest assured, Lord Kampa, I shall give it my all." Frost replied with a familiar smile. However, as he passed by Broly, he heard the latter mutter, "Put away your little tricks." Frost glanced back, meeting Broly's disdainful gaze. His expression froze, forcing a smile as he asked, "What do you mean, Broly-san?" The implication was clear. It would be best if he refrained from using any underhanded tactics. Broly, disinterested in further conversation, turned and took his seat among the competitors. He held utter contempt for such unscrupulous individuals. A true man should fight with honor, not resort to petty schemes. As Frost turned away, his face contorted into a menacing grimace, starkly contrasting with his previous amiable demeanor. He then slowly descended onto the arena. "Oh, in our universe, there are also beings like you. I presume you can transform as well?" Sun Wukong greeted him casually, but Frost had no desire for idle chatter. He had never encountered such disdainful eyes before, as though Wukong regarded him as mere refuse. With a fierce roar, Frost unleashed his third transformation, determined to trample the monkey before him with his utmost strength. "That's more like it." Sun Wukong misinterpreted Frost's foul mood as eagerness for a spirited sparring match. With a resounding crash, Frost propelled himself towards Sun Wukong, who did not remain stationary. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Frost. The blow landed with a thud as Frost raised an arm to block, subsequently launching a crimson beam from his fingers. Whoosh! Ah, how perilous! Sun Wukong supported himself with one hand on Frost's smooth head, effortlessly evading the beam. Frost, momentarily stunned by the sensation of Wukong's hand atop his head, seethed with uncontainable rage. With a primal scream, he seized Wukong's arm and slammed him to the ground. Moreover, he viciously drove the poisonous spikes from his arm into Wukong's palm. This blatant cheating prompted the crowd to call for an immediate halt to the match. He cheated. He used a weapon. Jocko was the first to shout, and others quickly echoed his demand to stop the contest. But in his fury, Frost paid no heed to their protests. He unleashed a barrage of punches upon Sun Wukong's face. "Dare to look down on me? Damn wild monkey. Next, it will be you, Broly." Having succumbed to the effects of the poison, Sun Wukong lay helpless on the ground, unable to muster any strength to defend himself. "Frost, please cease your assault immediately. You have been disqualified." The announcer rushed to the ring, but Frost shoved him aside. "Frost, you scoundrel, don't embarrass me." Kampa was on the verge of exploding with anger. They had lost the first match, and now the second was marred by such blatant misconduct. Why would Frost resort to such tactics? "He is undeniably strong," Gabe questioned. "Ah, it is not surprising that you are unaware. This is Frost's true nature." His heroic image was merely a facade he crafted to instigate war and subsequently profit from the acquisition of desolate lands, Bados explained to the group. Bados, you truly enjoy exposing others' shortcomings." Frost shrugged off Bados's words, feeling rather proud. "Why did you choose such a character?" Kampa demanded of Bados, who calmly replied, "At the time, you did not instruct me to consider the contestant's character, but rather to select those with a high chance of victory. That was your directive. You, despicable." Kampa was momentarily speechless, raising his hand to destroy Frost in an outburst of frustration. Frost, please exit the arena at once. You have committed a foul," the announcer reiterated. "There is no need to declare him the loser or destroy him. It is now my turn. I will personally vanquish this scoundrel." Vegeta could no longer contain himself and soared onto the stage in a fit of rage. Why should I listen to you? I intend to obliterate him. Lord Kampa, isn't this quite favorable? He has not been disqualified and can continue fighting. Should he win, it could earn us points, and we would incur no loss. Vados urged Kampa to remain calm. On the arena, since neither side objected to Frost's use of weaponry, the match continued. As the battle resumed, Frost took the initiative, kicking Sun Wukong towards Vegeta, who retaliated with a barrage of crimson beams. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta deflected the beams with both hands, then bellowed, "Trash. You think you can oppose Lord Vegeta?" With golden light radiating from him, Vegeta's aura surged as he accelerated toward Frost, landing a powerful punch squarely on Frost's face. Frost spat blood, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he roared, "You damned wild monkey. Die. Yeah. Frost unleashed a rapid flurry of attacks, exposing his venomous spikes. "Even now, you resort to such despicable tactics. Get out of my sight." Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His power escalating once more, surrounded by crackling blue arcs of energy. He swung a fist, sending Frost hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Frost fell outside the ring. And the announcer promptly declared the victor. Vegeta from Universe 7 has emerged victorious. As the announcement rang out, the audience from Universe 7 erupted in cheers, while the atmosphere in Universe 6 was heavy with tension. Kampa's expression was dark as he watched Frost return, his fingertips crackling with purple energy of destruction. "Lord Kampa, do you wish to provide entertainment for Universe 7? Vados intervened at the opportune moment. "Humph." Kampa snorted, lapsing into silence. He still heeded Vados, who, while publicly his subordinate, was in truth his mentor. All of Kampa's abilities had been taught to him by Vados. "Gabe, fight with all your might." This time, Kampa's words lacked the usual confidence. Merely a casual command. "Why yes, Lord Kampa." Gabe trembled as he approached the arena, taking his stance. "Gabe, I have made it clear. I will not hold back during the competition." Chapter 10. Frightened, Piccolo concedes on the contestant bench. Broly observed the two combatants exchanging blows on the arena, pondering to himself. How can a Saiyan capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue engage in a back-and-forth struggle with an ordinary Saiyan? Is this not a blatant display of leniency? Nevertheless, this was an opportune moment for Broly to scrutinize Vegeta's techniques. With an exceptional capacity for learning, he possessed an almost photographic memory. Once he witnessed a technique, mastering it became nearly certain. Thus, this observation was indeed essential. Minutes later, as anticipated, Vegeta emerged victorious, mirroring the narrative of the original story by teaching Cabba the Super Saiyan transformation and taking him on as a disciple. After the host announced Vegeta's triumph, he proceeded to introduce the next contender from Universe 6. In the fifth match, we have Broly from Universe 6. As the host announced his name, Broly rose from his seat in the contestant area. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he encountered the recently defeated Cabba, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Broly-san, give it your all. I have faith in you. Even if you may not necessarily defeat my master, just do your best." Broly's lips twitched slightly at the remark. Yet, as he turned, he caught sight of the brooding Kampa. Although Kampa merely cast a cold glance in his direction, Broly grasped the underlying message but chose to remain silent, gently floating down to the arena. "Wait, this individual. I recall Cabba mentioning he is also a Saiyan, and one who hails from our universe." As Broly prepared to enter the fray, Goku's notoriously poor memory suddenly recalled Cabba's words. Beside him, Caulifla expressed concern. "What? He's a Saiyan too? With such a massive build, isn't Vegeta in peril?" On the arena, Vegeta scoffed. "So, the sins of the father must be paid by the son? How audacious. Allow Lord Vegeta to show you what true strength is." Vegeta harbored no fondness for Broly, especially after the latter's boastful declaration of seeking revenge. "Enough of your prattle. Come prove your worth." Broly displayed a sardonic smile, having been influenced by the original Broly's persona, which ignited within him a fervent desire for battle, a thirst for the thrill of combat. With a decisive push against the ground, Vegeta propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his speed astonishing. Bang! Vegeta's fist connected squarely with Broly's chin, and while pain coursed through him, Broly felt an exhilarating rush. He smirked disdainfully, countering the blow with his chin. What? Vegeta could hardly believe his eyes as he withdrew his fist, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that seemed almost juvenile against Broly's formidable presence. It's time to discipline this unruly child. Broly seized Vegeta's fist, delivering a powerful blow to his face. Vegeta staggered back, clutching his nose, blood trickling from his hand. In the audience, the members of Universe 6 expressed their delight. Come on, Broly, take him down. As Vegeta faltered, Kappa became increasingly animated, flailing his arms in excitement. While Beerus, sitting nearby, displayed a keen interest in Broly's transformation since yesterday, astonished by the unexpected display of power. On the sidelines, Goku and others exhibited expressions of disbelief, fully aware of Vegeta's prowess. Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? Defeat him now. While others remained relatively calm, Beerus, with his impatient temperament, could not contain his frustration, shouting at Vegeta. Back in the arena, Vegeta, irritated by Beerus's urging and incensed at having drawn blood, barked. You imbecile! Open your eyes and behold the insurmountable chasm that separates us. With a fierce roar, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing a tempest that shook the arena and the very planet itself. The wind howled, engulfing the venue, forcing the audience to shield their faces as they peered through their fingers. Fall before me. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Broly crashing to the ground. The arena trembled as Broly spewed blood, feeling dizzy from the impact. Vegeta, with a cold smirk, unleashed a barrage of punches that fell upon Broly like a relentless storm. Clang, clang, clang. Broly sank deeper into the ground, the pit beneath them growing ever larger. The onlookers from Universe 6 began to feel anxious for Broly's fate, with Kappa covering his face, unable to bear the sight. Suddenly, Broly's expression hardened. He grasped Vegeta's fist, preventing any further advance. How is this possible? You, a lowly warrior who cannot even transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's disbelief was palpable as he pushed harder against Broly's grip, but Broly would not yield. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, Broly's muscles swelled, and he slowly rose, unleashing a powerful aura that radiated outward. The chilling energy sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, especially Vegeta, who felt an instinctual terror. How? How can this be? Could you be? Vegeta's mind raced, rendered speechless. With a powerful step forward, Broly utilized his strength to hurl Vegeta to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta, desperate, exerted all his strength to break free from Broly's grip, creating distance and launching energy blasts toward him. Royal Prince technique. Broly effortlessly swatted one of the blasts to the ground, causing a cloud of smoke to erupt. I care not whether you are the legendary Super Saiyan or not. Fall before me. Vegeta intensified his assault, channeling his power to the utmost, illuminating the venue as if it were daylight. After a relentless minute of bombardment, Vegeta halted, panting heavily, and laughed triumphantly. Have you witnessed the might of Prince Vegeta? Suddenly, from within the smoke, Broly's face emerged, startling Vegeta. Before he could react, Broly grasped him tightly. It's over. A pulse of green energy erupted from Broly's chest. And before Vegeta could comprehend, he was sent flying. Boom. Vegeta soared hundreds of meters away, shattering the protective barriers set by Beerus, and promptly lost consciousness. Silence enveloped the arena. No one could fathom that Vegeta had been so utterly overwhelmed by Broly that he had fainted. In the fifth match, the victor is Broly from Universe 6. Wow. Amazing. Broly has won. Kappa danced with joy, exuberantly akin to an exuberant child. I never expected his strength to be so formidable. In the audience, Goku wore a solemn expression, while Piccolo, the next contender, appeared ashen. As the host was about to finish speaking regarding the sixth battle, he was abruptly interrupted. Piccolo from Universe 7 raised his right hand, his expression grim, and declared, I forfeit. Chapter 11, Broly vs. Kakarot. I concede. Piccolo's unexpected admission of defeat left everyone in astonishment, their gazes fixed on him, puzzled by his decision. With a grim expression, Piccolo declared, Did you not sense the aura emanating from him? It is rife with brutality and bloodlust. Even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form is no match for him. My participation would only squander a Sinzabean. As he spoke, beads of sweat trickled down his green cheeks, a testament to the immense pressure he felt. So it is as I suspected. Goku smiled calmly, clapping Piccolo on the shoulder, urging him not to bear the weight of this burden. On the arena, Broly's ferocious energy continued to escalate. Although influenced by emotion, he still retained a measure of control. It must be said, the willpower of this Blue Planet boy is truly remarkable. Following the tournament's ruling, due to Frost's disqualification for using weapons, Goku was reinstated. At that moment, the host stepped into the center of the stage to announce the outcome of Beerus and Kampa's discussion. Kampa's swift agreement stemmed from witnessing Broly's true strength, which had inflated his ego. Indeed, Kampa had swelled with pride, his smug expression almost provoking Beerus to retaliate with a destructive energy sphere. However, for the sake of the competition, Beerus restrained himself and approached Goku with a grave demeanor, insisting that Goku must defeat Broly. To his surprise, Goku chuckled, "Lord Beerus, you are far too serious. Even if I were to lose, we still have the universe's most powerful Monaka, right?" Beerus was left speechless, nearly biting his tongue, realizing that he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. He was acutely aware that Monaka's strength was merely that of a random individual, intended solely to provide pressure for Goku and Vegeta, yet Goku seemed utterly unfazed. Goku began to limber up before leaping onto the arena. "Hey, how about we exchange a few blows?" His demeanor was calm and confident, an audacity that irked Broly immensely. At that moment, Broly's mind was consumed by the name Kakarot, its influence deepening with each passing second. "Kakarot! Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly roared as green energy erupted around him. Flames of emerald accompanied by arcs of blue electricity surging outward, a staggering aura enveloping the surroundings. What is happening? Broly's energy is increasing. Vegeta, rejuvenated by the Senzu Bean, stared in astonishment at the ever-strengthening Broly. "I don't understand. This guy is truly a monster. His power seems limitless and continues to grow." Piccolo gritted his teeth, fixating on Broly, while Beerus's expression grew increasingly grim. Initially dismissing Broly as a minor player, he now realized that even Vegeta had fallen before him with ease. It was clear that Goku was the last remaining contestant from Universe 7. Goku inhaled deeply and squared off against Broly. "Kakarot, prepare to be struck." He initiated the attack, his form flashing in the air before delivering a punch to Broly's chest, yet it failed to inflict any damage. Goku's expression shifted. His fist felt as if striking solid steel, leaving him with a painful recoil. Kakarot. Despite Broly's massive physique, his speed was unaffected, crashing into Goku like a heavy tank. Bang! The sheer force sent Goku flying, tumbling through the air before regaining his stance. With a shout, he enveloped himself in golden energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan and launching another assault on Broly. Bang! 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 An amusing spectacle unfolded as Goku darted around Broly, incessantly striking at him, while Broly remained stationary, absorbing the blows. Humph! Saiyan explosive wave. Broly sneered, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy from his core, the energy sphere expanding until it erupted. Aya! Goku was propelled into the air by the explosion, but Broly swiftly pursued him, delivering relentless strikes. Damn it! If that's the case, Goku's body ignited with red flames as he activated his Super Saiyan God form, his overwhelming aura forcing Broly back. Broly charged forward once more, but Goku merely smirked. He grasped Broly's swinging arm and effortlessly redirected the force of the attack. "Nanny!" Broly exclaimed in surprise, regaining his balance before swinging again. "Hey, calm down a bit." Goku bent his arms, gathering energy, and a golden halo appeared before him, which he quickly unleashed. Buzz! Broly found himself momentarily immobilized, and Goku seized the moment to advise. "Hey, stay calm. Control your inner self. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions." Broly hesitated slightly, but soon broke free from the restraint. He understood Goku's words. Yet he realized that if he did not achieve victory now, the destruction from the God of Destruction would be his fate. Breaking free, Broly retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Goku flying. "Damn it! Goku's attacks are completely ineffective," Krillin exclaimed, striking the ground in concern. Beside him, Android 18 comforted Marin and said, "Krillin, don't worry. Goku hasn't transformed yet. He still has that blue form. Right. This guy hasn't even changed into Super Blue yet." Krillin's spirits lifted, but just as he reveled in his thoughts, he witnessed Goku being struck by Broly's fist, and at that moment, Goku had indeed transformed into the Super Blue form. "Aya!" Goku cried out as he fell to the ground, quickly attempting to rise. However, just as he lifted his head, a massive hand seized him by the head. Boom! With a violent shake, Goku was pressed into the ground, straining against Broly's overwhelming strength. Damn it! Goku continued to struggle, but Broly maintained his grip. Just when everyone believed Goku was at his end, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down. Broly howled in pain and quickly released him. Indeed, Goku's biting technique was truly invincible. From his childhood through Dragon Ball Super, even the Angel Whis had fallen victim to Goku's bite, showcasing that his biting skill had reached its peak, especially now, experiencing firsthand just how painful it was. Kaioken. Goku grinned, clenching his fists and shouting as his body radiated a crimson glow. Kakarot. Broly roared as he charged forward, their fists colliding repeatedly, producing loud bangs, while the resulting shockwaves spread like ripples of light. As the spectators watched the intense exchange on the arena, they erupted in cheers for their respective universes' contestants, filling the venue with an electrifying atmosphere. Chapter 12. The Arrival of the Omni King Goku. Take him down. The friends of Son Goku from Universe 7 shouted fervently, rallying their support. Across from them, a few members from Universe 6 similarly cheered for Broly. Broly, give it your all. Knock that little brat off the stage. Make Beerus weep. The battle on the arena had reached an intense climax. Ever since Goku unleashed the Kaioken, his physical abilities had surged dramatically, matching Broly blow for blow. Boom. The clash of fists sent shockwaves through the arena as both warriors glared fiercely at one another and simultaneously roared in fury. In the blink of an eye, they unleashed a series of punches, their movements swift as lightning, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. The two fighters soared from the ground to the air and back again, their collisions creating ripples that resembled the grandeur of fireworks on New Year's Eve. With a simultaneous strike to each other's faces, both warriors were sent hurtling backward. Blood trickled from the corners of Broly's mouth as he licked it with excitement. His sinister smile was a testament to the exhilaration coursing through him. Opposite him, Goku, though appearing somewhat worn from the Kaioken, couldn't hide the desire for battle that brought a smile to his face. Apologies. I must now unleash all my power. I can barely maintain this state. With a chuckle, Goku's gaze hardened as he erupted with a powerful wave of energy. Just as I intended. Let this be the final blow, Kakarot. Broly, unwilling to prolong the battle, unleashed an impressive aura, conjuring a green energy sphere that began to expand. Kamehameha. Goku summoned his signature technique, gathering radiant energy in his hands before directing it toward Broly. Boom. The force of Goku's attack shattered the arena. Super explosive wave. Broly's green energy sphere surged forth, colliding with Goku's Kamehameha in a cataclysmic clash. Come on, Goku. Krillin shouted. I shut tight, his voice filled with desperation. The onlookers behind him watched with bated breath, cheering for Goku. Go Broly. The exuberant Kampa shouted unabashedly for Broly, while Kale and Caulifla also rallied behind him. Boom. The collision of energies shook the very earth. Everything around them began to tear apart, and the protective barrier set by Beerus cracked significantly. With a resounding crack, Goku roared, 20 times Kaioken. Indeed, having just recently mastered the fusion with Super Saiyan Blue, Goku had only been utilizing the tenfold Kaioken until now. Oh, Broly bellowed, channeling all his strength into the attack as the green energy ballooned dramatically. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the barren planet violently. The ground began to fissure, revealing a dazzling golden light from within. Is that the Dragon Ball? The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that the last Dragon Ball they saw lay directly beneath them. Bang, bang, as two figures crashed to the ground. The spectators' attention was drawn back. Goku and Broly lay defeated on the ground, both unable to continue. And thus, both competitors, Broly and Son Goku, have fallen simultaneously. However, since they fell outside the arena, this round ends in a draw. The diligent announcer stepped out from cover, trembling as he explained the match's outcome. Upon hearing the result, Kampa felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but accepted it, knowing that Universe 6 still had Hit, their ace up his sleeve, and he held great confidence in Hit's abilities. On the other side, Beerus was far from calm. If Goku was declared the loser, they would be left with only Monaka, an ordinary being, revealing their secret. Meanwhile, Goku, being carried back by Gohan, flashed a grin at Beerus. Sorry, Lord Beerus, but Broly is truly powerful. I must train harder to surpass him. But even with a draw, we still have the strongest Monaka to back us up. We shouldn't lose. Beerus, exasperated, felt like he might explode. Can he even win? He asked just a delivery boy. Ah, look at you, Lord Beerus, having a moment of anxiety, Whis remarked with a glint of mischief, causing Beerus to fume. Though he lacked any fur to ruffle, Whis, sensing the moment to retreat, leaned in and whispered, Lord Beerus, What was your original intention in choosing Monaka? Of course, to teach Goku and Vegeta that there are always greater heights to reach, that there are beings beyond their comprehension, Beerus replied without hesitation. Whis chuckled. Did you not notice Goku's expression? Does he seem to be aiming too high? You heard what he just said, with Broly's presence. There's no need for Monaka as a facade, so you needn't worry about being exposed. This match is a loss for us. Beerus fell into contemplation. Whis had a point, yet he struggled to accept the bitter taste of defeat against Champa. Eventually, he sighed and addressed the referee. All right. There's no need for the next match. We concede. Huh? What are you saying, Lord Beerus? We still have Monaka? Goku inquired, bewildered. Yes, Lord Beerus. Why make this decision? The crowd echoed their confusion. Just then, Piccolo stepped forward. With a different auditory structure, he had overheard Beerus and Whis' conversation. Since Beerus was unable to articulate, he took it upon himself to explain. On the other side, Champa wore a perplexed expression. They still had one fighter yet to compete. Why would they concede? Meanwhile, Hit, standing on the sidelines, felt awkward. He was unsure whether to step in or wait, his mind a whirlwind. Due to Universe 7's automatic concession, Universe 6 was declared the victor. As the announcer concluded, the members of Universe 7 sighed in disappointment. Piccolo had explained the situation, so they felt their loss was justified. After all, they had 5 participants, and one had already been eliminated, with another being an ordinary person. It wasn't too shameful to lose 3-5. While Universe 6 celebrated, Vados suddenly pointed, Lord Champa. Huh, what is it? Champa, excited yet puzzled, followed Vados' gaze and was startled, his tail standing on end. Beerus, too, revealed a look of panic. What? This is impossible. The Omni King. Chapter 13, Resurrection. The Earth of the 6th universe at this moment, 2 tall figures clad in purple robes, their faces concealed, appeared on either side of a diminutive figure in the center, who bore an unremarkable appearance, short and stout, resembling an enchanted pea. The reverence displayed by the 2 towering figures towards the petite being was unmistakable, indicating the latter's elevated status. In the audience, Beerus and Champa wore expressions of trepidation, exclaiming the title of Lord Zeno. Their inappropriate behavior drew the attention of others, who speculated about the origins of these mysterious individuals. Zeno? Goku blinked innocently, while East Kaioshin, equally intrigued, inquired of the elder beside him about the identity of this peculiar child. The old Kaioshin, upon hearing this, delivered a sharp reprimand, admonishing him for his foolish remarks. Wait a moment. Who are these unknown contestants that have suddenly appeared? The host, microphone in hand, attempted to continue announcing, but the mere glance from the petite figure rendered him speechless. Is that just a small pudding? Vegeta pondered, confusion evident on his face, mirrored by Piccolo beside him. In response to the audience's bewilderment, Beerus trembled as he explained, Lord Zeno is the supreme being at the pinnacle of all 12 universes. A collective gasp echoed as the audience realized the significance of the diminutive figure before them. Lord Beerus, is it truly wise for us to be seated so high above Lord Zeno? Inquired Whis, who sat beside Beerus. Is that even a question? Of course, it is unwise. Beerus exclaimed, suddenly springing to his feet, darting towards Zeno. Lord Zeno, what brings you to this place? Champa, trembling with fear, hurriedly followed suit, declaring, a warm welcome to Lord Zeno. In this moment, 2 destroyers bowed deeply before the pea-sized being, exhibiting utmost respect. Observing this, others could no longer remain seated and approached to pay their respects. Only Broly pretended to be severely injured, lying with closed eyes in the audience. This was not entirely his fault. The rage and malevolence within him were intense, and Lord Zeno harbored a profound disdain for evil, much like the fate of Zamasu, who was mercilessly obliterated for spreading malevolence, despite having wished for immortality through the Super Dragon Balls. This did not spare him from being reduced to ashes by Zeno's might. It could be said that Zeno's power equated to a prohibition against resurrection. Hence, Broly had no desire to test his luck, fearing that a mere displeasure from Zeno might seal his fate. Lord Zeno, is there a reason for your presence today? Unknown. I wish to remind you that you must not be negligent in your duties as destroyers. The audience was taken aback, not expecting this tiny figure to speak in such a childlike manner. However, witnessing the cold sweat on the 2 destroyers, no one dared to speak out. Lord Zeno, allow me to explain. Lord Beerus is far more devoted to slumber and gourmet food than destruction. Whis interjected, suddenly reporting from behind Beerus. Bardos, not one to be outdone, chimed in, Lord Champa has neglected his health. His figure has become quite unseemly. I fear it may affect his work. so I specially prepared balanced meals for him. Yet he complains that my cooking is unpalatable. Perhaps we should consider replacing a destroyer? Zeno's words sent the two destroyers into a panic, their screams echoing as they perspired profusely, as if drenched in water. However, it must be noted that Bardos and Whis, as siblings, were adept at reporting on the shortcomings of their respective destroyers without hesitation. Seeing the comical expressions of the two destroyers, Zeno chuckled. I was merely jesting. Relief washed over Kampa and Beerus, who had nearly lost their souls at the thought of being replaced. Zeno continued, initially, I intended to issue a warning. But as I observed, your event seems exceedingly entertaining, truly delightful. I wish to gather contestants from across the universe for the next occasion. Is that true? If so, that would be splendid. A voice broke through, revealing Goku as he stepped forward from the crowd, approaching Zeno. The two guards initially attempted to intervene but retreated upon Zeno's welcoming gesture. Hey, don't think you're worthy of speaking with Lord Zeno, Beerus exclaimed, fearing Zeno's anger. To his surprise, Zeno did not mind and even grasped Goku's outstretched hand, lifting him effortlessly. This action left Beerus and Kampa utterly astounded. As Zeno departed, the two destroyers remained in shock. Alas, the joy of victory has vanished. Kampa sighed. Humph, since you have won, we shall take our leave, Beerus declared, turning away without hesitation, thoroughly embarrassed. Humph. Beerus, you heard Lord Zeno's words. We shall meet again on the arena. Next time, victory shall be mine, Kampa boasted, inciting Beerus's irritation as he led the 7th universe members onto a transparent cube. As the cube ascended, Goku called out to the audience of the 6th universe, Broly, if you have time, do come find me. Goodbye. Broly, no longer feigning injury, rose and waved. And once the 7th universe members vanished, Kampa gathered everyone. Regarding this performance, I am quite pleased, especially with Broly. You turned the tide excellently. Even a fall from the arena ended in a stalemate. Well done. As for that issue, consider it forgiven, Kampa remarked with an air of pride, though Broly felt quite disgusted by the display. Imagining a large purple cat writhing before him was enough to make him suppress the urge to strike. He simply closed his eyes. All right, everyone, return to the audience. I shall make a wish. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly moved to the audience seats, leaving only Bardos and Kampa atop the Dragon Balls. As the incantation was recited, a colossal beam of golden light shot into the sky, dazzling amidst the cosmic backdrop. The Super Dragon appeared, its form dwarfing hundreds of galaxies, leaving the audience in awe. Broly, having witnessed the animated version on Earth, was now faced with the real-life embodiment of the Dragon Ball universe, a stark contrast to the animated depiction. State your wish. The voice resonated like thunder, commanding and magnificent. The Super Dragon emitted a brilliant golden light, rendering the earthly dragons and even those from Namek insignificant in comparison. Please grant our 6th universe a civilization akin to that of the 7th universe, Kampa excitedly declared, while Bardos recited the ancient divine language beside him. With the Super Dragon's eyes glowing, it announced, your wish has been granted. Farewell. The Super Dragon flapped its wings and transformed into a golden light, dispersing into 7 parts that scattered throughout the universe. Chapter 14. My request, to be taught by Beerus in the grand hall of the palace. Kampa sat in his exalted position, exuding an air of exhilaration as he clutched a wine goblet, animatedly engaging in conversation with others. The reason for the Destroyer God's delight was undoubtedly the recent victory in the tournament, a triumph that had significantly enhanced his reputation. Moreover, the recreation of the Earth from Universe 7 brought him such joy that it felt like a dream from which he could never awaken. The sumptuous feast laid out before them was sourced from the Earth of Universe 6, which, while a replica, bore its own unique characteristics. It is worth noting that although the wish was to replicate the Earth of Universe 7, due to the nature of twin universes, the resurrected Earth was a mere reflection. Notably, the Earth of Universe 6 lacked iconic figures such as Sun Wukong and the Scions. Even Tien and Piccolo were absent, likely because they were not Earthlings. Fortunately, the culinary delights available on this planet bore a striking resemblance to those from Universe 7. Otherwise, Kampa would have been inconsolable. As the evening progressed and the guests indulged in merriment, Kampa, feeling the effects of the wine, stood atop the table and addressed the assembly. Burp. Your performance this time has left me quite satisfied. Speak up. While I am in good spirits, what rewards do you desire? The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of the intentions behind Kampa's words. At that moment, Beerus smiled gently, assuring them that the rewards had already been predetermined by Kampa himself. Anyone who emerged victorious from the tournament would have a single request granted. Reassured, the guests began to voice their desires. The normally stoic Hit promptly articulated his wish. I seek merely the return of the space-time cube you had promised me. Without further ado, Kappa instructed Beerus to hand over the coveted item. Upon receiving it, Hit's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Broly had not misjudged him. As this was indeed a moment of joy, it was clear that such a prize was no ordinary object. Seeing Kappa fulfill his promise ignited enthusiasm among the others, who eagerly shared their wishes. Bardock desired a slimmer physique, while Kappa wished for Kappa to provide more support for the planet Salad. Even Frost, who had cheated during the tournament, sought a reward, wishing for Kappa to invest in his ventures, though this request was declined. And he was instead granted a token of immunity. Finally, the focus turned to Broly, who had yet to voice his desire. The others looked at him expectantly, curious about what he might ask for. As they shared their wishes, Broly had already formulated his request, though he harbored doubts about whether Kappa would grant it, especially after Frost's request had been denied. Broly, you may now express your wish. You were the greatest contributor in this tournament, and I shall fulfill your request as long as it lies within my power, Kappa proclaimed with great enthusiasm, while Beerus looked on curiously, wondering what this being from Universe 7 sought. Perhaps he desired to return to his universe? Taking a deep breath, Broly stated, I wish for Beerus to become my mentor and train me. Gasps of surprise echoed around the room. Even the inebriated Kappa widened his eyes in disbelief, while Beerus covered her mouth in astonishment at Broly's unexpected request. Indeed, this was precisely what Broly desired. As a traveler from another realm, he possessed profound knowledge of the angelic lineage. In the hierarchy of power, it was King Xenoangel's destroyer god's supreme Kais. Moreover, both Son Wukong and Vegeta had significantly improved under Whis' tutelage. This Kappa faltered, grappling with the unprecedented nature of such a request. Unlike the others, whose desires revolved around tangible items or promises, seeking mentorship was truly exceptional. Seeing Kappa's hesitation, Broly grew anxious and quickly added, I do not seek extensive training. I only require occasional guidance. This statement represented Broly's minimum expectation. Should Kappa decline, he would have no choice but to ask to be sent back to Universe 7 or another universe. Of course, Beerus interjected, her expression brightening as she gazed at Broly, prompting a wave of shyness to wash over him. Although this request seemed ordinary, it carried a deeper significance, the prospect of becoming a candidate for the position of Destroyer God. All Destroyer Gods are trained by angels without exception. To acknowledge an angel as a mentor often implies a future appointment to the role of Destroyer God. Beerus, are you certain? Kappa asked, astonished. He understood his master well. Ordinary individuals rarely captured her attention, yet her willingness to engage signified her intent to take Broly under her wing. Yes, Lord Kappa, I find my days rather dull, and having a disciple would be a delightful diversion, Beerus replied casually. With this, Kappa nodded affirmatively to Broly, stating, very well, you shall reside in the guest quarters. However, it is imperative that you maintain cleanliness here. With that, Kappa's face broke into a sly grin. Understood, Lord Kappa, Broly responded enthusiastically. However, Kappa soon delivered unwelcome news. You may stay here, but your two companions cannot. They are mortals and cannot dwell amongst the gods. Do you comprehend? Broly felt conflicted. He had finally found two individuals who cared for him, only to learn they could not remain by his side. I shall explain the situation to them, he replied. Kappa waved him off. Before departing, Broly stopped Kappa, having devised a plan. Kappa, may I ask you for a favor? Kappa, who had developed a favorable impression of Broly despite having taken a punch from him, felt sympathy for the gentle giant after hearing his story. What is it? It's like this. You heard me express my wish for training here, but Lord Kappa has declined to let Lemo and Zilai accompany me. Therefore, I would like you to take them back to your planet, and if I have time, I shall visit them, Broly explained. Kappa, realizing it was a simple request, readily assured him, leave it to me. When Broly and Kappa arrived at the guest quarters, they were startled to discover that Lemo and Zilai were nowhere to be found. Instead, a letter lay on the table. The note was straightforward. The two had overheard Broly's conversation with Kappa and had opted to continue their cosmic journey to spare him any discomfort. The ink was still fresh, indicating it had been written not long before. Broly felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy as he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. The first companions he had formed a bond with in this world were gone. Chapter 15. The defense team of Lei Zilai and Reimer departed. leaving Broly with a sense of reluctance for the companions who had considered his feelings. Lying on the bed, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Now alone once more. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door jolted him upright. He was aware that only 3 individuals resided here. Aside from himself, only Bardoss and Kappa remained, so he knew he must uphold the proper decorum regardless of who it was. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Bardoss standing at the threshold. "Ah, Lady Bardoss, is there something you require?" he inquired. "Did you not ask me to train you just 2 days ago? Have you already forgotten?" Bardoss chuckled lightly as she entered the room, prompting Broly to hurriedly tidy up his disheveled bedding, a sheepish smile adorning his face. "Is it because your little friends have left that you appear so dispirited? If I were to tell you that they sought me out before their departure?" she teased, crossing her long legs as she settled onto the bed. What did they say?" Broly asked eagerly, and Bardoss, with a thoughtful expression, recalled, "They mentioned that I should take good care of you, stating you are a kind soul. Oh, they also remarked that you possess quite the appetite. They requested I ensure you have ample provisions." Broly felt warmth spread through him. Reimer and Zillai were his first friends in this world, and he cherished that bond. Resolutely, he decided he must not disappoint their good intentions. Thus, he turned to Bardoss and pleaded, "Please train me. I wish to grow stronger." Bardoss, taken aback for a moment by the determination in Broly's gaze, smiled and replied, "Very well, follow me." With that, she patted him on the shoulder, and together, they vanished in a flash of white light. On the planet of Universe 6, the air crackled with activity as a multitude of researchers operated computers before 3 transparent nutrient pods. Inside were 2 men and 1 woman, all stripped bare, their bodies connected to an array of tubes and oxygen masks. Standing before them was an elderly man with long white hair and a gaunt frame. "How is the progress?" he inquired, turning to his assistant, who smiled slightly. "The progress is excellent. I believe completion is imminent." The old man nodded, his gaze fixated on the individuals within the pods, his expression akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare artifact. The assistant bowed slightly and retreated, but as she turned, a sinister expression crossed her face. Despite her flawless features, the cruelty displayed lent her a different kind of beauty. Once in her quarters, she changed from her professional attire into a lab coat. Locking the door behind her, she placed a sensor at the base, ensuring she would be alerted to anyone approaching. After completing her preparations, she opened her wardrobe and pressed a hidden button. The wardrobe rotated 360 degrees, revealing a dimly lit secret passage, a hidden door within such a small chamber. "Mother has arrived," the assistant murmured, before vanishing into the dark corridor. Meanwhile, Bardoss brought Broly to the planet Salad, which took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that the training ground she had mentioned would be located here. "You may explore freely for now. I will find you later," she instructed. "Wait." Broly was confused, about to ask for clarification when Bardoss transformed into white light and disappeared. Bewildered, he wandered aimlessly until a thought struck him. He would go to see Gabe. Since Bardoss had encouraged him to explore, he decided to seek out his friend. Broly took to the skies, flying in the direction of his memories. After nearly 10 minutes, he arrived at the spot where the village once thrived. The inhabitants had since departed, leaving only a scarred landscape and shattered mountains in their wake. A twinge of guilt tugged at Broly's heart. After all, he was responsible for this desolation. Sighing, he accelerated his flight towards Gabe's residence. Gabe had provided him with an address in their last conversation, and soon, Broly found himself in a bustling city. Gabe's home was a circular villa, while seemingly modest. It suited his friend's character well. However, before he could knock, Broly accidentally smashed through the iron gate. Alarms blared, and armed machines emerged from within the house. On one of the robot's screens, Gabe's image flickered to life. "Who dares intrude upon the home of the defense team captain?" came his familiar voice. "Hey, sorry Gabe, I didn't realize your door was so fragile," Broly apologized. Upon recognizing him, Gabe sighed and deactivated the alarm. "Broly, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training with Bardoss?" "Well, Bardoss mentioned that the training ground was here on Salad, but she suddenly vanished, instructing me to wander about. So, I thought I would come find you. I'm currently working with the defense team, and fortunately, I'm not busy. Come along, I'll show you the mightiest forces on Salad." Gabe proclaimed proudly, as if the defense team were an exceptional entity. Broly nodded in agreement, realizing he had no better plans. "Oh, and could you please fix my door before I leave?" Broly added, eliciting a blank stare from Gabe. An hour later, Broly arrived at the defense team headquarters, and he was taken aback by the grandeur of the building. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, surrounded by expansive training grounds equipped with various facilities. Numerous scions were engaged in rigorous training, yet to Broly, they seemed rather feeble. As he observed, a few unfamiliar scions approached, eyeing him with suspicion. "Hey, you do realize that ordinary folks aren't allowed in here, right?" One of them, a muscle-bound individual, towered over Broly, with others similarly imposing, as if he had entered a realm of exaggerated physiques. "Where's Gabe?" Broly asked. "Huh?" The group paused, then sneered. "Oh, so you're looking for that privileged one?" Broly was perplexed. The anime had not depicted Gabe's daily life in detail, yet it was clear they held him in disdain. Chapter 16. A reunion with Kale. Broly was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why these individuals referred to Gabe as a benefactor. However, the group opposite him grew increasingly aggressive, not only shoving Broly, but also shouting at him to leave. Yet, as soon as they made contact, they realized they could not budge the man before them, as though they were attempting to push against a solid wall. By the gods, what is happening here? Despite their combined efforts, they could not move Broly an inch, making their situation rather precarious. At that moment, Broly took a step forward, and the group felt an overwhelming force surge towards them, sending them sprawling to the ground. "Damn it! You dare to act out in the headquarters of the Defense Corps. Brothers, we have an intruder." The leading burly man bellowed, sensing he was no match for Broly and opting to escalate the situation to summon reinforcements. Indeed, this tactic proved effective, as soon shouts echoed, and a horde of fierce individuals charged out. In no time, the playground was teeming with people, at least several hundred, encircling Broly. "Hey, so you're the troublemaker? Beat him up. Let us throw him in the dark room." The cacophony of voices caused Broly to furrow his brow, and just as he was about to take action, a figure emerged from the building. The crowd parted instinctively, revealing an individual clad in Scion combat gear, their spiky hair long enough to nearly touch the ground. The arrival of this person silenced the others. He was presumably their commanding officer. "Who are you? And what brings you here?" "Commander Doma Luan. He is here for Gabe." "Looking for Gabe?" Ha ha. Upon hearing Gabe's name, Doma Luan sneered, his disdainful expression mirroring that of his followers. Though Broly felt restless, he refrained from causing a scene in Gabe's workplace. Instead, he patiently replied, "I am a friend of Gabe's, here to discuss a matter." "Humph, friends of a benefactor are hardly commendable. Brothers, throw him out." Doma Luan commanded with a wave of his arm, prompting the crowd to rush at Broly. At that moment, Broly's patience finally wore thin. He swiftly maneuvered through the throng, reaching Doma Luan and grasping his neck, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. Everyone froze in shock, astonished by Broly's speed. However, when they saw their commander dangling, a wave of dread washed over them. "Hey, you bastard, let go of Commander Doma Luan." Broly cast a glance at the man, a fierce aura radiating from him, chilling the crowd to the bone. They trembled and instinctively stepped back, while Broly smirked. "Doma Luan, I am notifying you, not reporting to you. You must understand. The place I intend to go, no one can obstruct me." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Broly unleashed his overwhelming presence, causing those near him to collapse to the ground in submission. Doma Luan, in close proximity, was nearly driven to madness. He perceived Broly as a true demon, seeing bloodlust and cruelty reflected in his gaze, alongside a palpable contempt. He tightened his legs, warmth flooding through him, and before Broly, he lost control of his bladder. The esteemed captain of the Defense Corps, reduced to such humiliation in public, the thought of it spreading would be utterly mortifying. Yet, no one dared to voice a word. TCH, it's the same everywhere, whether on Blue Star or in the Dragon Ball world. There are always such cowardly bullies. Broly muttered disdainfully, releasing Doma Luan and allowing him to crash to the ground before striding into the building, parting the crowd effortlessly. In the hall, Gabe had just descended the stairs with several guards when he encountered Broly. He approached with concern, having witnessed the commotion through the surveillance cameras. Initially, he wondered why Broly had taken so long, only to discover he had been impeded by Doma Luan. Thus, he hastily descended to greet him. Once inside the office, Gabe recounted the situation. "That guy is my arch-nemesis. We are both members of the Lay's Defense Corps, which consists of 3 main teams and 6 sub-teams. I am the captain of one of the main teams, while Doma Luan leads another. Our captain, Lien Suo, was injured during a demanding mission and intends to retire, necessitating the selection of a new captain from the sub-teams. I was promoted by Captain Lien Suo, which is why you heard the term benefactor. I do not care about others' opinions. I merely wish for Captain Lien Suo to recover and lead us again." At this point, Gabe clenched his fists. Broly interjected. Do not be disheartened. Since he maliciously slanders you, you must assert your authority and retaliate. I noticed earlier that even the ordinary soldiers dared to call you a benefactor, which bodes ill. If they do not respect their commander, who will heed your commands in the future? Gabe nodded in gratitude, then proposed introducing Broly to their captain, Lien Suo. With time to spare, Gabe was open to any arrangement, as he found the situation rather dull. Ascending to the top floor, they arrived at the offices of the three team leaders. Among the three teams, the first team was the strongest, followed by the third, and lastly, the logistics team. Due to an overwhelmingly powerful enemy during the last mission, Captain Lien Suo had sustained a leg injury while protecting the others, subsequently expressing his desire to retire, which Commander Shirata approved. However, he was also tasked with selecting a successor to take his place. Unsurprisingly, Lien Suo chose Gabe, whom he had personally promoted. This decision incited jealousy in Domaluan, leading to incessant provocations and slander against Gabe, who, feeling guilty, initially ignored it, unwittingly allowing the situation to escalate to its current state. Seated in a wheelchair, Lien Suo fell silent upon hearing Gabe's words. Though he had good intentions, it seemed he had inadvertently thrust Gabe into the spotlight. When Broly laid eyes on Lien Suo, he was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps no one truly understood Gabe's true strength. Given Gabe's current abilities, he had surpassed Lien Suo entirely, especially considering Lien Suo could not even transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as Lien Suo was about to speak, the door to the room was abruptly thrust open. Brother, I'm back. A young girl's voice rang out, and Broly turned to see, to his utter astonishment, the wild girl Kale once more. Chapter 17. A brief confrontation. How dare you, you scoundrel. The moment Caulifla laid eyes on Broly, her fury erupted. Since their last encounter, this hulking brute had not only injured her beloved sister, but had also knocked out several of her teeth, leaving Kale feeling quite self-conscious for some time. She had been searching for him, and to her dismay, he was right here, casually sipping tea and chatting with her brother. How could she possibly tolerate this? With righteous indignation, she stormed towards Broly, ready to engage in battle. As soon as Kale saw his sister, he felt a headache coming on and interjected. Do not be rude. You are a young lady. How can you behave so barbarically? Broly is a guest. Simmer down for a moment. Huh, brother, you call me barbaric? Yes, you are indeed quite savage. Gabe sighed, patting Broly on the shoulder, advising him to get used to this sibling banter. Once the commotion subsided, Gabe recounted Broly's recent misadventures. Upon grasping the situation, Caulifla's eyes narrowed and her temper flared. What a bunch of trash, she exclaimed. Gabe, let us teach them a lesson for their slanderous words. Seizing Gabe's arm, she attempted to drag him outside, only to be halted by Kale's commanding voice. Come back here, Caulifla. This is not your affair. But brother, they are disparaging you and Gabe, and it infuriates me. Actually, I have already dealt with that moron fellow. Broly began, but was cut off by Caulifla. You little brat. I almost forgot about you. Come on, let us have another round. I Haven T settled the score for what you did to my sister. Realizing he had unintentionally provoked her, Broly regretted speaking up. I would rather not. Besides, last time, you were attempting to take my belongings. I was merely acting in self-defense. Caulifla huffed. I've heard from Gabe that the God of Destruction invited you both to participate in some grand tournament, and you are the star of the show. But I am no longer the same person I once was. With that, she clenched her fists and unleashed her energy, which surged forth like a volcanic eruption, causing cracks to form in Kale's office. Caulifla was now enveloped in a golden aura, her hair standing on end and her eyes transformed into a vivid green, embodying the state of a Super Saiyan. Kale, witnessing this transformation, stammered, Caulifla, have you truly become a Super Saiyan? Surprised, are you, brother? I intended to give you a surprise, but upon seeing this guy, my temper flared. Hey, you big brute, let us step outside and spar. Broly thought to himself how troublesome women could be. He was about to decline when Caulifla flashed a mischievous grin and dashed forward, seizing Broly's head and smashing him through the wall. Boom. The entire wall crumbled, but Caulifla was undeterred. She continued to drag Broly away to a more open area for their battle. Thud. Upon reaching a vast expanse, Caulifla flung Broly with great force. He crashed into a snow-covered mountain and looked up at her, feeling the warrior within him awaken. Come on, big guy. Let me show you the might of a Super Saiyan. After the tournament, Gabe had shared the transformation technique with Caulifla, true to her reputation as a combat prodigy. Fueled by her anger towards Broly, she successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Her power surged, and her temperament grew increasingly volatile. She was determined to give Broly a thorough thrashing, and before she could even seek him out, he came to her. She could not let such an opportunity slip away. You better keep your eyes in check. You might end up in tears. Broly laughed, launching himself into the air, a trail of white energy swirling behind him. You. Caulifla was left speechless with rage, then charged at Broly, and the two collided mid-air. Bang, bang, bang. Caulifla executed rapid punches, meeting Broly's fists in a flurry of blows, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath them. Not bad. It seems you have made significant progress. Broly leaped back, creating distance, while Caulifla wore a proud expression. Of course. I've been training every day to properly teach you a lesson. Brace yourself. Caulifla unleashed a barrage of red energy blasts at Broly. Boom, boom. Broly deftly dodged the energy blasts, then retaliated with a powerful beam from his fingertips. Caulifla concentrated, amplifying her energy, deflecting all of Broly's attacks with ease. Prepare to fall, Broly. This is a special gift I prepared for you. Caulifla unleashed her secret technique, gathering energy within her and releasing a concentrated energy wave. In an instant, the surrounding area trembled as her power escalated. Whoa, she's not kidding around, Broly thought, alarmed by the sheer force of her energy. If it struck the ground, it could obliterate the planet. He concentrated all his strength, channeling it into a fierce green aura, activating his rage form. Summoning a formidable green energy sphere in his hands, both warriors unleashed their ki blasts simultaneously. In a heartbeat, the world shifted, accompanied by thunderous roars, as their energies surged toward one another. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them. Seeing someone appear, Caulifla shouted, "Get out of the way. I can't control this power." Broly echoed her warning, but the newcomers simply gestured, and in an instant, their attacks froze in midair. With a snap of their fingers, the energies dissipated entirely. Caulifla's eyes widened in disbelief. She was acutely aware of her attack's potency, and the fact that this person effortlessly neutralized it signaled an extraordinary power. Beerus. Broly recognized the figure, adorned in divine attire and wielding a distinctive staff. "Oh dear, I asked you to go out for a stroll, not to engage in brawls," Beerus said with a light chuckle as he gracefully descended before Broly. Reverting to his normal state, Broly, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Where have you been? You left me in the woods without a word." "Enough of that. I have a place to take you, and everything will become clear," Beerus replied, taking Broly by the arm and vanishing in a flash of white light. Left behind, Caulifla fumed with frustration. Once again dismissed. "Damn it, Broly. Just you wait." Chapter 18. King Sharada. As the radiant light dissipated, Broly found himself in a magnificent hall, adorned with an array of opulent decorations. "Is this truly the training ground you brought me to?" he questioned, perplexed. There seems to be nothing here. With only the two of them and a plethora of luxury items surrounding them, he wondered how one could train in such an environment. Bardoss smiled gently at Broly and then called out to a specific direction. "Come forth, King Sharada. He is the opponent I have brought for you to spar with." Broly was taken aback, and soon a hearty laughter resonated through the hall as a towering figure, a man of immense stature standing 3 meters tall, emerged. What astonished Broly the most was how strikingly similar this King Sharada appeared to Son Goku. Barring the differences in their gazes, their outward appearances were nearly indistinguishable, akin to a larger version of Goku. Moreover, Sharada's hair was quite intriguing. It was styled in a spiky manner, golden at the tips and black at the roots. Broly couldn't help but wonder if this man was also from another world. Was his hair dyed? "Greetings, I am the king of Sharada planet. You may call me Sharada." King Sharada exuded an approachable demeanor, reminiscent of Son Goku. Broly politely returned the greeting and then turned to Bardoss, curious about her next intentions. "I brought you here to explore and to discuss with King Sharada, who has graciously consented to spar with you," Bardoss explained with a smile, waving her staff to make all the decorations vanish. She then established a protective barrier around the hall, preventing any external sensing of their activities. Sharada shrugged off his cape from his shoulders and stretched his body. It has been a while since I exercised. Come, young one, let us practice. Do not hold back." The king's commanding presence was palpable. Even with a welcoming smile, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Broly nodded and released his power, causing the entire hall to tremble under his formidable energy. Yet, Sharada remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if Broly's strength was trivial. "Cut it out. Broly felt a surge of anger and immediately transformed into his furious state. With a resounding roar, emerald energy enveloped him, and his eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. Impressive, young one. Shirata finally displayed a reaction, though his expression remained relaxed. Gritting his teeth, Broly charged at Shirata with all his might. Huh! He swung his fist, slicing through the air towards his target. But before he could revel in his momentum, he found his fist firmly grasped by Shirata. Young man, your fighting style is akin to that of a wild beast, entirely unrefined. With a sudden jolt, Shirata sent Broly staggering back several paces. What just happened? Broly was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. This sensation was reminiscent of his encounters with Goku, where he felt as if he were being effortlessly subdued despite his strength. Much like the age-old adage of overcoming strength with softness, Broly's frustration boiled over. To hell with overcoming strength with softness. To hell with using minimal force to achieve great results. In the face of absolute power, everything else is futile. Even if I am a beast, I am the fiercest of them all. He launched another assault, his muscles taut and veins bulging like a coiled dragon. As he roared and swung with overwhelming force towards Shirata. Shirata frowned slightly, pondering how stubborn this young man was, despite his previous admonitions. However, when their fists clashed, his concern deepened. The sheer force of Broly's punch caused discomfort in his palm. Retreating quickly to dissipate the force, it was too late. Broly charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Shirata's palm, producing a resounding crack as Shirata's hand contorted. With an anguished cry, Shirata was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall. Coughing, blood trickled from his lips, revealing that Broly had inflicted considerable damage. Good lad. If that is the case, then I shall unleash my full power. With a burst of golden energy, to Broly's surprise, Shirata transformed into a Super Saiyan. His stature expanded to nearly 5 meters, an astonishing sight indeed. Not only that, but his injuries remarkably healed, and he radiated heat that altered the ambient temperature. As the intense heat wave spread, the hall's temperature soared. Young one, allow me to demonstrate a different kind of Super Saiyan. With a sweeping gesture, a scorching gust surged towards Broly, whipping through the hall with blistering winds. Broly was swept off his feet, the searing wind stinging his face like needles. Steadying himself, he lunged forward like a tiger leaping down a mountain, activating a protective barrier that shielded him from the oppressive heat. Plowing through the heat wave, Broly aimed a powerful blow at Shirata's face. Unexpectedly, Shirata sidestepped with a peculiar grace, effortlessly dodging Broly's strike and subsequently evading all his subsequent attacks as if they were choreographed. Let me show you what true combat entails. Shirata grinned widely, his body darting forward like a sharp spear, striking Broly squarely in the chest. With a sickening thud, Broly was caught off guard, unable to perceive Shirata's movements. As a hand penetrated through his chest, blood erupted from his mouth, and as Shirata withdrew his arm, Broly collapsed onto the ground, his consciousness fading. In that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped him, a name echoed in his mind, the ultimate freedom technique. Oh dear, that was rather heavy-handed, Shirata remarked casually. But isn't Bardoss here? She can heal him in no time. Bardoss sighed with a hint of amusement, waving her staff around Broly, observing his chest visibly mending at an accelerated pace. Do you truly not wish to consider becoming the next god of destruction? Bardoss inquired as she levitated the unconscious Broly. Ah, I have long outgrown my youthful fervor. Now, I merely wish to ensure my people thrive, surrounded by beautiful companions, Shirata chuckled. Yet Bardoss was aware that this man had been the chosen candidate for the next god of destruction by Kampa, which he had declined. Bardoss brought Broly for training. Recognizing that Shirata was one of the foremost figures in Universe 6, perfectly suited to aid Broly in enhancing his abilities. Chapter 19, Where Are My Clothes? Beep, beep. In the vast expanse of the universe, a battered spacecraft swayed precariously as it advanced. We're running low on energy. What should we do? Go check the storage. See if there's any backup power left. The two in a hurry were none other than Reimer and Zillai, who had stealthily departed from Broly to avoid being a burden. Their objective this time was the planet that Broly had mentioned, Earth. Though it was not the Earth of Universe 7, they were nonetheless curious about what the planet described by Broly was like. However, it seemed they were encountering trouble. Buzzing, the alarm blared, and the display screen flashed a warning about insufficient energy. They could only prepare for an emergency landing. The energy in Reimer's storage can only support us until we touch down. Sigh, it seems we won't be able to reach Earth. What are our current coordinates? Reimer's expression turned grave as he gripped the controls, while Zillai quickly flipped through the coordinate map. Our current location is 7093 XY, and the nearest planet is at 7254 XY. Upon finishing, Zillai's face grew solemn. Their expedition had turned out to be quite unfortunate, as Earth was so far away. All right, we shall land there. I hope there exists a civilization that can assist us in replenishing our energy. Broly slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in an unfamiliar room, and nearby on the sofa sat Beerus. You're awake. Did I lose? Broly felt somewhat dejected. He had managed to hold his own against Goku, yet he had been defeated by a scion named Salad. Sensing Broly's mood, Beerus offered comfort. There's no need to be upset. Salad was personally chosen by Lord Kampa as a candidate for the God of Destruction, and his strength is formidable. Your loss is not unjust. I'm not particularly upset, just astonished by Salad's might. It appears that as a contestant, Cabba was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan at all. Let me tell you, Salad's transformation is actually a form of mutant Super Saiyan, meaning his power has undergone a mutation. After Beerus spoke, Broly fell into contemplation. Mutation? Could it be akin to the legendary Saiyan's? But it seemed different. His mutation. Salad's body had been altered during a cosmic catastrophe, where an evil sorcerer released a demon that devastated numerous galaxies. Aware of his inability to defeat the demon, Salad willingly allowed himself to be controlled by the sorcerer to gain power, ultimately using that very power to defeat the demon. It was at that moment that Salad's transformation underwent a mutation. After finishing her narrative, Beerus glanced at the stunned Broly, believing he was processing the shock. She decided to leave him to his thoughts while she indulged in some desserts. Alone in the room, Broly reflected on Beerus's account. A demon? An evil sorcerer? Willingly controlled to gain strength? Was this not reminiscent of Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball Z? Truly, the mirrored universe was just that, a reflection. What existed in Universe 7 might manifest differently in Universe 6. This explained the peculiarities surrounding Salad's mutation. Anyone familiar with the Majin Buu saga knew that once controlled, one would follow commands without question. Vegeta managed to break free due to his immense pride, and it was evident that Salad possessed a similarly indomitable spirit. Contemplating this, Broly felt a newfound respect for Salad. Just as he had surmised, a person's physical strength alone was insufficient. Without a strong spirit, that individual would remain stagnant throughout their life. Yet, with a powerful spirit, one could transcend limitations. With renewed vigor, Broly brushed aside the gloom of defeat. Just as he was about to rise from the bed, he suddenly froze in place. Where are my clothes? Why am I naked? Broly looked down at himself in bewilderment, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Who the hell undressed me? Crash. On a desolate planet that resembled a wasteland, a spacecraft embedded itself into the ground. With a clatter, the door swung open, and a red and green figure emerged. Cough. Reimer, how did you land? You nearly killed me, Zillai exclaimed, dusting herself off while complaining to Reimer. Cough, cough. The energy suddenly cut out. There was nothing I could do. Reimer defended himself, feeling wronged by Zillai's accusations. Just then, Zillai grabbed Reimer's arm and pointed. Look, there's a light over there. Perhaps it's a life form from this planet. We should ask if they have any energy to sell us. What? Do you really think this scrap of a planet has energy? Reimer scoffed, skeptical that any life could exist in such a barren terrain. The surrounding environment was filled with red dust, visibility was low, and a sandstorm raged on. Yet, he was still dragged along by Zillai. Upon approaching, Zillai was taken aback. This was no life form. It was merely an egg, and a rather peculiar one at that. Wriggling as if it were a fleshy tumor. What is this? Reimer felt a wave of nausea wash over him, while Zillai, undeterred, speculated that it was likely an egg of some wild creature. The egg was about the size of a basin, not too large, yet not small either. This led Zillai to deduce that whatever creature could lay such an egg couldn't be too massive. Armed with their weapons, they felt capable of handling whatever lay within. And with their fear dissipated, Zillai resolved to bring the egg back to the spacecraft. The cosmos was filled with all manner of strange creatures, and if they could sell it for a high price, it would be quite the profit. However, Reimer felt an ominous aura emanating from the egg, a sensation of discomfort creeping over him. But despite his reservations, he succumbed to Zillai's insistence and ultimately loaded it onto the spacecraft. All right, let us now seek out energy. Hopefully it isn't too far. Just as they were about to exit the spacecraft, the display screen suddenly illuminated, indicating that the energy levels were full. This was quite perplexing. They both assumed it was a malfunction. However, upon activating the spacecraft, They realized that the energy was indeed at full capacity. Buzzing, the light flickered, and they followed the illumination to discover that the egg they had brought aboard was glowing. Moreover, the egg began to root itself, its fleshy tendrils spreading throughout the spacecraft. Reimer and Zilai clung to each other, screaming in terror. Chapter 20. Super Saiyan Transformation. With a thunderous crash, two fists collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding mountains. Broly and King Salad, engaged in a sparring match, exchanged smiles before swiftly separating. You have made remarkable progress during this time. You are now evenly matched with me, praised King Salad, while the nearby Bardos observed Broly with a look of satisfaction. In a fleeting span of 7 days, Broly's strength surged, evolving from being subdued by King Salad to holding his own in a fierce contest. Bardos was thoroughly impressed by Broly's rapid development, particularly noting his extraordinary comprehension skills. After witnessing the techniques employed by King Salad just once, Broly was able to replicate them instantaneously, a remarkable learning ability she had never encountered before, especially not in Champa. Yet, at that moment, Broly shook his finger, exclaiming, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this all you are satisfied with?" Both King Salad and Bardos looked on in confusion, unable to grasp Broly's sudden arrogance. "What do you mean, kid? A few compliments have gone to your head?" King Salad frowned, concerned that such pride could be detrimental. Bardos remained silent, sensing a deeper meaning behind Broly's words. "King Salad, I appreciate your training thus far, but this is not my full power." With a resounding rumble, the very fabric of space trembled and the ground quaked. Pebbles danced upon the surface, while dark clouds spiraled ominously, obscuring the sky. Suddenly, a brilliant lightning bolt split the gloomy atmosphere, accompanied by a deep, rumbling thunder as Broly roared to the heavens. "Aya?" Broly's hair began to float as his pupils oscillated between black and green. His clothing was torn apart by the mounting energy, exposing his muscular physique. And as he continued to channel his power, serpentine veins snaked across his body. A deafening clap of thunder reverberated as a bolt of lightning struck down. A fierce wind howled, swirling wildly around the onlookers, while the immense energy created a weightless environment, causing everything nearby to levitate. Broly clenched his fists and roared, enveloped in a golden aura that transformed his hair into a radiant gold. As his roar subsided, his figure crackled with electricity, emanating a chilling presence that left the spectators in awe. Dust and debris swirled violently, crashing to the ground with a cacophony of sound. King Salad, dumbfounded, gazed at Broly, exclaiming, You have transformed." Bardos mirrored his astonishment, recognizing that this overwhelming energy had surpassed all beings in the sixth universe, excluding the gods of destruction and Bardos herself. Upon Broly's nod, King Salad regained his composure and grinned. "I knew I had not misjudged you. Let us engage in a proper battle." Inspired by Broly's transformation, King Salad raised his power to its peak. The seismic disturbance caused by the two Super Saiyans drew the attention of the defense headquarters personnel, while the lively Caulifla pulled Kale along to witness the spectacle. Roar, roar, roar. Looks like a thrilling show is about to unfold. Bardos floated backward, creating space for the duel, taking her place high above to observe. As Caulifla and Kale arrived on the scene, they were left speechless by the immense energy radiating from Broly and King Salad. Is this Broly's true strength?" Caulifla gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, while Kale was equally shocked, but more so by King Salad's transformation. He had always believed that only he and Caulifla could transform, never expecting their king to do the same. "You two, pay close attention. This battle will greatly benefit you." Bardos waved her staff, conjuring a floating sofa for the three to sit and watch the unfolding clash. "Let the battle begin." As soon as the words left her lips, Broly and King Salad collided with incredible force, their massive forms producing a thunderous sound. "Kid, you truly excite me more and more. And you too, King Salad. You are the strongest opponent I have faced thus far." The two exchanged grins and unleashed a flurry of punches, creating craters in the ground with each strike until the arena resembled the pockmarked surface of the moon. King Salad concentrated energy between his hands, summoning two glowing orbs of molten red energy, crackling with golden lightning and intense heat, which he launched at Broly. In response, Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of energy with a mighty roar. The collision of their powers resulted in a tremendous explosion, propelling both warriors backward. "Broly, you have become terrifyingly powerful in such a short time," Kale exclaimed, jaws dropped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Caulifla felt a twinge of irritation. She had once been on par with Broly, but now he had surpassed her significantly. Her pride took a hit. Bardoss, however, wore a satisfied expression, marveling at Broly's astonishing progress, which had exceeded even Campa's potential. Back in the fray, Broly and King Salad continued their relentless assault, with Broly subtly gaining the upper hand. Kid, while you are formidable, remember I am much older. Do you not know to respect your elders? King Salad teased, their palms locked in a struggle of strength. Huh, uncle, if you have reached your limit, then let this be the end, Broly declared, unleashing all of his energy. With a powerful surge, he lifted King Salad and slammed him into the ground like TNT. The earth cracked beneath them, sending shockwaves through the arena. As King Salad plummeted down, Broly followed suit, seizing his head and driving him further into the ground. Chapter 21. The eve of the power tournament, Broly grasped King Salad's collar, hovering mere centimeters above the molten lava. How does it feel? This time, you've lost, he grinned, while King Salad managed a resigned smile. You little rascal. Let me go. Not a chance. Just look behind you. It's lava. Though you may not fear it, if you were to fall in, Broly teased with a mischievous grin. Once the two returned to solid ground, they beheld the disastrous scene before them. The once even terrain was now shattered beyond recognition, and the seething lava danced restlessly. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, occasionally pierced by flashes of lightning, evoking an apocalyptic atmosphere. Oh dear, we've really caused a mess this time, King Salad scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. Your Majesty, a loud voice called out, as Gabe soared from afar and knelt before King Salad. Oh, it's you, Gabe, the captain of Linso's team. King Salad acknowledged. You remember me, Gabe exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Indeed, Linso often speaks of you. As their conversation unfolded, Bardoss arrived alongside Caulifla, prompting Broly to suggest a restoration of the area. Bardoss nodded in agreement and, with a wave of her hand, she began to mend the landscape. The ominous clouds gradually dispersed, allowing beams of sunlight to penetrate the atmosphere, returning everything to its original state. I truly appreciate your help, Lord Bardoss. King Salad bowed deeply in gratitude. Now that the training is complete, I shall take my leave with these three. After all, the power tournament is about to commence, Bardoss stated, enveloping Broly, Gabe, and Caulifla in a beam of white light before they vanished from sight. During Broly's training, Bardoss had received an invitation from the Grand Priest. After relaying the Grand Priest's intentions to Campa, the two made their way to the King's palace. Upon arrival, they were astonished to find all the angels and destroyers from the 12 universes gathered. However, the most surprising revelation was the appearance of two Zeniths. Not only that, but Son Goku from Universe 7 was also present, and according to the Grand Priest, it was Goku who had proposed the idea of hosting the martial arts tournament. The Zeniths intended to use this opportunity to assess the average levels of civilization across the universes, hence the need for the power tournament as a means of selection and elimination. The ranking would proceed in the order of universes 1, 12, 5, 8, 11, 2, 3, 10, 4, 6, 7, and 9. Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 had met the required standards, a score of 7 or above, thus exempting them from participation. The remaining 8 universes were required to send forth 10 warriors each, culminating in an 80-member melee. The universe that faltered would be immediately eradicated, while the victorious universe would be granted the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. The gods were left unnerved. After all, Zeno was a being capable of effortlessly obliterating everyone present. With Zeno's decree in place, they had no choice but to comply. The tournament was scheduled to occur in 39 hours, prompting the gods to return to their respective universes to assemble their competitors. Returning to the present. Following Broly and King Salad's training, only 23 hours remained, less than a day, before Bardoss escorted Broly and the others back to Campa's palace. She made sure to bring Caulifla along as well. Throughout the journey, Caulifla kept her distance from Broly, hiding timidly behind Caulifla, likely due to the fear instilled in her from their previous battle. Campa's palace. As the white light faded, Bardoss and the others appeared within the palace. The Grand Hall was already occupied by numerous figures, including Hit, the slender version of Bergamo, Badamo, Frost, Sayano, and Pibra. These individuals were the participants Campa had gathered. With the addition of Broly, Caulifla, Gabe, and Kale, they had successfully assembled a team of 10. The reason King Salad was not participating was that, despite Bardo's encouragement, he had declined, stating that his country and planet needed him. Although others might not understand, King Salad was acutely aware of his circumstances, ever since acquiring a peculiar item. He had become bound to this planet, rendering him unable to leave. Even Bardos failed to detect any issues with King Salad's condition. Respecting his decision, Bardos did not press further. As Gabe approached the familiar faces, he greeted each one warmly. A naturally sociable individual, Gabe enjoyed making friends. And he was well acquainted with many present, though they regarded him with indifference. Kale, the shy and introverted Kale, tugged at Caulifla's arm, retreating to a corner. Unlike her sister, Caulifla was eager to observe the competitors with whom she would be contending. As footsteps echoed, everyone settled into their seats, anticipating the arrival of the main figure. Kampa entered, his expression grave, worn by dark circles beneath his eyes. Since learning of Zeno's intention to obliterate 7 universes, he had been unable to eat or sleep properly, resulting in his weary appearance. He addressed the gathering with piercing intensity. Listen closely. This battle concerns our entire universe. If you wish to survive, unleash your full potential. No strategy is too cunning. Do whatever it takes to win. The assembly was taken aback by Kampa's formidable demeanor, as they had never witnessed him so serious. However, the ominous words of destruction and survival left them bewildered. They had not anticipated the stakes of this tournament to be so high. Everyone nodded gravely, and Kampa added, "You have less than a day to prepare yourselves for optimal condition. And Frost, understand this. The reason I have not obliterated you is clear. Use your intellect to eliminate the competitors from other universes." "Yes, Lord Kampa," Frost responded promptly, a chilling smirk forming on his lips, as Kampa's words aligned perfectly with his own ambitions. "Now, all of you may leave and prepare. The next time I summon you will be the day we depart." The assembly bowed to Kampa before dispersing. In his quarters, Broly decided against further training. After all, there was no need to rush. It was far more crucial to adjust his mindset and ensure he was in peak condition. Chapter 22. Meditation Training in the Vast Cosmos, a Spacecraft, nay, more accurately, a grotesque tumor, swiftly traverses the celestial expanse. Any meteoroid or celestial body that dares impede its path is utterly obliterated upon collision. A mere day remains until the arrival at Earth, Lord Puu. Within the tumor, opposite Psylai, resides a peculiar creature, its entire form awash in shades of pink. Atop its head, a tail-like appendage sways, flanked by 6 orifices on either side. Adorned in pink skin, the upper body is bare, while the lower half is clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes, each wrist adorned with protective gear. Should Broly be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this being Majin Buu. However, this incarnation of Puu is not the same as the Majin Buu of Universe 7. Although their visages bear a striking resemblance, this creature possesses intellect and the ability to manipulate others. Before them, Psylai and the pilot, Reimer, share a peculiar symbol, M, emblazoned upon their foreheads, while their eyes gleam with an eerie crimson, starkly contrasting with the cold indifference etched upon their faces. Accelerating, the creature named Puu rips an arm from a humanoid being, its sharp teeth grinding both flesh and bone with a grotesque satisfaction. Knock, knock. Startled from his slumber, Broly is roused by the sound of knocking. Upon opening the door, he finds Gabe and Caulifla awaiting him. "Hey, big guy, about what happened last time it was my fault. But you better not let me forget that you hurt my sister." Broly, scratching his head in confusion, questions, "Are you sure you're here to apologize? What else with the attitude?" "Ah ha ha ha. Broly, please don't misunderstand. I've already clarified things with Caulifla. It was her fault initially. So I'm here to apologize," Gabe interjects, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. To everyone's surprise, Caulifla merely huffs in a haughty manner and turns to leave, having no intention of lingering. Following her is the ever-curious Kale. As Caulifla departs, the scene is left with a bewildered and embarrassed Gabe. "Don't hold it against her," she asks just like that. Oh, by the way, noticing Gabe hesitate, Broly senses he has something important to discuss. So he slightly shifts to allow Gabe to enter his abode. Thanking him politely, Gabe takes a seat beside Broly. "Broly, I have something I wish to ask of you. Speak freely. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall assist you." Broly harbors a fondness for this enthusiastic scion. His kind heart and keen understanding suggest that should his strength increase, he could become a trustworthy ally. "I wish for you to train me. I know my strength is lacking. Even with the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, witnessing your battles alongside Master and Mr. Goku, as well as King Shalata S, has deeply impressed upon me my inadequacies. I yearn to grow stronger to protect those I care for." Gabe pours forth his heartfelt plea, and Broly, meeting his unwavering gaze, momentarily loses his focus. How familiar it feels, reminiscent of his own past confusion and the profound sense of powerlessness. I understand, but we are in Lord Kampa's palace. Training here might disturb him. Gabe's spirit dampens at this, his gaze cast downward in silence. Broly, feeling a headache coming on, rubs his forehead when suddenly an epiphany strikes. He recalls the meditation training Gohan and Krillin undertook on their journey to Namek in Dragon Ball Z. Such practices are common, even seen in daily life on Blue Star. Akin to the meditative sit of monks, meditation allows one to clear the mind and achieve relaxation. This method not only cultivates focus but also stabilizes the psyche, playing an indispensable role in combat. In Dragon Ball, Piccolo often meditates by waterfalls to enhance his mental fortitude. Likewise, the Demon King Dabura meditates before battles with Gohan, seemingly augmenting his combat prowess. Similarly, Jiren practiced meditation during the Tournament of Power to stabilize his mind. Clearly, meditation holds significant importance. With a solution in mind, Broly pats Gabe, saying, "I have a plan." He then guides the puzzled Gabe to sit upon the ground, imparting the techniques of energy usage he has self-discovered during his time in this world. Though perhaps not as adept as Goku and the others, he has mastered the basics without issue. Closing their eyes, the two embark on a journey into the realm of meditation, facing one another. Gabe is amazed at this novel experience. Thus, they train within this meditative world, progressing from Broly's overwhelming dominance to Gabe eventually holding his own in combat. One cannot overlook Gabe's remarkable learning aptitude, evident from his training with Vegeta. Emerging from the meditative realm, Gabe is physically exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Thank you, Broly. I am truly grateful to have you as a friend," he exclaims, extending his right hand. Taken aback, Broly realizes this is the first time someone aside from Psylai and Reimer has proactively sought friendship with him. "Well, it feels quite nice," he replies, shaking Gabe's hand. Both sharing a joyful smile. "Let us call it a day for training. We have 7 hours until the next event, and it's wise to conserve our energy." "Indeed. I'll follow your lead. Ha ha ha." Reclining on his bed, Broly wears a broad smile. The feeling of friendship is truly delightful. Unlike on Blue Star, where relationships are often superficial, here in the Dragon Ball universe, bonds are forged through shared purpose and strength, all for the sake of those they cherish. "I too wish to become lost in thought." Broly unknowingly drifts into slumber, his smile reflecting the complete dissolution of his initial reluctance to this new world. "Everyone, assemble." With a thunderous call, the inhabitants of Kampa's palace are jolted awake, including Broly, who has never slept so soundly. Dressing swiftly, he rushes to the hall, only to feel a familiar tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he encounters the beaming face of Gabe, greeting him with, "Good morning, brother." Chapter 23. The Power Tournament commences. Listen closely. This battle is a decisive confrontation for the fate of our entire 6th universe. If you wish to avoid obliteration, then give it your all. Do you understand? Kampa's piercing gaze fixed upon the 10 warriors before him as he spoke with utmost gravity. The warriors, fully aware of the stakes, roared in unison, affirming their determination for victory. At that moment, Kampa unexpectedly turned to the god of destruction, Vados, and extended his hand, demanding, "Give me the earrings." Vados, taken aback, had no time for explanations as Kampa swiftly yanked the Patera earring from his ear, causing Vados to wince in pain. "Caulifla Kale, come here." The bewildered duo approached Kampa, who then handed the earrings to them. "Remember, these earrings will allow you two to fuse. Among all of you, your bond is the strongest, and your powers are comparable. Thus, utilizing them together will yield the greatest outcome." Caulifla, initially dismissive, accepted the earrings upon encountering the dangerous glint in Kampa's eyes. "Lord Kampa, the time has come," Vados announced respectfully, suddenly appearing beside him. Kampa shed his previous nonchalance, revealing a more authoritative demeanor, a sight unfamiliar to the others. As they ventured outdoors, Vados summoned a transparent cube for everyone to board. Broly recognized it. It resembled a spacecraft, reminiscent of the vessel used during the initial Tournament of Universes when Goku and his companions arrived. Experiencing it firsthand now was quite exhilarating. "Let us depart." With a commanding shout from Kampa, the transparent cube soared swiftly into the sky. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a monumental event transpired on the recently revived Earth. The once clear sky darkened suddenly as countless stars, trailing fiery tails, streaked across the horizon. "Mom, look. It's a meteor shower." "Indeed, it's beautiful." Earth's inhabitants paused to marvel at this stunning spectacle, but before they could bask in its beauty, they witnessed the radiant stars hurtling toward them. Boom. Those were not stars. They were small meteors crashing into the earth. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, Earth was besieged by meteoric debris from the cosmos. Flames engulfed the land, echoing the cries for help from the populace. Thud. A grotesque mass plummeted from the heavens, its immense force rending the ground asunder. Some survivors, driven by curiosity, approached, only to recoil in horror upon realizing it was a pulsating mass of flesh. Panic ensued as the grotesque form suddenly split open, unleashing countless tendrils that ensnared the survivors before retracting swiftly into the mass. The gaping flesh appeared to embody a demon, ravenously consuming humanity. Before long, three bizarre figures emerged from within: Zamasu, Reimer, and the demon born from the mass, Bu. Kill, 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 Bu bellowed, charging toward the city engulfed in flames. In the cosmos, the members of the sixth universe, aboard the transparent cube, shared laughter and conversation. Kampa, indifferent to their antics, recognized the importance of maintaining their morale. Broly, come here. As Broly conversed with Kaba, Vados called him over. Observing Broly's confusion, Vados chuckled softly. What? Are you afraid of me? No, I'm just curious as to why you summoned me, Broly replied awkwardly. Though they shared a mentor-student bond, their interactions had been minimal, often limited to brief training sessions. Do not be so tense. Since I have promised to take you as my disciple, I will certainly be responsible for you. Broly blushed, misinterpreting her words, prompting Vados to laugh gracefully. What are you thinking, you silly boy? I merely wish to inform you that my duties keep me busy. It is not that I do not care. Feel free to approach me whenever you need assistance. Vados had noticed Broly's hesitance to speak previously, and now she sought to clarify any misunderstandings. Hearing her words warmed Broly's heart. As a divine being, Vados had no obligation to explain herself, yet her willingness to do so filled him with gratitude. Relax, just perform well in the power tournament. If you emerge victorious, I shall teach you the art of destruction, Vados concluded, affectionately ruffling Broly's hair. Broly was momentarily taken aback. This was his first experience of such intimacy with a woman. However, he quickly reassured himself, considering Vados's immense age and wisdom. The thought of her earlier promise ignited excitement within him. Destruction. Was that not the very essence of a god of destruction's power? The god of destruction from Universe 11, Toppo, served as a candidate for the title. Having forsaken righteousness in the face of Frieza and Android 17's onslaught, embracing a destructive form, his body bore unique markings, radiating a formidable aura of destruction, obliterating anything that dared approach him. Rest assured, I will win. I must, Broly declared, exhilarated by the prospect of proving his worth in this new world. Vados smiled knowingly at Broly's enthusiasm, and unbeknownst to them, the Grand Minister had arrived before them. As the father of all angels, his strength was undeniable. Under his guidance, they reached the realm of nothingness. In the dim, otherworldly expanse, a colossal arena came into view as Vados gradually descended the transparent cube, revealing numerous participants already gathered on the platform. Just as Broly and the others disembarked, the Grand Minister led in another group of arrivals, none other than Goku and his companions from Universe 7, under the leadership of Beerus. Now that everyone is assembled, let the Tournament of Power commence. Chapter 24, The Tournament of Power 1. With the arrival of the 7th universe, all participants gathered in full attendance. At this moment, Frost from the 6th universe, intrigued by the new members of the 7th universe, approached them with evident interest. It was clear that Frost was particularly fascinated by Frieza of the 7th universe. Additionally, Kaba promptly went to Vegeta, exclaiming, "How have you been, Master?" In an instant, these two universes transformed into a grand reunion scene. Broly scanned the area. These individuals were the strongest warriors from each universe. However, upon spotting the 11th universe, he suddenly halted. As the ultimate antagonist of Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power, the alien Jiren commanded an overwhelming strength that made him a formidable adversary. Furthermore, he was the only being among all the universes whose combat prowess surpassed that of the gods of destruction. The sheer, unique aura he exuded captivated Broly deeply. And he was not alone. Even Goku was equally drawn to it. Now, please listen to the words of Lord Zeno. Everyone, quiet down. The voice of the Grand Minister interrupted the thoughts of all present, directing their gazes towards the throne of Zeno hovering above. The two diminutive beings on the throne joyfully proclaimed, "Welcome everyone. I have been eagerly anticipating this tournament. Give it your all." After Lord Zeno concluded his speech, The Grand Minister, with a touch of flattery, continued, "Now, dear friends, allow me to explain the rules of the tournament. The time limit is set at 100 taka. The central pillar will descend with the passage of time, and once it has fully descended, it will signify the end of the time limit. This means that if a victor has not been determined, the outcome will be decided based on the number of remaining contestants from each universe." The spectators murmured among themselves, some questioning the duration of 100 taka, while others believed that conserving strength until the end was the wisest strategy. Silence. With an imposing presence, the Grand Minister unleashed a wave of energy that instantly hushed the crowd. He smiled once more, stating that no weapons other than techniques were permitted, and causing the opponent's death was strictly forbidden. The only way to eliminate an opponent was to throw them off the stage. Contestants who lost their fighting capability but had not yet fallen out of bounds would not be considered defeated. Upon hearing this, Broly felt a headache coming on. In the original story, Jiren's arrogance led him to neglect the incapacitated members of the 7th universe, ultimately resulting in their defeat. Broly could not afford to make the same mistake. During the competition, all participants, except for those with wings, were prohibited from utilizing their flight capabilities. Regardless of whether one's life hung in the balance, the use of restorative items was strictly forbidden. This concludes the explanation of the rules. Please keep them in mind. As soon as the Grand Minister finished speaking, contestants from various universes began to strategize. Regardless of any past grievances, it is imperative that we set aside personal vendettas. We are all bound together in this endeavor, Kaba urged, aware that Broly had past conflicts with several members of the 6th universe, including Kale, Caulifla, and Frost. I understand, but let me make this clear, Broly. I will seek revenge for my sister after we secure victory, Caulifla proclaimed defiantly. I'm always ready. Broly was unfazed by Caulifla's provocation but decided to ignore her, acknowledging her sensible demeanor for the time being. At that moment, a trembling Kale clutched Caulifla's arm, saying, "Sister, I'm scared." Huh? Scared? What are you talking about, Kale? You just need to channel your anger like before and unleash it. The audience buzzed with discussions. While the gods of destruction and angels from each universe watched intently from the stands, concerned for their respective champions. This was no trivial contest. It determined the fate of entire universes. Now, everyone, prepare yourselves. The tournament of power begins now. With the Grand Minister's declaration, all contestants from the universes launched into battle. The chaotic melee of 80 fighters commenced. The members of the 6th universe had no intention of cooperating. They unanimously agreed to act independently, willing to assist a struggling comrade if necessary. The arena erupted with the sounds of combat, as dazzling techniques illuminated the stage like fireworks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Who shall I play with first? Broly grinned, feeling his blood boil with excitement, as if he had encountered a bevy of alluring beauties. Broly, fight me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Goku was seen flying toward him, but before he could reach, other contestants intercepted him. Ha! Come on, Kakarot. Clear the way for me. Broly's excitement surged as he charged toward Goku. Caught between them, the 4th universe's Ganache found himself in a precarious position. In an instant, Broly seized Ganache, who had been engaged with Goku, and hurled him to the ground. Ganache winced in pain, attempting to rise, only to be met with Broly's foot pressing him down. Stay out of my way, weakling. Broly's body radiated a green glow as his wrath form activated. On the opposite side, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, having been deeply concerned about their previous match and determined to settle the score with Broly this time. You bastards. You've angered me. With a crackle, Ganache, pinned beneath Broly's foot, unleashed a surge of powerful golden lightning. He began to transform. Shifting from his humanoid form to a rooster shape, his muscles bulging and surrounded by crackling yellow lightning. Broly's foot was dislodged, and Ganache slowly rose, glaring at Broly with fury. You worthless fool. Broly sneered, swinging his fist toward Ganache. However, Ganache's transformation not only enhanced his size but also doubled his speed. After evading Broly's punch, he retaliated with a kick of his own. Bang! Broly was momentarily taken aback, while it was not particularly damaging. He realized he had underestimated all the contestants. Yet this only fueled his excitement further. No, it's impossible. Ganache, astonished, stared at Broly, whose chest he had kicked, realizing that his furious strike had seemingly had no effect. It's time for you to go. Upon hearing this, Ganache found himself in the audience. The troublemaker was gone. Come on, Kakarot. Chapter 25, The Tournament of Power 2, Come on, Kakarot. The two fervent warriors were eager to engage in a fierce battle. only to be interrupted once more. Buzz, a rapidly spinning top, swiftly swept across the arena, repelling one contestant after another, and soon it turned its attention towards Broly and his companion. "Hey, this is just too underhanded," Compa exclaimed, aghast at such a despicable tactic. As several contenders were already knocked out of the ring, the next target was none other than Broly, one of his most formidable foes. And he was certainly not going to take that lightly. Ha ha ha. This is the sweeping mode, designed to eliminate all adversaries from the arena. The ultimate victory will undoubtedly belong to our Universe 3. The god of destruction from Universe 3 adjusted his glasses, brimming with confidence. Damn it, Compa gritted his teeth, anxiously watching Broly. Back on the stage, Broly was utterly enraged by the incessant interruptions. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his hands directly into the vortex of the spinning top. Bang! As if time had halted, Broly brought the top to a standstill. And before him stood Narlama from Universe 3. Scrap, get out of my way. Broly, infuriated by the disruption, hurled Narlama away without hesitation. Boom! Narlama tumbled head over heels. While in the audience, Compa cheered, "Well done, Broly." Bardoss remained silent, but the smile on her lips spoke volumes. Narlama, how infuriating. Is that guy some kind of monster? To stop the spin with his bare hands. The god of destruction from Universe 3 was in disbelief, while the mechanical destroyer babbled incomprehensibly. Fortunately, he had an angelic translator, who advised to give it their all and to ignore that troublesome foe for now. Humph, are you scared now? The mocking taunts from Compa were unbearable for the opposing god of destruction, Shinting. Back on the stage, while Broly grappled with Narlama, the scoundrel, Lot made a decision that deeply displeased Broly. He abandoned Broly to chase after the extraterrestrial, Jiren. Bastard. Truly deserving of the title scoundrel. Broly's lips twitched in anger at Goku's change of focus. However, with so many contestants, it was challenging to secure a one-on-one battle, as one could never anticipate when another would intervene. Thus, the most effective strategy, indeed, was to eliminate them all from the platform. A gleam of crimson ignited in Broly's eyes as he leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts amidst the perplexed gazes of those around him. Boom, 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 boom. The entire arena was engulfed in Broly's relentless assault, a 360-degree indiscriminate attack. Hey, has this guy lost his mind? What on earth is he doing? The crowd condemned Broly's frenzied onslaught, but before they could utter another word, one of Broly's energy blasts sent them flying out of the arena. He interrupted Ribrian's transformation. How utterly ungraceful. The destroyer of Universe 2, the Egyptian goddess, expressed her dissatisfaction, yet where there was sorrow, there was also joy. Compa, watching Broly's unstoppable advance, not only shouted in excitement, but also mocked the likes of the Egyptian goddess and her companions. In an instant, Compa had made it onto every destroyer's blacklist. For justice. You there, stop right now. At that moment, the embodiment of justice from Universe 11, Toppo, charged towards Broly with a powerful punch. Haha, I've hooked a big fish. Indeed, Broly employed this tactic not only to provoke hatred, but more so to draw formidable opponents towards him. Evil be eradicated. Bang, bang, bang. True to the pride of Universe 11, the leader of the Pride Troopers, poised to be the next god of destruction, showcased strength far beyond that of the lesser fighters. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with the force that shattered the surrounding earth and mountains. Meanwhile, Jiren displayed no interest in Goku, who was unwilling to let him off the hook so easily, as that would rob him of much joy. Just then, a burly arm suddenly wrapped around Goku. Ha, I like you. I adore your strength. Nink from Universe 4, resembling a green behemoth, drooled grotesquely. Goku struggled fiercely but found himself firmly ensnared. As Jiren vanished from sight, desperation set in, and he released his full power, breaking free from the grip and swiftly kicking the opponent out of the ring. Out of bounds. Yes, Lord Zeno. The Nink from Universe 4 has been eliminated. Subsequently, two diminutive beings began utilizing their divine iPads to register the elimination. At this moment, the intensity of the battle on the stage remained fervent, with contestants continuously being knocked out. Among them, Broly's overwhelming presence instilled fear in many, causing them to hesitate in approaching him. Though he had switched opponents, Broly only grew stronger, akin to a pure melee assassin clad in 6 pieces of critical strike gear, 6 pieces of armor-piercing attire, 6 defensive outfits, and 6 pairs of sprinting shoes. Yet, despite this, some audacious contestants dared to challenge Broly, only to be effortlessly sent flying out of the arena, one punch at a time. Is he a monster? The surrounding contestants trembled, retreating far from Broly. As he approached the only remaining contestant, a small bunny girl, Broly slowly advanced towards her. Little bunny, so adorable. Shall I steam you or prepare you in spicy sauce? Wah. The ninth universe's Sorrel, terrified by Broly, was on the verge of wetting herself. Her eyes brimming with tears as she turned to flee the arena, automatically forfeiting. Hey, how could I ever eat such a cute bunny? Keeping it as a pet would be delightful. Broly grinned widely, refocusing on the ongoing battle involving Goku and others. At this moment, Goku was surrounded by three fearsome canines from Universe 9, Bazel, Lavanda, and Bergamo. Their cooperative tactics were impeccable, making it exceedingly challenging for Goku to escape in a short time frame. Haha, Goku, your time of reckoning has come. Brothers, let's send him flying. Bergamo cackled maniacally as the trio prepared to unleash their devastating move, the dangerous triangle formation. Chapter 26, The Tournament of Power 3, The Perilous Triangular Formation. The trio of Wolf brothers swiftly formed a circle, encircling Sun Wukong in their midst, and then simultaneously launched their assault. The relentless barrage of attacks forced Wukong to block and evade, but alas, his two fists could not withstand their four hands, leaving him vulnerable to their strikes. Seizing the opportunity, the eldest brother delivered a powerful kick, sending Wukong soaring into the air, where the second and third brothers unleashed their onslaught. The sound of impacts echoed as Wukong was battered mercilessly, crying out in distress. How absurd. What is that Kakarot up to? Vegeta, having dealt with his own opponent, turned to witness Wukong being besieged and could no longer restrain himself from intervening. Hey, Kakarot, how long do you plan to play with these mutts? The competitors from Universe 9 proved to be quite formidable, their energy signatures undetectable, making it challenging for Wukong to fend them off alone. No excuses. You can rest while I handle these three dogs. The Wolf brothers felt belittled by the two fighters' banter. Those scoundrels. How dare they look down upon us? Once again, the brothers charged forth, but this time it was 3 against 2, allowing Wukong to regain his composure. All warriors from Universe 9, come forth. Cast those two aside. The Kaishin of Universe 9, filled with excitement, recognized that with only Wukong and Vegeta remaining, this was an opportune moment to eliminate the strongest fighters of Universe 7. On the arena, the remaining members of Universe 9 heeded the Kaishin's call, joining the fray against the brothers, transforming the battlefield into a 2v7 scenario. Damn it! Beerus seethed in anger, realizing that Universe 9 had summoned all their fighters to defeat Wukong and Vegeta. Oregon, Sissup, Chapper, Hop. You four take on that slick-haired fighter. Leave the one called Sun Wukong to us. Understood. The four charged at Vegeta, who, with a scowl, swiftly retreated to distance himself. Meanwhile, Wukong continued his fierce struggle against the three brothers. Just as everyone thought they were cornered, Vegeta could no longer hold back and transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form. Shifting the tide of battle, the four were sent flying as Vegeta seized the moment to press his advantage, but the brothers countered with their ultimate combined technique. The triangular formation, Dangerous Ray, simultaneously unleashing energy waves from different angles, blue, red, and yellow beams converged upon Vegeta. Vegeta, Wukong, concerned about the combined assault, rushed to assist. You don't need to interfere. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, clashing with the brothers' combined attack, resulting in a stalemate. Haha, Wukong grinned, seizing the opportunity to execute the Kamehameha, successfully blasting all opponents off the stage. How is it possible that all 10 have been eliminated? What will become of Universe 9 now? The Destroyer God Sidra looked apprehensively toward the Grand Zeno. With all warriors from Universe 9 vanquished, the Grand Priest finally announced the first eliminated universe. Grand Zeno, the Kaishin of Universe 9, pleaded for mercy, but the two diminutive attendants offered no reprieve. Playfully responding, "We're right here." As Grand Zeno initiated the extermination technique, a blinding light enveloped all but the angels of Universe 9, and they vanished in utter terror. Silence fell upon the arena. Competitors and deities alike froze, staring at the empty space where Universe 9 once stood. Gone. They simply disappeared. What? What just happened? What is the status of Universe 9? Beerus, drenched in sweat, urgently inquired, and the response from Whis sent a chill through him. Lord Beerus. Universe 9 has been completely erased. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. The sheer terror of such instantaneous annihilation was overwhelming. Grand Zeno truly destroyed. Universe 9? He is indeed the mightiest god across the cosmos. Kampa stammered, fear evident in his voice. Just then, a voice chimed in from behind. Wah wah wah. Sayonara, Kampa, the thought of parting with you makes me so sad. You scoundrel, Babidi. Taking advantage of your own survival to mock us. Roar. To avoid being erased, we must ensure our warriors fight with all their might. At that moment, whether gods or contestants, all hearts resonated with a singular word, victory. As long as they were not wiped out. Seizing the initiative, Broly, fully aware of the unfolding plot, was unperturbed. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, he unleashed his mighty roar technique. A beam of energy erupted from the center of the arena, sweeping counterclockwise like the hands of a clock. Damn it! That scoundrel is attacking from behind. Quickly, evade. Many on the stage were caught off guard, sent flying from the arena. With at least 20 competitors falling victim to Broly's surprise assault, the expressions of everyone turned grim, astonished that Broly would resort to such underhanded tactics. Well done, Broly. Keep going. Kampa cheered, relieved after witnessing the demise of Universe 9, fearing he might be next, but now feeling emboldened by Broly's actions. How despicable. You shameless wretch, Kampa. All the destroyers began to denounce Kampa, yet he remained indifferent, focused solely on victory. Boom. The arena was engulfed in a haze reminiscent of war, littered with the aftermath of Broly's destructive power. Broly grinned as he surveyed the chaos, satisfied that he had cleared away most of the competition. Though many were furious at Broly's methods, they could not deny that he had indeed eliminated a significant number of threats. Some fighters, seizing the moment, took advantage of Broly's attack to strike at those who had narrowly escaped, reigniting the fierce battle. Hey, that uncle named Sun Wukong, the blue transformation you just displayed. I've never seen anything like it. Teach me how to do it. In return, I will defeat you using that form. On one part of the arena, Kale approached Wukong, eager to learn about his transformation. Wukong stared at her, bewildered, unsure if she had perhaps imbibed something questionable, as her words made little sense in the broad daylight. Chapter 27. The Power Tournament 4. What's wrong? Are you afraid? No. I merely believe that Super Saiyan Blue is still too formidable for you. In response to Caulifla's provocation, Goku remained unfazed and candidly conveyed his thoughts, inadvertently inciting her wrath. You insolent fool, how dare you underestimate me? Hey, Kale, transform and give him a thorough beating. Kale endeavored to comply, but found herself unable to recapture the sensation she had previously experienced. Ah, fine. Caulifla, not wishing to pressure her further, turned around just in time to see Goku attempting to depart. She hurriedly halted him, as she had yet to master her transformation and could not allow him to escape. She then showcased what she believed to be her most powerful transformation, Power Limit. In an instant, Caulifla's petite frame morphed into that of a muscular warrior, and she beamed with pride at her display. To her surprise, Goku dismissed her transformation with disdain, demonstrating through action that it was ineffective. Subsequently, Goku revealed to Caulifla the Super Saiyan second grade transformation. If you wish to learn, begin with this. Surrounded by electrical energy, the state of Super Saiyan 2 instantly captivated Caulifla's attention. Following the sensation Goku described, she swiftly grasped the concept, and with a powerful shout, successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Witnessing her sister's camaraderie with Goku, Kale was consumed by jealousy and entered a state of rage, bellowing at Goku with tears streaming down her face, as if he had stolen something precious from her. Goku, you've taken my sister from me, unforgivable. Goku. Aya. Green energy enveloped Kale's entire being, rippling outwards in waves, transforming the arena into a kaleidoscope of colors, as if from another dimension. The potent and volatile energy swirling around Kale drew the attention of the other competitors, who watched in awe. What is that aura? It's profoundly unsettling. Vegeta, who had paused his training with Cabba, was alerted by Cabba's quick explanation that Kale had transformed, releasing a tremendous energy. Nani, is that form even considered a Super Saiyan? Vegeta could hardly believe his eyes, having never witnessed a Saiyan with green hair before. Huh. Kale unleashed her fury and charged at Goku with blinding speed. Her fists rained down upon him, but Goku, with his agile reflexes, evaded her strikes time and again. However, the arena bore the brunt of the assault, as Kale's punches created extensive fissures, swiftly obliterating a corner of the platform. Goku, I will kill you. Frustrated by her inability to land a hit, Kale's rage intensified. She accelerated, her massive form suddenly at Goku's side, colliding with him forcefully, causing him to stagger backwards several paces. Bune. After a flurry of attacks, Goku shook off the pain in his arms and regarded Kale with curiosity, astonished at the strength she exhibited upon transformation. Hey, Kakarot, don't underestimate her. This might be the true form of a Saiyan. Seeing Goku's casual demeanor, Vegeta hastily warned him. At that moment, Kale seized Goku's ankle and slammed him to the ground repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard. Goku struggled to break free, only to find her grip as unyielding as steel. With no other option, Goku activated his Super Blue form, enhancing his physical prowess, and forcefully pushed himself free. But in a fit of fury, Kale pursued him, and before Goku could evade, she seized his head and grounded into the arena floor. Dad! Gohan, wanting to assist, was halted by Piccolo's urgent plea. Wait. Something seems off with her. Don't worry about him. I'm your real father. With a powerful toss, Kale flung Goku away, her body radiating overwhelming energy as she lost control over herself. Kale. As Kale's ferocious expression loomed, Caulifla attempted to intervene, but was swept aside by Kale's formidable aura. Luckily, it arrived just in time to save her from being ejected from the arena. You've truly awakened a monster. Kale is not a monster. Caulifla's defiant expression elicited a resigned sigh from Hit. At that moment, Kale's uncontrollable energy surged forth, an astonishing force rapidly intensifying, lifting her off the ground. She roared incessantly, unleashing energy blasts in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A merciless onslaught, indiscriminate of friend or foe. The entire arena became engulfed in Kale's energy blasts, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Good grief. Not again. The contestants on the stage lamented their misfortune. Broly from Universe 6 had previously unleashed a similar attack, and now it seemed the Universe 6 fighters had an abundance of energy to spare. Everyone began to evade. But Kale's power erupted like a volcano, spiraling out of control as the energy blasts continued to intensify. After what felt like an eternity, Kale's barrage finally ceased. But the arena was left in utter disarray, not a single intact spot to be found. TCH. That monster. Vegeta emerged from the rubble, gritting his teeth, while the others were equally disheartened, internally condemning Kale. Goku, Goku, Goku. As Kale searched for Goku, calling his name, she advanced forward. Suddenly, a golden energy emerged from behind a cover, ensnaring Kale. Monster, listen up. Our proud team will never allow you to rampage any longer. My whip of justice will strip evil of its power. Bune, the dinosaur warrior from Universe 11, declared as he launched his attack. However, Kale effortlessly broke free from the binding, delivering a swift counter that sent Bune flying out of the arena in sheer terror. Defeating Bune satisfied Kale, and she roared to the sky, causing her surroundings to tremble as her immense energy expanded, distorting the very ground beneath her. Unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the Pride Troopers. Resembling an extraterrestrial being, none other than Jiren. With an expressionless demeanor, he simply stated, "I'll take it from here," before charging at the raging Kale. Simultaneously, he conjured a crimson energy sphere and hurled it toward her. Kale. Caulifla gasped in alarm, realizing that Kale was unprepared for the sudden attack. In the nick of time, Broly appeared, effortlessly deflecting Jiren's strike with a single hand. I want to let you succeed, you extraterrestrial. Chapter 28, The Tournament of Power 5, with a resounding thud. Broly deflected Jiren's energy blast, preventing him from interrupting Kale. Jiren momentarily paused, but quickly resumed his stoic demeanor. Broly recognized that this seemingly light strike contained enough power to potentially incapacitate Kale. He did not wish for the irate Kale to be knocked out so easily. She should showcase her utmost potential. Come on, Broly. Bring that unremarkable fellow down. In the audience, Kappa was firmly convinced that Broly was unmatched, regardless of his opponent. At that moment, the god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, wore a sardonic smile. What are you laughing at? Your cheer has been disrupted. And your opponent's demeanor is far from impressive, Kappa retorted, displeased. Jiren is the strongest warrior of our Universe 11. Do you truly believe he will be as easily dealt with as the weaklings from other universes? You are quite naive. Kappa, Vermaud scoffed, his disdain evident in his gaze. How infuriating. Kappa was about to confront him when he was interrupted by Beerus' voice. Kappa, Broly has initiated his attack with a powerful strike. Broly landed a punch on Jiren's chest, yet Jiren appeared entirely unfazed. Lowering his head, Jiren emotionlessly remarked, "Too weak." TCH. Broly was not surprised by Jiren's attitude. After all, he possessed the strength to be arrogant. However, since Jiren was putting on such a show, Broly decided to teach him a lesson. As Broly entered his rage state, he became enveloped in vibrant green energy, his formidable aura causing the arena to tremble. Yet, Jiren remained unaffected. Observing this, Broly swung a fist with determination. Broly has become significantly stronger since our last encounter, and that alien's power is simply unfathomable. On a nearby mountaintop, Vegeta and Cabba marveled at their prowess. It had only been a short while, yet Broly's strength had surged dramatically. Vegeta recalled the shame of being knocked out by Broly, a memory that still stung. Beside him, Cabba shook his head. Master, Broly is not using his full strength. Reacting instinctively to Cabba's address, Vegeta acknowledged him, but quickly processed what Cabba had just said. Broly had not unleashed his full power? What absurdity was this? Vegeta pressed on. Are you saying Broly hasn't shown his true strength? What do you mean? After the last tournament, Broly trained with Beerus, resulting in rapid growth in his abilities. Currently, he is still holding back, Cabba explained. Beerus? The angel from your Universe 6? Vegeta inquired, and upon Cabba's affirmation, he clenched his fists. No wonder Broly's power had escalated so quickly. It made sense that he was training alongside an angel, just as Vegeta had done. With a feint, Broly aimed to strike. But Jiren sidestepped, only for Broly to grin and land a punch to Jiren's side. Jiren grunted, and his eyes flashed crimson as he unleashed a barrage of rapid attacks, so swift they were nearly imperceptible. Boom! Broly was struck head-on, his body shaking violently as he felt an immense force propel him away. Broly! Champa gasped, astonished that the invincible Broly was sent flying by Jiren. Did you see that, Champa? This is the true form of Jiren. Vermaud's nose reddened with delight, his smugness infuriating Champa, who pounded the ground in frustration. As Broly was sent hurtling, Kale rushed forward, attacking Jiren recklessly. However, Jiren's strength was akin to an ocean, and Kale's efforts were but a drop in the vast sea, swiftly swallowed without a trace. Kale, too, fell victim to Jiren's relentless assault, collapsing to the ground. Jiren, stop wasting time with these weaklings. Get Broly off the stage, and then you may rest. Vermaud telepathically urged Jiren. Understood. Jiren acknowledged and abandoned Kale, charging towards the spot where Broly had been thrown. Indeed, Jiren's power was formidable. Lying on the ground, Broly struggled to gather his thoughts, but before he could devise a strategy, he sensed Jiren rapidly approaching. Cursing his misfortune, Broly resolved to give it his all. Concentrating fiercely, an immense energy erupted from him, radiating outward. As he roared, Broly's hair stood on end, surrounded by crackling lightning, as golden flames erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble. Boom! The surging green flames illuminated the arena, whipping up a tempest of emerald winds. Go! Broly exuded intense heat and propelled himself forward like a rocket, reaching Jiren's side in an instant. Jiren's expression finally shifted as their fists collided, leading to a dazzling display of combat. Boom! The arena transformed into their exclusive battlefield, their fierce exchange capturing the attention of all the contestants. Go, Broly! Champa shouted, pounding the barricade fervently. How is this possible? Broly is actually battling Jiren on this level. Vermaud clutched his hair in disbelief, while even the Supreme Kai beside him wore an expression of astonishment. Boom! Broly and Jiren exchanged blows, seemingly abandoning all defense, allowing each other's punches to land. Every impact resonated with deep, thudding sounds. Broly roared, swiftly striking with his right hand, gripping Jiren's head and slamming it against the ground. But it did not end there. He continued to grasp Jiren's head, grinding it against the rocky surface. Infuriated, Jiren growled and broke free from Broly's grasp, retaliating with a powerful elbow strike to Broly's head. Buzz! Broly's mind went blank, overwhelmed by a ringing sensation. Chapter 29, The Tournament of Power, 6, Buzz. Broly's mind momentarily blanked, followed by a sweeping punch. Bang! Jiren blocked with his arm, their robust limbs colliding with a dull thud. Broly gritted his teeth, exerting more force, while Jiren suddenly lowered his body, sweeping Broly off his feet. He then seized Broly's ankle, slamming him repeatedly against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Broly's massive form seemed weightless as Jiren tossed him about. Instantly, he mimicked Goku's maneuver to escape, pushing back with both hands and delivering a powerful kick with his right foot. As expected, Jiren released his grip, and Broly rolled on the ground, quickly regaining his stance. Broly gasped for breath, the sweat on his brow a testament to Jiren's might. Across from him, although Jiren bore numerous scratches, he did not appear as fatigued as Broly. Gulp! The other competitors could not help but swallow hard, astonished by the incredible strength of these two warriors. Suddenly, Goku burst onto the scene, grinning as he addressed them both. Broly and Jiren paused, Broly having forgotten about Goku, while Jiren thought Goku was not thinking straight. However, Goku had long desired to face Jiren but refrained from interrupting their battle out of respect for martial arts until he could no longer contain himself and jumped in during their brief respite. TCH. That rascal Kakarot. As a good friend, Vegeta would not allow Goku to confront two monsters alone. He dashed from his position next to Kaba to join Goku. Seeing the reinforcements for the opposing side, the proud team Captain Toppo stepped forward. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed as Hit emerged from Broly's side, standing resolutely beside him. His intentions clear. In an instant, the most prominent figures on the arena converged. One strike. Goku initiated the assault, with Vegeta following closely behind. Broly and Hit joined in simultaneously, and Jiren and Toppo entered the fray. It was undeniable that the notorious fighter, Loader, was indeed living up to his reputation, boldly joining the fray. Bang, 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 bang. The six warriors clashed fiercely, causing everyone in their vicinity to dodge out of the way, fearful of collateral damage. The arena erupted like fireworks, periodically exploding with sound. Wow, wow. The two little spectators cheered excitedly at the sight of their favored fighters engaging in a brawl. The gods of destruction from the 7th, 6th, and 11th universes rose simultaneously, their expressions tense as they gazed at the arena. With over 50 competitors still in the ring, should these few warriors exhaust themselves, the remaining fighters would undoubtedly swarm in, making this a foolish battle. Yet, at this point, words were futile. Go Goku! The eliminated Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi cheered for Goku and Vegeta. Not only the members of the 7th universe, but also the eliminated contestants from other universes rallied behind their fighters. The battlefield had reached a boiling point. Bang, bang, bang. Broly clashed with Toppo, Hit faced Vegeta, and Goku squared off against Jiren. A chaotic yet deeply rooted melee ensued. Just as Fist, just as Crush. Toppo's strikes were fierce, and Broly, caught off guard, found himself caught by the neck. Yet, Broly refused to yield, countering with an elbow strike to Toppo's gut, the heavy blow making Toppo stagger back with a cry of pain. You didn't even have to fight in the last match to claim victory. This time, let the great Vegeta have a go at you. Huh. Just as Vegeta's words fell, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Hit, who, unfazed, nonchalantly slipped his hands into his pockets and appeared beside Vegeta in an instant, landing a punch squarely on his face. This blow left Vegeta utterly dazed. How did he get there? Hit's time skip ability, honed by Broly's previous victory, had significantly elevated his overall power. Simultaneously, Goku and Jiren locked eyes. The previous testing phase concluded, and the real battle was about to commence. Goku, filled with fighting spirit, prepared himself, while Jiren remained indifferent, believing Broly to be the greater threat. Goku clenched his fists, a powerful blue aura erupting around him, causing the entire arena to tremble. Accompanied by his roar, countless bolts of lightning coiled around him. Here I come, Jiren. Boom. Goku surged forward, colliding with Jiren, who finally moved to meet him head-on. Despite Broly and the others engaging in an all-out brawl, some fighters still overestimated their abilities, seizing the opportunity to attack. This action infuriated the six warriors. They scattered in an instant, simultaneously targeting the universe. Indeed, such a despicable tactic originated from the hands of the 4th universe's god of destruction, Quitella. Yet he clearly underestimated the resolve of the six warriors, as in a fleeting moment, they effortlessly eliminated 7 of the opposing fighters. What? Quitella's forces were obliterated, causing him to panic. Indeed, even the fighter he had high hopes for, Damon, was sent crashing down by Broly. Who told you to resort to such underhanded tactics? Even sitting back and watching the struggle would not warrant taking advantage of them in their duel. The 7th universe's Beerus scoffed disdainfully. With all contestants from the 4th universe eliminated, their universe faced imminent destruction. The Grand Priest's words silenced the crowd once more. The casualness with which he spoke of annihilation instilled fear in their hearts, further igniting their determination. Lord Zeno, grant us another chance, another opportunity. Quitella's pleas fell on deaf ears as Zeno, with a gentle clasp of his small hand, caused all but the angels of the 4th universe to vanish in an instant. Zeno truly showed no mercy. Although Goku felt the impact of this loss, it only solidified his resolve to win. As the battle raged on, The fighters from the second universe plotted something. The three from Ribrian gazed at the highest peak, then at the notable figures of Broly and the others. And together they leaped to the summit. Sanka, Su, now is the time for us to showcase our power. The three nodded, and Ribrian shouted to all. Warriors of every universe, heed my call. Her voice resonated throughout the void, capturing everyone's attention as they turned to see three youthful maidens standing at the highest pinnacle. Having finally garnered everyone's focus, Ribrian quietly asked, "Are you two ready?" "Yes." Hehe, standing at the highest point truly yields the best effect. The audience was left bewildered, unsure of the second universe's intentions. I am Ribrian de Chateaus from the second universe. I am Sankaku from the second universe. I am Su Rose from the second universe. Let our flowers bloom, resonating through the heavens. The song of love and victory. Now, let us transform. As soon as Ribrian's voice fell, the surroundings transformed into a realm of youthful exuberance, adorned in hues of pink, blue, and yellow. Fashion. Ribrian, Ribrian, Ribrian. Fashion. Sang Sang. Kaku Sang Kaku. Fashion. Su Su, Su Luo Su Luo, Su Su Luo Su Luo. The trio's dazzling appearances momentarily blinded the onlookers, igniting a flurry of whispers both on and off the stage. Silence, commanded the Egyptian goddess of the second universe, interrupting the chatter. After all, she was a deity of destruction, and the crowd offered her a modicum of respect. Yet, just as the audience was captivated by the spectacle, an unexpected event unfolded. Two beams of light, one yellow and one green, suddenly streaked past, heading straight for the mountaintop. The transformation trio paused in bewilderment, only to be struck head-on by two waves of energy. Boom! Everyone was left in stunned silence. What a disappointment. Who was the audacious scoundrel that marred this beautiful scene? The god of destruction and the Kaioshin of the second universe were on the verge of losing their composure. Damn it, I couldn't stand you in the anime, and now you are even more intolerable here. Special thanks to gratitude to General Fong, who relishes Japanese cuisine, for the bubble tea and other gifts. Thanks to Brother Shiman, who enjoys you air pa, for the bubble milk tea and other gifts. Appreciation to those who sent love letters and offerings while I was offline due to other commitments. Thanks to the proud Uncle Zhao for his gifts. Gratitude to Muyu, who adores homestyle Musuro, for the gifts. Thanks to the free-spirited angel Nagisa Kaoru for the love letters and other gifts. Thanks to Yuan Shiji, who delights in fried lotus root, for his thoughtful gifts. I am grateful for everyone's support. I shall strive to improve and work diligently. Chapter 30. The Tournament of Power 7. An unexpected assault caught the contestants of the second universe off guard, causing Brienne and her companions to tumble down from the mountaintop. A sneak attack. How shameless. While others transformed openly, there are still those who resort to underhanded tactics. Such individuals are unworthy of martial arts. The arena erupted in outrage, with nearly everyone condemning this deplorable behavior. As a figure descended slowly, the crowd recognized the assailant as number 17 from the 7th universe. Goku, too, was displeased with the actions of number 17 and turned to inquire, "Why did you attack them just now?" Faced with the crowd's reproach, number 17 shrugged indifferently, stating, "I merely perceived numerous openings. However, I did not expend much energy in that attack." Meanwhile, standing opposite Broly, Hit gazed in shock at Broly, who had transformed into a furious state just moments ago. 10 seconds prior, as the audience watched Brienne and her companions transform, Broly had suddenly erupted in rage. His veins bulged, and his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Then, Hit witnessed another side of Broly. Broly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a massive energy beam, its astounding speed and force nearly striking Hit, had he not dodged swiftly. He would have been the one hit. At this moment, Brienne and her companions were dazed, clearly having succumbed to the earlier attack. The remaining contestants from the second universe rushed to their aid, surrounding them protectively. What a revolting trio. They were insufferable in the anime, and now witnessing them in this real-world version of Dragon Ball was almost unbearable. Calm down. Calm down. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, it was his first time feeling such intense fury. It must be said that Brienne and her companions had succeeded in almost driving Broly to the brink of transformation. After the brief interlude, the battle continued. As time passed, many contestants had already fallen out of the ring, and from the original 8 universes, only 5 remained. Just moments ago, the entire 10th universe had been eliminated, leading to its erasure by the Omni King. Currently, only the despondent Angel Kusu was left from the 10th universe. The combat was becoming increasingly fierce, as no one wished to become the next target of annihilation. Moreover, with the escalating conflict, the Sixth Universe also began to see contestants eliminated, including the Iron Man, Bardock, and two Namekians, all of whom were swiftly dispatched, much to the chagrin of Kampa. On the other hand, the Seventh Universe maintained a remarkably stable fighting force, with several core members still present. Ugh, my head is pounding. What on earth is happening? Brienne, you're awake. Thank goodness. The contestants who had been vigilantly guarding Brienne and her companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, in their efforts to protect the trio, four contestants from the Second Universe had been eliminated. Among them, Jimmy's, in a bid to ensure their safety, had utilized instant transmission repeatedly, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and was easily ousted. Upon hearing about their companion's plight, Brienne and her sisters were incensed. How infuriating. They completely lack understanding of love. Contestants from other universes are sorely deprived of affection. We must demonstrate to them with our love. Our love is invincible. Brienne clasped her sister's hands, and the remaining trio was moved to tears. All right then, let us continue with our transformation. With renewed determination, the three leapt back to the mountaintop, intent on proving that love is indeed invincible. The Egyptian contestant from the Second Universe, witnessing this, wiped her tears and said, Brienne, you've finally awakened. Those ugly women are back to cause trouble. It seems it's time to give them a grand surprise. Observing the trio return to the mountaintop, Broly's expression darkened. He never expected these three would fail to learn their lesson. However, this time, all warriors aligned to protect the trio, including Goku and Toppo standing resolutely before them. Unbelievable. You really are. Broly was utterly defeated, completely overwhelmed by this naive group. In this moment of distraction, the three successfully transformed without interruption. Their grotesque forms adorned with excess flesh and topped with sock-like hats, truly reaching the pinnacle of absurdity, just as Broly had anticipated. Their appearance was abhorrent even in a world as fantastical as Dragon Ball. Yet, as Whis had once remarked, beauty is subjective. Each universe has its own standards of aesthetics, and some may find them appealing, like Toppo from the 11th universe. In a dazzling display, Brienne soared into the air, unleashing a multitude of heart-shaped energy blasts. Each heart detonated upon contact with the ground, releasing a dense pink mist that enveloped the entire arena. This technique bore a captivating effect. Any contestant unwittingly caught in its grasp would be mesmerized by hearts. What a dreadful stench. The scheming King Frisia finally made his appearance, fanning away the thick mist while deflecting the heart blasts. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot forth from different directions, targeting Brienne suspended in midair. Oh no. Brienne immediately halted her attack and attempted to evade, but the assault was too sudden and from various angles. Her right arm was struck by a green energy blast. With a resounding crash, Brienne was sent flying, cursing under her breath. Why did it have to be green energy again? Did she have some sort of vendetta against the color green? Ironically, green was her favorite color. Huh, what a ridiculous delay for such a lackluster display. As he lowered his hand, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. The other two, without needing to be told, understood that aside from Vegeta, Jiren, who was equally intolerant of such chaotic attacks, aimed to bring Brienne down. However, it seemed his assault had merely deflected off the green energy sphere. He turned his gaze to the side, where Broly stood. How did she survive that? She has quite a durable constitution. Broly, in his enraged state, had unleashed everything he had, yet he only managed to injure Brienne. Driven by a desire to perish together, he had not anticipated this outcome. Consider yourself fortunate. Out of sight, out of mind. Broly swiftly sought his next target for elimination. Ah, my apologies. Love is a powerful force, and I shall show you its true strength. Brienne spun rapidly. While most contestants rotated horizontally, she executed a vertical roll, resembling a living cannonball. Yet, the most grotesque aspect was her face, which appeared to flicker in and out of view as she spun at high speed. With a burst of acceleration, Brienne charged towards Vegeta, who smirked, preparing to send her flying with a punch. However, as Brienne drew nearer, he panicked. He leapt to evade her attack. Damn it. How hideous. I couldn't help but dodge. Chapter 31. The Power Tournament. 8. Vegeta deftly evaded Ribrian's formidable assault, yet she careened uncontrollably forward, fortuitously rolling toward Broly. In an instant, Broly's brutal opponent, Ja Puli, a mere imitation of Cell, was unexpectedly ensnared by Ribrian's charge. The grotesque visage and unseemly bulk of Ja Puli eliciting a cacophony of horrified screams. Broly, with an expression of sheer disbelief, watched as the counterfeit Cell from Universe 3 tumbled out of the arena, as if he had endured a thorough thrashing from the denizens of the One Piece world. "Behold, this is the power of love," Ribrian proclaimed, hands on hips, her laughter echoing through the arena, her demeanor reminiscent of a landlord, sending shivers down Broly's spine. Yet, fate had intertwined their paths, and Broly prepared to bestow upon her a one-way ticket to paradise. Meanwhile, in the audience of Universe 3, the fallen imitation of Cell wore a look of utter dejection. His pitiful expression rendered the god of destruction and the supreme Kai of Universe 3 speechless, leaving them to offer only sympathetic pats on his shoulder. Back on the stage, the trio in transformation launched a vigorous offensive against the members of other universes. Kakunsa and Android 17 engaged in a fierce duel, while Roji clashed with Son Goku, their battle showcasing the prowess of the royal combat style, leaving Ribrian in a rather unfortunate predicament. During the skirmish, Ribrian stumbled upon a startling revelation. The relentless green energy waves assailing her originated from the very Broly before her. Gazing at Broly's fearsome visage, she unwittingly queried, "Do you harbor feelings for me? Is that why you constantly draw my attention with your energy blasts?" At that moment, Broly's fist, which had been raised in preparation, froze mid-air as he stood petrified by her audacity. How utterly ridiculous! Was this individual raised on mediocrity, so brazenly self-assured in her banality? "Do not be shy. After my victory, I could wish for your resurrection. What do you say?" Ribrian's repugnant countenance even winked at Broly, a flirtatious glimmer in her eye. Boom. Broly felt his inner cosmos erupt. Such humiliation. This was an affront to his very senses, an assault on his aesthetic appreciation, a violation of his dignity. "Get away from me," he bellowed, unleashing a swift and powerful slap upon Ribrian's ample face. With a resounding crash, the collision contorted Ribrian's features grotesquely, sending her spiraling away like a rocket, leaving destruction in her wake. Ribrian, there you are," exclaimed Zeno, brandishing his divine iPad as he pressed Ribrian's icon on the screen. The members of Universe 2 were incensed, enraged not only by her elimination, but also by the humiliating defeat she suffered. The imprint of Broly's slap was glaringly evident, her visage swollen and distorted, resembling a pig's head. But she was already akin to one. Disregarding the outcry from Universe 2, Broly disdainfully wiped his hands, the residue from that earlier slap clinging to his palm. Now, who shall be next? He surveyed the arena, noting how the remaining contestants fled in terror, the earlier clash instilling profound dread within them. They had no intention of engaging. TCH, how dull. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of successive explosions reverberated as Son Goku and Roji exchanged energy blasts, the endless waves of ki being squandered without restraint. Kikikik. Dozens of golden energy spheres manifested around Roji, each movement of her arms conjuring another orb. "Go forth. Annihilate with your waves of energy." As the energy orbs approached, Son Goku refused to be outdone, deftly dodging numerous blasts before teleporting beside her, unleashing a Kamehameha that sent her crashing from the stage. A resounding victory. Having felt Broly's formidable strength during their last encounter, Son Goku had trained with renewed vigor, striving to surpass Broly, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. At that moment, Android 17 similarly dispatched the final member of the transformed trio, Kakunsa. While this side appeared to declare triumph, Piccolo and Gohan faced mounting pressure from the Pride Troopers of Universe 11. Gohan and Piccolo found themselves relentlessly pursued, forced to retreat under the onslaught of their adversaries, who seemed determined to chase them down without relent, compelling the duo to momentarily evade confrontation. "Uncle Piccolo, we can't shake them. You go ahead, I'll hold them off." Upon hearing Gohan's plea, Piccolo paused, contemplating before halting his retreat. "Uncle Piccolo, hurry. This is not the time for recklessness. If we cannot secure a victory, Universe 7 will face annihilation. Is that what you wish to witness, Gohan?" With gritted teeth, Gohan swiftly turned and fled the scene. "I leave the rest to you, Gohan." Piccolo smiled with satisfaction, then faced the relentless Pride Troopers. "Come forth." Special beam cannon. As the audience of Universe 7 watched, Piccolo returned to his seat. In the recent confrontation, he had skillfully utilized his intellect to eliminate a member of the Pride Troopers, Kettle, showcasing his prowess as a strategist. "Well done. Truly commendable. Utilizing your intellect to discern advantage from disadvantage," praised Beerus, seated behind Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo remained tense, his focus fixed on Gohan in the arena. At that moment, Gohan found himself ensnared once more, not by the Pride troopers, but by Frost from Universe 6. The brutality of Frost was well known to Universe 7, and the spectators could not help but feel a chill of anxiety for Gohan as he faced the intercepted foe. In his escape with Piccolo, Gohan had incurred injuries. And now, facing Frost, his situation grew dire. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan and Frost engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the speed of their strikes leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Oh dear, the scion of Universe 7. You seem to be in a rather precarious state. Frost taunted, noticing Gohan's subtle attempts to shield his injured ribs. The clarity of the situation was unmistakable. As Frost's words struck home, Gohan felt a surge of cold sweat, attempting to feign nonchalance. Yet Frost was no fool easily deceived. With a swift motion, Frost transformed into a beam of light, appearing before Gohan in an instant. The injuries to Gohan's ribs had dulled his reflexes, and in a moment of oversight, he was struck by Frost. Oh no, Gohan is in grave danger. Yet, at that very moment, a crimson beam surged forth, racing towards them. Chapter 32, The Tournament of Power, 9. Suddenly, a fierce attack startled Frost, but upon recognizing the assailant, a smile graced his face. To his surprise, Frieza had appeared above them, targeting Gohan. This audacious act infuriated the warriors of Universe 7, with Krillin slamming his fist against the railing, exclaiming, "Damn it, that rascal Frieza. You dare attack Son Gohan again, and I will annihilate you." Beerus was seething with rage, his face flushed with fury. Nonetheless, Frieza remained unfazed, laughing. "Oh, Beerus, if you're not afraid of being judged for disrupting the tournament and facing erasure from the Omni King, I suggest you mind your own business." That scoundrel. Beerus clenched his teeth in frustration, yet, as Frieza pointed out, attacking competitors from outside the arena was against the rules, leading to potential erasure by the Omni King. With Beerus momentarily silent, Frieza coldly leapt in front of Gohan, commanding, "Son Goku's son, step down." Though Frost wore a naive expression of admiration, he remained wary. If Frieza were to betray his earlier words, the energy ball in his hand would strike true. Frieza noticed the object in Frost's hand, prompting him to swiftly punch Gohan, who comprehended Frieza's intentions upon contact. Consequently, the two engaged in a performance titled The Frost Deception. The battle between universes soon captivated the attention of all present. But to maintain authenticity, Gohan and Frieza unleashed their full powers. Frieza grew increasingly enthusiastic, clearly fueled by personal emotions. With a rapid kick, he sent Gohan flying, not allowing him a moment's respite before continuing his onslaught. Gohan sensed the seriousness of the situation. This was far from mere theatrics. In an instant, he unleashed his full power, reversing the tide of battle, and struck Frieza away with a powerful punch. Humph! You'll witness the true might of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. Aya! With a surge of energy, his transformation into Golden Frieza commenced, engulfing the battlefield in a terrifying aura. The clash was intense, each blow resonating with power as Frieza demonstrated his supremacy, ultimately delivering a crushing spinning kick to Gohan's head, leaving him unconscious on the ground. As Gohan succumbed, the audience from Universe 7 erupted in insults aimed at Frieza's family, while the warriors of Universe 6 cheered exuberantly for their champion. This fervor only strengthened Frost's belief in Frieza, prompting him to approach and flatter the Emperor, inquiring about the transformation into Golden Frieza. However, the cunning Frieza would never divulge his secrets so easily. He instead informed Frost that the key to transforming into Golden Frieza was to elevate one's power to its utmost limit, also known as the ultimate power form. Frost. This transformation is merely the preliminary stage of Golden Frieza. You must master it. As you can see, it requires immense energy to maintain, so you should exert your full power upon entering the arena. Frost, gullible as ever, nodded in agreement, believing Frieza's words, and transformed into the ultimate power form himself. "Is this how it works, Senior?" he asked. "Yes, indeed, but Frost, there is one more thing I must tell you." "What is it?" "Do not trust anyone." "Huh." Suddenly, Frieza raised his arm and unleashed an energy blast at the unsuspecting Frost, sending him flying out of the ring. The swift betrayal left everyone momentarily stunned. But soon the audience from Universe 7 erupted in applause. As the Grand Priest announced Frost's disqualification, Gohan managed to rise from the ground, finally comprehending the truth. Kampa, enraged, hurled insults at Frieza. Meanwhile, Frost, having returned to the stands, seethed with rage, feeling deceived by Frieza. He raised his hand to attack, but this reckless action invited disaster. "Hey, you cannot attack from outside the ring." With a swift motion, the Omni King made Frost vanish in an instant, leaving not even a trace of energy. Kampa, startled, quickly knelt in submission, as the Omni King warned him against any further violations. Should such behavior continue, Universe 6 would face immediate disqualification. Trembling, Kampa nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. Kampa, your speed is quite remarkable now, Bardos mocked without restraint. Curse you. That wretched Frost. Back on the stage. Universe 11 finally took the initiative to attack. Jiren approached the others with an overwhelming presence, and with a mere glance. He exuded a formidable aura that stirred up a tempest across the battlefield. This power, is it truly emanating from a mortal body? Beerus felt a cold sweat break out. He had not anticipated Goku's opponent to be this formidable, and his concern for Goku's safety intensified. Then, the moment Beerus dreaded occurred, Goku charged straight at Jiren, calling out, "Hey, Jiren, let's continue our duel." The battle-hungry Goku boldly approached as another figure descended gracefully. Broly had arrived. Not only that, but several competitors from Universe 3, who had aimed to survive until the end, also emerged. The immense pressure exerted by Jiren's strength prompted many to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. In an instant, the remaining 5 universes converged at the center of the arena. Universe 2 had 3 fighters left, Universe 3 had 8, Universe 6 had 5, Universe 7 had 6, and Universe 11 had 5. The grand melee with only 27 fighters remaining finally commenced. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Pepperoni from Universe 3 received a directive from the Destroyer God, calling all members to unite. By order of Lord Moscato, warriors of Universe 3 unleash a devastating assault upon them. As soon as the command was issued, the mechanical warriors of Universe 3 surged forward, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the competitors of other universes. Explosions erupted everywhere, igniting the battlefield in chaos. However, the no-harm principle came into play. Universe 3's relentless bombardment failed to achieve the desired effect and instead united the other competitors in resistance. Just then, the Destroyer God of Universe 2 resolved to execute the ultimate act of love. Zabuzu, Labanla, Zeroin, initiate the final plan. At this point, the grand melee in the Tournament of Power is nearing its conclusion, and we will soon transition into original and fan-made storylines. If you have any feedback, please let me know in the rating section, and I will consider incorporating it, ensuring it does not disrupt the original narrative. Lastly, I extend my gratitude for your companionship. Love to all. Oh, and don't forget to click the button for a free little gift. Chapter 33, The Tournament of Power, 10. As the final plan of the second universe commenced, a surge of energy erupted from the bodies of Zabujuo, Labanla, and Zeluyan. Did you hear that? It is the sound of everyone praying for our victory. Indeed, that is the love of everyone in the second universe. A live broadcast initiated by Ribrian allowed all beings in the second universe to pray for the remaining 3, which is precisely the ultimate plan of the Egyptian woman. The principle is akin to the spirit bomb, channeling the power of the people to the contestants. This is the second universe's ultimate secret weapon. Love, love, love. Even if we are not so beautiful, our love is invincible. Transform. Zeluyan, Zeluyan, Zayuo Zeluyan. Lala, Laban, Lalaban. Zaza, Zabuzabu, Zabuzabu more. A space of maidens materialized, surrounded by a spectrum of colors, as the new generation of the transformation trio descended once more. TCH. Here we go again with all this flashy nonsense. Vegeta, after kicking Kato Besseler aside, glanced toward the trio atop the mountain. It must be said that the second universe has a penchant for elevated places, as both the new and old trio transformed atop the most conspicuous peaks. Meanwhile, Broly, who harbored an intense aversion to the second universe, seized an opportunity during his battle with Toppo to unleash a wave of energy. However, unexpectedly, the new trio coalesced a black heart, deflecting Broly's attack. Only you would dare to ambush Ribrian. Watch us avenge her. The trio gathered their strength and charged toward Broly, who found himself in a 1v4 situation against Toppo. Perfect. That saves me the trouble of seeking you out later. Broly blocked Toppo's attack, then delivered a powerful kick that sent Zeluyan flying. In the audience, Mosco, having witnessed the transformation of the second universe, issued the transformation command. Kaitsukai, Ponxiao, Polarita, unite and transform. Pepperoni's staff flickered intermittently, signaling his communication with the god of destruction from the third universe. Combine. I shall form the head. The 3 mechanical warriors quickly converged and began to reshape. With Kaitsukai as the head, Ponxiao as the body, and Polarita as the legs, forming the newest mechanical warrior, Kiki Aurita. The supreme Kai of the third universe erupted in joyous laughter. Ha ha ha. Thus, a formidable mechanical warrior is born. Victory belongs to our third universe. Go forth. Kiki Aurita, knock them off the stage. With each universe revealing their trump cards, Kampa of the sixth universe could no longer remain idle and shouted to Kale and Caulifla. It is time to use that. Hearing this, Kale and Caulifla nodded and promptly donned the Patera earrings. As golden light flashed, Kale and Caulifla collided. When the light dissipated, a brand new warrior emerged, Kefla. Since it is Kale and Caulifla, then it shall be Kefla. Son Goku, prepare yourself. The newly fused Kefla set her sights on Son Goku, launching herself toward him like a cannonball. Here comes. Son Goku leaped back to create distance and assumed a fighting stance. Bang! Kefla unleashed a powerful kick, which Son Goku blocked with his elbow, then quickly seized Kefla's leg, slamming her into the ground. Damn it! Hiya! Kefla clenched her fists, and in an instant, a surge of green energy erupted, entering Super Saiyan state, breaking free from Son Goku's grasp. Go Kefla! Take down Son Goku from the seventh universe. In the audience, Kampa shouted in excitement, while fellow competitors from the same universe, Barda and Iron Man, fervently cheered her on. Kampa, do not celebrate too soon. Beerus interjected coldly. Goku, show them your strength. Hey, Frieza, what are you doing? Stop loafing around. At that moment, Frieza was leisurely strolling, either not participating or simply taking it easy, to the extent that Beerus spotted him immediately. Oh ho ho ho, it seems I have been discovered. In that case, I shall join the fray. Frieza shrugged, then gathered red energy beams in his hands, indiscriminately bombarding the area. Meanwhile, Broly was engaged in a fierce battle with the members of the Proud Warrior team, with the ordinary members flawlessly coordinating with their leader, Toppo. Evil Scion of the sixth universe, Surrender. Caeslar, wearing a beret, condensed his energy into a blade-like hand, launching a series of slashes at Broly. Broly extended his arms, catching his wrists with a disdainful expression. Humph. A group of clowns dares to challenge the full moon. But, how infuriating. His power is immense. I will assist you. Justice flying kick. Tispo soared into the air, attacking Broly from behind, but Broly would not allow it. He twisted his waist, forcefully throwing Caeslar aside. Bang! Tispo's attack struck Caeslar directly, causing him to spit blood, evidently unprepared for Broly to use him as a shield. Caeslar, damn it, you scoundrel. Justice smash. Tispo clenched his hands, releasing 5 beams of red energy, then hurled 2 fiery energy spheres at Broly. Boom. Broly revealed a cruel smile, effortlessly swatting away the spheres, and in a flash, appeared beside Tispo. Are you not known for your speed? Yet this is all you can do. What? Down you go. Broly crossed his arms and struck downward, sending Tispo crashing into the ground like a cannonball. You are far too arrogant. Justice fist. Originally, in the 3-on-1 scenario, Toppo intended to hold back, but it was evident he miscalculated. Broly was not someone who could be dealt with by just 3 individuals. Toppo swung his massive fist, but Broly responded with remarkable speed, not even glancing at it as he caught the blow, then executed a Brazilian jiu-jitsu move that struck Toppo in the abdomen. Gah! Toppo staggered back, clutching his stomach in disbelief. This man is incredibly strong. Toppo. The lazy female fighter Cocotte continuously unleashed Cocotte's fears, all of which were crushed by Broly's overwhelming power. What was meant to be a control skill was utterly nullified by Broly's might. Do not underestimate us. Caeslar and Tispo simultaneously unleashed their energy waves. A colossal beam surged toward Broly. A mighty roar. Just as Broly shattered the Cocotte's fears, he turned and unleashed a wave of energy. The two forces collided, instantly erupting in a deafening explosion. Chapter 34. The Tournament of Power, 11. In the wake of a cataclysmic explosion, billowing clouds of smoke dispersed, revealing a gaping black hole in the arena. How infuriating. This fiend has effortlessly countered our combination attack. Tispro and Caeslar, panting heavily, realized that their recent assault had drained much of their strength, while their opponent remained unscathed. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Broly had already made his move. His robust physique seemed unaffected by speed, and he suddenly appeared behind the two. Oh no! The duo's eyes widened in horror as Broly seized them with his arms, one on each side. Cough! Let go of me. They kicked and struggled, attempting to break free from Broly's grip, but their efforts were utterly futile against his overwhelming power. To Broly, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, they were akin to mere chicks, easily subdued. Release them. Justice flash. Bang, bang, bang. Topo charged in, unleashing energy blasts from his fingertips, striking at Broly's back. The attacks felt like mere tickles to Broly, who turned with a grin. Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? Patience, your turn will come. At this moment, Broly exuded an aura of unbridled arrogance. You from Universe 6 are far too audacious. Justice will not allow you to continue. You are not in a position to dictate terms to me. With the two still in his grasp, Broly placed them against his chest, emitting a blinding green light. In the horrified eyes of Tizpro and Caeslar, they were struck by the energy blasts at close range. Boom. The two fell, charred and smoldering, plummeting from the stage and landing in the audience of Universe 11. The god of destruction, Vermaud, witnessed their severe injuries and immediately condemned Broly's methods to the Omni King and the Grand Priest. However, his protest was dismissed by the Grand Priest, as Broly had not committed murder, thus not violating any rules. Vermaud gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Broly, in his eyes. Broly had become a thorn in his side that needed to be removed swiftly. His threat was greater than that of Goku from Universe 7. Evil Scion, I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. The fall of his two friends ignited Topo's fury, compelling him to teach Broly a lesson. Don't get too comfortable. Next, it's your turn. Yet, Broly dismissed Topo's threats with indifference. Slowly turning around, his eyes glowed red like a ravenous tiger, revealing a bloodthirsty glint as he provocatively beckoned Topo. Hunting time. With each successive defeat of his enemies, Broly's ferocity escalated, and he now left them half dead before casting them from the stage. The remnants of his former self lingered, revealing a character that was increasingly savage, bloodthirsty, and combative. Yet, unnoticed by all, including Broly himself, a peculiar bulge protruded from behind him. Meanwhile, during the earlier skirmish against Broly, Hit had arrived to assist. However, with the Pride troopers joining the fray, Hit decided to split his efforts, leading the transformed trio away while Broly continued to confront the Pride troopers. Returning to the present, Hit toyed with the transformed trio, who, in their frustration, could not land a single hit on him, only managing to flail about in vain. Our love, relentless and unwavering, will never falter. Prepare to face the beautiful black hole. The trio, Zeroin, Labanla, and Zabuto, unleashed a combination finishing move, concentrating the weight of love from Universe 2 into a singularity. An ultimate technique that even Ribrian had yet to master. Thus, as the surroundings began to sink under the oppressive gravity, all were affected to some degree. However, Hit's resolve was firm. It's time to end this. With a focused gaze, he activated his time skip. The moment the black heart descended, it passed through Hit. But alas, they struck only an illusion. The real Hit traversed the fabric of time and space, suddenly appearing beside them, striking at their vital points, and following up with 3 invisible energy blasts. Utilizing the time skip, he maximized his power. Bang! The trio's hearts stopped, collapsing to the ground. Yet, Hit refrained from delivering a fatal blow, leaving them with just enough breath before delivering a kick that sent them all plummeting from the stage. Thus, the ultimate plan of Universe 2 was single-handedly dismantled by Hit. How is this possible? Our love could never be vanquished by such crude attacks. The Egyptian woman cried out, only to be met with a resigned sigh from the Kaioshin beside her. Hellas, we have lost. The Egyptian woman's voice fell silent as she turned to survey her fellow warriors, her eyes filled with defiance. However, with the Grand Priest announcing the results, she found acceptance. Defeat must be acknowledged. In the end, Universe 2 faded away with a final sentiment of love. At this moment, only 4 universes remained. Perhaps influenced by Universe 2's fate, the Kaioshin of Universe 3 grew anxious, expressing to the god of destruction his belief that they should take a gamble while the members of their ultimate fusion were still present. The god of destruction, Mosca, agreed and promptly relayed the information to Paparoni. On the stage, entangled with Universe 7, Paparoni was maneuvering with Kaikakuraitor against Gohan, Vegeta, Android 17, and Android 18. Suddenly, his staff glowed once more, but this time the light was constant. Indeed, the god of destruction from Universe 3 had finally issued the ultimate command. This was a transformation that one would typically avoid, a metamorphosis that came at the cost of one's own life. Yet, at this juncture, there was no turning back. I had hoped to avoid using this ability, but since we have reached this point, Paparoni, will go all out. Kaikakuraitor, merge. Paparoni leaped high, shining in tandem with Kaikakuraitor, and soon they began to fuse. A massive cocoon materialized, and with a crack, it began to fissure, revealing a colossal figure before the spectators. The ultimate warrior of Universe 3, Oniraza, had descended. A powerful aura surged forth, overwhelming the crowd, and his towering form rendered everyone else insignificant. As the battle was poised to erupt. As for the long-absent Jiren, he had opted to meditate and cultivate his strength for optimal performance. Moreover, Kokot had stealthily departed from Broly's battlefield to ensure that no one would disturb Jiren's meditation. Unfortunately, the devious Frieza had secretly followed Kokot, discovering Jiren's sanctuary. Chapter 35, The Tournament of Power, 12. As the ultimate warrior from Universe 3, Oniraza, made his entrance, the entire Null Realm trembled. The ground shook, and small mountains crumbled. With a thunderous roar, Oniraza opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of energy that formed a whirlwind, making it difficult for the fighters from Universe 7 to keep their eyes open as they shielded themselves from the fierce winds and sands. This creature's power was overwhelming. We must devise a strategy to confront him. Gohan's expression was grave, and the others shared his concern. Yet, before they could formulate a plan, Oniraza charged at them. Boom, boom, boom. Each step of Oniraza's massive form left deep imprints in the ground, but it did not hinder his speed in the slightest. In an instant, he dashed toward them and, catching Gohan and the others off guard, sent Android 17 flying with a powerful kick. 17, you fiend, perish! Android 18 shouted angrily, launching a barrage of missiles at Oniraza. The countless missiles exploded upon impact, resembling a gentle rain, yet Oniraza merely wore a mocking expression, utterly unfazed. Ha ha ha! Witness, Universe 7. This is the ultimate warrior of Universe 3. The god of destruction from Universe 3 laughed maniacally, his arrogance infuriating Beerus. Universe 7. Dispose of that worthless scrap. Humph, Beerus. Can't you see the crux of our defeat? Your Universe 7 is already lost. Oniraza's might proved formidable as each punch sent a fighter flying. Gohan was left spitting blood, collapsing to the ground. Damn it, if only my father were here, Gohan thought, only to suddenly realize his folly. How could he place all hope in others? He swiftly shifted his perspective. If his father or Uncle Piccolo were in this situation, how would they resolve it? Suddenly, Gohan noticed that under the combined assault of androids 17 and 18, Oniraza was subtly guarding his head. Could it be that the head was his weak point? With newfound determination, Gohan surged with energy, maximizing his power, and propelled himself forward. Uncle Vegeta, please distract him, Gohan called out as he approached Oniraza, revealing the weak spot. Got it, Vegeta responded, activating his Super Saiyan Blue form, unleashing a torrent of golden energy waves that cascaded down like rain. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's strength was undeniable. While Android 18's tactics were ineffective against Oniraza, Vegeta's assault forced Oniraza into a more cautious stance. Shielding his head with one hand, Oniraza retaliated with wild strikes. Gohan gathered his Kamehameha, calling out to 17 and 18 to clear the way. Exchanging glances, 17 and 18 unleashed a synchronized kick, striking Oniraza's arm. Bang! Oniraza's protective arm was dislodged, and Gohan seized the opportunity to unleash his Kamehameha. As the attack approached, Oniraza let out a deafening roar. An overwhelming surge of energy erupting from his body. Boom! Wings sprouted from Oniraza's back, instantly dispersing the Kamehameha upon its arrival. What? Gohan exclaimed in shock. But before he could react, Oniraza sent him flying with a single punch. Bang! Gohan crashed through several small mountains, finally halted by a massive boulder at the edge of the arena, preventing him from being eliminated. Gohan! Piccolo shouted from the stands, his voice filled with concern. But Gohan remained unresponsive. TCH. Clearly, he has been living too comfortably. His strength has regressed. Vegeta scoffed, launching another offensive alongside 17 and 18. How dare you, worthless scrap. Flaunt your power before me? Down you go. Ultimate Flash. The battle with Oniraza not only ensnared Vegeta and the others in a predicament, but also affected the surrounding contestants. For instance, the cunning Frost was poised to ambush Jiren. Following Kokot to Jiren's meditation spot, just as he was about to strike, the entire space quaked violently. His energy beam inadvertently veered off course. Yes, it misfired. This immediately alerted Kokot, who activated a protective barrier in front of Jiren, thwarting Frost's intentions. Damn it! Which fool has ruined my plans? Frost seethed. Yet he refused to retreat empty-handed, launching energy blasts that were effortlessly deflected by the barrier. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the Null Realm. No, The entire space trembled. All combatants paused, gazing towards Jiren's position, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. Frost, standing nearby, was struck by a sense of suffocation. His breath quickened, and his body felt leaden. Struggling to lift his head, he locked eyes with an icy glare. It was Jiren. Jiren had awakened. He took slow, deliberate steps toward Frost. And with each step, Frost found it increasingly difficult to breathe. How dare you? I, King Frost, will not be dominated by the likes of you. Huh. Frost clenched his fists, blood seeping from his palms as he raised his energy, transforming into golden frost. Huff, huff, huff. Frost gasped for air. The transformation offered slight relief, and he prepared to hurl taunts at Jiren, only to find that Jiren had vanished. Humph. As expected, even the likes of Jiren must retreat before me. The great King Frost. Is that so? Nanny. Frost turned to see a towering figure staring at him impassively, with an icy tone that cut through the air. Without a second thought, Frost attempted to flee, but no matter how hard he ran, he remained rooted in place. Glancing back, he noticed Jiren had his tail pinned down, the immense pressure bending it into a curve. Die! Frost roared in fury, channeling a red energy wave that struck Jiren head-on. Yet, Jiren did not even flinch, casually brushing off the dust from his shoulder. How dare you belittle me? Frost raged, feeling humiliated and disrespected. He swung his fist at Jiren, but with a single strike. Jiren left Frost dazed, his mind blank and ringing. Meanwhile, still holding Frost's tail, Jiren used him as a punching bag, delivering a series of relentless blows. Chapter 36. The Tournament of Power. 13. Bang. 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 Cursed wretch. Ah! The battered Frisia roared in fury, seizing the moment to unleash a barrage of death beams from his hands, while Jiren merely shifted slightly, transforming into multiple phantoms to evade the onslaught. Subsequently, Jiren grasped Frisia's hands, rendering him incapable of executing his techniques, followed by a knee strike that sent Frisia reeling, spewing bile. Ah! Clutching his abdomen in agony, Frisia collapsed to the ground as Jiren, emotionless, seized his head, dragging him as if to discard him from the arena. Jiren ambled forward, gradually coming into view of the spectators. In the stands, Beerus's expression darkened upon witnessing the scene, and he bellowed at all members of Universe 7 to assist Frisia. I have no intention of saving that bastard Frisia. Let whoever wishes to save him do so. Vegeta, engaged in combat with Oniraza, disregarded Beerus's command, thinking it better to let Frisia perish than to intervene. I cannot extricate myself from this situation. Neither can I. 17 and 18 chimed in hurriedly, dodging Oniraza's fists. You lot. Beerus clenched his fist tightly, causing the barriers in the stands to shatter. 17, 18, and Vegeta were grappling with the behemoth from Universe 3. While Goku was entangled with Kefla, they were outnumbered. Just as he grew anxious, a sudden loud crash echoed from Jiren's direction, prompting his swift gaze to the source. There, at the edge of the arena, emerged Gohan, who had somehow managed to rescue Frisia. Yet, it was evident that Gohan had paid a steep price. His entire arm was twisted grotesquely, with glimpses of exposed bone. Gohan, drenched in cold sweat and trembling from pain, remained silent. Frisia, in his state, was equally astonished to discover that his savior was Gohan. Frisia's emotions were tumultuous, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stared blankly at Gohan. No need for gratitude. We must devise a strategy to confront Jiren. Gohan's tone was frigid, while Frisia slowly rose to his feet. Gohan, I owe you a debt. Should I ever come to destroy Earth, I will certainly spare your life. Enough with the cold jokes. We need to act quickly, Gohan shouted, swiftly retreating as Jiren charged toward them. You scoundrel, I've suffered enough at your hands. I will not let you off lightly. Frisia, instead of retreating, recklessly confronted Jiren, shocking Gohan, who understood all too well the futility of their odds against Jiren. Hey! Frisia's eyes blazed with hatred as he attacked Jiren with all his might. Stop, Frisia. We must coordinate our efforts. Do not command me. Just because you saved me once does not mean I will obey you. I will never forgive that bastard. Frisia's forehead bulged with veins, and despite his rage, he could not harm Jiren, fueling his frustration. Is this your limit? Jiren, as if toying with a child, effortlessly deflected all of Frisia's punches. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, and his strikes quickened, yet Jiren's gaze sharpened, delivering an unseen blow that sent Frisia reeling. Bang! Frisia crashed into a small mountain, bloodied and with his eyes filled with rage. He howled at Jiren, cursing the rules as he declared that such a fiend deserved to perish at his hands. Boom. Frieza summoned his energy and charged at Jiren, only to be crushed once more, his head lolling as he lost consciousness. How many times must this play out? Jiren languidly grasped Frieza's tail, preparing to throw him from the arena. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted as Vegeta, 17, 18, and Gohan led Oniraza toward Jiren. Their colossal fists collided with Jiren. Bang! Jiren was sent flying. With a thunderous crash, he shattered several small mountains yet rose unscathed, casting a knowing glance at Gohan. Aware of their disadvantage, Gohan had ingeniously devised a plan to have Oniraza and Jiren battle each other. Surely, two tigers would injure one another. However, it quickly became apparent that Gohan had underestimated Jiren. In an instant, Jiren appeared beside Oniraza, enveloped in searing red energy, and delivered a devastating kick that sent Oniraza crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 was drenched in cold sweat, his teeth chattering in fear of Jiren's overwhelming power. Oniraza. All fighters from Universe 3 have been eliminated. Universe 3 faces annihilation. The Grand Priest stood with arms folded, seemingly unfazed by the destruction of an entire universe. Alas, warriors of Universe 3, your efforts are appreciated. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 adjusted his glasses one last time before they vanished into white light, disappearing into the cosmos. On the arena, Jiren remarked indifferently, "The ultimate warriors of Universe 3 are but this: arrogance, a disregard for everything." The strength exhibited by Jiren instilled a profound sense of oppression and helplessness within the members of Universe 7. Just then, Kefla and Goku descended from the sky. "Gohan, are you all right? You should withdraw. Leave the rest to your father." Goku's brow furrowed. Gohan's injuries were severe, and he was bleeding profusely. Without timely treatment, he risked succumbing to blood loss. Even a Saiyan was not immune to this fate. Gohan shook his head. "Father, I am fine. This is a critical moment for Universe 7. I cannot retreat." Goku paused, then smiled. "Very well, let us live together." "Indeed." "Hey, stop chatting. The enemy approaches." Vegeta scoffed, his anger flaring as 17 and 18 assumed fighting stances. "Father, how is Kefla from Universe 6 fighting alongside you?" Gohan questioned, glancing at Kefla, who appeared as if she were a comrade. He was utterly bewildered by their alliance. "Kefla is here to assist us." "Huh?" Gohan was taken aback, yet as Jiren approached, he had no time to inquire further. Chapter 37, The Tournament of Power 14. Here he comes. Jiren's speed is astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he arrives, immediately sending Goku and the others flying like petals scattered by the wind with a single punch. The group regains their footing and disperses, encircling Jiren. At this moment, everyone understands that their greatest adversary in this match is undeniably the figure before them, Jiren. Beerus grits his teeth. Jiren's strength has evidently surpassed his expectations. Witnessing the others being effortlessly overwhelmed by Jiren, he clenches his fists in frustration. Beside him, Vermaud scoffs upon seeing Beerus's anxious demeanor. "Humph, Beerus, I advise you to concede. Jiren is beyond my capability." The crowd falls silent at Vermaud's words. Long ago, they had heard tales of a warrior from a certain universe who surpassed even the gods of destruction. Little did they expect that this individual was Jiren. Beerus's teeth grind tighter, but he finds himself unable to refute the claim, silently hoping for Goku and the others to emerge victorious. However, as all eyes are fixed on Jiren, a sudden scream pierces the air, capturing everyone's attention. Bang, 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 ha ha ha. Broly is seen laughing maniacally as he brutally assaults Toppo. The proud captain is left battered and bruised. Even his emblematic attire of justice is in tatters. Broly's heavy fist rained down relentlessly. Even though Toppo is devoid of any power to resist, the onslaught continues. At this moment, Broly exudes an aura of bloodlust, savage and deranged. The audience feels a sense of discomfort. "Hey, is he trying to kill Toppo?" "Grand Priest, I implore you to intervene." Vermaud shouts at the Grand Priest. Yet he remains indifferent. As long as no lives are lost, the match must continue, an unyielding rule that no one, save for the Omni King, can alter. "Well done, Broly. Keep it up. Defeat Universe 7 and Universe 11. The previously silent Universe 6, which had felt overshadowed by Universe 11's overwhelming strength, is suddenly invigorated by Broly's actions. TSK. Kokot, what are you doing? Go assist Toppo. Vermaud snaps at the timid Kokot. Startled, Kokot rushes towards Toppo, but just a few steps away. A sharp crack echoes as a fist sends her flying. It's hit. In the audience, Krillin exclaims in shock as this unforeseen twist leaves everyone momentarily stunned. As a top assassin, Hit has been lurking nearby, meticulously observing the arena's dynamics to deliver a lethal blow to the competitors from other universes. His strategy has proven effective. After the Ultimate Warrior from Universe 3 appeared, he had eliminated all other members of Universe 3, which explains why the Ultimate Warrior was swiftly ousted by Jiren. Aya! Kokot screams in terror as she is hurled off the stage, and upon returning to the audience, Vermaud berates her while she repeatedly apologizes. Back on the arena, Goku and his companions face off against Jiren while Broly continues to pummel Toppo, and Hit chooses to remain concealed, preparing for his next move. The remaining 3 universes engage in fierce combat, yet one among them merely observes, Kaba. Following Hit's advice, Kaba hides as well, with less than 15 minutes remaining. Conserving numbers is a tactic in itself. Having the weakest Kaba serve as a mere number in battle is also a sound strategy. Although somewhat reluctant, Kaba complies for the sake of the overall situation. Suddenly, he notices that the battered Toppo is emanating an eerie purple glow. He attempts to alert Broly, but it is too late. Toppo roars, launching Broly away with a fierce glare, his rage palpable as his aura surges. Justice. I no longer desire it. I shall defeat you here and protect our universe. I have made my resolution. Ahe. Toppo clenches his fists, unleashing a tremendous surge of power that fills the arena like a nuclear explosion. The intense energy gradually stabilizes, and Toppo's tattered garment of justice is swept away by the force, revealing his muscular physique. His skin darkens, a strange symbol appears on his chest, and his pupils turn a sinister purple, eerily enchanting. Jiren, who was engaged with Goku and the others, halts to observe. It seems you have made up your mind, Toppo. This aura is reminiscent of divine energy. The Supreme Kai Shin can hardly believe that a mortal's body could harbor such divine essence. Hee. It is time for them to witness that power, Toppo. Vermaud rests his chin on his hands, feigning seriousness, though the upward curve of his lips betrays his excitement. Our universe stands on the brink of annihilation. From this moment on, it is a true fight for survival. Go forth, Toppo. Jiren, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11, filled with zeal, waves his hand, his voice echoing throughout the void. On the stage, Toppo advances toward Broly, and at that moment, a rift appears beside him. Hit strikes again. However, when Hit's attack lands on Toppo, it not only fails to impact, but sends Hit reeling back. As he flies, Hit manages to unleash a hidden energy blast. Bang! Though the attack proves effective, it merely leaves a scratch on Toppo. Damn, this guy's body is incredibly tough. My attacks cannot penetrate his defenses. What is this layer of purple energy surrounding him? Hit is perplexed about how to break through, but for safety's sake, he decides to maintain his distance. Next, Hit resorts to long-range attacks to test the waters. Destruction. Toppo bellows, gathering destructive power and disregarding Hit's assault, allowing the attacks to land on him. Boom. As he hurls the destructive energy sphere, Hit attempts to evade, only to realize that this energy sphere possesses an unusual property. Everything it touches disintegrates into stardust, vanishing without a trace. That energy is destruction, but destruction is not. The Supreme Kai Shin is filled with dread. He had been puzzled by Toppo's earlier display of divine energy, but now he seems to grasp the truth. Indeed, destruction is the power that belongs to our gods of destruction. Let me be frank. Toppo is, in fact, the candidate for our god of destruction in Universe 11. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 proudly proclaims, while Vermaud shrugs, thoroughly enjoying the astonishment etched on the faces of others. Chapter 38. The Tournament of Power, 15. As the words of the 11th Universe's Kaioshin faded into silence, the crowd found themselves engulfed in shock. The arena already bore witness to the presence of a monster like Jiren, and now the addition of a god of destruction candidate sent chills through everyone's hearts. Go, Goku. I believe you can achieve victory. In the midst of the gloomy atmosphere, Krillin suddenly rose from his seat, pouring all his energy into a shout directed at the arena. Witnessing this, Piccolo, Tien, and others swiftly joined the chorus of encouragement. Beerus and Champa, too, were moved by the unwavering resolve of Krillin and his companions. What is so great about a god of destruction candidate? Broly, Hit, Caulifla, bring them all down. Goku. No matter what Jiren throws at us, we will clear them from the arena. In an instant, the audience erupted in fervent cheers that echoed throughout the void. Looks like we have a reason we cannot afford to lose. Despite being battered and bruised, Goku wore a smile that momentarily stunned Jiren. Indeed, Kakarot, we cannot falter. At this moment, Vegeta, Gohan, and even androids 17 and 18 stood fearless. A futile struggle. Jiren dismissed their naive convictions. In his world, only the strong deserved everything. With a powerful punch, Goku was sent flying, only for Vegeta to quickly follow up. The androids employed a kite strategy, maintaining their distance while pulling Jiren. Their teamwork was impeccable, yet it was no match for absolute power. 20 times Kaioken. Goku sprang back to his feet after hitting the ground, charging towards Jiren with renewed vigor. Vegeta shouted in frustration as Goku stole his chance. Kakarot, you coward. Goku unleashed an unprecedented force, causing Jiren to take notice. Albeit just a little. The two warriors exchanged blows, battling from the skies to the ground, their fierce momentum palpable. Goku's spirit soared as he roared with intensity, while Jiren remained expressionless, not even breaking a sweat. He seized an opening and delivered a kick to Goku, who spat out bile. Jiren then grasped Goku's arm, tossing him violently before appearing above him, both fists raised to strike down. Boom! Goku crashed into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as the onslaught left him feeling utterly shattered. Meanwhile, in his God of Destruction form, Toppo was unstoppable, disregarding Hit's attacks with contempt. Hit was left frustrated, pondering why his strikes were ineffective against Toppo. Why is Hit's attack failing? Krillin mused, prompting Beerus to provide insight. It's destruction. Toppo has enveloped himself in destructive energy. How can we even touch him then? Yes and no. Toppo's mastery of destructive energy is still lacking. He requires time to gather it, leaving him vulnerable. However, without an attack potent enough to breach that energy, it is futile. Beerus lounged casually, propping his chin up with one hand, unconcerned for Hit's safety since they were not from his universe. Back at the arena. This is the end for the 6th universe's assassin. Justice and evil no longer matter. All that counts now is victory and survival. Destruction. Toppo gathered destructive energy in one hand, its size swelling as he exerted more power. As he beheld the immense energy, sweat trickled down Hit's forehead. Just then, a figure dashed forward, swiftly pinning Toppo to the ground with a single hand. Boom. The interruption of destructive energy triggered an explosion, splitting the arena in two. It's you. You vile scoundrel. Toppo, forced down, struggled to turn his head, only to meet a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Indeed, after being repelled, Broly had succumbed to madness, consumed by the desire for battle. Broly paid no heed to Toppo's thoughts, seizing his head and relentlessly smashing it into the ground. Yet, due to the protective barrier of destructive energy, the ground posed no harm to Toppo. Useless. However, Toppo's brief revelry was cut short as he realized he had been lifted. Broly gripped his head with one hand and his legs with the other, slamming him forcefully onto his knee. Bang! Ugh! Toppo felt a wave of excruciating pain surge through him as he collapsed to the ground, astonished that his proud destructive energy had been so easily overcome by Broly. Destruction. Clenching his teeth, he rose from the ground to unleash destruction once more, only to be swatted aside by Broly. Are you a snail? Your speed is as slow as a tortoise. Indeed, although Toppo had transformed into a god of destruction, his speed was painfully sluggish, primarily because he had yet to master his destructive abilities. On another part of the battlefield, Goku, having been knocked down, gasped for breath. Jiren was simply too strong. Neither Super Saiyan Blue nor the 20 times Kaioken could inflict any damage. I've seen your strength. Now witness my ultimate technique, Goku declared, withdrawing from Super Saiyan Blue and leaping to the mountain peak with arms raised. Father, you're not thinking of using that, are you? Gohan's heart sank as he realized Goku's intentions. Jiren, unaware of Goku's plan, observed the determined expressions of the others and felt intrigued, refraining from attacking. Everyone, please lend me your energy, Goku shouted, and the members of Universe 7 understood immediately, raising their hands in unison. Take it, Goku. Let Jiren witness the power of Universe 7. Krillin was the first to raise his hand, a white light gathering above, floating toward Goku. Oh ho ho, it's that technique. It brings back unpleasant memories for me, but feel free to use my energy, Frieza. The unconscious Frieza had awakened at some point, and upon seeing Goku's technique, he too raised his hand to contribute his power. Countless light orbs converged above Goku's hands, where a brilliant energy sphere rapidly expanded. It's coming, it's coming. Goku cried with excitement, yet he soon realized that the gathering speed of the spirit bomb was still too slow. No, I need more time to gather energy. This is infuriating. However, Jiren stood with arms crossed, allowing Goku the time he needed. I can wait for you. That must be a special technique for you, so unleash your full power. Jiren's words caught Goku off guard, and he responded, you're quite generous. But don't regret it, Jiren. Chapter 39. The Tournament of Power, 16. Jiren's calmness was terrifying, even upon witnessing the spirit bomb in Sun Wukong's grasp. He remained utterly unperturbed. His demeanor exuded an air of confidence, as if to declare, feel free to unleash any technique you desire. I shall withstand it all. His approach was to absorb the opponent's maximum onslaught, only to counter with a force far superior. This epitomized Jiren's style. In the audience, the god of destruction from Universe 11 gloatingly remarked that victory was already within his grasp. Ah, how intriguing this technique is. I never expected such prowess to emerge from a lower-tier universe. The skirmish was certainly worthy of attention. Seated at the edge of the audience were several figures clad in the attire of gods of destruction, their appearances strikingly fearsome. They were the gods of destruction from Universe 1, Ewan, Universe 5, Iraq, and Universe 12, Gene. Their interest was piqued by Sun Wukong's spirit bomb. With a resounding hum, the colossal energy sphere raised by Sun Wukong illuminated the entirety of the void. As the energy ceased to swell, the spirit bomb was finally complete. Done. Jiren, you shall not regret granting me this time to prepare. Go. Spirit bomb. The massive orb tore from Sun Wukong's hands, hurtling toward Jiren below, obliterating all in its path. As anticipation filled the air, the spirit bomb enveloped Jiren entirely. The audience, ready to erupt in cheers of victory, was abruptly silenced by a thunderous command that sent shockwaves through the crowd. The spirit bomb began to ascend, gradually revealing Jiren within its confines. What? Sun Wukong gasped in disbelief. The power of the spirit bomb was renowned. He had vanquished formidable foes with it countless times before. Yet, against Jiren, it seemed to bear no effect. To everyone's astonishment, Jiren effortlessly lifted the spirit bomb with a single hand and began to push it back. Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming force as the spirit bomb was rapidly thrust back toward him, reaching the midpoint between the two fighters in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong activated his Ultra Instinct, propelling the spirit bomb once more toward Jiren. However, Jiren merely raised his other hand, reversing the tide once again. Tenfold Kaioken. Jiren remained unfazed, while Sun Wukong unleashed his full might with 20-fold Kaioken. At last, Jiren showed signs of exertion. He let out a fierce roar as the spirit bomb, unimpeded, hurtled towards Sun Wukong in an instant. Sun Wukong was engulfed by his own spirit bomb. Cries of anguish echoing as the energy detonated moments later with a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, leaving devastation in its wake. A third of the arena was obliterated, a massive crater crackling with electricity, yet Sun Wukong was nowhere to be seen. The spectators from Universe 7, along with the competitors present, were left in stunned silence. The explosion had decimated a significant portion of the stage, leaving behind a gaping void. Broly and his companions, affected by the violent tremors, turned to witness a blinding orb of light erupting from the other side of the arena. The sheer force was familiar to Universe 7, compelling them to rise and gaze at the crater. Within the luminous column, a figure gradually emerged, igniting excitement among the spectators. It was their unwavering spirit, their dearest friend, Sun Wukong. Humph, as anticipated. Frieza understood the extent of Sun Wukong's resilience, and when he was consumed by the spirit bomb, Frieza remained untroubled. After all, could the king of transformation fall? Impossible. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts? Beerus pondered before proclaiming, here it comes. As the light dissipated, a figure enveloped in a radiant blue and silver aura materialized. It was Sun Wukong. His form was unprecedented, with silver streaks in his hair and silver pupils. Though his aura was restrained, it radiated the potential for cataclysmic power. Jiren approached, and Sun Wukong turned slightly to meet his gaze. Suddenly, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Jiren, who had instinctively evaded. Sun Wukong lashed out with a swift motion. Bang! The impact resonated, rippling outward from their point of contact. It was evident that Sun Wukong had not merely survived the explosion. His presence, his aura, was unlike anything witnessed before. The audience buzzed with chatter, even the gods of destruction from Universe 11 showing signs of uncertainty. With a resounding crash, Toppo collapsed, bloodied and battered, his body marred with wounds. Crimson fluid pooling around him. Before him stood Broly, a cruel smile etched across his face. Chapter 40. Fury. With a resounding thud, Trappa attempted to rise, only to have his head firmly pinned beneath a foot. The destructive power he wielded was rendered utterly impotent in the face of Broly's overwhelming fury. Damn you, you demon! Trappa seethed. Broly let out a boisterous laugh. Oh, are you being hypocritical? You constantly preach about justice, yet look at your current state. Humph. The god of destruction? The esteemed Lord Trappa. It is nothing but a fade of hypocritical righteousness. Broly's final words pierced Trappa's heart like a needle. He had fought for justice, earning the respect and applause of the people. Yet this man before him had the audacity to belittle justice to mere triviality. Enraged, Trappa refused to allow justice to be tarnished. Even if he transformed into a force of destruction, it was still for the cause of justice. Ah! With a mighty push against the ground, Trappa lifted Broly's foot, determined to make this mocker of justice pay a bloody price. Struggling still, Broly increased his pressure, causing Trappa to falter, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, gritting his teeth, Trappa rose once more. Trappa, your sense of justice is extreme. You have no right to determine anyone's guilt, let alone erase them. Each of Broly's words struck Trappa's soul like a heavy tolling bell. This was precisely the effect Broly sought. He aimed to dismantle Trappa from within. Trappa, do not heed his nonsensical words. We are the Pride Troopers, adored by the people. Do not be swayed by his taunts. From the audience, Dis shouted at the top of his lungs, while the other members of the Pride Troopers stood resolutely by Trappa's side. TCH, a bunch of meddlesome fools. Realizing that verbal assaults were ineffective, Broly unleashed a fierce kick. Boom. Broly was taken aback. His foot had been seized. Before he could comprehend the situation, Trappa roared in anger and flung him with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Gripping Broly's ankle, Trappa spun around in a full 360 degrees, crashing him against the mountainside, which shattered upon impact. Yet, Trappa's assault was far from over. At this moment, Trappa had mastered the art of destruction with newfound finesse, evidently empowered by the encouragement of his teammates. He was suffused with potent destructive energy, leaving Broly unable to break free. However, Trappa would not allow this demon to escape so easily. He continued to apply force, slamming Broly while simultaneously gathering a sphere of destructive energy. His destructive power no longer required time to charge. Broly was startled. His ability to counter Trappa's destruction hinged on two factors: the lengthy charge time and his ability to exploit Trappa's weaknesses during moments of vulnerability, maximizing his own strength. Yet now, Trappa seemed to have evolved, releasing a destructive sphere instantaneously. Broly, caught off guard, was struck directly in the body. Boom! Broly was sent hurtling through the air, tumbling for hundreds of meters before finally colliding with the mountainside, coming to a halt. Groaning in pain, he felt the destructive energy coursing through him, gradually eroding his strength. Broly. In the audience, Zampa observed Trappa's reversal of fortune, pressing Broly back. And his anxiety surged. They were nearing the climax. If Broly were eliminated, the sixth universe would be doomed. Beside him, Bardoss clenched her fists, anxious for her disciple's fate. Ha ha ha. Well done, Trappa. Let that scoundrel witness the justice of Universe 11. Let him understand the consequences of belittling justice. Waymide shouted with exuberance, still vexed by Goku's revival and his back-and-forth battle with Jiren. However, witnessing Trappa's turnaround reignited his excitement. If Trappa could eliminate the main strength of the sixth universe and then join forces with Jiren, no one could prevent Universe 11 from claiming victory. The time had come to end the sixth universe's demon, destruction. Responding to Waymide's command, Trappa began to gather a destructive sphere, aiming to finish off the fallen Broly in one decisive blow. Boom! A colossal sphere of destruction surged forward, obliterating everything in its path. An unstoppable force of annihilation. Just as everyone believed Broly was finished, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Uffed! Scalding blood splattered across Broly's face. He was momentarily stunned, devoid of pain or discomfort. Raising his gaze, he saw a figure gradually materializing before him. It was Gabe. Broly-san. The sixth universe cannot lose you. I may be the weakest, but if I can ensure your safety, it is worth it. The sixth universe is my home, and I refuse to let it suffer harm. Uffed! Gabe coughed up more blood, his frail body drenched in crimson, gravely injured. Gabe! A furious roar erupted as Vegeta hurtled toward them at incredible speed. At that moment, Broly's mind went blank. He could hear nothing, as though he were alone in the universe. Memories of Gabe flooded back. Their first meeting, Gabe's enthusiastic introductions, the mishap at Gabe's door on Salad Star, and Gabe cheering him on during matches, until now, when he stood before him, battered and bloodied, shielding him from harm, slowly collapsing. Thud, thud, thud. Broly's heart raced wildly, filled with an overwhelming rage that surged through his mind. The demons of the sixth universe must be eradicated, Troppa declared, gathering destructive energy once more. However, just as he was about to unleash it, Aoya, Broly's roar of fury erupted. His fists clenched tightly, and a tempest of ferocity enveloped him, darkening the already dim void. In the void, winds howled like tormented spirits, and thunder rumbled with enough force to shatter the very fabric of existence, ringing in everyone's ears. Broly's hair oscillated between green and gold, and his pupils shattered, losing all semblance of reason, his gaze glowing with a bloodthirsty red. The wild green aura erupted violently, a tremendous pressure engulfing the arena. Every onlooker found it difficult to breathe under this overwhelming force. Crack! With a deafening roar, an unprecedented bolt of lightning tore through the void, revealing a cosmic spectacle that captivated all. Broly, full power. Chapter 41. Overwhelming. The transformation of space left all present in awe, as a ferocious force erupted outward from Broly, radiating in all directions. The arena was enveloped in a scene reminiscent of a galaxy, exuding an eerie ambience. On the opposite side, Toppo was already taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, instinctively retreating with each step. Indeed, this was the primal instinct of living beings, the unchanging law of the food chain, the terror faced when confronted by a beast, the dread in the presence of a formidable foe. On the other side of the arena, those engaged in battle with Jiren ceased their skirmishes. Captivated by the phenomenon generated by the realm of nothingness, Jiren gazed at the surging green energy, an unusual seriousness etched on his face. The magnitude of this power was overwhelming. It seemed to envelop the entire arena. This was the energy of Broly from Universe 6. What on earth had transpired to provoke such fury within him? This is bad, Gohan exclaimed in confusion, while Caulifla, without a second thought, turned and sprinted towards Broly, sensing an ominous premonition. Above the realm of nothingness, under Broly's influence, phenomena akin to a dragon siphoning water manifested, as spiraling energy cascaded from above, obliterating everything in its vicinity. At that moment, the realm of nothingness resembled hell itself. In the audience, due to the sudden decrease in spectators, the Grand Minister rearranged the seating, forcing the viewers from the three universes to huddle together. The onlookers, witnessing the cataclysmic might on display, could not help but swallow hard. Even the gods of destruction felt uneasy in the presence of this energy. Indeed, it is this very power, Beerus mused, recalling his first encounter with Broly. Sensing the trouble he would bring, he had detected unstable elements within Broly's being. If left unchecked, this instability could lead to catastrophic consequences. And now, that problem had finally manifested. Meanwhile, Kampa, no longer laughing, inquired with a serious expression, "Is this what you taught him, Beerus?" Beerus shook his head, while Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, added, "Broly's condition may be linked to the Scion race. Scions generate immense power when driven by extreme rage, likely due to Cabba's influence, which has transformed Broly into this state." Whis' words provided some clarity, yet the usually calm Vegeta was anything but composed. He could sense the overwhelming strength emanating from Broly. But with only 10 minutes left in the match, the sudden emergence of Broly posed a significant disruption to his plans. On the arena, Broly had surpassed all limits. Entering his full power form, his appearance had drastically changed. His hair shifted from golden to a vivid green, growing in volume, while his muscles expanded significantly, making him nearly 3 meters tall. In that moment, Broly had completely lost his sanity, overtaken by rage, with battle being the sole focus of his mind. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards Toppo, and as he left the ground, the earth beneath him crumbled away. "You vile demon of Universe 6, I shall obliterate you. Destroy, destroy, destroy." As Broly rushed toward him, Toppo frantically gathered destructive energy spheres in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The spheres collided with Broly, only producing wisps of white smoke. Broly remained unscathed. How is this possible? Toppo gasped in horror, retreating rapidly. Yet, at that moment, Broly was already upon him. Aha! Broly unleashed a powerful punch, and despite Toppo raising his arms in defense, Broly's overwhelming strength crushed through, sending him crashing into the ground. Boom. The entire arena trembled from the impact. Toppo. In the audience, the contestants of Universe 11 couldn't help but sweat for Toppo. The force behind that punch was something they would never dare to withstand. They could only pray for Toppo's resilience, hoping he could endure. But this was merely the beginning of Toppo's nightmare. Observing Broly's wrath, hit side and activated his instant transmission, swiftly grabbing Kaba and tossing him off the arena. TCH, Beerus. Kampa, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was displeased to be interrupted. Yet saving Kaba was essential given his contributions. Suddenly, an explosion resounded. Kampa looked on in alarm as the arena's ground began to collapse, splitting into several pieces. Not enough. Not enough. Ha. Broly cackled, delivering punishing blows that left Toppo reeling. He abruptly raised his arm to retaliate with a destructive sphere. However, to his astonishment, Broly crushed the nascent sphere with ease, seizing Toppo and swinging him violently. Bang, bang, bang. Toppo was tossed around like a mere punching bag, nearly losing consciousness from the blows. Then, Broly lifted him high, grasping his head tightly. Toppo, refusing to surrender, clung desperately to Broly's arms, attempting to halt his advance. But the frenzied Broly was beyond Toppo's capacity to resist. With a gaping maw, Broly unleashed a fierce wave of energy that sent Toppo flying. Kill! 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 Broly roared, pursuing Toppo, who was engulfed in a green blaze, delivering another explosive strike to his chest that sent him hurtling away. Following that, Broly clenched his fist, releasing 5 radiant green energy blasts that struck Toppo directly. Boom! Toppo exploded in the air like fireworks. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, was drenched in cold sweat. Facing Broly's tempestuous assault, Toppo had no chance to retaliate. This was a candidate for God of Destruction, effortlessly being ravaged by Broly. Simultaneously, the audience could hardly bear to watch. Broly's brutal methods seemed intent on taking Toppo's life. Contestants from Universe 11 incessantly appealed to the Grand Minister. Yet, rules were rules. As long as Toppo was alive, the match would continue. In midair, as Toppo plummeted, Broly raised his arm. A luminous orb grew within his palm, culminating in a cruel grin as he hurled it forward. The energy sphere shot out rapidly, and Toppo, battered and unable to evade, could only watch helplessly as it struck him. Toppo screamed as the colossal energy propelled him onward, hurtling towards the location of Jiren and others. Broly charged forward, a relentless force in pursuit of Toppo. Chapter 42. Unstoppable. With each step Broly took, the ground beneath him was transformed into deep craters. His imposing physique resembled that of a heavily armored tank, crushing everything that dared to stand in his path. He was approaching, as Broly charged recklessly towards them. Gohan felt a surge of alarm and swiftly sought refuge. Broly was nothing short of chaotic. He disregarded the small hill before him, relying solely on brute force to smash through any obstacles in his way. Get out of the way. As Broly drew near, showing no signs of halting, Number 17 instinctively pushed Number 18 aside. You bastard! Die! Number 18 exclaimed, clearly irked, raising her hand to unleash a blast at Broly, only to be restrained by 17. Confused, she watched as he shook his head in disapproval. At that moment, Broly halted, surveying the assembled group with a menacing grin that sent shivers down their spines. To him, everyone appeared as mere prey. Boom! As Toppo was propelled by the sphere of energy, it seemed he was about to be launched off the stage when Jiren reached out with one hand, halting the luminous orb. Observing Toppo, who appeared as if he had been cooked, Jiren's brow furrowed in concern. His limbs were twisted, and Toppo was on the verge of disintegration. A flicker of anger crossed Jiren's eyes as he pushed Toppo off the stage, delegating his care to his fellow universe members. Whoosh! Toppo returned to the audience. Toppo, Captain. The members of Universe 11 quickly surrounded Toppo, who was covered in injuries, and Kakunsa burst into tears. Hey, Kampa, are all your universe members demons? How could you be so ruthless? The Kaioshin of Universe 11, fuming with rage, directed his ire at Kampa. Although Kampa felt a hint of remorse, the reprimand dissipated any guilt he harbored. This was a moment of life and death. Not having killed him was already a mercy. What are you barking at me for? After all, Broly was one of his own. He would not allow other universes to speak ill of him. Indeed, the character of a universe can be discerned by its god of destruction. Their quarrel attracted the attention of the Grand Priest, who smiled as he addressed them. What seems to be the issue between Universe 11 and Universe 6? Do you require my assistance? Both were instantly startled, shaking their heads vigorously. What a joke. The Grand Priest was a figure of immense power, second only to one, and asking for his help would be a fool's errand. The audience gradually quieted. Yet the arena was ablaze with conflict. Number 17 and number 18 from Universe 7 circled around Broly, continuously unleashing energy blasts to distract him, while Gohan seized the opportunity to gather his energy for a Kamehameha. However, their strategy faltered. Broly charged forward, swiftly closing the distance to number 18, seizing her by the neck and forcefully slamming her into the ground. With a resounding crash, she struck the earth like a toppled tree, convulsing briefly before her legs went limp, falling silent. Number 18. Krillin, her husband, was instantly alarmed at the sight of his wife being assaulted. His diminutive form was about to leap over the barrier towards the stage, but his companions restrained him. Have you lost your mind, Krillin? Going up there is suicide. You won't be able to help her. Instead, you might attract the Grand Priest's wrath. Piccolo's expression mirrored his concern. He had never witnessed an android being so easily incapacitated. Yet Krillin pounded the ground in frustration, feeling as if he had failed to protect his wife. After neutralizing number 18, Broly set his sights on the fleeing number 17, who seemed to sense Broly's intent and quickly distanced himself. Yet Broly let out a sinister chuckle, suddenly darting towards Gohan, who was still gathering his Kamehameha. Boom! Gohan realized the danger too late and released the energy blast with all his might. However, Broly did not flinch. He charged through the Kamehameha, advancing towards Gohan. Haha, it's over for you. Broly cackled, reveling in the final struggles of his prey. Curse you. Aya. Gohan's muscles tensed as he unleashed all his energy in a furious shout. The Kamehameha surged, engulfing Broly entirely. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo cheered, proud of his prodigy. But this time, disappointment awaited him. From within the blinding energy, a massive hand emerged, grasping Gohan's wrist and abruptly halting the Kamehameha. In a state of panic, Gohan met Broly's gaze as the latter delivered a brutal knee strike to his abdomen, followed by a savage onslaught that twisted Gohan's arms mercilessly. Gohan. Piccolo could no longer contain himself. Just moments ago, he had advised Krillin against acting impulsively. Now, he found himself overwhelmed with rage. Jiren, we need to pause this battle and subdue this out-of-control beast, Goku suggested, watching Gohan in agony. However, Jiren frowned, his mind racing. The suggestion to let Goku return for support was tempting, as he aimed to eliminate the other contenders on the stage using Broly's hands. Yet, Jiren hesitated, remembering the helplessness he felt when he witnessed his master's death during his childhood. The memory was etched in his mind, fueling his aversion to such tactics. Eventually, he nodded in agreement with Goku. Jiren, you. Jiren silenced the voice in his head and followed Goku. Aya, Gohan screamed, while Broly reveled in the sound, perceiving it as delightful music, lost in its melody. Cry, scream, tremble, you insects. Broly's brutal methods incited the fury of Universe 7. Let him go. Suddenly, number 17 teleported in, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's face. Yet the immediate pain in his hand made him wince. Broly merely turned, regarding number 17 with disdain. Have you not eaten? Insect. With gritted teeth, number 17 activated his shield, attempting to push Broly back. However, to his astonishment, Broly effortlessly pierced through the seemingly impenetrable barrier, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. In Broly's grasp, Gohan and number 17 struggled fiercely. Chapter 43. Call me a demon ants. Perish. Broly exerted immense force with both hands, leaving Gohan and Android 17 feeling as though their throats were being crushed. Just as despair enveloped them, a figure suddenly appeared beside Broly, radiating a blue-silver aura, with fingers pressed against his forehead. It was Goku, utilizing instant transmission. With a swift kick, Goku struck Broly, yet the latter merely staggered slightly. Goku's Ultra Instinct was not yet in its complete form, so while it had some effect, it was negligible against Broly. Ha ha ha, feudal, Kakarot. Broly's words had barely left his lips when a voice echoed behind him. He turned to see a massive foot aimed at him. Bang! Broly stepped back 2 paces, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld Jiren, enveloped in a crimson aura. Jiren was momentarily taken aback. That kick had the force to eliminate the ultimate warrior of Universe 3. Though it wasn't his full strength, it was not something to be easily withstood. With a dismissive smile, Broly brushed off the dust from his body. Jiren's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his infinite impact, sending countless invisible attacks hurtling toward Broly. Do you think a used technique will still be effective? Broly scoffed, bracing his powerful physique against Jiren's infinite impact. As it approached, he retaliated with a fierce punch that struck Jiren's face, forcing him to retreat several steps. Impossible. Gohan stared in disbelief. The scene unfolding in the arena was utterly unfathomable. He knew Jiren's strength all too well, yet he could not fathom that the so-called strongest warrior could be pushed back. Such an occurrence was simply inconceivable. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on, with Broly's fist raining down on Jiren like a torrential downpour. Each strike resounding with a dull thud. Simultaneously, Jiren was attacking Broly, with neither combatant defending against the other's blows, both resolutely enduring the onslaught. Prepare to witness something spectacular. Huh. Broly roared, erupting with intense energy that sent Jiren sprawling. Then, with a flash of red in his eyes, Broly unleashed Jiren's infinite impact against him. Countless green afterimages surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Boom, boom, boom. Jiren, recognizing the danger, rarely resorted to using both hands for defense, yet he found himself continuously retreating. Nevertheless, Broly relentlessly pursued him, akin to a bulldozer, forcefully pushing Jiren back. The spectators, both competitors and audience alike, were astounded by Broly's monstrous ability to learn. This fellow. Is he a monster? Gohan was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha. How does it feel to be attacked by your own technique? Broly taunted, finally inciting Jiren's wrath. The latter erupted with an astonishing crimson aura that enveloped the entire arena. With blinding speed, he closed the distance to Broly and unleashed a punch that connected squarely with his face. Bang! Broly was sent flying, but Jiren immediately pursued, only for Broly to regain his footing and collide with Jiren once more. The entire Null Realm reverberated with the shockwaves of their clashes. At that moment, Goku suddenly appeared between them, delivering a punch to Broly's head. Broly, sensing the impending strike, swiftly seized Goku's arm and swung him around, hurling him toward Jiren. The two collided violently. Kakarot, you shall be the first to fall. Broly felt an inexplicable urge to treat Goku as his primary target in any battle. Come on. Goku leaped forward, closing the distance to Broly in an instant, and they engaged in a fierce exchange, their fist raining down like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. Goku's eyes flickered as his blue-silver aura waned amidst the battle. With a mighty roar, he channeled all his strength into a single punch. Bang! Though Broly braced himself, he was still forced back several dozen meters, a visible scratch marking his chest, left by Goku. Enraged, Broly shouted, Kakarot! 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 Boom! A column of green flames erupted skyward. Broly, once more consumed by fury, charged at Goku, extending his arms to seize Goku's neck, and then forcefully slammed him into the ground. Bang! Goku was driven into the earth, the tremendous force nearly rendering him unconscious. Goku! The members of Universe 7 shouted in alarm from the sidelines, but Broly paid them no heed. Instead, he grasped Goku's ankle and began to slam him against the ground. You monster! Let my father go! Gohan yelled in rage, exuding an astonishing aura. Monster? No, I should be called a demon. Ha 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 ha. Broly cackled, pivoting to charge at Gohan. Run, Gohan. You cannot match him. Goku, lying on the ground, extended a hand in a futile attempt to intervene. But Broly was already upon them. Gohan, with a serious expression, prepared to resist with his remaining hand. However, just as Broly's fist descended, another figure suddenly appeared, tackling Gohan to the ground. It was Goku. He had utilized instant transmission to save Gohan. Yet, Broly's fist did not halt. Instead, it collided with Frisia's face, who had been unfortunate enough to be in their path. Hey, calm down. I'm Frisia. I am the Emperor of the Universe. Hey! A scream echoed as Frisia was sent flying. Spitting blood, Frisia managed to steady himself and glared at Broly, furious. You wretched beast. How dare you make me your scapegoat? He then turned his ire toward Broly, his expression brimming with rage. You scoundrel. You truly have no fear. Prepare to witness the power of Golden Frisia. Yaha. A radiant golden light enveloped Frisia, transforming him into Golden Frisia. However, before he could unleash his assault, Broly had already closed the distance. Chapter 44, The Tragic King Frisia. Allow me to demonstrate the might of Golden Frisia. As soon as Frisia's words fell, Broly swung his massive fist towards him. Bang! The heavy blow nearly sent Frisia's head flying, and immediately after, Broly delivered a series of punches, left and right. Bang bang bang. Damn that filthy monkey. Don't let your pride get the better of you. Frisia, now enraged, unleashed a golden red aura, clenching his fist and striking out without a second thought. However, Broly easily caught Frisia's feeble punch in his massive hand. What? Frisia was taken aback, quickly attempting to retract his arm, striving to free himself from Broly's grasp. His face contorted, sweat pouring down his forehead, yet he could not escape Broly's control. Suddenly, Frisia felt a surge of heat on his head, only to see Broly's large hand pressing down on him, fingers curling, causing him excruciating pain. Hey! Frisia's eyes bulged in agony as he struggled violently, kicking and thrashing, using every part of his body to strike at Broly. Is this the power you wanted me to witness? Broly grinned wickedly, applying more pressure, his 5 fingers digging deeper. Frisia's head began to distort under the brutal compression, and his golden form started to fade. Hey! You can't kill him, Broly, Kappa exclaimed urgently. Though Broly was in a rampaging state, he adhered to one fundamental rule: the power of the Grand Priest, and even that of the Omni King, could easily erase him. Thus, killing under their watch would only lead to his own demise. With a cold smirk, Broly released Frisia, who was left teetering on the brink, and then delivered a kick straight to him. Bang! Frisia flew like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. Just wait. Although I am restrained now, the one who will stand at the pinnacle will undoubtedly be me, Broly. At this moment, Broly was intensely craving power. He did not wish to be commanded by others or constrained. He longed for the freedom to act as he pleased. Yet here he was, hindered at every turn by a mere competition. Enough is enough. Arriving in this world, not only had he been mistreated, but he was also scorned by the god of destruction, and even his best friend was on the brink of death because of him. He was exceedingly displeased, extremely displeased. He wanted to end this tournament. He would blow this wretched place to the heavens. Haba! Broly clenched his fists, letting out a roar. Everyone around was bewildered, not understanding what Broly aimed to do with all this amassed energy. It must end. Explosive meteor. Broly leapt into the air, releasing countless energy blasts from his center, unleashing high-intensity strikes in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the energy blasts made contact with the ground, they exploded, causing widespread destruction, and the competitors on the arena began to evade the onslaught of energy blasts. Yet they soon realized that Broly's target was not them, but the arena beneath their feet. Has he lost his mind? Grand Priest, quickly stop him. This way, the competition will be rendered impossible. Everyone was left in shock, watching as the arena visibly disintegrated, the rest of the universe thrown into chaos by Broly's mad actions. Hearing this, the Grand Priest turned to the Omni King for guidance, but the Omni King merely clapped, expressing delight at the spectacle. The Grand Priest smiled slightly and then informed everyone that the Omni King did not agree to intervene. TCH. Jiren, stop him, now. Vegeta gritted his teeth, deeply dissatisfied with this unfair ruling. Goku, bring that guy down. Beerus, with a scowl, was equally displeased. But the Grand Priest's words had made it clear that there would be no intervention, so they had to rely on the competitors in the arena. Without needing to be told, Son Goku and Jiren prepared themselves, both slightly bending their knees before shooting up like rockets toward Broly. Still want to interfere with me? Down you go. Broly's green aura erupted, his hands coming together to transform the explosive meteor into a super bomb. Boom. A massive energy sphere plummeted downward. The only choice left for the two of them was to withstand it. If they didn't resist, the arena would be obliterated, and everyone would perish alongside it. Jiren shouted, having made his decision, determined to dissipate this energy. Meanwhile, Son Goku, under Broly's pressure, entered the Ultra Instinct mode once more, and this time, his mastery over it was even more refined. He clasped his hands together, the Kamehameha ready to unleash. But just as they were about to strike, a shadow zipped past them. That shadow was cursing loudly. The one cursing was someone Goku recognized, his son, Gohan. What is happening? 10 seconds earlier, gazing at the energy mass Broly had gathered, Gohan devised a plan. He intended to use Frisia as a shield against the energy blast. Yes, Frisia. After all, he was already dead. Taking this hit should be fine. Gohan staggered over to Frisia, who, after being beaten down by Broly, was in no condition to move. Gohan, you bastard. Upon realizing Gohan's intent, Frisia struggled desperately. This was no trivial matter. If that planet-sized energy sphere struck him, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Ugh. Though he was already dead. Go. Frisia. You bastard. Gohan. I want to spare you. With all his strength, Gohan yanked on Frisia's tail, swinging him around, and at the peak of his power, he let go. Frisia shot through the air like a meteor, racing past the stunned onlookers. Returning to the present, Frisia screamed in terror. The mass of energy was overwhelmingly vast. Unaware of Frisia's plight, Broly hurled the energy blast at him, and it struck Frieza directly. Boom, boom, boom. The violent force bore down on Frieza, who struggled to raise his hands, feeling excruciating pain upon impact. This thing. Watch me deflect it. Agah. Chapter 45. One against many. Boom. As the energy blast engulfed Frieza, a tremendous explosion erupted. The sheer force of this explosion shattered the very fabric of the Void Realm. At that moment, the Void Realm was devoid of chaotic space, replaced instead by an expanse of pure white. There was nothing, just an overwhelming whiteness, reminiscent of the Room of Spirit and Time, where everything was absent. The arena, suspended in midair, was left in ruins by the shock waves, with only a few small patches of intact ground remaining. The audience, witnessing the scene before them, was utterly astonished. The Void Realm had been irrevocably altered by Broly. Swish. Android 18 from Universe 7 returned to the stands, unconscious, her clothing torn by the explosion. 18. Krillin rushed to her side, tears welling in his eyes, and promptly fed her a Senzu bean. Before long, 18 began to regain consciousness. Krillin. Yes. It's wonderful, 18. You're all right, truly. Krillin wept like a child, vowing to himself never to allow 18 to participate in such perilous battles again. Not just him, but even Gohan had returned to the audience, as Universe 7 had suffered the loss of 2 fighters due to Broly's explosive assault. However, Frieza, at the center of the explosion, had not returned to the stands, leaving everyone uncertain of his fate, whether he had perished or fallen into some crevice. I apologize to everyone for not being able to endure until the end, Gohan said, filled with shame, as Piccolo approached and gently patted his head, handing him a Senzu bean. Gohan, you performed splendidly. Truly excellent. You have given your all. Now, take a moment to rest, Piccolo encouraged. Yes, Lord Beerus, Uncle Piccolo. Huff, huff, huff. Broly descended from midair, landing on a rock, panting heavily. The exertion of unleashing his maximum energy had taken its toll. He surveyed his surroundings, searching for the others. Suddenly, a swift sound sliced through the air, as a powerful leg swept towards the back of Broly's head. Sensing the threat, Broly crouched to evade the strike, revealing Jiren. Covered in dust, his attire riddled with numerous tears, his muscular form faintly visible beneath. What happened? Your movements seemed considerably slower. Was it the explosion's effect? Ha! Broly mocked. But just then, an unexpected figure struck him, sending him flying. Bang! Broly crashed onto another massive rock. He looked up to find Goku, standing alongside Jiren. Not only that, but several other figures had also joined them. Scanning the scene, he recognized Android 17, Vegeta, and a battered Frieza, whose tail had been severed. One must admit, Frieza's resilience was remarkable. Surviving such a colossal explosion showcased a vitality rarely seen in this world. Broly, you are far too dangerous. I must ask you to leave first, Goku said with a furrowed brow, having witnessed 18 and Gohan's elimination. He chose not to intervene, knowing their injuries were grave and that prolonging the fight would only exacerbate their suffering. What? Do you intend to surround us, Chief? As the words escaped him, it appeared with Caulifla, arriving behind Broly. Broly turned to face them. Get lost. I have no need for 2 weaklings. What did you say, you brute? Do you wish to fight? Caulifla, inheriting her predecessor's fiery temperament, was quick to challenge, yet Broly had no interest in wasting time on such trivialities. He clenched his fists and shouted towards Goku and Jiren. Come on. Ha! Extreme arrogance. Broly's overwhelming aura astonished everyone present. Even before the likes of Goku, Jiren, and Vegeta, he remained unfazed. At that moment, Broly epitomized his savage nature. Whether on Blue Planet or in this alternate realm, one often hears others speak of divine will. Gods are the true sovereigns of this world. Some are born to reign. Others are destined to wander. Such is the decree of the divine. But Broly cared little for such notions. He lived for himself, for his own freedom. Whether it be the god of destruction, the Grand Priest, or even the mighty Zeno, anger them. And he would show them the consequences. As Broly lifted his gaze, a bloodthirsty and savage glint in his eyes sent chills down the spines of those before him. Even Caulifla and Hit instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Broly. They were unaware of what had transpired within him. Why had this ominous aura manifested? This energy was unlike anything before. Only Goku and Vegeta had experienced it. During their competition between the 6th and 7th universes, Broly had exuded this malevolent essence. Moreover, Goku and the others recognized that Broly's power continued to escalate, seemingly without limits. Determined not to remain passive, Goku and the others knew they were facing an unprecedented enemy. Without hesitation, they unleashed their powers, combining their energies in a dazzling display. Boom. Colorful auras intertwined as the five charged towards Broly. Yet, he simply extended his arms. Shoving aside the obstructive hit and caulifla, his eyes gleamed with intensity. Kakarot, Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly, prepare yourself. Broly's chilling laughter echoed as he engaged them in fierce combat. Bang! Broly sent the weak Frieza flying with a single punch, then followed up with an elbow strike to Vegeta's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Meanwhile, Goku seized the opportunity to land a kick on Broly's face, while Jiren simultaneously struck his back, creating a pincer attack. Bang! Broly's body emitted a resounding thud. However, he merely smirked, seemingly impervious to pain. He suddenly grasped Goku and Jiren's hands and feet, flinging them away with a powerful twist. But Broly's assault had not concluded. With a ferocious surge of energy, he swiftly pursued the nearest Jiren. Just as Jiren attempted to counterattack, Broly brutally lifted him, crashing his back against Broly's head. Broly stood alone against the multitude, raising Jiren high, leaving all present in sheer astonishment. Chapter 46, Deep Blue Vegeta. The prince's outburst bang. The violent collision elicited a pained cry from Jiren, as Broly nearly bent him at a right angle. Jiren, in the audience, was clutched his hair in disbelief, exclaiming that he had never anticipated the emergence of such a formidable character as Broly during the Tournament of Power. Moreover, given the current circumstances, Broly seemed to hold a distinct advantage. Hee. Whis exclaimed to Beerus, there are still 7 minutes left. Universe 11 has but 1 fighter remaining. Universe 7 has 3 left, while our Universe 6 boasts 4. The tides of battle are favoring us. In terms of numbers and strength, how do you intend to secure victory? Kappas, brimming with arrogance, resembled a triumphant little tyrant, inciting a desire to deliver him a sound thrashing. Behind him, Vados, though pleased with Broly's performance, appeared visibly troubled. She resolved to investigate Broly's condition once the match concluded. Kampa, do not grow complacent. This is far from over. Beerus scoffed, crossing his arms. Although he feigned indifference, the shadow of discontent on his face was unmistakable. Indeed, Kampa, do not revel too soon. The outcome is still uncertain. The Universe 11 Kai also reprimanded Kampa for his boastful demeanor. Due to Kampa's status as a god of destruction, the other universe fighters dared not voice their dissent. Yet they harbored their own disdain, their cheers growing louder to drown out Kampa's mocking laughter. On the arena, as Broly relentlessly tormented Jiren, the remaining fighters launched their counteroffensive. Among them, Goku's speed was particularly astounding. He swiftly closed the distance and appeared beside Broly in the blink of an eye. Goku's voice caught Broly's attention, prompting him to shift his focus. Goku seized the opportunity to strike first, landing a punch squarely on Broly's nose. Yet, Broly seemed unfazed, simply absorbing the blow with his face. Almost instantly, Broly retaliated, delivering a punch and seizing Goku's hair, slamming him into the ground. Goku quickly broke free, landing a kick to Broly's nape. Although Goku was in a state of Ultra Instinct, Broly's physical prowess remained formidable. Broly swiftly maneuvered to Goku's rear, controlling his arms and driving a knee into Goku's back, lifting him off the ground. Goku howled in agony, but just then, Vegeta charged in. Seizing the moment as Broly turned his head, Goku executed a spinning kick, striking Broly atop the head. With all his might, Goku's blow reverberated through Broly's skull. Consequently, Broly's grip loosened, allowing Goku to kick off his chest and launch Broly away. Broly flew directly toward Vegeta, who prepared to unleash his final flash. Dive monster. Final flash. With a whoosh, Vegeta clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of energy that engulfed Broly's form. This is the consequence of underestimating the great Vegeta. He cackled, the intensity of the final flash surging. Boom. An explosion erupted, shrouding the arena in thick smoke. Believing he had vanquished Broly, Vegeta remained blissfully unaware. Do not let pride cloud your judgment, lest you be struck down. A fierce wind swept in, dispersing the smoke, revealing a massive hand before Vegeta. Broly's arm curved, locking around Vegeta's neck and forcefully pinning him against a rock. The immense power shattered the stone beneath them. Broly pressed down on Vegeta's head, taunting, Vegeta, little prince, let your father's vengeance be exacted through you. Vegeta's eyes glazed over, the proximity to such raw power instilling a profound sense of helplessness and despair within him, leaving him unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless punches rained down on Vegeta, causing him to tremble as the stone behind him continued to splinter. Yet, amidst the onslaught, thoughts of Bulma, Trunks, and the newborn Bra surged to the forefront of his mind. I cannot be defeated. Bulma and the others are waiting for me. I cannot lose. I must not lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Vegeta roared, unleashing a powerful aura, swiftly transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form. Unlike his previous transformations, this time his power surged with unparalleled intensity. His hair transitioned from light blue to a deep azure, and his aura thickened, shifting from blue to a profound blue. A formidable energy radiated from Vegeta, pushing everything around him away. Even Broly was forced back several steps. However, in that moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and he propelled himself forward, delivering a punch. Broly reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block the blow. Yet, Vegeta smirked as his deep blue aura exploded, propelling Broly backward. Well done, Vegeta. Ever since Broly had dominated the field, Beerus had been seething with frustration. But upon witnessing Vegeta push Broly back, he could not help but unleash a roar, releasing the pent-up irritation within him. Uncle Vegeta has surpassed his limits, Gohan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. With his father breaking through, and now Uncle Vegeta doing the same, it seemed hope still lingered. Truly remarkable, Vegeta. In the arena, Goku swiftly joined Vegeta in battle. However, upon seeing Goku, Vegeta bellowed in frustration, "Stay out of this, Kakarot. I can handle Broly on my own." Vegeta radiated confidence, his pride swelling now that he had attained a new form. Yet, pride often precedes a fall. Broly, shaking his arms, conjured a green protective barrier around him. Vegeta's punches met an impenetrable wall. In his astonishment, Broly slammed a knee into Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, and he spat out a mouthful of bile. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion echoed as Jiren clashed fiercely with Hit. The enhanced Hit was utilizing his time-skipping technique to evade Jiren's relentless onslaught. He dodged left and right, seeking an opening, and with a flourish, he unleashed a time-freezing attack upon Jiren. Jiren's body became immobilized, as if time itself had ceased. Meanwhile, Hit raised his left hand, controlling the time freeze, while his right hand slowly lifted to reveal a purple energy sphere, compressing the energy within. Jiren, it is time to end this. On the other side, observing the battle, Caulifla remained oblivious to the shadow looming behind her. Chapter 47, Savage Tactics. Bang! 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 Broly showcased his formidable prowess, standing undaunted against three adversaries. The intensity of their battle stirred a tempest of debris. Nearby, Caulifla keenly observed their confrontation, but as she became engrossed in the spectacle, an unexpected gust of wind swept behind her. A surge of crimson energy enveloped her in an instant. It was Frieza, having stealthily positioned himself behind her, rendering her immobile. Ho 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 ho. How do you like this move? It's called Nightmare's Embrace. You can't move, can you? The deep crimson sphere of energy ensnared Caulifla, and breaking free would require time, yet Frieza showed no mercy. With a mere thought, he hurled the surrounding debris directly at her. You despicable fiend. You dared to ambush me. Ho 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 ho. Oh, the Sixth Universe's warrior. How Navi you are. This is a battle for survival. Do you truly believe I would hold back? Down you go. Frieza bellowed, extending his fingers as a tremendous force propelled Caulifla towards the edge of the arena. Struggling valiantly, just as she was about to tumble off the stage, a sudden energy sphere shot towards Frieza, interrupting his attack and granting Caulifla her freedom. Who dares? Frieza roared in displeasure, only to see Hit, controlling Jiren, extending his hand towards him. Humph! You interrupted me, so you shall not escape unscathed. Ah! With a wicked grin, he pointed a finger at Hit, intending to return the favor. You won't get away with this. Suddenly, Caulifla reappeared, landing a powerful punch on Frieza, sending him hurtling back. It smirked, but soon felt something amiss. His power was gradually being siphoned away. With urgency, Hit turned to see that the previously immobile Jiren was now slowly stirring. Ah! Jiren roared, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy within Hit's space, causing it to fracture. Veins bulging on his forehead, Hit poured every ounce of strength into maintaining control. As Jiren's energy clashed violently with his own, with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, Jiren's cold gaze locked onto Hit. What? Hit, in disbelief, realized that despite enhancing his power through the time-skip technique, he was utterly helpless against Jiren. This revelation filled him with dread. Gritting his teeth, Hit charged at Jiren. Deciding that since his techniques were ineffective, he would have to confront him head-on. But how could an assassin compete in close combat? Jiren's eyes widened, and an invisible force sent Hit flying. Blood spewed from his mouth as he finally comprehended the monstrous challenge Broly was facing. Farewell, assassin of the Sixth Universe. Jiren coldly pursued Hit, then, to his astonishment, slammed his fists together with tremendous force. Boom! Hit screamed in agony as his body pierced through the ground. Swish! Hit returned to the stands, where the eliminated contestants approached him with concern. Yet, he had no desire for idle chatter. His gaze was fixated on Broly in the arena. The fate of the Sixth Universe rested solely on Broly's shoulders. As for Caulifla, he held no hope for her reckless antics. Ha ha ha! What's wrong? Is this all you have? Broly's fists continued to rain down upon 17 and the deep blue Vegeta, who were barely holding their ground, gritting their teeth as they resisted Broly's relentless onslaught. With Goku's Ultra Instinct having faded again, only 17 and Vegeta remained to withstand Broly's might. Damn it! This humiliating battle is infuriating. Vegeta seethed, having finally broken through his limits, only to be overwhelmed yet again, casting doubts upon his entire existence. Especially after witnessing Goku's explosive power before the Ultra Instinct dissipated, he felt even more frustrated. Why is Kakarot always ahead of me? And I refuse to accept this. Vegeta's pride ignited a fierce determination, causing his energy to erupt. Kakarot, Broly, watch me surpass you both. Oh. Vegeta's eyes glinted with ferocity as he unleashed a flurry of punches, shifting from defense to offense, leaving 17 momentarily stunned. Boom. With a decisive blow, Vegeta successfully pushed Broly back. Humph. So much for the legendary Saiyan. You're nothing special. Vegeta sneered, a confident smile gracing his face, revealing his disdain for others after gaining such immense power. Broly clutched his abdomen, suddenly trembling. Both Vegeta and 17 looked on in confusion at Broly's peculiar reaction. Ha 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 ha. Broly erupted into laughter, shaking uncontrollably as if he had heard the most amusing joke in existence. Vegeta, irritated by Broly's laughter, shouted, "What are you laughing at, you fool?" "I'm laughing at how foolish you are." In an instant, Broly launched himself forward, his massive form delivering a knee strike directly to Vegeta's face. Subsequently, the green energy sphere in his hand pressed against Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying without a scream. Vegeta, damn it! 17 rushed forward to intercept Broly's assault. But Broly merely swatted him aside with ease. A pitiful puppet. Broly then charged at Vegeta, who, having barely regained his footing, was met with a colossal foot slamming him into the ground. Vegeta, Goku shouted from behind Broly, landing a punch on his face. Yet, Broly merely grinned menacingly, retaliating with a headbutt. At that moment, 17 also appeared, clasping Broly from behind. However, the downed Vegeta arose once more, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, reigniting the chaotic brawl among the three. Broly, with 17 on his back, continued to pummel Goku relentlessly. As Vegeta attempted to strike from behind, Broly countered with a swift kick, sending him sprawling. In a swift motion, he grasped 17 by the collar and hurled him to the ground. The trio's fierce skirmish was subdued by Broly's savage and overpowering tactics, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Wailing in despair, this charade of a game ends here. Broly seized one of them, positioning Vegeta and 17 against his chest. A surge of green energy erupted as both let out a horrified scream, launched away by the blast. Kakarot, I refuse to accept this. Do not let the Seventh Universe perish. I implore you. Vegeta, as he tumbled out of the arena, raised his arm, channeling all his energy into a sphere and casting it towards Goku. The Seventh Universe, 17 and Vegeta are eliminated. Chapter 48. The Battle of Three. After Broly dispatched androids 17 and Vegeta, Kappa was nearly beside himself with joy. Just moments ago, he had felt a tinge of regret at Hit's elimination, but now he was on the brink of laughter. Brother, how does it feel to have two contestants eliminated at once in this final stretch? Kappa mischievously leaned forward, his rotund face eliciting the ire of Beerus, who could no longer contain himself and swatted him away. With a resounding smack, Kappa was left dazed, and the fighters from Universe 7 were equally bewildered. Beerus, how dare you strike me? Kappa exclaimed. How could I not? I find you utterly insufferable. In a fit of rage, the two began to exchange blows, targeting each other's faces with fierce intensity. Before long, both were left battered and bruised. At that moment, a chilling voice interrupted. Perhaps we should replace these two gods of destruction They are far too noisy. Indeed, it's impossible to properly enjoy the match with all this racket. Chimed in the two diminutive figures. The Grand Minister smiled, while Beerus and Kampa hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. Then you two shall remain silent for a time. Yes, yes, yes. They nodded vigorously, fearful of incurring the wrath of the Omni King. Meanwhile, having consumed a Senzu bean, Vegeta dashed to the edge of the arena, his eyes fixed on the slowly rising Goku. You cannot lose, Kakarot. Back on the stage, following Hit's elimination, Jiren glanced at Broly and Goku, then at Kefla and Frieza. He concluded that it was best to clear away the trash before relishing in the victory. With a thunderous burst, Jiren launched himself toward Frieza and Kefla. Yeah. Huh. The golden Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but Kefla appeared to handle them with ease. After all, the combined strength of the two was superior to Frieza's. At that moment, Kefla was merely passing the time, toying with Frieza like a golden punching bag. Suddenly, Kefla felt a surge of danger. A crimson figure was swiftly approaching, targeting their spot. Frieza, too, sensed a formidable power drawing near, prompting the duo to halt in unison. They were about to confront a monster, a being stronger than the gods of destruction. It's here. I knew it without you saying. Kefla and Frieza shared a silent agreement. Their only chance of survival lay in uniting their strengths. With a mighty crash, Jiren descended before them, his overwhelming presence making them feel utterly uncomfortable. You two should attack together. I have no time to waste. Jiren beckoned them dismissively, provoking Kefla's ire first. With a burst of green energy, she launched a flying kick. But Jiren merely sidestepped, evading her attack with ease, before snatching her up by the leg. You can go down now. Kefla was infuriated by Jiren's nonchalance. She retaliated, unleashing a red energy blast from below. Jiren merely scoffed and countered with a single punch, sending her own attack back towards her. The impact was devastating. And Kefla coughed up blood, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Jiren. Still watching? If I'm eliminated, you want to escape either. Frieza, whose intentions had been discovered, ceased his passivity and charged at Jiren with a punch, prompting both to engage in a collective assault. Yet, Jiren remained unfazed. The damage they inflicted was negligible compared to the impact of Broly's single blow. Just as Jiren prepared to eliminate the duo from the arena, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Frieza suddenly unleashed a technique on Kefla, controlling her before delivering a powerful strike that sent her flying into the audience. The rapid reversal left everyone stunned. Oh ho, Jiren, no need to thank me, Frieza smirked. What do you mean? Even if you knock her out, I'll still eliminate you. Let us make a deal. I'll help you ambush Goku and that brute, and in the end, I'll forfeit, allowing you to claim victory. What do you say? Frieza's cunning smile revealed his treachery. Hey, Frieza, what are you scheming now? Beerus from Universe 7 grew anxious, fearing Frieza would betray them again. However, Jiren showed little interest. You talk too much. Time to go. He raised his fist to strike, but Frieza deftly retreated, laughing maniacally. Ha. Jiren, it should be you who gets eliminated. Frieza's antics shocked everyone. Suddenly, a red energy sphere enveloped Jiren's feet. Frieza wasted no time. Knowing his power could only restrain Jiren for a moment, and he kicked the sphere. The red energy orb, carrying Jiren, sped toward the edge of the arena. The crowd gasped at Frieza's cunning maneuver. His earlier words had merely been a distraction. Ha. The victor is none other than me, Frieza the Great. Frieza boasted, his mouth agape in triumph, having seemingly rid himself of the monstrous threat. But, crack. Jiren roared. His fists clenched as he shattered the enclosing red sphere. Trash. You will perish. Jiren fumed, realizing he had been outsmarted. Boom. Wait. Hold on. Frieza's face contorted as Jiren's fist connected, sending him hurtling away. Crash. Frieza smashed through several stone structures before tumbling down. Humph. Jiren turned to face Broly and Goku. Yet, as Frieza plummeted, a floating stone suddenly caught him, lifting him back up. On the other hand, when Vegeta was eliminated, he transferred all his energy to Goku, significantly replenishing Goku's stamina. Subsequently, as he engaged in battle with Broly, he re-entered the Ultra Instinct state. His power surging. Each time he accessed this form, he grew more adept, and at that moment, the two were locked in a thrilling exchange. Boom! Suddenly, a red figure descended between them, arms outstretched to absorb the attacks from both Broly and Goku. Mind if I join in? Thus began the epic battle of the three. Chapter 49, The Final Confrontation. 1. The howling wind stirred the hearts of all present, creating an eerie stillness in the realm of nothingness. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by the whistling gusts that swept through the crowd. Ah, how serene it is. Indeed. So quiet. Two playful pea sprites giggled as they gazed at the arena, where the competition had reached its climactic moment. Three universes battled for the last chance at survival, engaging in a decisive showdown. In the audience, solemn expressions marked each face. It was the moment of reckoning, and none wished for their universe's annihilation. At last, Clint could no longer contain himself. The oppressive atmosphere felt almost surreal. He sprang to his feet, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. Go, Kakarot. Defeat them. With his encouragement, others began to rise, all the competitors from various universes joining him at the railing. Their voices hoarse from the fervor of their cries, fighting for the survival of their own realms. Lord Beerus, which of the three do you believe will prevail? Humph. Let the games begin. Beerus scoffed lightly, observing that only the finest warriors remained on the stage. To presume a conclusion based solely on personal bias would render one utterly devoid of discernment. No sooner had he spoken than the three contenders clashed, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward in a magnificent halo. A sinister grin crept across Broly's lips as he unleashed a devastating energy blast directly at Goku and Jiren, shocking them with the audacity of such a fierce attack at such close quarters. Boom. All three were sent sprawling, but Broly managed to brace himself, digging his feet into the ground, leaving deep impressions in the hard earth. With a powerful thrust, he catapulted himself back into the fray. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Broly had set his sights on Goku, disregarding Jiren, who was closer, and instead treating Goku as his primary target. With a fierce collision, Broly propelled Goku upward, slamming him against the mountainside. Spitting blood, Goku felt a sense of helplessness. Why was Broly so fixated on him? Yet, the only response was the relentless barrage of Broly's ferocious blows. Swish, 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 boom. Jiren, in a flash, appeared behind Broly and delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly crashing into Goku with tremendous force. Broly glanced back just in time to see Jiren launch an energy blast at him, causing both warriors to be hurled backward once more. Well done, Jiren. Keep pushing them down. TCH. What are you so pleased about? This is merely the beginning. Maidme's words were met with disdain from Kampa and Beerus, yet she remained unfazed. As long as victory was within reach, she would celebrate in any manner necessary. Enough. You insects. Broly, having endured Jiren's relentless assault, felt his rage surge. As Jiren closed in again, Broly's arm bent, delivering a fierce elbow strike. Bang! The collision of elbow and fist ignited a fierce glare in both fighters. Get away from me. Goku, stifled under Broly's onslaught, felt the pain transfer to him as well. Clenching his fists, Goku concentrated his energy, and then, with a mighty push against Broly's chest, he unleashed his force. Boom! Broly, caught between the two, felt the impact as he and Jiren were sent flying together. In a fit of rage, Broly spread his arms wide and unleashed two energy blasts. As Jiren and Goku struggled to fend off the blasts, Broly seized the opportunity to attack, kicking Goku toward Jiren before unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom! The earth-shattering sound resonated as the smoke cleared, revealing the silhouettes of Goku and Jiren. Ah! Kakarot! Jiren! Disappear! Broly roared, channeling all of his strength into a brilliant green energy sphere. The orb radiated dazzling light, transforming in waves before solidifying. He hurled it toward the duo with cataclysmic force. Yet this attack was unlike any before. As the two prepared to defend, they were astounded to see the energy sphere split into multiple blasts. Omni Kamehameha. In an instant, the area around Goku and Jiren erupted in brilliant fireworks, a cacophony of explosions illuminating the realm of nothingness like day. The audience watched in awe, stunned by Broly's extraordinary display. Each time they believed him to be cornered, he turned the tide, leaving them in greater astonishment. Huh! Broly furrowed his brow, sensing two radiant lights flickering within the smoke. Ah! Simultaneously, two powerful shouts erupted as beams of energy shot skyward, restoring the white space to its original hue. A silver figure and a red figure materialized before Broly. In the wake of Broly's formidable assault, Goku had once again surpassed his limits, mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct. Simultaneously, Jiren had entered an Ultra Instinct state, his muscles swelling beyond their usual capacity, enveloped in a crimson aura. Just moments ago, after enduring Broly's overwhelming attack, Jiren recalled the voices of his allies, transmitted by Made Me, reminding him that some things cannot be attained through sheer strength alone. Love, friendship, bonds of camaraderie. In the past, the deaths and betrayals of his family and comrades had rendered Jiren a silent, solitary warrior, forsaking any belief in genuine human connection. Haunted by his tragic past, he vowed to become powerful, shunning teamwork in favor of solitary endeavors, having been betrayed before. Yet, when faced with Broly's might, his allies did not abandon him. Instead, they offered encouragement, causing the ice around his heart to crack. Especially the phrase, "We are with you." In an instant, tears welled in Jiren's eyes. Chapter 50 The Final Confrontation 2. At this moment, Jiren was brimming with confidence. What he had lost had returned to him. He was about to become immensely powerful. As Goku faced an onslaught, the faces of his friends flashed through his mind. Vegeta, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin. He could not bear the thought of his universe's destruction, nor could he allow his friends to suffer harm. In that instant, Goku shattered his constraints, unleashing the full potential of Ultra Instinct. The two formidable auras created swirling winds around them, one white and one red, as their figures rushed forward in unison. Before Broly could react, both warriors delivered simultaneous strikes to his abdomen. This duo shared a tacit understanding that Broly, an unpredictable factor, must be eliminated before their duel could commence. Broly let out a pained cry, crashing through the arena with a resounding boom. Yet, with his indomitable will, he clutched a floating stone and returned to the stage. How despicable. 2 against 1 is hardly fair. Seeing Goku and Jiren team up against Broly, Kappa grew anxious. Wasn't it obvious they intended to eliminate Universe 6 first? He could not possibly agree to that. Humph. The events on the stage shall be decided by them alone. We have no right to interfere. Beerus scoffed, dismissing him with indifference. Whis wore a bemused expression, returning Kappa's previous words in kind. This was a matter of life and death. It was fortunate they hadn't been killed yet. What did Kappa want from them? Coughing violently, Kappa choked back his words. Recalling that he had indeed said such things before, he hadn't expected this fellow to hold a grudge. Hey, you lot, don't just stand there. Cheer for me. Kappa bellowed at the eliminated contestants, his face contorted with concern. The situation was dire, and if things continued as they were, defeat was imminent. Boom. Goku and Jiren toyed with Broly like a ferocious beast, evading his attacks with the passive, infinite dodging of Ultra Instinct. While Jiren unleashed his full power, their combined strength overwhelmed Broly. Yet, like a furious tiger, Broly roared in rage. However, it wasn't long before they recognized a grave issue. Though nearly imperceptible, Broly had begun to evade their attacks and could occasionally predict their movements. This was bad. That fellow's adaptability was astounding. For the first time, Jiren faced an adversary this troublesome, one whose strength could infinitely escalate. He realized that as long as Broly kept fighting, his power would grow without limit. Unless they could overpower him decisively, he would soon catch up. This ability was utterly insane. Simultaneously, Goku grasped Broly's extraordinary nature. Exchanging a glance with Jiren, they resolved to combine their efforts and eliminate Broly in one fell swoop. However, could their plans unfold as desired? Broly harbored 3 souls within him. He was a being of intelligence, fury, and limitless potential. To think they could dispose of him in a single strike was sheer folly. Aha! Boom. The entire void trembled as Broly unleashed a fierce aura, his muscles bulging like a coiling dragon. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Aliens, your blood shall be the first to be sacrificed. Broly's eyes glazed over, his body crackling with electricity as he roared. Surrounded by a green flame that opened wide like a beast's maw, Goku and Jiren gasped in astonishment. This creature was indeed a monster. Before they could react, Broly charged at them, shaking the already crumbling arena with a thunderous crash, the ground buckling beneath them as everything around began to collapse. Broly's power had grown to fill the entire void. Prepared for impact, Goku and Jiren braced themselves, but in an instant, Broly accelerated, ensnaring them with his massive arms and slamming their heads into the ground. Then, he ground their heads along the surface, leaving deep impressions in the earth. With a swift motion, Broly slammed their heads together. A muffled thud echoed as both cried out in agony, large lumps forming on their skulls. You bastard! Goku's eyes narrowed as he bit down on Broly's hand. Recalling the pain from the previous tournament on the barren planet, he felt a rush of vivid memory. Broly quickly shook Goku off, nursing his swollen hand. That rascal. Heh. This is truly perilous. Broly, you are immensely strong. With Broly's release, Jiren and Goku extricated themselves from his grasp. Goku chuckled, devoid of anger despite the beating. Though Jiren maintained his stoic demeanor, he felt exhilarated facing two opponents he could not defeat. However, this was a battle of life and death, and after a moment of levity, Goku's expression turned grave. Come on, Broly, Jiren. It's time to determine a victor. As Goku's words faded, the voice of the Grand Priest resonated. All contestants, heed my words. Only 2 minutes remain in this match. Should no victor emerge, or if the numbers remain equal, all universes shall face annihilation. At this proclamation, astonishment rippled through the audience. The three gods of destruction immediately lost composure, rising to shout at the trio. Hurry, Broly. You must eliminate them. We cannot lose. Jiren, hold nothing back. Unleash your full power. Goku, do not succumb to them. Absolutely not. Without needing further urging, the three understood the urgency. With a resounding clash, they re-engaged in battle. Bang, bang, bang. All restraint vanished. Goku was no longer playing around. Jiren grew serious, and Broly became even more ferocious. Broly defended against Goku's heavy punches with one hand, while Jiren followed up with a kick. Broly coldly grunted, seizing Jiren's ankle and smashing him down toward Goku. Broly rampaged across the arena like a wild beast, wreaking havoc upon everything around him. Suddenly, a red beam struck Broly's back, penetrating his defenses without warning. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, erupted, spilling forth torrents of blood. Chapter 51. The Final Confrontation. 3 Cough. Splutter. Scalding blood erupted from Broly's chest, leaving Jiren and Goku momentarily stunned. Blood gushed forth, splattering both of them. With a thud, Broly collapsed onto the ground. Damn that wild monkey. Frieza. A gasp rippled through the crowd, astonished that this individual had not been eliminated. The match had been so intense that no one had noticed one more or one less participant. All were captivated by the battle. Upon seeing Frieza emerge, Beerus was overjoyed. Although his methods were questionable, avoiding defeat was all that mattered. Ah, Broly. Frieza, you're courting death. Kampa's eyes narrowed. Radiating a tangible aura of destruction, he was furious. He was incensed that Frieza dared to launch a sneak attack on Broly. Just as he considered disregarding everything to take down Frieza, a delicate hand pressed against him. It was Beerus's attendant, Whis, shaking his head, urging him not to lose control. Broly had not yet been declared defeated, so the situation remained uncertain. Ha ha ha. Beautiful. Go, Jiren of Universe 7. Take down Goku and that Frieza, and we shall triumph. With the most troublesome opponent down, a wave of exhilaration surged through the arena. Even the angel, Margarita, displayed excitement, cheering, "Come on, darling Broly. Is this truly your end?" Whis' gaze was fixed intently upon the fallen Broly. Inside, her feelings began to shift, transitioning from indifference to concern. And it appeared she had come to acknowledge him. Let me implore everyone, do not conflate this with love. Just because a woman worries for you does not mean she harbors affection. Alas, there is no female lead now. Any such developments are for a later time. Frieza, why would you do such a thing? Goku's eyes blazed with fury, the ground beneath him stained red with Broly's blood. Such underhanded tactics were the least honorable in Goku's eyes. Oh, Goku, you remain so naive. As long as I can win, I, the great Frieza, will employ any means necessary. Frieza clenched his fist, his gaze filled with malice. In Frieza's mind, there was only himself, as long as victory was within reach. He would disregard all else. He was the malevolent Emperor Frieza. Goku, enough of this. Quickly, knock them down. Time is running out. Beerus roared impatiently. Although Goku was furious, he begrudgingly acknowledged Beerus's words, sighing, "It's a pity we couldn't have a fair fight. Come, Goku. If we defeat this guy together, we win." Frieza, seething with rage, transformed into his golden form, his pride radiating as he envisioned victory and his own resurrection. Just the thought sent a thrill through him. Jiren glanced at Broly and then expressionlessly turned away. Oh, you think that by maintaining a poker face, I will be intimidated? Frieza, displeased with Jiren's demeanor, raised his hand to unleash a beam of energy. Yet, Jiren's eyes widened, and an invisible wall sprang up before him, extinguishing Frieza's attack. However, amidst the fierce battle, Broly's fingers suddenly twitched. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently. Broly seems to be moving, Krillin observed keenly. His attention drawn away from the clash between Goku and Jiren, fixated instead on the fallen Broly. As Krillin's words echoed, all eyes turned to see Broly slowly rising from the ground, his skin transforming to a deep black. Suddenly, A brown tail shot forth from Broly's rear, its fur standing on end like a startled cat. At this moment, Broly's eyes glowed crimson, devoid of pupils. His teeth elongated, resembling the fangs of a beast. The wounds on his chest rapidly healed, leaving behind strange markings. Seething heat radiated from Broly's form as he roared, a dark red shockwave expanding from his core, obliterating everything in its path. An evil energy enveloped the arena. As this power erupted, the three combatants halted, just as Frieza turned to look. He found his head gripped by an immense force. Boom! In the astonishment of Goku and Jiren, a shadowy figure darted past with incredible speed, leaving them momentarily stunned. Roar! Broly's voice no longer sounded human, resembling a fearsome tiger's roar. Frieza struggled to escape, but found the grip of Broly's arm as unyielding as steel. His head scraped against the ground until it smashed into a boulder. With a powerful punch, Broly sent Frieza flying, then pinned him against the stone with a kick. You wild monkey, you're still alive," Frieza exclaimed in shock. But the only response he received was Broly's relentless assault. Fueled by hatred for Frieza, each of Broly's punches carried devastating force. The halo above Frieza's head flickered ominously, as if it might vanish at any moment. "Stop it, Broly." Goku and Jiren rushed toward them, but Broly, in a furious roar, kicked Frieza away with tremendous force. A thunderous crash resounded as Frieza pierced through the entire arena. Swish! Frieza was eliminated. From the audience, Beerus could no longer maintain his composure. Initially, his universe had the most warriors, but now only one remained from each universe. Time was running out. Only 1 minute left. Panic surged within Beerus, a sentiment shared by all the gods of destruction, their expressions grave. "It's your turn now, Kakarot." Broly grinned, his bloodthirsty, brutal aura surging forth, chilling everyone to the bone. He moved with astonishing speed, appearing before the two in an instant, seizing them before they could react. At this moment, Broly was invincible. With a thunderous roar, Broly unleashed a torrent of dark red energy, violently colliding the two warriors together, then striking them apart with both fists and feet. He then spread his arms wide, unleashing two beams of dark red energy. Jiren and Goku recognized the impending danger and unleashed their ultimate techniques in response. Kamehameha, Super Explosive Wave. The two attacks surged forth, colliding with Broly's beams, and in that instant, the very fabric of reality trembled as the void once more faced annihilation. Chapter 52, The Conclusion of the Tournament. Boom. Broly relentlessly channeled energy through both hands, launching twin beams toward his adversaries. Damn it. This guy's power is insurmountable, capable of simultaneously contending with Goku and Jiren. Krillin gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. K-18 tenderly grasped his hand, her intentions unmistakable, even in defeat. She wished to share the same fate with Krillin, though it pained her to think of their daughter. The thought of their child brought tears to K-18's eyes, while 17 remained silent, burdened by his own fears of failure for his family. As Broly's beams pushed back their attacks, Beerus and Whis exchanged expressions of uncertainty, sensing that this might be the end. Yet, at that moment, Jiren and Goku roared in unison, their energies surging to celestial heights, enveloping them in radiant columns of light as they ascended to new levels of power. Witnessing this, the universes of the 11th and 7th felt a flicker of hope rekindle within them. In the face of life and death choices, Jiren and Goku shattered their limits once more, unleashing unprecedented energy. Repeated breakthroughs and dramatic reversals etched this moment into the annals of the Tournament of Power. "Go, Goku!" Krillin cried, tears streaming down his face as he hoarsely shouted from his seat. Indeed, for Goku, Krillin's voice served as a potent catalyst, igniting a surge of strength within him. Hiya! Goku's veins bulged as power erupted from him, crashing toward Broly like a tempestuous wave. To everyone's astonishment, Goku began to push back the beams launched by Broly. Similarly, Jiren, having forged bonds of camaraderie, felt the emotions of his teammates resonating within him. He too was unwilling to let this newfound connection be obliterated. As the adage goes, in ancient times, the left side lost to the waves. But what of the center? Broly, witnessing the beams retreating, wore an increasingly ferocious expression, unleashing a primal roar of rage. At that moment, the pinnacle warriors from the three universes erupted in an unparalleled display of power. Boom! A thunderous explosion engulfed the arena in blinding light. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes against the searing blast. As debris cascaded and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the stage, moments later, The spectators cautiously reopened their eyes. They beheld the devastation. The arena lay in ruins, save for a few fragments of rock that supported the three combatants, who had all collapsed simultaneously. With only 30 seconds remaining in the contest, the first to rise would be declared the victor. The Grand Priest announced, and the audience, whether competitors, gods of destruction, or Supreme Kais, stood in unison, prepared to witness this final spectacle. Jiren, stand up. You are the mightiest warrior. Do not succumb to defeat. The members of Universe 11 shouted fervently. Goku, rise up. Goku, Father. Beerus, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and others cried out in unison. Meanwhile, on the side of Universe 6, a diminutive and frail figure approached the barricade. Broly, you must rise. It was Kaba, whose injuries had healed, cheering for Broly with unwavering support. Amidst the rubble, the three warriors began to stir, urged by the chorus of encouragement. Goku, battered and weary, bore a look of exhaustion, while Jiren gasped for breath, experiencing a level of disarray he had never known before. Broly, having regained his composure after the explosion, fought through his pain and rose alongside Goku and Jiren. Oh, they have all risen simultaneously. Indeed, the two diminutive beings were overwhelmed with excitement, while the Grand Priest smiled gently, declaring, there are still 20 seconds left. His message was clear, since they all stood. The contest would continue. Breathless and drained, the three warriors struggled merely to remain upright, their limbs heavy with fatigue. Yet, at that moment, Broly's physical prowess became apparent. His robust constitution pivotal in this critical juncture. With a primal roar, he summoned all his might, swinging his arm to deliver a powerful blow to Goku's face. Goku grunted, retaliating by lunging his head toward Broly, but as Broly staggered back a step, Goku collided with Jiren, who then faltered and fell. Apologies, Jiren. Goku's emotional nature sealed his tragic fate. Goku, behind you. Goku felt a gust of wind and turned just in time to see a fist crashing down upon him, striking him squarely in the face. Injured and dazed, Goku lost consciousness, plummeting from the arena. Ah, Broly, you have won. The entire Universe 6 erupted in ecstatic shouts. Kappa beamed at Broly, thoroughly pleased with his performance. Meanwhile, the 11th and 7th universes fell silent, as both Goku and Jiren succumbed to unconsciousness. Gohan attempted to administer a Senzu bean to Goku, but Beerus intervened, suggesting it might be better for him to remain unconscious. Tears streamed down the faces of those around, as they lamented, we have lost, yet we remain the proud, strongest team. The members of Universe 11 embraced one another. Thus, the Tournament of Power concluded, with Broly of Universe 6 emerging victorious. Consequently, the other two universes faced erasure. Upon the Grand Priest's declaration, the 11th and 7th universes braced themselves, their faces resolute, holding hands as they exchanged glances, seemingly bidding farewell. Beerus, Kampa's expression darkened. Though victorious, his brother was about to vanish. The joy of triumph felt hollow. Beerus glanced back, wishing him well. Ah, Goku has lost. Indeed. Goku has lost. Lord Zeno, this is the regulation. The Grand Priest timely reminded the two Zenas to avoid making a misjudgment. What a dilemma. Yet a rule is a rule. Ultimately, with great reluctance, the two diminutive beings clasped hands, and the 11th and 7th universes vanished in an instant. Tears welled in Kampa's eyes, yet he refrained from shedding a single drop. The arena was left with only the angels and the members of Universe 6. Now, as the victor, Broly, please articulate your wish. Any desire you hold can be fulfilled. Indeed, anything can be realized. As the Grand Priest's words faded, the two diminutive beings gazed at Broly with eager curiosity, wondering what wish he would make. Chapter 53, The Candidate for Destruction on the Stone. Broly was acutely aware that the concept of wishes, while beautifully framed as rewards, could also be regarded as tests. Broly felt a sense of relief that he managed to regain his composure in time. Otherwise, like the old version of himself, he might have uttered an absurd wish. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Restore all the universes that have vanished." At these words, the jaws of everyone present dropped in astonishment. Was this truly the ferocious beast from the arena? How could he possess such enlightenment? The gods, and even the angels gazed at him in disbelief. Broly, are you certain? Kampas was taken aback, unable to fathom that Broly would make such a wish. Ah, indeed, Broly's character surpasses that of the impulsive Kampas. Hey, you scoundrel, how dare you say my character is lacking? Meanwhile, two diminutive beings approached Broly with wide, innocent eyes, asking, is this sufficient? is it? The Grand Minister, equally surprised by Broly's combative nature and his choice of wish, had anticipated that he would seek immense power through the Super Dragon Balls. Broly nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am certain. Please grant the wish. With a smile, the Grand Minister turned to the Eternal Dragon and made the wish. Boom. The Super Dragon unfurled its wings, transforming into a cascade of golden light that pierced through the cosmos. Simultaneously, every lost universe was restored to its original state. In Universe 11, Jiren gazed at the dragon soaring across the sky with a touch of melancholy, realizing that he still knew little about Broly. He hoped for another opportunity to meet him. Back in Universe 7, Goku and his companions returned to Bulma's Capsule Corporation, looking up at the sky in astonishment. Broly seems like a decent guy after all, Krillin remarked, nudging Goku with his elbow. Goku chuckled, murmuring, Broly, I look forward to our next meeting. I will become even stronger. In the Void Realm, Broly had returned to the spectator seats, casting his gaze upon the unscathed Kaba, just as he was about to approach. He was lifted high by all the contestants from Universe 6. Kaba cheered, welcome back, hero. While the atmosphere was joyous, Campus felt disheartened. To think he would waste such a wish. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over Campus, causing him to look up in fright and hastily bow. Great Grand Minister. The Grand Minister waved his hand, signaling him to relax, and spoke. The Omni King considers that a warrior who has made it to the end must have concerns for the other universes. Campus, still a bit anxious, stammered. What if he had made a selfish wish? If he had proposed a self-serving wish, the Omni King would have annihilated everything. Upon hearing this, both Campus and the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 were momentarily stunned, their eyes welling with tears as they exclaimed, thank goodness, Broly. We're so relieved you didn't wish for anything else. All right, everyone, the tournament has concluded. I look forward to our next meeting. Campus shivered at the thought of participating in such perilous competitions again, but politely nodded in agreement. 3 days later, in Campus's palace. After the Tournament of Power concluded, Broly had been summoned by Beerus for 3 consecutive days. Due to the appearance of the dark form of Broly during the tournament, Beerus was concerned for his well-being and conducted a thorough examination. However, to her surprise, there were no abnormalities detected throughout these 3 days, leaving her puzzled about the source of the malevolent energy emanating from Broly. As for Broly, he had already formulated an answer in his mind, but felt unable to disclose the truth about his former self. The first reason being that he himself was unsure of how to handle it. That soul was as wild as a beast. Even if he could suppress it under non-combat conditions, it would be futile once a battle commenced. The second reason was that if he couldn't manage it, would Beerus consider it a potential threat to the universe and preemptively eliminate him? Thus, to safeguard his own existence, he chose to remain silent and proceed cautiously. Fortunately, Beerus did not press him further and eventually abandoned the examination after 3 days. Broly, your body shows no signs of issues at present. If you experience any discomfort, be sure to seek me out, Beerus said with concern. Broly nodded, preparing to return for a well-deserved rest. Just as he was about to leave, Beerus suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, remember to train tomorrow. I promised to teach you some real techniques. Broly's heart leaped with joy, realizing he would soon learn the power of destruction. The following day, Broly rose early and donned the meticulously crafted attire of a god of destruction prepared by Beerus. Your god of destruction outfit fits perfectly, Beerus's voice echoed, and Broly scratched his head, realizing that the outfit not only fit him well, but was also incredibly comfortable, maintaining an ideal temperature. Come, I will take you to the training grounds. Broly nodded eagerly and followed closely behind. On a particular planet, the environment was exceptionally harsh, 100-fold more challenging than planet Vampa. How this planet managed to sustain life was a mystery. Dust storms raged, visibility was low, and the temperature fluctuations between day and night were extreme. In a desert, Broly sat calmly amidst the yellow sands, eyes closed in what seemed like meditation. Beside him, Beerus occasionally nodded in approval, appearing quite satisfied with Broly's progress. Suddenly, Broly's eyes snapped open, glowing with a purple, otherworldly light. An aura of destruction radiated from him as he effortlessly conjured 5 small orbs of destructive energy in his palm. With a swift motion, he sent them spiraling outward, obliterating the yellow sand beneath him as if devoured by a demon, leaving no trace behind. Clap, clap, clap. Beerus approached Broly, applauding him. Congratulations. You have become a qualified candidate for a god of destruction. Chapter 54, Crisis on Earth. Listening to the praises of Beerus, Broly's violet eyes gradually returned to normal as he turned to Beerus and flashed a smile. Truly, the teachings of his master were invaluable. Beerus chuckled softly. Undeniably, Beerus had tirelessly taught Broly during these past days. After all, to cultivate the divine power in a mortal body required not only willpower, but also innate talent. Broly was exceptionally suited for the role of a god of destruction, driven by an unwavering desire for strength and a decisiveness in destruction that was paramount. In contrast, Son Goku, due to his compassionate nature, would hesitate to destroy unfit planets, rendering him eternally unfit for the role of a god of destruction. Brushing off the dust, Broly inquired, "Master, what further training is required?" Beerus fell into a contemplative silence. Broly had made remarkable progress, mastering the destructive power within just 3 months, and even learning some techniques of a god of destruction. His talent was indeed formidable. Just as Beerus was about to share the next training subject, her scepter began to flicker ominously. Upon inspection, her brow furrowed in concern. What could have happened so severely in such a short time? What's wrong? Broly questioned, sensing that whatever troubled Beerus was no trivial matter. Beerus turned to him, saying, "Let us discuss training later. We must first address the crisis on Earth." Earth? Broly paused, recalling that it was the Earth of Universe 6. Having been in Universe 6 for some time, he realized he had yet to visit it. What has transpired? Currently, Earth is in ruins, besieged by some malevolent force. Beerus explained. Broly's lips twitched. Earth was indeed a planet fraught with calamities. The Earth of Universe 7 had already faced destruction numerous times. And now the Earth of Universe 6, which had only recently recovered, was facing a similar fate. Beerus then issued the first task, a test for Broly. "You will resolve the crisis on Earth. How should I proceed?" Broly queried. Though he was adept at destruction, tackling such events was foreign to him. To his surprise, Beerus replied, "Do what you believe is right. This is a trial. Oh, and do not let Kampa know about this situation. He would be furious if Earth were destroyed." Broly felt a headache coming on. It seemed that the simplest solution of obliterating the planet was off the table. With a resigned sigh, he nodded, "Then let us go." Beerus smiled sweetly and placed her hand on Broly, and in an instant, they transformed into a beam of light and vanished. On the Earth of Universe 6, a thunderous roar erupted as 3 figures mercilessly unleashed energy blasts upon a city, reducing it to ruins. Flames erupted, thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the populace scattered like frightened animals amidst cries and the deafening sounds of explosions, transforming the city into a hellish landscape. The 3 figures appeared to revel in the destruction, leisurely launching energy blasts, allowing the citizens to flee before cruelly eliminating them. Boom. In another location, Beerus led Broly to the devastated Earth of Universe 6. Observing the ravaged city, Broly felt no discomfort. Beerus nodded, preparing to assess Broly's performance. She would compile a comprehensive score, and if Broly scored below 8, he would remain a mere candidate for God of Destruction, while she would seek another. "You may act now, resolving this crisis in your own way," Beerus instructed before vanishing in a flash of light. Broly shook his head, contemplating that obliterating the place with a single energy sphere would be the simplest solution. However, knowing that Kappa had gone to great lengths, even utilizing the Super Dragon Balls and organizing tournaments for this Earth, the implications of its destruction were clear. Kappa would undoubtedly go mad. Sighing, he set out to discover who was behind the chaos. Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing the enemy's energy, but soon detected something amiss. A massive energy signature emanated from the east, while to the west, numerous people suddenly perished without any discernible enemy presence. What was happening? Broly felt increasingly agitated, questioning the existence of this energyless entity. With a roar, Broly soared into the sky, heading towards the area of mass fatalities. In a hidden underground chamber, a woman clad in a white lab coat, wearing glasses, was intently focused on the instrument's display. Beside her lay a beautiful girl on an operating table, her body riddled with tubes. "Mom will wake you up soon. Just wait for this," the woman declared, retrieving a small vial from a refrigerator. She poured the pink liquid into the girl's body. Moments later, the girl, once akin to a vegetative state, began to convulse violently, her veins bulging as the liquid coursed through her. Her appearance transformed, her skin turning pink, and she sprouted a tail, radiating an aura of ferocity. With a thunderous explosion, everything around the girl erupted into chaos. Broly furrowed his brow, sensing a sudden surge of immense energy that flickered and vanished. Confusion engulfed him. What was occurring? One entity in the east, several unknowns in the west, and now this new presence. frustration mounting. His gaze turned bloodthirsty. He despised this feeling, and in an instant, his body accelerated, causing the air to tremble around him, followed by a sonic boom. Broly arrived at the scene, which, like the other cities, lay in devastation. But this time he had found the source. In the air, the three figures ceased their assault upon noticing Broly's presence. However, upon turning to face him, Broly's heart sank. The three figures were none other than Android 16, 17, and the goddess of Dragon Ball fans, Android 18. What is happening? This isn't Universe 7. Could there be a Red Ribbon army here as well? Broly pondered, but his adversaries wasted no time. The trio charged energy blasts in their hands and launched them at Broly. Yet, Broly deftly evaded their attacks, dashing forward to confront them. He noted the similarities between these androids and those from Universe 7, but each bore a peculiar symbol upon their foreheads. Thus, the emergence of Majin Android 18 and Android 17 officially unfolded. Chapter 55. The Demon Majin Buu. Why does the Earth of the 6th universe harbor the existence of these androids resembling Android 18? At first glance, apart from her alluringly sinister smile, Android 18 is strikingly identical to her original portrayal. Broly momentarily pauses in surprise, yet his fists do not relent. With a single punch, he sends Majin 16 flying. Bang! Crackle! Half of Majin 16's head is caved in, revealing the exposed mechanical circuits within, an exceedingly grotesque sight. The enemy is formidable. 17 and 18, you must flee. Seek your master. Majin 16 urges the two, pushing them away as he resolves to confront this foe alone. Android 18's eyes blaze with determination. Do not fear him, 16. We shall face him together. But as her words fade, Majin 17 seizes her arm, pulling her away in a frantic escape. It is time for them to experience the game of cat and mouse. Broly, however, does not pursue. Instead, he wears a bemused smile, knowing they flee eastward, where he plans to ensnare them all at once. What are you doing, 17? 16 is still in danger. Can't you sense his power? He obliterated 16's head with a single blow. We stand no chance against him. Staying there would be suicide. But we cannot abandon 16. He has made his choice. Let us not squander his sacrifice. We must find our master. I trust he can deal with that scoundrel. Majin 17's reasoning strikes a chord. And with no further hesitation, the two accelerate to their utmost speed, skimming over the water's surface toward their master. Are you prepared to die? Majin 16's eyes flash ominously, and he charges at Broly. Bang! Broly crosses his arms, effortlessly blocking the attack with a single foot. Damn it! Majin 16 feels a pang of anxiety as his assault is brushed aside, but relief washes over him when he realizes that 17 and 18 have escaped far enough. Broly observes him, puzzled by his sudden sense of relief, only to grasp Majin 16's intentions. Let us die together. Majin 16 suddenly embraces Broly and activates his self-detonation mechanism. His body begins to swell, and with a thunderous explosion, everything within a kilometer is obliterated. Broly, with an air of exasperation, brushes off the circuitry clinging to him and mutters, "Is that all? I expected at least a bit of enjoyment. All right, the hungry tiger has arrived. Pray, flee with all your might." Haha. Broly licks his lips and surges forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly pursuing androids 17 and 18. Boom, boom. The sound of air being shattered resonates as the fleeing Majin 17 and 18 glance back in shock, realizing Broly has caught up with alarming speed. Run. Our master is just ahead. They grit their teeth and accelerate, wholly intent on reaching safety, with no thought of confronting Broly. His presence here signifies that 16 has perished. This foe is terrifying beyond measure. Oh, so that is their stronghold. Disgust washes over him as he beholds a deserted island, devoid of life and vegetation, cloaked instead by a massive, pulsating mass of flesh, as if it were alive. Thus, the cat-and-mouse game ends here. Broly thrusts his hands forward. Two green energy blasts shoot forth, hurtling towards 17 and 18. Sensing the overwhelming energy approaching, 17 and 18 freeze in terror. Yet, just as destruction looms over them, a figure materializes before them, effortlessly swatting Broly's attack aside. Majin Buu. 17 and 18 exclaim in delight. Majin Buu beckons them to retreat. Who is this? Broly halts, scrutinizing the figure before him, who bears an uncanny resemblance to the original Majin Buu. This must be the Majin Buu of the 6th universe. Given that the 6th and 7th universes are twin realms, what exists in the 7th will manifest differently in the 6th, as evidenced by 17 and 18, and Frost, among others. However, the Majin Buu before him possesses a level of awareness absent in his 7th universe counterpart. Who are you? Suddenly, Majin Buu speaks. His malevolent demeanor and overwhelming aura eclipsing that of the 7th universe's Majin. My identity is inconsequential. I am but a sanitation worker, tasked with ridding the world of filth. Broly shrugs nonchalantly, his indifference inciting ire in the androids behind him. Humph. You have quite the audacity. Majin Buu waves his hand, summoning a whirlwind that slices toward Broly. With a mere sidestep, Broly evades the attack. Rip. Broly glances down to find his shirt, a recent gift from his master. Torn apart. You fool. You have signed your own death warrant. Veins bulging on his forehead, Broly suddenly appears beside Buu, gripping his head and preparing to slam him into the ground. Yet, he discovers that Buu remains suspended in midair, utterly unmoving. In an instant, Buu grins wickedly, unleashing a surge of energy that sends Broly sprawling. Haha. Buu begins to pound his chest like a gorilla, and with each strike, shockwaves ripple outward, causing his form to swell. Though Broly remains in his base form, few can withstand Buu's onslaught. This creature undeniably wields considerable power. He crosses his arms, keen to observe Buu's transformation, eager to witness what marvels shall unfold. This is a testament to absolute confidence in his strength. He seeks to draw out Buu's full potential, only to shatter his confidence with a thunderous display of might. However, at that moment, Buu emanates a dark red aura, and his height surges to 3 meters. This is no mere transformation. This resembles the Great Buu. How has he achieved this form without absorbing the Supreme Kai? Suddenly, with a deafening roar, Buu gathers a purple energy in his mouth, and with a resounding explosion, a colossal beam hurtles toward Broly. Chapter 56, Android 21, Advance Notice. The story of Android 21 is a completely new adaptation, differing from the original work. Boom! The speed of Buu's beam was astonishing. In an instant, Broly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, and, much like Qin Shi Huang circling a pillar, he maneuvered around the beam to arrive at Buu's side. Then, with a single punch, he sent Buu flying, his expression one of utter shock. Crash! Buu crashed into a grotesque mass, and with a tremendous spray of blood, the mass erupted. Bang! As the mass shattered, blood gushed forth like a river, quickly staining the surrounding seawater crimson. Broly gazed at the island of carnage, taken aback. The dense cluster of corpses was pressed against the fleshy walls, their bodies grotesquely mutilated. The wounds bore marks as if they had been gnawed upon by teeth. The black carpet beneath was woven from human hair. Moreover, within the mass, a group of humans with eyes glowing red glared back at Broly. It seemed that there was no mercy to be shown. This was only Earth, should he grow stronger. The entire 6th universe would be at risk. Without further delay, Broly, the janitor of this nightmare, prepared to commence his cleansing mission. Boom. Buu unleashed a frenzied barrage of energy blasts. Broly clenched his fists, retaliating with medium-sized energy spheres as he charged forward, neutralizing all of Buu's attacks. Die. Broly's eyes narrowed with ferocity as 2 energy spheres collided with Buu, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent Buu crashing back into the island. You wretched fiend. Buu snarled before sinking his teeth into a corpse embedded in the mass, chewing with a savage fervor, bones crunching like some monstrous meat grinder. As Broly descended, the air was thick with the repugnant stench of rotting flesh, further fueling his disdain for this abhorrent creature. Just as he raised his hand to obliterate the scene, an astonishing sight froze him in place. A group of humans emerged slowly from the mass, their faces contorted with rage, streaks of blood marring their features. Their eyes shone with an eerie crimson glow. But most shocking to Broly were the 2 figures leading the group, one clad in red and the other in green. His first friends in this world, Zyle and Rema. How could they be here? Why had they transformed into such grotesque forms? Broly's heart trembled. He rushed toward them, but Buu would not let this opportunity slip away. In the moment Broly was distracted, Buu lunged, delivering a devastating punch to Broly's face, followed by a relentless flurry of blows. Bang! 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 Broly regained his focus. He recalled the M marks on Zyle and Rema's foreheads. This meant they were under Buu's control. If he could just eliminate Buu, everything might return to normal. Though he hoped for this, it felt more like self-deception. As he prepared to counterattack, a dark red beam surged toward him. The energy was terrifying, instantly cleaving Buu in half. Broly followed the beam's trajectory, spotting a sweet young girl in a white lab coat with tousled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing black-framed glasses and large earrings, hovering in midair. In her arms was a woman bearing a striking resemblance to her, likely her mother. Who was she? Broly furrowed his brow. This girl radiated immense power, yet he sensed no energy from her. Was she also an android? The events unfolding before him bewildered Broly. He had never encountered anything like this. As a time traveler, his previous knowledge of the plot now seemed utterly useless. The intentions of the woman before him remained a mystery. Is it you? You ungrateful wretch. Buu's remaining body clung to Broly, startling him as he spoke, frowning in disdain. Broly seized Buu's tail and hurled him to the ground. Yet, just as he prepared to crush him underfoot, Buu held his breath, and astonishingly, his body restored itself. Buu possessed infinite regeneration. This posed a significant problem. Though Broly could unleash destruction, his raw power paled in comparison to his offensive techniques. If only he could refine his abilities further, he would be capable of obliterating Buu entirely, preventing any chance of regeneration. However, fate had other plans. While Badatz was set to teach him advanced destruction techniques, this chaos erupted on Earth, stalling his training. This battle was destined to be a protracted struggle. Yet, he scoffed, endurance was his forte. While Broly contemplated, the girl spoke, "You have destroyed years of my research and my daughter's original memories. Go, Android 21. Tear that scoundrel apart." The sweet young girl, now identified as Android 21, released the woman and surged toward Buu with astonishing speed. She transformed into a dark red flash, instantly appearing before Buu. With one hand she propped up Buu's chin, while the other swiftly pierced through his body. In an explosive display, a colossal energy beam erupted from Buu's abdomen. Boom. The immense energy swallowed the island whole. At that moment, Broly's heart sank. Zyle and Rema were still near the mass. He quickly accelerated, wrapping them in his arms and fleeing towards safety. Roar. He beheld their scarlet eyes, wild and primal in their howls. Broly's heart ached. These two had chosen to depart to spare him from hardship, and their loyalty deeply moved him. "I will ensure your restoration. My apologies." Broly unleashed an energy blast, binding them, before casting a fierce glare at the battling Buu. "You filthy creature! How dare you lay a hand on my friends? I will see you dead." Broly's fury erupted, his body engulfed in a tangible green aura, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Boom. The ongoing struggle between Buu and Android 21 was interrupted as they were stunned by the surge of ferocious energy. Suddenly, Buu felt a heavy pressure on his head, as a massive hand clutched his skull, slamming him into the ground. Boom! Broly charged forward, dragging Buu's head along the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Chapter 57. The reason Pooh was being propelled forward by Broly, who firmly gripped his head, causing the ground beneath them to split under the immense force. "You wretched creature! How dare you transform my friend into such a state? I will not spare you." Broly shouted, lifting him high and relentlessly smashing him against one small mountain after another. Subsequently, Broly unleashed a surge of overwhelming energy, directing a colossal roar towards Pooh. Boom. A massive energy column, soaring over 10,000 meters, obliterated everything in its path. The Earth itself bore witness as a thick beam of energy traversed its surface. This unparalleled destructive power left the surroundings utterly devastated, far exceeding any previous calamity. At that moment, 21, observing from the side, wore a look of confusion before inexplicably launching an attack on Broly. In a flash, 21 appeared behind Broly, delivering a powerful kick. Yet, that strike failed to budge him in the slightest. Broly turned, his bloodthirsty gaze shimmering with a hint of crimson, prompting 21 to retreat instantly. Having sensed an overwhelming danger, an acute, life-threatening peril, 21, come back. He is not an enemy. A woman on the ground called out to her. However, 21 remained steadfast. Pointing at Broly, he harbors adversaries. Upon hearing this, the woman addressed Broly, "Sir, my daughter speaks no falsehood. You should verify for yourself." 21? Daughter? Broly suddenly comprehended that the daughter she referred to was indeed the one before him. It became apparent that she had transformed her daughter into an artificial being. Though the reasons remained unclear, Broly had learned a vital principle during his time on Blue Planet. One should refrain from making hasty judgments without understanding the circumstances. Broly then examined his attire, and lo and behold, he soon found a grain-sized piece of flesh at the side of the previous tear. The reason he had overlooked it was due to the minuscule energy it emitted, which was nearly indistinguishable from zero. However, the structure of artificial beings differed. Whether it was thermal energy or life detection, it could be pinpointed instantaneously. After crushing it, Broly initially thought the matter resolved, but suddenly, a wave of heat surged around him, engulfing the area in thick smoke. Is this not dead? The energy emanated from Pooh. The white mist began to coalesce, and Pooh reformed anew. Not only that, but this fiend's strength had seemingly doubled upon disintegration. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck as Pooh clenched his fists and unleashed a thunderous roar into the air. The clouds above began to shift ominously, dark and heavy, enveloping the area in a shroud of night. Pooh's power surged once more as he struck his chest, his muscles expanding dramatically from 3 meters to a towering 5. He opened his gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, his crimson tongue flickering like a malevolent specter poised to devour its prey. Before Broly could react, 21 had already initiated her assault. She transformed into a meteor, landing a staggering blow on Pooh, causing him to stagger. With her slender hand, she seized his neck and, in her other hand, materialized a dark red energy sword, swiftly cleaving through Pooh's head. Splatter! Blood spattered as Pooh's enormous head rolled to the ground. This woman's prowess was truly formidable. Her speed alone eclipsed even Caulifla. Moreover, the weapon she wielded possessed remarkable offensive capabilities. Broly couldn't help but compare her to the only powerful Caulifla from Universe 6. However, upon closer examination, he realized that this artificial being, 21, surpassed Caulifla in every conceivable aspect. One must acknowledge the astonishing technological advancements within the Dragon Ball universe. In Dragon Ball Z, Super Saiyan Vegeta was utterly overwhelmed by Android 18, and now, Universe 6 had birthed a formidable warrior like 21. Broly began to take a keen interest in this technology. "Greetings, sir, I am Hesterwee." Just as 21 was clearing the battlefield, her mother approached Broly and extended her hand. Broly gently grasped it, awaiting her next words. He remained uncertain of her intentions and preferred to listen first. "There is no need for concern. I was once a scientist under Black Ribbon, and in my quest to restore my daughter's health, I employed numerous methods, all in vain, until the arrival of the extraterrestrial entity Pooh." Hesterwee recounted a lengthy narrative, revealing the circumstances behind her plight. 30 years prior, the Na'vi Hesterwee had been recruited by Dr. Kuro of Universe 6 to join the ranks as a researcher, participating in the Artificial Being Project. At that time, she believed it to be a noble endeavor for humanity and devoted her life's work to it. Before long, thanks to the combined efforts of Dr. Kuro and Hesterwee, the artificial being experiments yielded remarkable success, and as they spent time together, romantic feelings blossomed between them. A year later, they welcomed a son into the world. But their joy was short-lived as humanity's greed ignited war, resulting in their son's tragic demise. The Artificial Being Project was forced to cease. Both were heartbroken, but soon after, they welcomed a lovely daughter, the current 21. Tragically, due to an unforeseen accident, 21 fell into a comatose state. This prompted them to resume their experiments on artificial beings. However, during their research, disagreements arose. Dr. Kuro longed to revive their son, while Hesterwee prioritized their ailing daughter. They appeared to collaborate, yet each pursued their own agenda. Not long ago, an extraterrestrial being descended, the very monster known as Pooh. This creature could speak and reveal the potential treatment, suggesting the use of his cells to facilitate their daughter's recovery. Yet, their hope was fleeting. Pooh soon annihilated the Black Ribbon facility and killed Dr. Kuro, seizing his island, now known as Tumor Island, and sought to control Hesterwee and her daughter. Forced to flee, Hesterwee took her daughter and escaped. Today, Hesterwee resolved to take drastic measures. She had lost everything. Her husband, her son, even the memory chip of her daughter had been taken by Pooh. Thus, she vowed to repay his cruelty in kind. By merging Pooh's cells with her daughter's altered form, she aspired to forge the ultimate warrior and exact vengeance upon Pooh. Now, she sought Broly's assistance. For within Tumor Island lay vast perils, and while 21 was tasked with clearing the remnants of Pooh, Hesterwee needed Broly's aid. After listening, Broly sighed deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation caused by Pooh. Moreover, this planet was a cherished place for Zampa. He truly had a penchant for selecting locations. However, as they conversed, an unexpected tremor shook the ground. From beneath the rubble, white mist erupted from every crevice, enveloping 21. Daughter. Chapter 58. The arrival of Malevolence Hathaway, witnessing her daughter enveloped in a shroud of white mist, rushed forward to rescue her. However, as an ordinary human, she was repelled by a wave of heat before she could get close. Gazing at the white smoke, Broly realized that Majin Buu had resurrected once again. Truly worthy of being the master. At this moment, Android 17 and 18 emerged simultaneously, accompanied by a multitude of androids, numbering in the tens of thousands. Beneath this island lay an underwater base where these androids had been stationed, rendering the earlier attack by Android 21 merely a facade. Finally, the Hounds of Bu have appeared. Hathaway's expression turned grave. The sheer number of them sent chills down her spine. Is this the hidden danger you spoke of? Seeing Hathaway nod, Broly found it amusing. Humanity remained blissfully ignorant of true power. What they regarded as formidable adversaries were mere ants in his eyes. In an instant, he soared into the air and bellowed. A bunch of scrap metal. Disappear. He concentrated green energy throughout his body and unleashed a widespread attack, reminiscent of a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Boom. Hundreds, if not thousands, of androids were obliterated in an instant, bursting into dazzling displays like fireworks. A horde of tattered dolls. With each punch, Broly struck down an android as if he were a descending deity of destruction, unstoppable. Not a single android could withstand his blows. Suddenly, feeling a gust of wind behind him, Broly instinctively swept his arm, sending the newly arrived 17 and 18 flying. Bang, bang. They crashed into the ground. Yet at that moment, a powerful dark aura erupted. A thick black mist enveloped the sky, shrouding the entire earth. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down, and a sudden gust dispersed the smoke, revealing a figure. It was Android 21, transformed drastically. Her eyes were pitch black, devoid of whites, with crimson pupils glowing ominously, and her skin bore strange black spots. Moreover, a long tail had sprouted from her back. Her aura radiated an exceptionally malevolent energy, intensifying with each passing moment. The arrival of pure malevolence. It worked. Ha 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 ha. Majin 21 reveled in her newfound power, exclaiming with satisfaction. A being of absolute perfection has been born. Infinite energy coupled with boundless regeneration. Each revival would exponentially enhance her strength. Unrestricted growth. This was the ultimate being he had envisioned. Broly's gaze sharpened as he recalled Bardock's tales of the evil sorcerer and the Majin, a force capable of defeating King Salad, now fused with the formidable 21. This immense aura was certainly not a simple matter of 1-1. Broly's brows furrowed. This adversary would not be easily dealt with. The mere fact of infinite regeneration was troublesome enough, compounded by the android's limitless energy. Even if scattered, her combat prowess would double. Such potential could rival his own, especially since he lacked the ability of infinite regeneration. Those who obstruct me shall meet their demise. Majin 21 sneered, a flash of red light signifying her swift approach to Broly. With her fingers splayed, she conjured a dark red energy sphere. Boom. Broly raised his arms in defense, blocking the attack. A tingling sensation coursed through his arms, prompting him to shake them off. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Here was another worthy opponent to engage in battle. Excellent. Truly excellent. Ha 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 ha. Kill. 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 Broly erupted into maniacal laughter, the soul of the traveler suppressed by the original Broly, emerging once more in all its glory. Huh? Majin 21 blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend Broly's sudden shift in demeanor. But soon, she realized that he was nothing but a pure madman. Broly let out a tremendous roar, channeling all surrounding energy, as the green flames erupted like a volcanic explosion. Boom. Broly charged forward, undeterred by Majin 21's presence. And the ensuing clash resulted in her being the one sent reeling. 21. Hathaway cried out in concern from below. Yet the 21 who stood now was no longer her daughter, but a monstrosity merged with the Majin. Ah! Die! Broly's muscles swelled as his god of destruction attire tore apart, his powerful frame seizing Majin 21, and with a forceful thrust, he blasted her away. How? Is this possible? Majin 21 gasped, wiping the blood from her lips, her mind racing with questions. Who exactly was the true monster here? But Broly would not grant her the luxury of contemplation. The battle had commenced, and it would continue unabated. Broly extended his hand, causing Majin 21 to retreat in trepidation, as if a frail maiden confronted a fierce wolf. Ah! Captured by Broly, Majin 21 emitted a piercing scream, overwhelmed by pain. Silence. Broly gripped her head tightly and slammed it into the ground, then raised his foot to deliver a crushing kick. Boom. The ground caved in as Majin 21's anguished cries echoed. She had never anticipated that her transformation into the ultimate being would lead to such a fate. In disbelief, she thought back to her encounter with the sorcerer, which had granted her exceptional intelligence. This had been a flawless plan. Why had it unraveled into chaos? Bang, bang, bang. Broly's relentless strikes left Majin 21 trembling, as if she were but chaff in the wind. Wait, this narrative was amiss. Majin 21 tried to regain her composure. But Broly seized her tail, dragging her back for another onslaught. This was the plight of the scholar meeting the soldier, where reason falters in the face of brute force. Fool. Majin 21 clenched her fists, unleashing a surge of energy. But Broly showed no mercy, immobilizing her with hands and feet alike. In close proximity, a cruel smile crept across Broly's face as he opened his mouth wide, preparing to unleash a devastating roar. Boom. In the midst of Majin 21's terror-stricken expression, a colossal shout erupted, obliterating her head and subsequently disintegrating her entire body. In the end, only her hands and feet remained, the rest of her form utterly annihilated. Chapter 59. The Soul Survivor Boom. With the beam of light dissipated, Heather fell to the ground, believing her daughter had perished. Yet, before she could mourn, white smoke began to rise once more. The severed limbs began to twitch, flesh regrowing. No matter how many times Broly crushed him, he continued to grow. Broly was enraged. Ordinary attacks could not obliterate him. At that moment, a voice echoed deep within. Fool, your attacks are ineffective against such an adversary. The old Broly sneered repeatedly. You worthless one, just watch quietly. If you meddle again, I shall tear you apart. My tolerance has reached its limit, and if you persist, I will have no choice but to send you to meet your end. Indeed, the voice resonating from within stemmed from the Traverser, who had been deprived of dominance. It must be acknowledged that the old Broly was a genius in battle, capable of reversing situations countless times, yet this was not the Traverser's desire. A single body housing 3 souls was already surreal. Having consumed the new Broly, now the old Broly emerged. This entity proved difficult to suppress, no matter the method employed. Once battle commenced, dominance would be usurped. No one wishes to harbor such a significant threat within their own body, right? Though he was an outsider. It was undeniable that both he and the old Broly were intruders, each intent on consuming the other to achieve true control over their corporeal form. Survival of the fittest. Elimination of the weak. Even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous means. This is the eternal law. The old Broly gritted his teeth. Yet he understood that against such a disgusting foe, he could not completely annihilate him. What do you intend to do? Of course, I shall devour you. The Traverser's soul suddenly opened wide, tearing and consuming the soul of the old Broly. He sought to become himself. He would not allow a single body to possess 2 authorities. The new Broly had already been consumed. Now only the old remained. Seizing the opportunity while the old Broly was distracted, the Traverser launched an attack. Strike while he is weak. This foolish, arrogant one, disdainful of ambush. Yet this provided an opening. Farewell, Broly. Henceforth, I shall be the sole survivor. Submit to my consumption. Do you think I fear you, mere insect? Roaring with all his might, the old Broly prepared to retaliate, yet at that moment, the formidable Android 21 had fully recovered and pierced Broly with a single blow. Blood gushed. Surrounded by foes, the old Broly was eliminated through the serendipitous efforts of the Traverser and Android 21. Crack. The 3 souls converged. The Traverser successfully ascended to become the sole authority. From this moment forth, he would no longer worry about the old Broly schemes. He was free. Ha. Blood spewed forth as Broly, with a gaping wound in his abdomen, suddenly erupted into laughter. This damn pain. Ha. From now on, I stand alone. Android 21 was utterly bewildered. Was this man insane? His demeanor shifted constantly. Broly licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then closed his eyes in rapture. With 3 souls united, the Traverser would fully inherit the talents of both Brolys. Broly became enveloped in a layer of purple energy, exuding an aura of terror, imbued with destructive power. In truth, the Traverser had not deceived the old Broly. To resolve the current predicament, the only path was to strengthen destruction. Destruction was the nemesis of infinite regeneration. The fused Broly, whether in destructive power or combat strength, would experience comprehensive enhancement. Thus, a mighty pressure descended. Everything around seemed to be crushed by gravity. The remaining androids in midair were slammed to the ground. The ground itself felt like a magnet, holding them firmly in place. Subsequently, these androids were obliterated in a resounding crash. What is this? Android 21 exclaimed in panic, feeling her body weighed down. When she gazed at Broly, everything became clear. This pressure emanated from him. How could he still exude such immense power after being grievously injured? Broly's destructive power had successfully transcended. He slowly opened his eyes. The purple, otherworldly gaze sending shivers down Android 21's spine. The majesty of a deity. Broly's body began to visibly heal, the gaping hole in his abdomen mending almost instantaneously. Puu, I now present you with two choices. 1. You voluntarily vacate this body. 2. I shall force you out. Broly's expression was calm, commanding her to choose the first option. How dare you? I am the ultimate species. I am the most perfect being in this universe. I cannot possibly be defeated by the likes of you. Android 21 roared, her aura surging, as she gathered two dark red orbs of energy to attack. However, Broly merely raised a hand and with a swift motion, a beam of purple energy cleaved her in two. The bisected Android 21 gazed in horror at her irreparable body. When she looked up at Broly again, she was met with his formidable gaze. She had lived for so long, yet never before had she truly felt fear. Even when defeated by Salad King, it had never been like this. Who is this man? Who is he? Yet, Broly's response was merely to seize her head, delivering a powerful strike to her chest, unleashing his destructive force within her body. Puu held in agony. Yet Broly had discerned that Puu's fusion was merely parasitic, not genuine fusion. With precision, Broly harnessed his destructive power to obliterate Puu's parasitic form within Android 21. Soon after, the android reverted to her original state. Chapter 60. The Divine and the Demonic. Once number 21 reverted to her original form, Heather immediately embraced her. However, number 21 bore an expression devoid of emotion, resembling a lifeless machine. Meanwhile, Broly pondered, checking on Zyle and the others. Just as he thought the chaos had subsided, a sudden torrent of blood began to flow from the ground. The earth started to tear apart, revealing numerous vines that emerged from the depths. Countless human corpses were entwined within these vines, all pointing towards the Flesh Tumor Island. Although the island was now in ruins, it appeared as if the flesh tumor had blossomed, its meaty walls curling outward to expose the grotesque corpses within. A putrid stench filled the air, tainting the environment and causing the surrounding waters to turn murky, with fish floating lifelessly to the surface. Suddenly, the flesh tumor began to contract violently, as if it were about to expel something. All the blood surged toward the tumor. A sense of foreboding gripped Broly, and with swift determination, he unleashed a cutting wave of purple energy. Strangely, the destructive force merely severed the tumor's petals, only for them to regenerate instantaneously. Broly launched 3 more cutting waves. But this time the flesh tumor retaliated with a surge of energy, halting his attacks. The ground trembled as the sky turned crimson, and the dark mist that had enveloped the earth rapidly retreated into the tumor. Something was about to emerge. An ordinary person should flee this place. Broly, undeterred, dashed towards the tumor, intent on uncovering its hidden secrets. Heather gently caressed number 21's face and urged her, "Go. End this calamity." Number 21, seemingly numb, nodded and followed Broly toward the tumor. Broly glanced back at number 21 and asked, "Aren't you concerned about your mother?" Yet, she remained silent, her gaze fixated on the tumor, seemingly indifferent to all but her mother. Broly, uninterested in further conversation, accelerated and soared above the tumor, which appeared as a bottomless abyss, its depth shrouded in darkness. Just as he contemplated delving deeper, number 21 unleashed a powerful energy attack. Startled, Broly evaded her strike. It was shocking that she would even target herself. It became clear that number 21 had transformed into a cold, emotionless machine, obeying only her mother's commands. Heather had mentioned that her daughter's memory chip was housed in the underground laboratory, a crucial element for restoring her autonomy and emotions. Although Heather had implored him to retrieve it, Broly had declined, feeling no obligation to assist. As number 21 directed her energy wave into the tumor, it unexpectedly ricocheted back. A thunderous explosion erupted, and amidst the chaos, an eerie laughter echoed. Suddenly, the flesh walls exploded, showering blood everywhere, and a figure slowly emerged. It was Majin Buu. However, Buu had undergone a transformation. His skin was no longer pink but resembled flowing blood, with spikes protruding from his limbs, enhancing his ferocity. In his grasp were 2 figures, Majin 17 and Majin 18, who struggled desperately but could not escape Buu's grip. "Master, what are you doing? Let us go," they pleaded, but Buu only responded with a sinister grin. In a shocking display, he tore off 17's arm and consumed it. 17, a human modified into a half-machine, felt the agony and bled profusely. Master, why? Brother, don't you dare hurt him." Majin 18 cried out in vain, her resistance futile against Buu's overwhelming power. Their cry seemed to resonate with number 21, who charged at Bu. In a swift motion, Bu hurled 17 and 18 towards her and conjured a massive energy orb, launching it at the trio. Remarkably, number 21 shielded them with her own body. The three were sent flying and in the chaos. Broly seized the opportunity to strike with a powerful punch. Yet, Bu merely raised an arm to block Broly's blow and countered with a sweeping kick that sent Broly sprawling. Roaring in defiance, Broly harnessed his green energy and charged at Bu once more. Bu, unfazed, calmly deflected Broly's assaults. Having been reborn, he felt no fear. His power had reached unprecedented heights, bolstered by the blood of humanity he had absorbed. If Broly represented a candidate for a god of destruction, then Bu was a demon. This was a clash between divinity and malevolence. Amidst the turmoil, Beerus observed the unfolding events with concern, recognizing the situation had spiraled beyond control. Yet, he remained curious to see how Broly would navigate this crisis. Should the need arise, he would intervene personally. At that moment, Broly and Bu battled fiercely, trading blows from the sky to the ground, and then into the sea, each attack sending tremors throughout the area. The ocean erupted as Bu soared from the depths, unleashing energy blasts in rapid succession. Broly, emerging from the water, deflected all of Bu's strikes with dexterity. With a menacing grin, Bu elongated his neck, lunging at Broly's head. However, Broly was prepared. He tilted his head back and collided forcefully with Bu's skull. The impact twisted Bu's face in pain, while Broly, with a cruel smile, seized Bu's neck and pulled him closer, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy punches upon his foe. Chapter 61. The Enraged Ultimate Android Bang. 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 A series of attacks resonated with a dull thud as Broly gripped Bu's neck, rendering him unable to escape for the moment. Just then, Bu transformed, liquefying his body into a vast net, attempting to ensnare Broly. Futile. Broly was well aware of this tactic. In Dragon Ball Z, Bu had used it to absorb others. Though Bu had utilized his tail for absorption, Bu was now attempting it with his entire body. However, for Broly, it was utterly ineffective. With a thunderous roar, Broly enveloped himself in a purple aura, which instantaneously caused Bu to explode. Boom. Bu reformed, his power escalating rapidly. Yet it merely indicated that he was no longer intimidated by Broly. Defeating Broly, however, was an impossibility. His mind raced, ultimately fixating on the grotesque, decaying mass. Although it would mean losing his identity, it was now his last resort. Kid, I shall end you. Bu cackled wickedly and dashed toward the grotesque mass. Even Broly, despite his simplicity, understood that this creature harbored no good intentions. Retreat was not an option. With a sudden plunge, Bu buried himself into the mass, connecting with it instantly. Although Broly could not fathom Bu's ulterior motives, he could not afford to remain passive. He unleashed destructive energy, sending dozens of cutting blasts hurtling toward Bu. Yet, Bu exhibited no defense, laughing maniacally as the destructive force cleaved through him, only for the severed sections to regenerate like a gecko's tail. Soon, the grotesque flower emerged, towering conspicuously on the small island, its thick roots delving deep into the earth. With a thunderous rumble, the ground began to fracture, as countless thick vines and roots ascended toward the sky. This creature, is he attempting to drain the earth entirely? Broly's eyes narrowed. The grotesque flower that Bu had conjured was voraciously absorbing the earth's nutrients, amplifying his power. This had to be resolved swiftly. Broly clasped his hands at his chest, a sphere of destructive energy gradually forming and expanding. Meanwhile, number 21 cradled numbers 17 and 18, approaching Hester with a rare expression of complexity on her face. She implored, "Can you help me look after them?" Her words were a breakthrough, indicating that the presence of these two children had stirred her dormant memories. Indeed, although number 21 possessed a memory chip, it merely replicated her original memories. Her true recollections resided within her mind, likely awakened by the peril faced by numbers 17 and 18. She recalled her childhood spent alongside them, and the bond they shared was undeniable. These twins were also unfortunate souls, abandoned by their parents and left to wander the streets. Hester and her husband had taken them in, bestowing them with power through technology, yet they never anticipated that Bu would ultimately seize control over them. Upon receiving Hester's promise to care for the twins, number 21 surged toward the grotesque flower. A tumult of emotions roiled within her, though she could not articulate the sensation. It was profoundly uncomfortable. The only remedy lay in the destruction of that flower. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of energy streaked past as Broly turned to see number 21 launching her attack from a distance. Continuous detonations echoed as the grotesque mass regenerated at an astonishing rate, mending the damage in the blink of an eye. Daibu. Broly's destructive energy coalesced as he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal force aimed at the grotesque mass. Will I allow you to succeed? Humph. Bu manipulated the grotesque flower, causing it to shift as the destructive energy struck beside him. The island and the adjacent ocean instantly lost a considerable chunk. Damn it. This is just like Toriyama's shortcomings. The speed of destruction is far too slow. Broly gritted his teeth. This battle transcended mere strength. It was about halting Bu's relentless regeneration. Such a regenerative ability was unprecedented to Broly. It was utterly grotesque. Meanwhile, Hester, dragging the unconscious numbers 17 and 18 to safety, remained oblivious to the countless tendrils erupting from the ground. The surrounding structures were soon engulfed, all siphoning nutrients from the earth. Suddenly, a sharp vine pierced through Hester's abdomen from behind. Oofty! Hester coughed blood, yet maternal instinct surged within her. Having raised numbers 17 and 18 as her own children, she could not abandon them. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength to push them into the safety of a building. Mother! Upon hearing the anguished cry, number 21 turned to see Hester impaled. She rushed to Hester's side, severing the vine. Embracing Hester, long-buried memories surged to the forefront of her mind. Mother! Why did I tell her to flee quickly? Why is she still here? Broly, witnessing the scene, felt no pang of sympathy. He had urged her to leave, and if she chose not to, she could not blame him for not trying harder. However, number 21 suddenly clutched her head and let out a deafening scream. The mournful wail echoed across the expanse. Hester is dead. Number 21 had only just recovered her memories, only to face the loss of her mother. Die, all of you shall perish. I will make you all my sustenance. Bu had completely merged with the grotesque mass. He was the flower, and the flower was him. Silence, you wretched insect. Broly relentlessly bombarded Bu with destruction, yet with the earth serving as his energy source, each attack merely accelerated its desiccation. The surrounding sea had already begun to diminish. While the ground withered, caught in a dilemma, Broly muttered, if only someone could help me restrain him, I could obliterate him with my destruction. No sooner had he spoken than a figure materialized beside him. Broly was taken aback, turning to find number 21, now radiating a terrifying aura. She had transformed. Free from Bu's parasitic influence, she had become Majin number 21. Seeing Broly's puzzled expression, she explained, as the ultimate android created by my parents, I possess the ability to replicate. Bu's cells have been rewritten within me, becoming my strength. Broly nodded, but number 21 coldly declared, if you are confident in your ability to destroy it, then I shall assist you. With that, she disregarded Broly and charged toward the grotesque flower. You scoundrel! I shall ensure you die in agony. You will regret ever coming into this world. Chapter 62. Resurrection of number 21. Number 21 roared, her body transforming into a streak of lightning, instantaneously arriving before the monstrous flower. You dare to harm my mother. You shall perish. In a frenzy, number 21 began her assault on the grotesque flower, her savage combat style reminiscent of the original Broly. However, this was not the time for reminiscence. With both hands channeling destructive energy, Broly aimed for a decisive blow, striving to maximize his destructive power. Futile. All of you shall become my nourishment. Majin Bu commanded the vines to attack number 21. Yet, with a powerful tremor of her hands, she conjured two dark red energy swords, slicing through all the vines effortlessly. Watch me uproot you. With fierce determination in her eyes, number 21 relentlessly hacked at the monstrous flower, her seemingly boundless energy allowing her to circle around it at astonishing speed, leaving a trail of devastation in her wake. Splurt. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall from the flower's wounds. You violent. Bu unleashed a multitude of vines towards number 21, each vine culminating in a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Humph. Number 21 scoffed, her dark red aura erupting. She then launched into a rapid assault on the monstrous flower, slicing through it with incredible speed. Swish. 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 A dark red lightning bolt cut upwards in a Z pattern. In a swift motion, number 21 ascended into the air and conjured a massive energy sphere, bringing it crashing down upon the flower. Boom. As the energy sphere descended, countless vines attempted to shield the flower. Now's the moment. Hurry. Number 21 shouted suddenly. Broly smirked, channeling his destructive energy with all his might. I told you it's useless. You scoffed, preparing to evade. But number 21 roared fiercely, attempt to flee. You shall die together with me. With a fierce resolve for vengeance against her mother's death. She bound the monstrous flower with her limbs, using her own strength to immobilize it entirely. You was horrified. He never anticipated that this woman would sacrifice her life to ensnare him. Damn it. A thunderous crash echoed as number 21 and Bew were struck by a sphere of destruction. The entire island was obliterated, leaving a massive crater that was quickly filled by the surrounding sea. As the ominous clouds began to dissipate, the remnants of the monstrous flower's vines turned to ash, scattering with the wind. Phew, finally over. This guy was quite the handful. Broly sighed, but just then, he caught sight of something floating on the ocean's surface, something quite familiar. It was number 21. Broly flew over to her, observing how she bobbed on the waves. Her form was severely damaged, her attire completely gone. She was left with only half her body. The clean cut a testament to the destruction she endured. Surely, in her final moments, she had wished to survive, hadn't she? Although the mission is complete. This appearance is rather unfortunate. Bardoss suddenly appeared beside Broly, startling him. Truly, she was an angel. Her power was unfathomable, even after all this time. He had never detected her presence. Broly remained silent, for the current state of Earth was no different from ruin. Humanity had been wiped out, and the planet itself bore heavy scars. However, considering the unexpected prowess of his adversary, perhaps this outcome could be overlooked. Bardoss smiled sweetly. But Broly felt a twinge of frustration. After exhausting himself, it seemed his efforts were in vain. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the capabilities of the angelic race. Following the conclusion of the Tournament of Power, Whis had resurrected Frieza, even using time manipulation when Frieza was unable to handle the destruction of Earth. He wondered if Bardoss, being stronger than Whis, possessed similar abilities. He inquired, Master, is there a way to restore this place? Bardoss furrowed her brow. If it were within 10 minutes. I could restore it, but we have far exceeded that time. Sigh. At that moment, Broly could only think of 3 words. I've caused trouble. If Zampa were to discover the state of Earth, who knew what punishment he would impose on him? Wait, Piccin and Sanel were Namekians. Surely, they could lead him to the Dragon Balls, or even create new ones if necessary. Yes, that's it. Broly turned to leave, only to remember number 21 nearby. Master, can she be restored? Certainly. Do you know her? Bardoss asked. Well, I suppose I do. She is an android of considerable strength, and I wish to have her as a training partner. Broly mused. He found her technology intriguing, and her formidable abilities and potential for replication were too valuable to waste on Earth. Indeed, while her strength may not match yours, it is still quite impressive. Bardoss nodded in agreement, raising her staff and waving it towards number 21. Instantly, her broken form began to mend at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, number 21 sprang to her feet, hovering in midair, scanning her surroundings until her gaze locked onto Broly. Where is that bastard? Cough. You should put on some clothes first. Broly lightly coughed, attempting to remind her. However, number 21 seemed completely unfazed, her fierce eyes demanding, where is that bastard? Broly shrugged. Since you don't care, I'll be forthright. Bew is dead. Yes, we killed him together. Broly was not one to shy away from the truth, and number 21's restraint was crucial. TCH. Wait, didn't I die? How am I restored? Number 21 questioned, perplexed. Broly explained his encounter with Bardoss, and upon learning that they were deities, number 21 urgently pleaded, Gods, please, save my mother. Since you have resurrected me, then. Broly glanced at Bardoss, knowing he lacked the power to revive others. However, Bardoss shook her head. Though I have the ability to resurrect, your mother's body has been lost, absorbed by Bew. A stunned silence enveloped number 21 as she stood frozen in place. Yet, just then, Broly draped his clothing over her shoulders and declared, I have a way to bring your mother back. Chapter 63. The planet Namek of the 6th universe, is what you said true? Number 21 exclaimed, her hands gripping Broly's arms, shaking him excitedly. Do you mean? Bardoss, standing nearby, seemed to grasp the situation. Broly nodded, affirming that resurrection was inevitable, otherwise there would be no explanation to Lord Kampa. What are your plans then? Master, where is the planet Pretina? Could you possibly take me there? No problem. It's merely a matter of minutes. As Broly conversed with Bardoss, number 21 listened in confusion, her mind clouded with questions about Namek, Pretina, and Lord Kampa. After a while, Broly approached number 21 and suggested, come with me. There is no one here. The city and its inhabitants have all been annihilated. It would be more beneficial for you to join me in seeking a way to revive humanity. Number 21 nodded, suddenly recalling something, and asked Broly to wait. She then headed towards the site of her mother's demise, moving toward a nearby building. Having scanned the area earlier, she detected 2 heat signatures at the location of her mother's death. If her instincts were correct, they should belong to her childhood friends, number 17 and number 18. Indeed, as she approached, she found both lying on the ground. Number 17 was gravely injured, his arm completely severed, while number 18's legs and one arm were severely twisted and deformed. A heavy sorrow weighed on number 21. She lamented why her memories could not have awakened sooner. Silently, she lifted both of them and returned to Broly's side. The Namek of the 6th universe resembled that of the 7th, a world composed of countless islands, where hills and land masses were cloaked in a peculiar green fungus, rendering the planet a verdant sight. As they arrived on Namek, Broly immediately sensed Pritina's energy and, after informing Bardoss, took his leave. "Excuse me, is it true that such miraculous things as you describe actually exist?" Number 21, now calm and gentle, stood in stark contrast to her earlier combative demeanor. "Indeed, there are many things you remain unaware of. The world is filled with wonders yet to be discovered." Bardoss replied with a smile. "Attention, elders, we have distinguished guests. Let the village of Pritina extend its finest hospitality," the village chief announced to the gathered crowd. Although many were unaware of the identity of the guests, they knew to heed the elders' words. Suddenly, a sound of rushing air echoed as Broly descended into the village, drawing surprised looks from the onlookers, including Pritina. "Broly, what brings you here?" Pritina approached warmly, inviting him to inform Sayanal of his arrival. "I came to inquire if you possess something called Dragon Balls." "Dragon Balls? Like the Super Dragon Balls? We don't have those." Broly's lips twitched slightly at the thought that they could never create Super Dragon Balls. "I mean the ordinary ones." "Ah, we no longer use such items, as the Elder claims they violate the fabric of our world," Pritina stated gravely, emphasizing the Elder's strong aversion to the matter. Broly fell silent, realizing the complexity of the situation. However, he pondered that without resurrecting humanity, Lord Kampa's culinary desires would remain unfulfilled, ultimately inconveniencing himself. It seemed essential to have a serious discussion with the Elder. "Hey, Broly, long time no see." Sayanal, summoned by Pritina, approached cheerfully, holding something in his hands. Broly greeted him politely, and then sat down with both him and Pritina to converse. "What is that in your hand, Sayanal?" Broly asked curiously, while Pritina's expression grew serious. "Have I not warned you repeatedly? Do not carve such things. If the Elder finds out, you will face consequences. I just enjoy it. Besides, no one has ever witnessed what the Elder speaks of. You. Humph. I want to concern myself with you. Just remember, if the Elder punishes you, I want to be responsible." Pritina turned away, visibly displeased. Broly felt somewhat awkward, confused by the quarrel between the two brothers. Sensing Broly's bewilderment, Sayanal explained, "Look, this is my carving. It's beautiful. I assent it." Upon seeing it, Broly's body jolted. Indeed, it was a model of Shenron. Moreover, this Shenron resembled more of a Western dragon from Earth, quite different from those in the 7th universe, disregarding the small figures on its back. Yes, this is indeed a model of Shenron. Sayanal has always been fascinated by dragons, but since our clan forbids the creation of Dragon Balls, he carves them for fun, only to be punished each time he gets caught. Pritina lamented, wishing to shield Sayanal from further punishment. He recalled that once, Sayanal had been punished for an entire day when discovered. "Sayanal, you truly love Dragon Balls, don't you? Do you know how to summon them?" Broly, disregarding Pritina's warnings about punishment, had a sudden idea that seemed quite feasible. If they could make Sayanal the deity of Earth, akin to the Earth of the 7th universe, all their problems would be resolved. Sayanal nodded and proudly declared, "Since childhood, I've secretly entered the Elder's chamber and read many books about Shenron." Broly clapped his hands, grasped Sayanal's hand, and led him outside. "Broly, where are you taking him?" Pritina called out following them. Broly chuckled, "I'm taking him to become a god." With that, Broly, under the bewildered gaze of Pritina, soared toward the Elder's abode with Sayanal. "Wait, Broly, where are you taking me?" "We're approaching the Elder's place," Sayanal asked, confused and a bit frightened. Broly smiled reassuringly, telling him to remain calm. Soon, he would understand everything. Outsider, no entry permitted here. Upon arriving at the Elder's residence, they were confronted by a being resembling Piccolo, who immediately took a defensive stance to block Broly's path. "Caruso, Let him in, you are no match for him. The elder's voice boomed, exuding a healthiness that surpassed that of the elder from the seventh universe. Humph. Caruso, somewhat disgruntled, stepped aside, and Broly, uninterested in further dialogue, strode directly inside. Chapter 64. The Celestial Guardian of Earth. Upon entering the abode of the Grand Elder, Sa Neil began to tremble uncontrollably, revealing the profound influence the Grand Elder wielded over him. Foreigner, what is your connection to Lord Bardos? Why has Lord Bardos descended upon our Namek? His voice boomed as Broly lifted his gaze to behold the elder seated upon a colossal chair, his immense stature rendering Broly almost diminutive in comparison. Bardos is my mentor. I have come at the behest of Lord Kampa to seek the Dragon Balls. Broly understood that dealing with such a figure often required leveraging greater authority to instill fear. However, we possess no Dragon Balls here. I kindly request you to take your leave. The Grand Elder's evident disdain for the subject was palpable in his tone, yet he maintained a level of politeness due to his status. Indeed, that is my intention. However, I wish to take Sa Neil with me. He is of my kin. Is it proper to simply take him away? Must Bardos personally seek you out? You. No need for that. Young man, I must caution you. The Dragon Balls are not to be trifled with. While they may grant benefits, they also accumulate negative energy. Although Sa Neil had the ability to create Dragon Balls, he was woefully ignorant of their true nature. Before the Great Calamity, our Namek was also a world of Dragon Balls, but excessive wishes brought disaster upon our clan. Namek was purged, leaving me as the sole survivor. The Grand Elder's mood darkened as he recalled that calamity, a memory he wished to forget, which fueled his vehement opposition to the Dragon Balls. Grand Elder, I must clarify the situation. The Earth has transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. And it was Lord Kappa who resurrected this planet using the Super Dragon Balls. However, for reasons unforeseen, this newly revived world has faced calamities. Should Lord Kampa discover that your obstruction prevents Earth from restoring itself, one cannot predict his reaction. Rest assured, I will not create Dragon Balls here. Rather, I intend to take Sa Neil to Earth, where he shall become its deity and create anew. With a long sigh, the Grand Elder handed a tome to Sa Neil. This is the authentic method for crafting the Dragon Balls. Given your novice understanding, you will need to study it thoroughly. Grand Elder, you. Sa Neil's countenance illuminated with excitement, realizing the Elder consented to his creation of the Divine Dragon. Very well, you may accompany this young man. The Elder waved his hand, issuing a subtle dismissal. Seeing that his objectives had been fulfilled, Broly recognized his presence was no longer required. He nodded respectfully before leading Sa Neil away. Grand Elder, will you truly allow them to depart? Have you not always opposed the Dragon Balls? Caruso, the will of the Destroyer is beyond our control. As long as no divine dragon is created on Namek, let it be. After returning home with Sa Neil and bidding farewell to his friends, everything was prepared, save for the final piece. Back at Bardos' side, 21 was intrigued by the alien appearance of Sa Neil. However, during their conversation, Broly received disheartening news. It would take several months for Sa Neil to create the Divine Dragon, a relatively brief period in the grand scheme of things. Despite the duration, the group accepted it, as the revival was paramount. To avoid trouble, Broly requested Bardos to send them back to Earth. He wished to maintain distance from Kampa, sparing himself from incessant inquiries until the matters on Earth were resolved. Upon arriving on Earth, Sa Neil's heart swelled with determination as he gazed upon the ravaged planet, resolved to craft the Dragon Balls and restore it to life. Subsequently, Bardos imparted the next stage of destructive power to Broly, instructing him to train diligently on Earth and assuring him she would come if needed. 3 months later, since parting with Bardos, Broly had not been idle. He practiced with 21 and honed his destructive abilities while occasionally checking on Sa Neil's progress in creating the Divine Dragon. Days passed in fulfillment, and during this time, 21 utilized her parents' expertise to restore androids 17 and 18. The M insignia on their foreheads vanished, indicating that Majin Buu had indeed perished. Yet today, Sa Neil informed Broly that the Dragon Balls had been restored. Filled with anticipation, everyone gathered around Sa Neil, watching the transparent glass case containing the dragon model, eagerly awaiting his next command. Chanting an incantation in the ancient language of Namek, Sa Neil watched as the model began to glimmer. With a triumphant shout, the entire model transformed into a radiant gold before soaring into the heavens. Crack! Thunder roared and dark clouds swirled ominously. A magnificent dragon, soaring with 4 legs and wings unfurled, materialized before them. This dragon was larger than the one from the 7th universe, but smaller than the legendary Namekian dragon. In sum, Sa'Neel's inaugural attempt at creating the divine dragon was a resounding success. State your wishes. Any desire shall be fulfilled, 2 wishes, to be precise. Well, it seems this dragon is not quite on par with Earth's dragon, as the latter grants 3 wishes while this one permits only 2. Broly, speak your wish. Sa'Neel appeared exhausted, the fruits of his labor evident after months of tireless effort. Thank you for your hard work. First, I wish for all beings on this planet, except for Majin Buu, who have perished to be resurrected. My second wish is to restore Earth to its former state before the destruction. As Broly's words echoed, the dragon's eyes shimmered with light. The once desolate Earth began to rejuvenate, the cracked ground and receding seas returning to their former glory. 21. The sudden call caused 21 to tremble, and she, along with 17 and 18, turned around. Upon seeing Hester, the trio rushed forward with fervor. Moreover, the previously ravaged islands reverted to their original states. Witnessing their reunion with loved ones, Sa'Neel beamed with joy, knowing that his months of effort had not been in vain. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell. The dragon ascended into the sky, transforming into 7 golden orbs of energy that scattered across the earth. Congratulations, Sa'Neel. From this moment forth, you shall be the celestial guardian of Earth. Chapter 65. The date in progress. Sa'Neel was momentarily taken aback as Broly clapped him on the shoulder, declaring, "You have saved the Earth and all of humanity. You rightfully deserve to be their god." "Ah, thank you, Divine One," he replied humbly. At that moment, Heather and Android 21 returned, and 21 had informed Heather of the recent events. Naturally, Heather, having been revived, was willing to acknowledge Sa'Neel's divine identity. No. I merely did what I was supposed to do," Sa'Neel said, looking bashfully at the gathering, which elicited a chuckle from everyone. As humanity was resurrected, the streets began to fill with perplexed individuals, curious as to why they had returned to life after having clearly perished. Seizing the moment, Broly promoted Sa'Neel, utilizing the technology of the Black Ribbon Army to orchestrate a global broadcast. People were initially skeptical until Broly shook the very earth itself, prompting them to begin believing in the existence of the divine. Throughout this period of interaction, Broly and 21 cultivated a strong bond, having been comrades in battle and shared intimate moments. Being a girl, 21 naturally felt a peculiar sense of intimacy towards someone who had seen her vulnerabilities. Additionally, as a demure and gentle girl, it was her first experience of being seen by a man outside of her family, leading to some unintentional, fleeting thoughts. A month had passed since humanity's revival, and the Black Ribbon Army resumed its operations. Broly, as a friend of 21, was graciously invited to visit. He accepted the invitation with enthusiasm, eager to witness the experiments involving androids, something he had never encountered before. "Hey, Broly." Upon arriving at the entrance of the Black Ribbon base, he spotted Sa'Neel waving at him, likely invited by 21's parents as well. "Come on in." The android known as 18, who opened the door for them, huffed disdainfully, seemingly displeased. Broly was taken aback, pondering what he might have done to offend her. "Oh, don't misunderstand. 18 is just worried you might whisk away her sister, 21, explained 17 with a cheerful grin. Unlike the stoic 17 from Universe 7, this version was bright and sunny. With a resigned smile, Broly realized not only was 17's demeanor different, but 18 had also transformed into a protective big sister. He turned to Sa'Neel and inquired, "What do you think? The new temple is rather splendid, isn't it?" Sa'Neel scratched his head, replying, "Thank you, Broly. I truly admire the palace you designed for me." Last month, Broly had constructed a divine palace for Sa'Neel, ensuring it was at least on par with those in Universe 7. Built upon the foundation of a pillar from Karin Tower, it featured an enormous floating celestial temple, surpassing all but the hyperbolic time chamber in size. Since liberating himself from the two souls, Broly had become significantly more carefree. He had feared that if he did not eliminate that cumbersome foe, he might one day lose control, unintentionally harming his friends in a reckless display. Now, he was free to pursue his desires, living quite contentedly. Upon entering the Black Ribbon facility, Broly was greeted by 21's parents. "Welcome, Divine One. Would you care for a drink? I'll have someone prepare it." As he gazed at 21's father, who bore a striking resemblance to Dr. Gero, Broly felt somewhat uneasy and waved his hand, opting to join the tour of the laboratory instead. Inside the lab, an array of experimental subjects awaited. From mechanical dogs to mutated creatures, and even humans suspended in transparent nutrient pods, connected to various tubes while computers autonomously processed their functions. The technological ambience was overwhelming. Captivating the Blue Star boy, Dr. Gero, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Do you know why androids possess such immense power?" Broly and Sayanal shook their heads, unaware of such complexities. However, this was precisely the reaction Dr. Gero sought, eager to flaunt his creations before the divine visitor. Heather, unable to contain herself, urged him to dispense with the theatrics. As these two were esteemed guests, ahem, it is because the energy sources within the androids are harvested from various corners of the universe. We extract genes from numerous species and formidable beings from different planets, Dr. Gero elaborated. He then activated a display screen showcasing images of the planets his machines had encountered. While perusing the footage, Broly suddenly spotted a familiar figure, King Saladra. Although the image was blurry, the tall silhouette and his abilities were unmistakable. The identity of his opponent, however, remained obscured by shadows. Uncertain of whom Saladra had battled, Broly noted the timestamp, during the Tournament of Power. He was left wondering what had transpired on Saladra's planet during that time, intending to inquire with Gabe when the opportunity arose. Not overly concerned. Given that battles erupted across the universe constantly, he dismissed it as a typical occurrence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this incident would later evoke a sense of regret. After completing the laboratory tour, Broly contentedly settled into a chair, sipping the beverage 21 had brought him. 21, her cheeks flushed, sat beside him, resembling a shy bride. This amused Broly, as he recalled her fierce demeanor during the battle with Bu. The contrast was quite entertaining. The outside world has returned to normal. Shall we go for a stroll? I heard there's a newly opened cake shop that's supposed to be delicious, 21 suggested, her eyes darting shyly yet determinately towards Broly. As this was Broly's first experience with romantic undertakings, he felt somewhat awkward but nodded enthusiastically. Upon stepping onto the street, Broly felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. It was indeed his first time accompanying a girl on an outing. Observing the bustling crowd and the affectionate couples, both he and 21 blushed, eventually leading 21 to take Broly's hand. Thud. Broly stood frozen, staring at their intertwined hands, and involuntarily swallowed. 21 lowered her gaze as her neck and ears flushed a vibrant red. Broly chuckled softly. Just then, a figure approached him abruptly. Broly, Lord Kampa is looking for you. Or more precisely, your old friend Goku seeks your presence. Chapter 66. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Broly, your old friend Sun Wukong is looking for you. The visitor was none other than Beerus, but it appeared that she had arrived at an inopportune moment. Broly awkwardly replied, it's nothing. You can go ahead and take care of your business. Number 21 lowered her head. She had deliberately chosen a beautiful dress for her outing with Broly today and had meticulously styled her hair, making it evident that she had prepared extensively for this occasion. Broly found himself in a predicament, for it was clear that not only had Sun Wukong arrived, but the god of destruction from Universe 7, Beerus, had accompanied him, which meant Whis was also present. With such a host of powerful figures waiting for him to finish his date, it was undeniably inappropriate. Oh, is that the girl? Suddenly, Beerus flashed a mischievous smile, which only intensified Broly's embarrassment. In a moment of desperation, Broly had a sudden epiphany. He quickly kissed number 21 on the forehead and said, "Wait for me to return, and we shall continue this." Before he could finish his sentence, he was whisked away by Beerus. Left in a daze, number 21 touched her forehead and after a moment, revealed a sweet smile. I will wait for your return to continue our date. Boom. Broly wore a slightly aggrieved expression, wondering why Beerus was in such a hurry. He hadn't even finished speaking. Beerus smirked. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. It seemed Beerus's mischievous side had come to the fore. She often delighted in teasing Kampa, and now it seemed it was Broly's turn. Swish. Upon their arrival at Kampa's palace, they were greeted by the sound of an argument between Kampa and Beerus. The food from my 6th universe's Earth is the best. No, it belongs to our Universe 7. Crack. A terrifying energy began to coalesce around Kampa's palace, darkening the skies and causing chaos in the atmosphere. Broly quickly spotted the two in midair, baring their teeth as destructive energy pulsated around them, causing the surroundings to tremble. Stop. Both Beerus and Whis brandished their staffs to separate the two. Lord Kampa, Broly has returned. He back. Good. Where is Broly? Quickly. Have him beat up Sun Wukong from Universe 7. Broly felt a wave of frustration. Surely Kampa had indulged in too much wine. Nevertheless, He approached and politely greeted the gods. Hey, Broly. Long time no see. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, grinning widely and waving at him. I heard from Beerus that you were looking for me. Is there something you need? Broly was somewhat perplexed, as he was completely unaware of the subsequent events in the story, leaving him uncertain about Sun Wukong's intentions. Thanks for the wish you made last time. I didn't expect you to be such a decent guy. Sun Wukong casually patted Broly's shoulder, to which Broly waved his hand dismissively, saying it was nothing. However, another voice in his mind echoed, wondering why he would wish for anything else. Especially since failing to wish for the universe's revival would lead to his own erasure by the Omni King. So, what exactly do you want? Well, I just want to spar with you. Bang. Broly stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. All this fuss was simply for a spar? He felt his patience wearing thin. Broly's forehead throbbed with tension as he revealed a bloodthirsty smile. All right, Wukong, I accept your challenge. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Sun Wukong, ever the simpleton, beamed with joy and got into position. Well then, they're about to spar. Let us wager on who will win. Kampa said with a wicked grin, resting his chin on his hand. Beerus, equally competitive, replied, all right, but there must be stakes involved. Let us wager the finest delicacies from our universes. A month's worth without repetition. Agreed. It's decided. The two childish gods of destruction perched atop Kampa's palace, observing the combatants below as Broly and Sun Wukong readied themselves. Beerus waved his staff, clearing the trees around Broly and Sun Wukong to provide ample space. With Whis' signal, both combatants sprang into action. Broly's face contorted with maniacal glee as he growled at Sun Wukong. Wukong, I will show you no mercy. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Sun Wukong chuckled. That's the best. Boom. A thunderous clash erupted as Broly and Sun Wukong collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath them. Hey. Kappa, your destruction planet is weak. We barely struck, and it's already cracked. Humph. Switch to your destruction planet, and it would shatter just the same. Boom. Another resounding explosion followed, and the fierce exchange of blows between Broly and Sun Wukong commenced. Countless fists collided. Broly grew more exhilarated with each strike, as it seemed the long hours of battle had ingrained the original Broly's fighting style into this body. His techniques were wild and reckless. Bang, bang, bang. Broly reached out, seizing Sun Wukong by the collar, and slammed him into the ground. Boom. The ground caved in. It was worth noting that the realm where the gods of destruction resided was far sturdier than the arena of the Tournament of Power. Sun Wukong, you have lost, Broly declared, pinning Sun Wukong down with one hand. But Sun Wukong simply grinned, and a blue aura erupted around him. Boom. Dust and debris flew as a powerful aura swept across the battlefield. It appeared Sun Wukong was prepared to unleash his full strength. Yaha! Broly activated his full power mode. This transformation was even more terrifying than during the tournament. Broly was conscious. A clear-minded beast is the most terrifying of all. 20 times Kaioken. Sun Wukong roared again, his muscles bulging with veins. The astonishing power he must have cultivated over the past 6 months was evident. Ah! Both fighters roared simultaneously, their fists colliding. Boom! Broly reached out, but Sun Wukong, quick as an eel, evaded him in an instant. Then, grabbing Broly's arms, he kicked off with all his might. Bang! Broly countered with his chin. The two exerted their strength against each other. At that moment, Broly smirked coldly. Wukong, receive my blow. Destruction. Boom! Oh no! Upon witnessing Broly enveloped in purple energy, Sun Wukong immediately distanced himself. Hey! You can actually use the God of Destruction's power. What? Is that a problem? You can learn it too. Chapter 67. An invitation from Wukong. Kappa, how could this lad wield destruction? Beerus's expression shifted, filled with skepticism, while Kappa, with a hint of pride, replied, I appointed Broly as the candidate for the God of Destruction. Is that not permissible? TCH. Don't say I didn't warn you. He harbors. Wait. His power is gone? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed Broly's overwhelming malevolence during both the God of Destruction's tournament and the Tournament of Power. Yet now, he sensed not a trace of that uncontrollable energy. Why is that? Beerus was inundated with questions. As Vados clarified, Lord Beerus, Broly has mastered that power and brought it under his control. So there is no need for concern. Beerus fell silent, finally realizing that his earlier decision may have been rather rash. Just as he turned, he noticed Kampa's cautious demeanor. Hey, Beerus, Don't tell me you are having second thoughts and wish to confront Broly. That won't work. He is already my candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 6. TCH. Boring. I merely meant to say that I have been here for quite a while. And you haven't even offered me a decent meal. You truly are a terrible host. What did you say? I am terrible, Beerus retorted, to which Kampa grew flustered and ordered Vados to bring forth food. With a flick of her staff, a beautifully crafted porcelain plate appeared before Beerus and Whis. Humph. The sixth universe is indeed stingy, attempting to treat us with mere plates. Don't be impatient. Just watch closely. Suddenly, above the plate, a roasted duck materialized before the two deities. Wah! What is this? It smells divine. Beerus and Whis gazed in awe, their expressions akin to those who had never encountered such a sight before, which filled Kampa with delight. He exchanged a knowing glance with Vados. Cough, Lord Beerus. This is a dish personally prepared by Broly, known as Peking duck. Though I am unsure what Peking signifies, the roasted duck is as it sounds. Vados' half-understood explanation left Beerus and Whis bewildered, yet the aroma of the duck was undeniably enticing. As they relished the meal, below them, Broly and Goku were nearly demolishing Kampa's palace. Boom. Bang. Crash. Broly, emboldened by the mantle of destruction, fearlessly pursued Goku, disregarding his attacks. Goku, while taunting, engaged in a tactical retreat, as both were merely sparring without malicious intent. Broly, you share a common flaw with Toppo. When engulfed in destructive power, your speed is significantly hampered. It seems you have yet to fully master it. Goku dodged while addressing the pursuing Broly. You need not tell me, I am aware. Broly retorted, continuing his destructive onslaught, believing this to be a form of training to refine his control over destruction. All right, Goku, we must depart. Burp suddenly. Their sparring was interrupted by Beerus, causing Goku to feel a tinge of disappointment. Oh, Lord Beerus, we haven't finished yet. At that moment, a disheveled Kampa emerged from the rubble, bellowing at the two. What do you think you're doing? Look at you two. You're about to demolish my destruction planet. The two gods of destruction, who had been savoring roasted duck above the palace, now sat amidst the ruins, the once grand structure reduced to debris. In a moment of absurdity, Beerus, at the palace's collapse, stuffed the remaining duck into his mouth, bones and all. Ah, well then, Broly. I hope you can visit Universe 7 next time. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Goku called out before departing with Beerus and the others. Kampa, seething with rage, declared, never come back again. A month later, following the postponement of a date due to Goku's visit, Broly made amends with Android 21, and their relationship blossomed rapidly. Moreover, Dr. Gero and Hachiya, upon learning of Broly's identity, found him increasingly agreeable. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also a candidate for God of Destruction. They harbored no objections towards their romance. Until today, during training, Broly suddenly received a message from Vados, stating that Goku missed him and wished for him to visit Universe 7. Without hesitation, Broly agreed. Their last bout had been interrupted, and this time, he intended to dominate Universe 7. His destructive power had reached a certain level of mastery. The first stage of training was complete, and he was confident that the vulnerabilities exposed in his battle with Goku would not resurface. The coverage of destructive power would no longer hinder his speed. After inquiring if Android 21 wished to accompany him to explore other universes, her excitement was palpable, and she readily agreed. Thus, the two followed Vados to Universe 7. After leaving a message for Whis to notify them when they wished to return, they transformed into a flash of white light. Hey, Broly, long time no see. We never finished our last match. Come on, I can hardly wait. Goku exclaimed, immediately changing into his martial arts uniform, while Gohan and the others looked on, particularly Bulma, who could no longer tolerate it. Goku, they just arrived, and you're already challenging him? Have you no manners? Haha, I believe Broly is equally eager to spar, right? Goku chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, while Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Ever since Broly's arrival, Kakarot has been fixated on proving his superiority over him. He hasn't sought me out for a duel in ages. No, I can wait. I want 21 to enjoy herself first. Broly's statement caught everyone's attention. As a bashful android, 21 stepped forward from behind him, politely greeting everyone. Wait, Broly, this fellow isn't your. Goku's face was one of astonishment, as if a husband had betrayed his wife. Yes, 21 is my girlfriend. Is there a problem? Don't you have a wife as well? Why the surprise? Broly replied, his expression puzzled, while Goku blurted out a ridiculous remark. I thought a battle maniac like you would never have a woman in your life. Huh? A battle maniac? Aren't you the same? How dare you accuse me? Their bickering amused everyone, but at that moment, Bulma suddenly interjected with a serious tone. Wait a moment, everyone. Mr. Satan has just sent an urgent message. Chapter 68, Headquarters of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Bulma's words captured everyone's attention, and Vegeta quickly inquired, "What's the matter, Bulma?" "I'm not entirely sure," Bulma replied, her expression one of confusion. "But Satan mentioned that a group of people wants to take Bu away. Bu is quite formidable. The notion that anyone could simply take him is utterly absurd." Gohan sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Is there a new enemy? Goku, who had been bickering with Broly, rushed over at the mention of trouble. After gathering information, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "Then let us go and investigate. Everyone, hold on to my hand." As everyone touched Goku, only Vegeta remained aloof. Goku, puzzled, called out, "Vegeta? I can reach Satan City in 5 seconds. You take them with you." "What? Such a rude attitude." Goku scratched his head in confusion. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, "What do you want with Mr. Bu? You shall not take him." Upon arriving at Satan's courtyard, they heard Satan's frantic shout and hurried towards him. They saw a spaceship parked in the yard, where several individuals were attempting to carry the unconscious Bu away. "This is intolerable," Satan exclaimed, pulling a gun from his coat and firing at the assailants. To his surprise, a boy with a watermelon-shaped head effortlessly deflected the attack. "Satan, I have already made our intentions clear," the boy began, but was interrupted as more people arrived, Goku and the others. Goku. Upon seeing them, Satan instantly regained his confidence, pointing at the watermelon-headed boy and declaring, "Mr. Bu is being kidnapped by them. I urge you all to rescue him." However, the watermelon-headed boy seemed to recognize Goku and Vegeta. In an instant, Goku launched himself into action, swiftly dispatching the individuals carrying Bu with a series of punches and kicks. The boy frowned, realizing the predicament. Suddenly, he appeared behind Goku and struck him, rendering him unconscious. Everyone gasped in shock, while Vegeta, intent on assisting, found the boy behind him as well. The speed was astonishing. With a loud bang, Vegeta collapsed, equally unconscious. The crowd was stunned. This individual's speed was beyond comprehension. What kind of weapon did he possess to incapacitate both Goku and Vegeta so swiftly? Goku, Vegeta, Satan was at a loss. Gohan and the others stood ready, while the watermelon-headed boy commanded his subordinates to continue lifting Bu and to take Goku and Vegeta as well. Kakarot is truly reckless. At that moment, Broly and Android 21 stepped forward, catching the watermelon-headed boy off guard. "Who are you?" Ignoring the question, Broly clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan mode, while 21 activated her Majin form. Their combined, overwhelming power surged skyward. A couple engaged in battle. Just as Broly was about to strike, another small spaceship descended from the sky. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding," a voice cried from the ship, urgently stepping in to prevent conflict. "Gak, why are you dressed like that?" Recognizing the voice, Bulma and the others immediately identified Gak, though his combat suit and helmet made him unrecognizable until he spoke. "Mr. Broly, this is all a misunderstanding." Seeing Gak, Bulma's worries eased, and Broly nodded at 21, causing both to revert to their normal states. "Explain, Gak. What is going on?" Bulma demanded, tugging at his ear with irritation. "Ouch, that hurts. I said I'd explain. Stop pulling my ear." Gak quickly surrendered and addressed the watermelon-headed boy. "Melis, they are trustworthy. Just tell them everything." The boy named Melis sighed and holstered his weapon. "Fine, then come with us. There is no time to explain now. You'll understand once we arrive." Bulma eyed Gak suspiciously, saying, "Can we truly trust him? He won't sell a beauty like me to another planet, will he?" At her words, Gak froze. And even Broly, Gohan, and the others were momentarily taken aback. "An old hag with sagging breasts. Wouldn't he fetch a good price?" Gak blurted out, only to receive a furious barrage of punches from Bulma. In the cosmos, Melis led everyone toward their Galactic Elite Forces headquarters, the Galactic Patrol Station. Upon arrival, Goku and Vegeta regained consciousness. As they raised their heads, they saw Broly, 21, Bulma, and Gohan gathered around a coffee table chatting with Gak and Melis. "Huh?" Goku scratched his head, bewildered. Gak approached and helped them up. "You two were out cold. We tried waking you, but our tranquilizer gun works exceptionally well, huh?" Gak boasted, his pride in the Galactic Patrol evident. This is the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol," Gak declared proudly. I apologize for the earlier chaos. Melis interjected as he and the others joined them. We had to use the tranquilizer because you were too agitated to listen, Melis explained. Melis is the top-ranked elite member of the Galactic Patrol, responsible for 104 sectors. Another muscular man added. Then what was the purpose of going through such trouble to kidnap you? Vegeta crossed his arms, his tone somewhat hostile. Bulma quickly intervened, hoping to clarify, Vegeta. Gak and his team mean no harm. They explained everything while you were unconscious. Chapter 69, The Legend of Moro Humph. Since Bulma has stated her position, Vegeta simply leaned against the wall, awaiting their explanation. In truth, due to our negligence, a notorious criminal has escaped from the galactic prison, and we require Mr. Buu's strength to apprehend him. Mr. Buu's strength? Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how Buu could assist them in capturing the fugitive. Melis nodded and recounted the past events. 1,000,000 years ago, a being who called himself Moro suddenly emerged in Universe 7. This entity could not only manipulate objects from a distance, but also extract the life force of planets to convert it into attacks. He could drain energy from the planet and all living beings upon it, transforming it into his own power. In a state of full magic, he could even consume entire planets. Moro possessed the ability to directly control planets, and in a certain sense, his power was limitless, as the energy of planets is nearly infinite. In summary, Moro's abilities were incredibly formidable and troublesome. He fought against the Grand Kai and the South Kai, ultimately being sealed away by the Grand Kai at great cost to his own divine power using the technique known as the Magic Seal Wave. He was then defeated by the two. Though sentenced to death by the Galactic Patrol, Moro's overwhelming combat prowess made it impossible for anyone to carry out the execution, leading to a commuted sentence of life imprisonment. However, as 1,000,000 years passed, Moro surprisingly regained some of his strength and escaped from prison. Hence, we require the power of the Grand Kai to seal him once more. But what does this have to do with Buu? 5,000,000 years after that battle, the emergence of Majin Buu once again brought calamity to the universe, and this creature even absorbed the Grand Kai. Thus, we have come seeking Buu, for we are in dire need of the Grand Kai's power residing within him. Melis divulged everything without reservation, yet Vegeta delivered some unfortunate news. Buu is not merely asleep from anesthesia. That means unless he awakens on his own, no one can rouse him. Melis sighed and replied, but we truly require the Grand Kai's power. Otherwise, if Moro regains his strength, then, if that is the case, we shall assist you in capturing him. Goku chuckled, his Saiyan blood surging at the prospect of battling a formidable enemy. Ah, with your help, that would indeed be splendid. We've heard tales of your might. Hee hee. Not at all. Look. That fellow over there is also quite strong. He won the Tournament of Power. TCH. Is it something to boast about that Kakarot lost? Vegeta was nearly exasperated with Kakarot, yet Melis turned to Broly, who was conversing with Android 21. He felt a twinge of astonishment. This individual possesses divine power, as well. How is that possible? However, he approached Broly and extended his hand, saying, Hello, Broly, please lend us your strength. Broly hesitated momentarily, glancing at Goku and the others, and Goku chimed in, You're also curious about Moro's power, right? It would be a lie to say I am not curious. But I originally promised 21 to tour Universe 7, and participating in such a battle, no worries. After assisting them in capturing him, we can explore together. Android 21 said thoughtfully, recognizing Broly's yearning for combat, evident from their frequent sparring. Very well, Broly smiled and grasped Melis's hand. Then let us proceed with the appointment ceremony. The Galactic King has been awaiting us. Galactic King? That name sounds familiar, yet I have no clear recollection. Hey, you rude lot. The Galactic King was present during our last competition with Universe 6. Gak's expression was animated, while Goku remained indifferent, realizing, oh, so it's that octopus-like fellow. Hey, I am not an octopus. At that moment, an octopus entered through the door, and Goku warmly approached, shaking its tentacles. Hi, long time no see. Galactic King? I've told you many times, this is not my hand. It's my under the Galactic King's organization, Broly, Android 21, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and others were marked with the Galactic Patrol insignia. Naturally, this was merely temporary. Everything would revert after capturing Moro. While the group deliberated on how to apprehend Moro, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. One of the Galactic Patrol officers announced, Melis, the Magalini brothers have begun robbing again. Once again, it seems these two never learn. Goku, please wait while I take care of this. As Melis prepared to leave, Vegeta interjected, Wait, we shall go too. Huh? It's merely a matter of apprehending ordinary criminals. I wish to see how strong you truly are, Vegeta declared haughtily, evidently still vexed by Melis's earlier blow that had knocked him out. Melis said nothing further and acquiesced. On planet Janku, a train laden with blue gold was hurtling through space when Melis and his companions arrived at the scene, just in time to confront the fugitives. Indeed. Their target is blue gold. Broly and the others exchanged puzzled expressions, wondering what this substance was. Gak explained, blue gold serves as a power source for various machines. On Earth, it's known as celestial gold. Is this substance that important? Well, under normal circumstances, not particularly, but in the hands of villains. It becomes explosive material capable of destroying planets. Upon hearing this, the group recognized the gravity of the situation if this substance fell into the wrong hands. Many planets would be at risk, necessitating immediate intervention. Then let us mobilize, Melis exclaimed, leaping into action at incredible speed, forcing the adversaries to flee under his relentless assault. Not good. They're escaping. As they lamented Melis's speed, he shouted, having just stopped the train carrying the blue gold. However, the villains were cunning, executing a lizard's tail drop, taking a small amount of blue gold to flee in their ship, leaving Melis unable to pursue them. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku and Vegeta dashed forward, but just then, a dark red figure darted past them like lightning, shattering the entire spaceship with a single punch. There stood Android 21. Effortlessly holding 3 fugitives aloft in the air. Goku and the others could only stare in astonishment. Never did they expect that Broly's seemingly shy girlfriend could be so fierce. Chapter 70. Moro with a thud. 3 prisoners were unceremoniously hurled to the ground by number 21, who then brushed off her hands and returned to Broly's side. This woman's speed surpasses even mine. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling a deep-seated frustration. Losing to Broly was one thing, but now he could not even fathom the capabilities of Broly's companion. To add to Vegeta's irritation was the fact that Meru's, this fellow, was even faster than her. He was certain that Meru's had not yet unleashed his full potential. Broly, your little girlfriend is truly impressive. Her speed just now was astonishingly beyond me. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Broly, accustomed to their reactions, was also taken aback by number 21's wildness. Meru smiled at the group, feeling more confident in capturing Moro with such formidable allies. With a bang, the 3 prisoners were secured in their cell, marking the conclusion of their efforts for the moment. Just then, Vegeta turned to Meru and remarked, I know you're concealing your true strength. You cannot deceive my eyes. Perhaps you alone could handle that Moro character. That is not the case, Meru replied, shaking his head. Although my abilities are the strongest among the Galactic Patrol, they pale in comparison to Moro's power. Moro's strength is limitless and ever-increasing. If we do not act swiftly, the entire universe will be plunged into peril. Having been imprisoned for 10 million years, Moro's remaining energy should not be substantial. If we locate him promptly, capturing him should pose no significant challenge. At this point, Broly chimed in, and the others nodded in agreement. With the assistance of their fathers, Uncle Vegeta, and Broly, they were confident that they could apprehend Moro swiftly. Gohan felt a surge of confidence. He had never witnessed such a powerful assembly before, especially with the top 2 members of the Tournament of Power present. Suddenly, the communicator on the ship crackled to life, and Meru quickly checked it, frowning as he announced, Everyone, we have pinpointed Moro's location. He is in the KT-40 sector. It appears he has not fled far. Let me search, Goku said, instantly utilizing instant transmission to locate him. After a brief moment, Goku broke into a cold sweat. What's wrong, Kakarot? Did you find him? Vegeta rushed to inquire. Noticing Goku's unusual demeanor, Goku interrupted him. Stop, Vegeta. He has already sensed our search. What is going on? Vegeta pressed, confused. I can't quite explain it. This is the first time I've felt this way. His energy is not overwhelmingly powerful, yet it exudes a terrifying aura unlike anything I have encountered before. It feels as if countless souls are wailing in despair. Goku's words struck the others as somewhat exaggerated, yet Meru readily affirmed, Moro can absorb the life force of planets, converting it into his own energy. Thus, the numerous cries Goku sensed are likely the collective anguish of countless lives extinguished by Moro. His ability to live for 10 million years is intrinsically linked to this. Gak's throat involuntarily tightened at the thought of so many lives being consumed. It felt akin to a horror film. Wait, the place they are heading to. Isn't that where I previously went to retrieve Dandy? But it shouldn't be detectable. It's an exceedingly remote area. Maintaining vigilance over Moro's movements, Goku suddenly furrowed his brow. The destination Morrow was heading to was the very planet where the Namekians were located after the destruction of their home. It seems Morrow has regained his powers and can sense the existence of life. However, I still don't understand. With so many planets in the universe, why would he choose such an isolated one? Merus pondered in confusion. At that moment, the three prisoners in the cell let out mocking laughter. It is precisely because the Namekians possess Dragon Balls that can grant any wish that Morrow seeks them out. What? How do you know about Morrow? And how do you know about the Dragon Balls? Gak slammed his hand against the bars, questioning them. The prisoners scoffed. Humph. During my incarceration, one of Frisia's minions mentioned it. He escaped with Morrow, so I believe he has relayed this information to him. You would do well to hurry. Instead of wasting time with us, you should focus on stopping Morrow. Ha ha ha. Humph. Gak kicked the cell, startling them, but it served to silence them momentarily. So, Morrow is specifically seeking the Dragon Balls on Namek? What wish could he possibly desire? To restore his youth? To regain his strength? Or perhaps something else? Why ponder so much? Let's go find him. Broly approached Goku, urging him to use instant transmission. Goku nodded and immediately transported himself, Broly, and Vegeta to Namek. How reckless. They are utterly unaware of Morrow's formidable power. Watching the three vanish, Merus gritted his teeth and ordered the pilot to accelerate. Upon arriving at the new Namek, Broly and the others spotted a spaceship hovering in the air. The ship opened with a hiss, revealing a towering figure cloaked in black. His crimson eyes glinting in the breeze, sending a shiver down Goku's spine. Indeed, this is the sensation. The power of countless whales. He is Morrow, is he not? Are you the one seeking the Dragon Balls? Humph. It seems your wish remains unfulfilled. You shall abandon all hope, for it is I, the great Vegeta, who shall fulfill your wish. Ha. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, his pride swelling as he sensed that Morrow was not particularly strong. Morrow chuckled mockingly, extending a bony arm in a particular direction. With a resounding crash, a house collapsed, and a Namekian child was snatched into his grasp. He then tossed the child to Kuririn, instructing him to use this innocent life to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. You despicable fiend. Vegeta launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick, yet to his shock, Morrow was merely sent flying. How pitifully weak. Both Broly and Goku shared the same thought, deciding not to intervene. It appeared Vegeta could handle this alone. However, as Vegeta continued his assault, Morrow pressed his hands downward, causing Vegeta to suddenly crash to the ground. Chapter 71. Planetary Energy and Superpowers. With a frown, Sun Wukong beheld as Morrow forcefully pinned Vegeta to the ground, sweeping his hands with a thunderous roar. In an instant, Vegeta was hurled away. Sprawled among the rubble, he spat and clenched his fists, unleashing a burst of crimson energy that obliterated the surrounding stones. Super Saiyan God form, Vegeta! Morrow exclaimed, astonished that Vegeta still retained his strength. Humph. Let us continue. As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta executed a series of rapid movements, appearing beside Morrow and launching a dual-fisted assault. Morrow, taken aback, raised his defenses, yet Vegeta smirked and propelled himself off the ground, landing a powerful kick to Morrow's chin, sending him reeling. I've heard you're a criminal feared throughout the galaxy, yet you seem rather unimpressive. Vegeta gazed down at Morrow with disdain, inciting Morrow's fury. With a swift motion, Morrow grasped his cloak and lifted it. You wish to witness my power? Very well, allow me to demonstrate. As he clenched his fists, the ground trembled beneath them. With a resounding explosion, numerous holes erupted from the earth, each emanating pure life energy. This technique unleashes the life force of the entire planet for my own use. Namek is indeed a splendid planet, rich in energy, Morrow proclaimed while directing the planetary energy towards Vegeta. It seems I must take this battle to the skies. Vegeta, seeing the ground littered with energy, ascended into the air just as Sun Wukong urgently warned, Vegeta, don't let your guard down. Suddenly, several streams of planetary energy surged toward Vegeta like enraged dragons, striking him from behind. With a violent crash, he plummeted to the ground but quickly sprang back into the fray. Die! Vegeta shouted defiantly. Humph, you're useless. You won't even graze me. Morrow raised his hands, conjuring a barrier of planetary energy that thwarted Vegeta's attack. Hey Vegeta, should I step in? Broly and I are waiting. Sun Wukong, sensing Vegeta's disadvantage, grew impatient. Shut up, Kakarot. Just watch. Vegeta retorted, then turned to Morrow, challenging. Hey, Morrow, your energy isn't infinite, is it? As long as I evade, your power must eventually deplete. At that point, you will surely fall to the three of us. Ha ha ha, how naive. My energy can sustain until this planet's demise. With both hands, Moro unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the trio, while telepathically urging Karamba to make a wish quickly. With a roar, Broly transformed into his wrathful state, effortlessly swatting away the energy and taunting Vegeta, "Is this all you've got, little prince? Where's your Super Blue form? Shut your mouth." Vegeta, veins bulging, was visibly affected by Broly's words. He surged with energy, activating his Super Blue form. Sun Wukong followed suit, and together they charged at Moro. However, Moro coldly snorted, raising a hand and ensnaring them in a net of planetary energy, rendering them weak and fatigued. What is happening? Before they could break free, their Super Blue forms regressed back to Super Saiyan God. To make matters worse, the surrounding flora began to wilt and decay. Broly's gaze sharpened, recognizing that Moro's ability mirrored that of Majin Buu, capable of absorbing the planet's energy. Yet, judging by Moro's relaxed demeanor, he might prove to be an even greater challenge. Without delay, Broly clenched his fists to transform into Super Saiyan, only to discover his energy gradually dissipating. What is happening? Can Moro's power truly influence his opponents? Humph, you're just realizing this? But it's far too late. Moro raised a hand, conjuring an energy sphere imbued with planetary power, which he swallowed whole. With a resounding boom, a surge of vigor radiated from Moro's being. Indeed, his ability allowed him to fight while siphoning energy from his foes. Let us see if you can absorb divine power. Destruction. Broly roared, enveloped in purple energy, his muscles swelling as his violet eyes glimmered with intensity. Moro was taken aback. The power of a god of destruction. Yet, your energy seems impure. You're not merely a candidate, are you? Ha ha ha. I expected a true god of destruction. After assessing Broly, Moro grew undaunted, mocking him. Broly, uninterested in further banter, accelerated towards Moro and delivered a powerful kick to his face, distorting his bull-like visage. With a flurry of movement, Broly seized Moro's head and slammed it into the ground. As Moro spat blood, he attempted to rise, only to be kicked back down. You brat. You are far too arrogant. Oh. Moro unleashed a psychic force, sending Broly flying backward. Broly. Damn it. Oh. Sun Wukong shouted as he broke free from the energy net. Vegeta followed closely, but as he escaped, he charged at Moro. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your demise. Final flash. Enraged at having his energy absorbed and being humiliated, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of blinding light, resembling the arrival of a thunder god. Moro scoffed. The abilities of a god of destruction cannot be absorbed, but you too. With a single gesture, Moro halted Vegeta's attack, pinning him to the ground with immense force, rendering him immobile. Moro swiftly approached Sun Wukong, seizing both him and Vegeta in either hand. Boom. Sun Wukong and Vegeta rapidly reverted from their Super Saiyan God forms to their normal states, their energies being drained by Moro. Yet, at that moment, Broly suddenly launched a kick, sending Moro sprawling. Seizing Moro's horn, he pressed his foot against Moro's head, twisting forcefully. Crack! Ah! Moro shrieked in agony as one of his horns shattered, blood gushing from his forehead. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. Chapter 72. Namek explodes again. Broly, with a single hand, grasped Moro's aged, bovine face, casting a disdainful gaze upon him. What of the god of destruction candidate? Moro was taken aback. He had not anticipated such power from a mere candidate for the god of destruction. Even the supreme Kai of the universe lacked such combat prowess. How could this be possible? Broly revealed a cruel grin, poised to crush Moro's skull. When suddenly the sky darkened, a radiant beam of light shot into the heavens, a striking contrast against the somber sky. This was dire. The accomplice of Moro had commenced making wishes. Vegeta's face paled. Should Moro recover his peak strength through the Dragon Balls, they would stand no chance. He propelled himself towards the light beam with all his might. Simultaneously, Moro employed telepathy to inform Karambari. Listen, Karambari. The enemy is heading your way. You must act swiftly. Ah, is that true? I must flee immediately. No. You need to use the Dragon Balls to restore my body to its pinnacle. Hurry. But I still need to escape from other planets. First, grant me this wish. The rest is your concern. Remember, Karambari, if you dare betray me, I will find you no matter where you hide. You know my capabilities. All right, Moro. Meanwhile, Broly's grip tightened, on the verge of obliterating Moro's head, when suddenly Moro unleashed a tremendous surge of power. Is this possible? Though Broly was startled, his hands continued to exert pressure, channeling all his destructive energy. Yet, before the restored Moro, Broly's destruction seemed feeble. Moro smirked, effortlessly shaking off Broly's hands, and launched a sphere of energy that struck Broly's face, sending him careening backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Moro advanced towards the beam of light. Grant me passage to a location where the Galactic Patrol and Moro cannot reach me. Kurambari, having shouted at the dragon, had not awaited the translation from the nearby Namekian when Vegeta arrived with fervor, kicking him down. Yes, it is you, Vegeta. Kurambari wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and drew a laser pistol from his waist. Humph. So, you're Frisia's lapdog. How is it that you found a new master? Vegeta approached Kurambari with a look of disdain, glancing at the dragon above. He wished to restore his and Kakarot's powers. But just then, Moro struck. In a flash, before Vegeta could react, Moro's hand pierced through his abdomen, simultaneously impaling Kurambari. Ugh. What? Vegeta struggled to turn his head, while Moro withdrew his arm, flicking it to cast aside the bloodied remnants, creating a crimson arc upon the ground. Thud. Vegeta collapsed. So this is the dragon? Then let my second wish be fulfilled. Release all criminals imprisoned by the Galactic Patrol. Your wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. Aha. Grant me eternal life. Moro bellowed madly. He sought to become an immortal being, spreading terror throughout the universe. You shall not succeed. At that moment, Broly and Goku charged in unison, both delivering a punch that sent Moro flying. Dragon, restore Vegeta. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku made his wish. For a dear friend, what was a single wish? No. Moro shouted in desperation, but it was too late. The dragon's eyes gleamed, and the fallen Vegeta rose once more. Damn you. How dare you interfere with my wishes? Moro's fury erupted, and the rifts on Namek multiplied, unleashing an onslaught of energy from numerous planets towards Broly and his companions. Boom. The trio dodged left and right. And Vegeta, with a cold snort, recalled that each time a Saiyan neared death, their power would surge. Thank you for sparing my life. Thus, I shall repay you. Yaha. A deep blue aura erupted as Vegeta successfully transformed into his deep blue form. Prepare yourself, Moro. Out of the way, minions. Moro roared, sweeping his arm to obliterate everything in his path. Namek itself split in two, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Just then, a spaceship appeared in the sky, and soon, Jack and Meruz, along with others, surrounded Moro. Meruz drew a weapon from his waist, firing a shot that ensnared Moro in a large net. Moro grasped at the net, tearing it apart in an instant. Impossible. This was specially designed for you. How could this happen? Indeed. Hehehe, had you arrived a few minutes earlier? Perhaps I would have been captured, but now. Moro sneered, preparing to dispatch everyone to the underworld. Bang. Suddenly, a heavy figure leapt from the spaceship. Majin Buu had awakened. Yet, his visage was distinctly altered from before. Greetings, I am the Supreme Kai. I have just exchanged control with Buu. Broly felt a resonance. He too had once housed multiple souls within him, yet it seemed Buu had managed to coexist well with his inner spirits. Supreme Kai. Moro broke into a cold sweat. A million years prior, he had been sealed by the Supreme Kai, and now, the very being stood before him. This was disastrous. Without hesitation, he ignited the energy of the planet, launching himself into the sky to escape Namek. This scoundrel. How many more planets must he obliterate before he is satisfied? The Supreme Kai seethed with fury, but at that moment, the entire planet began to tremble, the ground splitting wide open. Birds and beasts cried out in despair. The harbinger of the planet's destruction. This fiend. He aims to extract the last vestiges of energy from this world. Everyone was taken aback. They were not gods, unable to battle in the void of space. Jack immediately ordered everyone to return to the spaceship. Boom. As all departed from Namek, the planet erupted in a resplendent blaze. Namek has exploded again. Chapter 73, Mixed Doubles. I will not spare you, Moro. The Supreme Kai of Time observed Moro from inside the spaceship, as he continued to absorb energy from other planets. Without hesitation, he opened the hatch and soared into the void. Boom. The Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai's attack was intercepted by Moro. Yet, at this moment of contact, Moro's thoughts began to shift. The Supreme Kai was far too weak. Listen closely. Moro, comply with the Galactic Patrol and return at once, or I shall seal your powers once more. The Supreme Kai formed a sealing gesture, startling Moro. However, upon seeing the Supreme Kai's anxious demeanor, a realization dawned upon him. You truly are frightened. You should be unable to seal me now, right? Otherwise, you would have pulled a surprise move like last time. So, who has taken your divine powers? A sly smile crept across Moro's face. Indeed, the Supreme Kai, who was absorbed by Bu, had sealed half of his divine energy to imprison Moro 1,000,000 years ago, and the other half had been given to Bu, who was subsequently vanquished by Goku's spirit bomb. In other words, the Supreme Kai had no divine energy left to wield. Looks like I've been seen through. The Supreme Kai lowered his hands, but at that moment, Moro's hatred reached its zenith. In an instant, he kicked the Supreme Kai away and raised his arm, unleashing a colossal energy wave hurtling towards him. Boom! The Supreme Kai crashed onto an asteroid, with Moro hot on his heels. This is bad. The Supreme Kai cannot withstand Moro's power. I must rush to his aid, Mears exclaimed, taking the lead. You lot are still alive? Then, I shall ensure you all vanish together. Moro glanced at the nearby spaceship, raising his hands to summon a massive sphere of energy, aimed directly at their vessel. Aya, it's over. We can't evade it. Gak cried out in panic. Just then, the massive energy sphere began to dissipate gradually. Mr. Broly. Tears of joy welled up in Gak's eyes as he watched Broly enveloped in destructive energy, annihilating Moro's attack effortlessly. Stay back. Broly, can you handle this alone? Goku asked with concern, but without destructive powers, they could not survive in space, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Trust me, I will return. Broly disregarded their worries, giving a reassuring gesture towards number 21 before charging at Moro. On the asteroid, the Supreme Kai was being effortlessly overpowered by Moro. Just as Moro prepared to crush the Supreme Kai, Mears suddenly appeared, clad in a spacesuit, weapon aimed at Moro. Humph. Useless. Moro dismissed Mears' weapon with disdain, launching 5 energy blasts directly at him. Swish. Swish. Mears, with remarkable agility, dodged all of Moro's attacks, surprising him. Who would have thought a mere Galactic Patrol officer possessed such skill? With a flick of his wrist, Moro cast the Supreme Kai aside and lunged at Mears. Zing. Mears evaded swiftly, his incredible speed leaving Goku and the others astounded. A sudden roar interrupted Moro's assault, as Broly descended from above, radiating a fierce purple energy. Boom. Broly's fist struck the ground, forcing Moro to retreat a couple of steps. Candidate of the Destroyer, your power is insufficient to defeat me. Best return to your role as a candidate. Moro bellowed, unleashing 4 streams of energy, which ensnared Broly and rendered him immobile. This bastard has so many tricks. Not only can he absorb power, but he can also control his enemies. Gak, witnessing Broly's predicament from the spaceship, was thrown into a panic. Now's my chance. However, just as Moro prepared to strike Broly again, the Supreme Kai unexpectedly embraced Moro from behind, transporting him to a desolate planet devoid of life, littered with craters and plagued by harsh weather. Well done, Supreme Kai. Hearing the Supreme Kai's voice, they realized they had arrived on a planet. Goku's spirits lifted immediately. They could not survive in space, but on this planet, they could fight. Come on, let us unite and defeat Moro. Vegeta, number 21. And Gohan instantly teleported to Broly's side, joining him and Mears on the barren planet. Humph, humph, humph. You've all come. By the time they reached, the Supreme Kai lay exhausted on the ground, his injuries severe. Let us settle this, Moro. Goku and Vegeta activated their Super Blue forms, while number 21 transformed into Ramagen state, and Gohan unleashed an astonishing power. Broly clenched his fists, a torrent of energy surging within him. Since the destructive energy was ineffective, he would resort to his primordial power. Boom. A green beam shot skyward as Broly transformed into a fearsome warrior, entering full power mode. His immense stature eclipsed Moro, instilling an overwhelming pressure. It's futile. It's futile. Give me all your energy. As Moro raised his hands, Broly closed the distance in an instant. Bang. With a single punch, he sent Moro flying, and Broly accelerated in pursuit. Though he felt his strength waning, his fury fueled an unrelenting surge of energy. Seeing Broly spring into action, number 21 charged forward as well. Broly, she called out, and Broly intuitively seized Moro's head, hurling him toward number 21. With a fierce cry, number 21's energy flared dramatically. Bang. She transformed into a dark red lightning bolt, launching a flurry of attacks at Moro, before positioning herself above him, unleashing a powerful energy blast directly upon him. Boom! Moro plummeted, but before he could stabilize himself, Broly was already prepared below. With a bear hug, he clasped Moro tightly, channeling green energy, and with a thunderous roar, Moro was propelled once again. Explosive attack. Damn it. Moro grimaced as pain shot through his back. As he lifted his head, he saw number 21 waiting for him. With a cold smirk, she raised her arm, forming a destructive energy sphere, while simultaneously, Broly below opened his mouth wide. Pure energy blast. A thunderous roar erupted. Thus, the couple's combined technique was born. Chapter 74. Target. Planet Audatra. Pure energy blast. A resounding roar. Two beams of energy surged forth simultaneously to assail Moro, who found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, immobilizing him mid-air. The intense energy inflicted a searing pain throughout his body. "Oh, you miserable bastards. I shall not spare you. All of you shall die." Boom. The entire planet began to tremble. Despite its meager energy reserves, it still possessed some power. Without hesitation, Moro detonated it, unleashing countless voids that erupted forth. In an instant, that energy thwarted the attacks from Broly and Android 21, allowing him to break free. "Moro, have you forgotten about me?" Suddenly liberated from his restraints, Moro was struck and sent flying by a punch from Vegeta, who had closed the distance. "You have provoked my wrath." Moro extended his hand, concentrating all the energy of the planet into a luminous sphere, which he promptly consumed. Gulp. Moro felt his strength surge once more. Buzz. At that moment, Jack received an urgent notification. "All inmates of the Galactic Prison in Universe 7 have escaped. Here they come," Moro uttered with a hint of confusion, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Shortly thereafter, a colossal spaceship materialized above them. Boom. Centered around Broly and the others, the opposing spacecraft unleashed a barrage of intense light waves. "Get out of the way. This is the latest weapon from the Galactic Patrol," Mel shouted, prompting everyone to scatter. However, Broly was struck directly. Rumble. The immense energy wave not only possessed formidable offensive power, but also contained a significant amount of anesthetic agents. Broly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he stumbled. Broly. Android 21 quickly rushed to support him, but the anesthetic affected her as well, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, being an android, she rapidly expelled the toxins through her pores. Buzz. As the spaceship's assault gradually ceased, 21 seized the opportunity to carry Broly to safety. "Thank you for your patience, Lord Moro. You have done well, bringing so many people, Sagambo." Crack. At that moment, the spaceship's door swung open, revealing thousands of inmates clad in galactic prison uniforms, pouring out in droves. At the forefront, Sagambo prostrated himself before Moro, displaying utmost reverence. "Rest assured, I shall distribute power to all of you as promised," Moro declared, placing a hand upon Sagambo, who immediately felt a tremendous surge of energy. "What is happening? Why have all the inmates from the galactic prison escaped?" Melz exclaimed in disbelief, hastily attempting to contact Jack for clarification. However, at that juncture, Moro provocatively remarked, "Do you remember the 2 wishes I made? My second wish is to release all prisoners from the galactic prison." As soon as the words left his lips, the inmates responded in unison with wild cries. "Go forth, inmates." With a wave of Sagambo's hand, all prisoners charged towards the gathered group. "This is troublesome." Goku and his companions, witnessing the overwhelming tide of oncoming prisoners while feeling their own energy being continuously siphoned away, grew increasingly anxious. The opposing forces were simply too numerous. Goku and Vegeta struggled to hold their ground, their energy rapidly depleting, and soon they found themselves reverting from Super Blue to Super Saiyan form. The only ones unaffected in the fray were 21 and Melz, with 21 tirelessly defending Broly against the encroaching prisoners. Just then, Jack and Ilku arrived to provide assistance. "Goku, we must retreat. The enemy numbers are overwhelming." "Damn it. Hurry. Grab my hand." Goku found himself at a loss. He could no longer transform into Super Saiyan, and the rate at which the enemy absorbed energy was accelerating. If he stayed any longer, he would lose even the ability to teleport. "Ilku, you must take the ship and flee. We will regroup at headquarters," Melz declared, slapping Goku on the back, and the others followed suit. Meanwhile, Android 21, fearing for the unconscious Broly's safety, pushed him inside the spaceship. "Vegeta, quick, grab my hand," Goku shouted in desperation. Seeing Vegeta remain motionless, as if in a trance. What power? What divine might? What does this pathetic state of mind amount to? Kakarot. "You should leave. I will no longer fight alongside you." Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins as he suddenly shot off, heading straight for the ship carrying Broly. Goku had no time left. "Hurry. None of you shall escape." Sagambo charged in, his colossal fist crashing down upon the group. "Damn it. Goku instantly utilized instant transmission, transporting everyone to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Owisal, the Galactic King, enjoying a relaxing bath, was startled by the sudden arrival of Goku and the others. You all. Apologies, old man. I only recognized your energy. On a spaceship traversing the cosmos, a heated argument erupted from within. 21 and Vegeta were vehemently at odds. Get us back. Broly needs treatment. You troublesome woman. I need to reach a planet where I can learn to defeat Moro. Ilku, observing the quarrel between the two, felt his head spinning. He dared not provoke either of them. Just then, a soft groan was heard as Broly gradually regained consciousness. Broly, you're all right, thank goodness. 21. Disregarding any further words with Vegeta, instantly returned to her normal state and embraced Broly tightly. I'm fine, just a little. Oh right. Where are we? What about that rascal Moro? Broly stood up and scanned his surroundings. Broly, I have some rather unfortunate news for you. What is it? We have suffered a complete defeat. I am heading to planet Adatra to learn a technique that can vanquish Moro. If you wish to return, I'm afraid this spaceship will only take us to planet Adatra. After speaking, Vegeta leaned against the wall. Planet Adatra? Isn't that the planet where Goku learned instant transmission? I've heard that the inhabitants possess a myriad of peculiar skills. Broly did not object, saying, fine. Let us head to planet Adatra. Vegeta smirked at 21, resembling a victorious rooster, yet 21 paid him no mind. In her heart, wherever Broly went, she would follow, disregarding Vegeta's presence. That infuriating woman. Vegeta glared at her, his teeth clenched in frustration. Chapter 75, The Unfortunate Vegeta. As Broly and his companions journeyed to the planet Adatella, the prisoners led by Moro wreaked havoc throughout the cosmos, leaving countless planets devastated in their quest for energy. Empowered by Moro, these inmates exhibited a significant surge in strength, roaming freely in groups across various worlds. Soon, the disturbing news of these events reached the Galactic Patrol headquarters, where everyone expressed their disdain for Moro's actions. However, they felt utterly powerless against his overwhelming might. Meanwhile, Goku, shaken by his recent defeat, proposed a training regimen with Merus. The two returned to the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, while the other Z fighters prepared to confront Moro's impending threat. Android 18 sought out Android 17, and soon, Gohan, Krillin, and all the Z fighters convened to strategize for the looming disaster. Buzz. On the planet Adatella, a spaceship descended onto a barren expanse, encircled by strangely formed aliens. The ship's door swung open, revealing Broly, Vegeta, Android 21, and Illico stepping out. Is that the Adatellans? Illico marveled, noting the planet's unremarkable and remote nature. A place few could discover. Android 21, I starting curiously, exclaimed, are these the Adatellans? They look so peculiar. Though Broly had seen the Adatellans in the anime, their real-life appearance was quite startling. Hey, clear the way, clear the way. Suddenly, a group of rotund aliens approached Broly and the others, seemingly familiar with them. Are you Vegeta? Quite the imposing figure. Broly shook his head and pointed to the shorter Vegeta beside him. Oh dear, I didn't expect Mr. Vegeta to be so short. The comment pierced Vegeta's pride once again, and he resolved to wish for an additional 5 centimeters in height from the dragon after this ordeal. By the way, who taught Kakarot to teleport? Vegeta cut straight to the point. The plump alien then guided Broly and the others to a grand hall, where an enormous elder, nearly touching the ceiling, awaited them. Upon learning their identities, the elder shrank down in size. Mr. Vegeta, you truly are remarkable in stature. Elder, this is the real Mr. Vegeta. The elder nodded, understanding their purpose. I see, you wish to learn how to defeat that fellow named Moro. Is there a particular technique you seek? Vegeta inquired eagerly, while Broly's eyes sparkled with anticipation, having heard of the mysterious abilities of the Adatellans. However, the elder shook his head. You may be mistaken. We Adatellans do not possess an array of techniques. Rather, you must learn to control the spirit energy known as Spirito. Spirito? What is Spirito? Broly and the others exchanged puzzled glances, having never encountered this term in Dragon Ball before. Spirito is what Goku refers to as Ki. The chubby alien explained. Since you understand, we can proceed. The elder and the chubby alien then led Broly and his companions out of the hall. On Earth, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku bore the marks of a grueling training session with Merus. Suddenly, the fabric of time and space shifted, and they found themselves outside the chamber. A figure hovered above them. All right, This is where we stop, Meruz. Goku and Meruz looked up to see Whis above them. Brother. Hearing Meruz refer to Whis as his brother nearly made Goku bite his tongue. He soon learned that Meruz was an apprentice angel. Realizing with guilt that angels risk disappearing if they fight with all their might, just as he had encouraged Meruz to do moments before. From now on, I shall be your supervisor, Whis declared, waving his staff, instantly transforming Meruz's galactic patrol uniform into angelic attire. I'm sorry, Goku. It seems I can no longer fight alongside you. Goku took a deep breath as he watched the two disappear, focusing his energy. From his senses, he felt that Earth was under siege by Moro's forces, with galactic prisoners rampaging and causing destruction everywhere. Moro, you scoundrel. Meanwhile, on the planet Adatella, Broly was leaping between sharp stone pillars, while Vegeta sat poised atop one, both appearing to maintain balance, though the reality was quite different. Damn Broly. I can't believe his learning ability is so exceptional. Mr. Vegeta, your Spirito is out of control. Focus your mind. Vegeta struggled, but was determined not to fall behind. Broly is making rapid progress. Perhaps it is time to teach him the techniques, the elder observed, pleased with Broly's advancement. Hearing this, Vegeta's frustration grew, regretting bringing Broly along. Android 21 savored the delicacies brought by the Adatellans, gazing at Broly with a look brimming with affection, as if he were the sole figure in her world. Mr. Broly, may I have a word? The elder beckoned Broly over, who approached the sharp-edged pillar with remarkable steadiness. What is it, elder? Your capacity for learning is truly impressive, but there are times when you struggle to control yourself, correct? Within you reside two uncontrollable core entities, what you might refer to as souls. While I am unaware of your past, I do not perceive you as a villain, and thus, I wish to assist you in resolving this issue. Broly was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his greatest struggle would be recognized not by an angel, but by this unassuming elder. Yes, Broly admitted, having kept this secret even from Android 21. This Adatellan planet was indeed a wondrous and enigmatic place. Chapter 76. The arrival of the Moro army in a tranquil setting. Broly sat facing the elder, who continuously chanted incantations. Broly felt his soul being tugged, as if it were being torn apart, an unbearable sensation that no ordinary being could withstand. His body shuddered involuntarily. Do not move. I will guide your other two souls to achieve greater stability. The elder's words compelled Broly to grit his teeth and endure, though his slight tremors betrayed the excruciating pain he was experiencing. Even the extraordinarily resilient Broly could not escape the torment. Meanwhile, on Earth, all warriors prepared to confront Moro. Piccolo was at the lookout, engaged in meditation training. Suddenly, Dandy informed him of the arrival of extraterrestrial beings aboard a spaceship, their intentions unknown. Piccolo halted his meditation, surveying the area from the Lookout-S platform until he pinpointed their location, a desert where the individuals were likely the vanguard of Moro's forces, as described by Goku and others. Without hesitation, Piccolo soared towards them, only to be joined by Gohan, who arrived in attire similar to his own. Gohan, what brings you here? Piccolo inquired. Uncle Piccolo, I've come to train with you. Moro has begun wreaking havoc across the universe, and if we do not defeat him, Earth will soon be in peril, Gohan replied earnestly. Bowing his head, Piccolo smiled knowingly. Gohan had matured impressively. However, Moro's minions have already arrived on Earth, and I must confront them now. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, I will accompany you. With a tremendous roar, the duo accelerated, churning the sea into tumultuous waves. Elsewhere, after Meruz departed, Goku seized the opportunity to train within the hyperbolic time chamber. Boom! I've done it, he exclaimed, elated at mastering Ultra Instinct, an immense breakthrough. However, his joy was short-lived as hunger struck him like a thunderbolt. The food within the chamber required him to cook, a skill he had yet to master, resulting in unpalatable meals. I wonder how things are faring outside, he mused, scratching his head as he resigned himself to eating his own cooking. Uncle Piccolo, it's these three individuals, Gohan complained, realizing they were the same escaped convicts captured by Android 21, having encountered them once again. The two of them brought the trio to the lookout, summoning Gak for assistance. Soon, Gak arrived, eager to take charge, but just then, a wormhole opened in the lookout. Three prisoners clad in cosmic jumpsuits materialized before them. These were minions of Saganbo, the strongest among them resembling a counterfeit hit, adorned with three obsidian-like objects on his head. Gak revealed that this individual was a highly advanced artificial being capable of copying anyone's abilities for 30 minutes. Isn't this the pathetic Gak from the Galactic Patrol? How did you manage to capture these three buffoons? One of the prisoners jeered, his hair standing on end in an absurd manner, as he prepared to strike the helpless trio. At that critical moment, Piccolo intervened, seizing the assailant's hand to prevent any violence within the sacred palace. Enough, Sabenli. Deal with them. With a roar, Sabenli appeared behind Piccolo, choking him with ease. Replication, he declared. To Piccolo's astonishment, he was pierced by Sabenli's energy blast. Uncle Piccolo. You scoundrels! Gohan erupted with Super Saiyan power, delivering a single punch that sent Sabenli crashing to the ground. The opposing forces ceased their observation and joined the fray, igniting a fierce 3v3 battle within the lookout. Boom! The alien swiftly snatched Gak's weapon, infuriating him. However, the assailant's speed was overwhelming, leaving Gak unable to keep pace. Gohan engaged in a furious confrontation with the enlarged Sabenli, while a panda-like enemy gradually advanced towards Dandy. As a support character, Dandy found himself outmatched by the relentless panda. Just then, Krillin appeared, rescuing Dandy while cradling the injured Piccolo. Are you alright, Dandy? Damn, are these the minions of Moro? Krillin gritted his teeth, having witnessed the assault on Piccolo and realizing the enemy had infiltrated their ranks. Spirit Wave. Krillin raised his hand, unleashing a sharp energy wave towards the panda. Haha. The panda scoffed, effortlessly shattering the spirit wave with a punch, forcing Krillin to retreat in alarm. In the cosmos, a colossal spaceship, the Moro Army's stronghold, traversed the void. Moro absorbed the energy brought back by the prisoners while monitoring the battle. Master Moro, Sabenli has utilized your power. It seems that this planet called Earth harbors formidable foes. Sagambo reported, approaching Moro. Earth, a mere monkey planet a million years ago, now boasts such strong beings? Transmit Sabenli's battle footage. I must witness the prowess of Earth's champions. Yes. With a crackle, the sand table transformed into a projection of Earth, showcasing the dire situation where Sabenli dominated the battlefield. Damn it. I never anticipated that this fool would replicate Moro's abilities ahead of time. Gohan, having experienced Moro's might, realized the true danger the moment Sabenli harnessed planetary energy. The moment the energy absorption technique was unleashed, Gohan and his companions felt drained, their Super Saiyan forms reverting to their original states. Oh, is this not the one who thwarted my acquisition of one of them? It appears they all hail from Earth. Excellent. This time, I shall harness their powers for my own. Ha 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 ha. Sagambo, filled with anticipation, grew increasingly reverent towards Moro, whose commanding presence overshadowed all. Above, a fleet of ships descended like a scene from an interstellar war, countless adversaries landing upon Earth. The planet was ablaze with conflict, as Moro's army wreaked havoc upon cities, forests, and every living creature in sight. Thus, the Moro army had fully descended upon Earth. Chapter 77, The Black Satin Bind Boom. The Moro Legion was rampantly attacking, and the surviving humans began to flee in all directions, terrified of being discovered. Hee hee. I didn't expect the creatures of this Earth to be so feeble, grinned Minion, one of the Moro Legion, to which Minion 2 concurred. Indeed, a single punch is enough to kill them. This planet is utterly dull. I wonder why our leader came to such a weak world. However, as the two conversed, two figures slowly descended from the sky. Who is it? The two minions quickly turned around, but upon seeing two ordinary individuals, they relaxed their guard. How bold to not fear death. Let me handle this. Hurry up. We need to move to the next location. You shall not escape. The newcomer pointed both hands at them, unleashing a powerful energy wave that instantly reduced the two into ashes. Number 17, you went too far. Indeed. The newcomer was none other than the androids number 17 and 18, en route to the temple, the main battlefield from which the Moro army had dispersed. Meanwhile, Krillin was being chased and attacked by a panda-like creature. Just when he sensed defeat, a powerful energy wave struck down the panda. Master Roshi, you are here too? Turning around, Krillin saw the frail, old man, Master Roshi. Yet before they could exchange pleasantries, a rustling sound emerged from the jungle, revealing three striking alien beauties. Though they appeared somewhat unconventional, their figures were undeniably exquisite. Ugh, Master Roshi's drool nearly spilled out, while Krillin cast him a disdainful glance. Grandpa, didn't you train with Puar? Master Roshi cleared his throat, quickly regaining his composure. Of course, my efforts with Puar will not be in vain. But these ladies are truly captivating. Krillin wore an expression of disbelief. Yet the three alien beauties had also noticed the two men and immediately assumed fighting stances, ready to attack. Krillin, We need you. Don't let these minions waste your time. You must go. I can handle this alone. Master Roshi firmly urged Krillin away, then leered at the three alien beauties. Hee hee. Let us have a little fun, shall we? You old fool. You seek death. The three alien beauties charged at him. But Master Roshi swiftly produced a black cloth. Black satin bind. He covered his eyes. The three alien beauties were soon defeated by his unexpected techniques. Ah, you scurrying mice. Hiding here. Where are those color-changing monkeys? Moro strode towards them, his overwhelming energy sending shivers down their spines. Is that Moro? How much life has he absorbed? Piccolo sensed Moro's aura, a multitude of wails echoing in his mind. Lord Moro, you need not personally deal with these insignificant characters. Allow me. Sagambo volunteered eagerly, unperturbed by Moro's indifference as he waved him off. Let the esteemed Sagambo entertain you. Sagambo unleashed a tremendous energy, ripping his garments and revealing his muscular form, albeit with an excess of hair that was somewhat off-putting. Gohan. Piccolo braced himself, standing shoulder to shoulder with Son Gohan. As Sagambo approached, they both unleashed a combined energy blast toward him. What was intended as a surprise attack failed, as Sagambo remained still, absorbing the assault with his body. What? Piccolo exclaimed, but Sagambo retaliated fiercely. His massive fist struck their faces, gripping them tightly and smashing them into the ground repeatedly. Stop it. Energy disc. A golden disc sliced through the air, but Sagambo merely tilted his head to avoid it. Looking up, he spotted a bald man, flanked by a man and a woman, presumably their allies. Just as Sagambo prepared to strike, he suddenly felt warmth on his face and discovered blood flowing. You wretched bald man. I will kill you. Enraged, Sagambo's energy surged like boiling lava, intent on annihilating the figure before him. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, while Krillin, number 18, and number 17 braced for battle, Sagambo unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Ugh, what is happening? Sagambo coughed blood, still reeling when another blow struck him. Boom. This time it was even harsher. Sagambo was sent flying as if kicked. It's Dad. He is here, Son Gohan exclaimed, thrilled, while Piccolo looked perplexed. Gohan, I don't sense Goku's energy. As Goku sped through the air. Attacking Sagambo, he retorted. Jack, how can you see him? Humph. I have great confidence in my eyesight. Their conversation reached Moro's ears, who smirked, realizing one had finally arrived. Enough. Reveal yourself, wild monkey. Moro bellowed, but just then, Sagambo was propelled towards Moro by an immense force. Moro flicked his finger, sending Sagambo crashing away, revealing Goku before everyone. Goku. Upon seeing him, everyone felt a surge of excitement, as if their pillar of hope had returned. Hee. It's definitely not simple. Goku grinned, his gaze locked on Moro. It seems you have grown significantly stronger. Indeed. I am indeed different from before. The two stood facing each other, an invisible tension crackling in the air. Boom. At that moment, the battered Sagambo rose, looking disheveled and wounded. Lord Moro, I can still fight. Let me. Silence, you worthless fool. Without a glance, Moro dispatched Sagambo effortlessly. You. Isn't he your subordinate? Goku glared at Moro. While the others were equally stunned by Moro's ruthlessness, shocked that such a loyal follower was treated so mercilessly. Very well. If that is the case, allow me to showcase the fruits of my training. Ultimate Instinct, activate. Chapter 78. Sun Wukong vs. Moro with a thunderous roar. Sun Wukong transformed into the state of Ultra Instinct. The sheer force of his presence moved all who were present, even catching Moro off guard. His astonished expression revealed his disbelief as he confronted Wukong. This cannot be the power of a mere human. Wukong, with a calm demeanor and an indifferent expression, replied, Indeed. This is a divine technique known as Ultra Instinct. Fantastic. Father has finally mastered it. Son Gohan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, gazing at Wukong with utmost reverence. Although Piccolo felt a twinge of discomfort, he too was pleased for Wukong. For everyone had witnessed the might of Ultra Instinct during the Tournament of Power. There is still a chance to win. Humph. I never expected someone like you could wield divine power. This is indeed surprising. But Moro clenched his fists, his energy surging dramatically, and with a fierce shout. The two clashed. Bang! Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches with blinding speed, leaving Moro struggling to defend himself. Subsequently, Wukong unleashed a tempest of attacks. Bang! 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 Is speed all you have? Then I shall seal you. As Moro was overwhelmed, his heart heavy with despair, he simultaneously cast a dark, mist-like binding spell on Wukong's limbs, instantly restricting his movements. Startled, Wukong attempted to break free, but was sent flying by a powerful kick from Moro. Bang! Humph! Wukong, summoning his strength, shattered the dark mist and, in a flash, reappeared behind Moro. With a swift kick, he struck Moro on the back of the head. Humph! Don't get too arrogant. Moro summoned thunder and dark clouds enveloped the sky, bolts of lightning striking towards Wukong, who deftly dodged the onslaught. Father, don't worry about Earth. The Dragon Balls are with Dandy. If anything happens, we can restore it with the 7 Dragon Balls. Son Gohan shouted, encouraging Wukong, who was slightly hesitant. All right, you all stay back. With newfound determination, Wukong unleashed his full prowess, his body slicing through the air like a blade aimed at Moro's vital points. Boom! A powerful punch struck Moro's chest, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of bile. He was sent reeling, yet Wukong's assault was far from over. After launching Moro into the air, he gathered his energy for the Kamehameha, radiating a dazzling light. Kamehameha, just as Moro attempted to evade. Wukong instantaneously teleported behind him, and upon uttering the sacred phrase, a colossal wave of energy erupted. Wave? This technique had been employed by Wukong since the Cell Saga and had proven to be infallible. Moro screamed as he was propelled into the air by the Kamehameha. Damn wild monkey. In pain, Moro attempted to counterattack, but Wukong's assault persisted. He swung his fist through the air. Despite the distance, his punches landed squarely on Moro's body. Bang! 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 Yes, perhaps this time, I can truly defeat Moro. Piccolo's face lit up with excitement. This battle was beyond their capabilities, leaving them as mere spectators. Bang! Wukong delivered a heavy kick directly to Moro's face, sending him crashing to the ground, astounded by Wukong's formidable Ultra Instinct. On the Destroyer planet, Beerus idly fished, indifferent to the happenings on Earth, while the Angel Whis and trainee Angel Merus watched with rapt attention. Impressive, Merus. You have trained Mr. Sun Wukong to this level. However, I did not allow him to master the complete Ultra Instinct. Merus's expression turned grave, for he understood that despite Moro appearing to be at a disadvantage, he had yet to exert his full strength. Bang! Wukong launched a kick that sent Moro flying, who wiped the blood from his mouth and grinned. Your attacks are becoming increasingly erratic. Are you feeling anxious? Hee hee. Wukong ignored him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Moro intercepted Wukong's fist, leaning in close to say, Do you think this is all my power? Fool. He claims he hasn't used his full power. How is that possible? Aha! Moro roared, shaking the very foundations of the earth as his immense aura surged outward, a terrifying force that left Wukong momentarily stunned. Do you know how many planets I have devoured during this time? I have acquired power that surpasses that of the gods. Ha ha ha. As Moro laughed maniacally, he relished the moment, determined to show Wukong what true power meant. Die. Moro's fingers spread wide, unleashing a terrifying energy blast aimed at Wukong. Wukong swung with all his might, deflecting the attack, but Moro's speed and overall capabilities had improved significantly with his full power. Suddenly, Moro appeared behind Wukong, wrapping his arms around him, rendering him immobile, and his abilities had ascended to the point where he could consume even Wukong's divine energy. Wukong felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him as he reverted from Ultra Instinct. Hee hee. I doubt your little trick can last much longer. Your desperate attempts to determine the victor are quite telling. With that, Moro seized Wukong by the head and forcefully slammed him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Wukong let out a pain cry. Dad! Son Gohan shouted helplessly, unable to assist his father in any way. It was clear that Wukong had only grazed the surface of Ultra Instinct. That form was merely an introduction and was highly unstable, consuming tremendous energy. Indeed, I had not yet helped Wukong achieve the complete Ultra Instinct, so the crucial factor in this battle lies in the ability to manage energy expenditure, as maintaining such a state is exceedingly difficult. Their conversation reached Beerus's ears, but he paid it no mind. Aside from Namek, Moro had only been gathering energy from planets without actual destruction, thus not crossing Beerus's bottom line. Moreover, he was eager to spar with Wukong once he achieved complete Ultra Instinct, having grown bored for far too long. You truly are remarkable. In such a short span, you've already identified my weakness, but your delay suggests you believe you cannot defeat my full strength, yes? Then I shall unleash my full might. With a fierce roar, Wukong activated Ultra Instinct once again. Chapter 79. The Newborn Broly with a resounding cry. Son Goku once again unleashed his Ultra Instinct, elevating his power to its zenith as he aimed to vanquish Moro in a single decisive strike. However, Moro, with a disdainful smirk, matched Goku's surge in strength. The energies of the two combatants became visible, colliding with a force that reverberated through the air. Their gazes locked. Fierce determination and malice reflected in their eyes as they clashed. With a thunderous explosion, both warriors lunged toward each other. The sounds of their fists striking flesh echoed as they exchanged blows, each hit resonating with power. Moro leaped high into the air, channeling his energy into a concentrated blast aimed directly at Son Goku. Goku, with a steely gaze, deflected Moro's attack effortlessly, responding with a barrage of energy blasts that filled the sky. The relentless assault forced Moro to evade, but the myriad of energy projectiles soon found their mark, striking him repeatedly. In a flash, Goku teleported beside Moro, delivering a powerful punch that sent Moro crashing into a nearby hill. "Huh. If this is the extent of your power, I shall not be defeated," Moro jeered, shaking off the impact with a dismissive attitude, his expression one of disappointment at Goku's strength. "Damn it, how resilient is your body?" Goku gasped, fatigue beginning to set in after their fierce exchange. Despite his exhaustion, he resolved not to allow Moro the satisfaction of victory. He charged once more toward his adversary. On planet Vegeta, Broly was engaged in a profound fusion of souls. As instructed by the Elder, he was transforming what was not his into something he could command. Although Broly had previously vanquished the two souls, their essence lingered, merely absorbed into his consciousness. These soulless energies remained dormant within him, awaiting the means to be harnessed. With a groan, Broly collapsed, his muscles taut and veins bulging. Number 21 rushed to his side, supporting him. "Very well done, Mr. Broly." The Elder rose, gesturing for 21 to approach. "You may come closer. It is over now." "How do you feel, Broly? Are you better?" Number 21 inquired with concern, having witnessed his agony earlier. Though she wished to intervene, Broly had insisted she remain uninvolved, leaving her to fret anxiously on the sidelines. In Broly's mindscape, two humanoid energies stood opposed, the original Broly and the new incarnation. As Broly stood between them, a surge of lightning connected the trio. With a piercing scream, he felt the energies begin to merge within him. The agony was excruciating, pushing him to the brink of despair. Yet, amidst the torment, a brilliant light enveloped Broly's form, signaling the completion of his transformation. The previous threats had dissipated, and now he stood reborn, possessing the full might of the two souls. Emotionless, he reveled in the unending flow of energy coursing through him, his heart swelling with joy at having resolved the turmoil within. Returning to reality, Broly opened his eyes to find number 21's worried gaze fixed upon him. He gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "It is over now." What is over?" she asked, puzzled, unable to grasp his meaning. Rising to his feet, Broly nodded to the Elder, expressing his gratitude. The Elder's expression shifted, sensing an enigmatic aura emanating from Broly. Suddenly, a distant explosion shattered the moment as a colossal spaceship approached. "Elder, we have intruders." The pudgy figure rushed in, his eyes widening in shock at Broly's transformed presence. Yet, with the threat at hand, he quickly joined the Elder's side. "I shall handle this," Broly announced calmly. "I'm coming too," number 21 insisted, standing beside him. Broly turned, offering her a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, I will return in 5 seconds." Before she could respond, Broly rocketed into the sky, his speed nearly imperceptible. Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed as the invading spacecraft detonated, the surrounding area resembling a war zone. The flames soared into the heavens, and in an instant, Broly was back at number 21's side. "That was incredible," she exclaimed, admiration shining in her eyes as she hugged his arm, pride radiating from her. "Your power is now under your command. Let us begin your true training." Broly nodded, and together with the Elder, he resumed his rigorous training. On Earth, Son Goku poured every ounce of his strength into the fight against Moro, yet his movements began to slow. Moro effortlessly sidestepped Goku's punches and delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Goku glared at Moro, unwilling to accept defeat. After all the training he had received from Meruz, he still could not overcome Moro. In that moment of fury and desperation, Goku channeled his emotions into power, unleashing a deafening roar that erupted forth as he released an immense surge of energy. Chapter 80. Vegeta soars once again. Son Goku roared, propelling himself forward and appearing before Moro in an instant. He raised his elbow, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! Moro staggered back a couple of steps. Yet the blow did not inflict any damage. Instead, he swiftly lifted his knee, driving it directly into Goku's abdomen. The intense pain left Goku momentarily disoriented. Cough, cough, cough. Goku collapsed to the ground, while Moro stood with his hands on his hips, taunting him. Heh, what's wrong? Your speed has vanished, hasn't it? With a clenched jaw, Goku sprang back to his feet and threw a punch, but alas, it merely grazed Moro's cheek. In retaliation, Moro unleashed a kick, sending Goku sprawling to the ground. At that moment, Goku was utterly exhausted, his Ultra Instinct form reverting to its normal state. Son, he's already exited that form. How infuriating. Piccolo and the others were alarmed, realizing that even Goku's impressive transformation could not subdue Moro. It was evident just how formidable Moro truly was. You've had your fun, but farewell, human. Moro smirked, gathering energy in his hands, preparing to eliminate Goku. This action undeniably stirred Goku's friends into action. Just as Moro was about to strike, Android 17 and Android 18 rushed in to assist. Moro, you shall not prevail. Android 17 attacked from above, while Android 18 struck from below. Despite their combined assault, Moro simply retreated to evade their blows. TCH. Though we didn't land a hit, at least we saved Goku. On planet Yardrat, the newly empowered Vegeta clenched his fists, brimming with confidence. Ha. Just wait, Moro. I shall teach you the meaning of humanity. At that moment, the Elder appeared behind him and gently tapped, providing Vegeta with a new set of gear. Now rejuvenated, Vegeta's pride was unmistakable. Is that guy still not ready? Vegeta inquired, glancing back towards the palace. The Elder shook his head. Mr. Broly is still undergoing his final training. I shall not wait for him. Wait. Why has Kakaroto's energy suddenly diminished so drastically? Startled, Vegeta grew anxious, wishing to fly to Goku's side immediately. Sensing the dwindling energy on Earth, he realized only Goku and his companions remained. It was evident that Moro's forces had invaded. Damn it, how could it happen so quickly? Vegeta turned to the Elder. Take me to Earth. Use that instant transmission. The Elder sighed. We cannot use instant transmission to travel to other planets. It is only applicable within our own. What? Then what shall we do? Earth is in peril. Bulma. Trunks. How infuriating. Vegeta slammed the ground in frustration, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. If Kakarot could learn instant transmission, why couldn't he? Quickly, teach me how to use instant transmission. But Son Goku has trained for a long time to master it. Enough with the excuses. Teach me now. The Elder paused momentarily as a chubby figure approached. Hearing this, the Elder hesitated. But that method is only a one-time use. Vegeta, are you willing? The Elder looked at Vegeta for his consent. Without a moment's thought, Vegeta replied, whatever it takes, I must return to Earth. Very well, it shall be done. Inside the palace, Broly was engaged in training within a secluded chamber. This training primarily involved restoring his tail to its original state, the essence of a Saiyan. Without a tail, a Saiyan's strength and destiny would be profoundly affected. The primordial power was of utmost importance to Broly. Everyone had heard of the legendary Super Saiyan forms. 1, 2, 3, but the future stages remained a mystery. It's almost there. Broly's veins bulged as he seemed to be exerting tremendous effort. Meanwhile, Android 21 cheerfully exclaimed, it's coming out. It's coming out. As she pulled on Broly's tail, she gradually yanked it outward. If they were outside, their exclamations would surely be misconstrued. Bang! Broly's tail swept through the air, shattering the ground beneath him. It had finally regrown. Panting heavily, he felt the agonizing pain akin to someone pulling on his bones. In truth, Broly's tail had begun to emerge during the Tournament of Power, but it had not fully manifested at that time. Now, with the fusion completed, he recognized the critical importance of his primordial power. Without his tail, his combat prowess would indeed suffer greatly. I had no idea you still had a tail. But it's so adorable. Android 21 gushed, playfully stroking Broly's tail, her eyes sparkling with delight. Broly affectionately ruffled her hair. It's time to go. On Earth, Android 17, Android 18, and Gohan united to attack Moro, yet their efforts failed to inflict any damage. Moro stood atop a small hill, bellowing down at them. Come on, you puny worms. Bring it on. Goku struggled to rise, the previous battle having left him severely wounded, making even standing a challenge. Father, are you alright? Gohan rushed to support Goku, who gazed coldly at Moro. If they could not defeat Moro here, countless other planets would face destruction. Damn it. Our strength has been significantly siphoned. Piccolo clutched his chest, having taken a brutal hit from Moro. He felt as though his very essence was being drained. And if this continued, they were destined to lose. You all should rest. Leave this to us, Android 18 declared, exchanging a determined glance with Android 17 as they charged toward Moro. As artificial beings, they possessed infinite energy, which Moro could not absorb. Despite this advantageous trait, their powers were still no match for Moro. Their attacks landed on Moro, but he merely brushed off the non-existent dust, a disdainful smirk on his face. What a pity. Such a fine source of energy that I cannot absorb. Haha. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized in the midst of the chaos, confidently pointing his thumb at himself. None other than Vegeta. Chapter 81. Vegeta's Display of Might-Humph. If you have the guts, come and absorb my power, Vegeta proclaimed with an air of arrogance, dismissing Moro entirely. Two have arrived, but where is that one with divine energy? He remained unfazed by Moro's disrespect, instead fixating on Broly. Oh, are you referring to that fellow? Humph, there's no need for him to come. I can handle you all by myself, Vegeta sneered, thrusting his thumb towards his own face with unabashed confidence. He then turned to Goku, taunting, look at your shameful state. It appears you still haven't mastered Ultra Instinct. But fear not, the rest is for me to handle. I have learned techniques far superior to Ultra Instinct. Goku was taken aback. Techniques superior to Ultra Instinct? What could they be? Hey, Androids 17 and 18, you can step back now. Just leave the rest to me. The two androids exchanged glances before retreating to the sides. Ha ha ha, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Moro clenched his fist, realizing Vegeta was the type who forgot pain after a meal. Humph, let's see what you've got. Boom. The one standing before you is even stronger than you. Vegeta transformed into a deep blue aura, and indeed, as he claimed, his potential had been unlocked by the Elder, allowing him to wield his power with greater mastery. His strength astonished everyone present. That must be the transformation from the power tournament. Piccolo observed gravely, acknowledging Vegeta's enhanced power, but he still felt it insufficient. Moro, however, regarded this newfound strength with disdain. Having encountered such power before, how could he fear something he was already familiar with? Yet, in the next moment, Moro was left stunned. Vegeta moved at lightning speed, appearing before Moro in an instant and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! Moro staggered back several meters. No, this can't be. Although Uncle Vegeta landed a hit, it had no effect. Damn, this guy is all talk. Gohan and Android 18 scoffed, ridiculing Vegeta's bravado. Humph, you genuinely startled me. It seems your strength has indeed increased. But this level is still not enough to compete with me. Moro crossed his arms, wearing an expression of ultimate confidence. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained silent, continuing his relentless assault on Moro, even if it failed to inflict damage. Bang, 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 bang. Give it up, Vegeta. Your attacks are futile. Moro absorbed every blow, casually kicking Vegeta away. Boom. Vegeta crashed into a small hill. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? However, I must commend you for raising your power. I shall soon absorb it. So thank you for your earnest training. Moro's words left the onlookers with grim expressions. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed, his face devoid of emotion as he charged at Moro once more. Bang, bang, bang. I've told you several times. It's useless. Stop struggling. Moro defended against Vegeta's relentless strikes, growing weary of the futile effort, intent on absorbing Vegeta's power. What has happened to Uncle Vegeta? Unable to face his defeat, has he decided to throw caution to the wind? Gohan and Jaco commented disparagingly. Enough already, Vegeta. At last, Moro's patience wore thin. He swung a powerful punch, but Vegeta deflected it, countering with a swift blow to Moro's head. What? Moro exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected pain. The others were equally astonished. It was the first time they witnessed Vegeta inflict damage upon Moro. Ah! Moro's anger surged as he attempted to grasp Vegeta to absorb his power. But Vegeta merely shook off Moro's grip with a powerful tremor of his arms. How? How is this possible? This can't be. Moro was thrown into a panic, launching a flurry of punches that Vegeta adeptly dodged, finally countering with a swift kick. Vegeta, is this technique? Goku, momentarily stunned, blurted out. Humph. Indeed, it is the splitting technique of Spirito. Vegeta smirked, then delivered a punch to Moro's stomach. causing Moro to emit a large mass of energy from his mouth. With each strike, Moro's body began to age. What? What have you done to me? Moro exclaimed in disbelief, to which Vegeta coolly replied, the energy you forcibly seized? I merely returned it to its rightful place. Moro-sama. Look above. Look above. The members of Moro's army suddenly pointed skyward at the colossal energy mass. Moro looked up, dumbfounded. That immense energy was escaping from his own body. So it was true. Vegeta had fought so desperately to achieve this. Finally regaining his bearings, Moro was met with a storm of furious attacks from Vegeta, who seized Moro's arm with one hand and pummeled him with the other. Each blow causing more energy to separate from Moro. 3 punches. The haughty Vegeta displayed 3 fingers, then, amidst Moro's bewildered expression, landed a powerful blow to his face. Ah! Moro screamed as he was sent flying backward, but Vegeta pursued relentlessly, clasping his fists together and delivering a devastating strike. Bang! As Moro crashed into the ground, Vegeta coldly followed up with a knee strike to Moro's chest. Bang! Silence. At that moment, everyone, both Moro's army and Goku's allies, stared at Vegeta in utter astonishment. Ha ha ha! Go to hell, Moro! Vegeta declared, extending his fingers, ready to execute Moro. But at that moment, Moro erupted into laughter. Go to hell? Not a chance. You have already been defeated. Moro, I still possess plenty of magical power. With that, Moro raised his hands, causing the ground to tremble, and suddenly, countless voids erupted from the Earth's surface, spewing energy into the atmosphere. Oh no! The crowd gasped in shock, but Moro used the planetary energy to shield himself, leaping towards Saibensri and swiftly killing the onion alien. Zimalaika! Saibensri shouted in despair, but Moro was indifferent to their feelings, seizing Saibensri and swallowing him whole. Chapter 82, The Final Training. What have you done, Moro? Vegeta was rendered speechless by the shocking sight of Moro devouring a living being. Gulp after consuming Saibensri, Moro licked his lips and flashed a sinister grin at Vegeta, beckoning him with a finger. Regardless of your monstrous acts, you have already lost, Moro. Ultimate Flash. The veins on Vegeta's forehead throbbed as he concentrated his energy into a tremendous wave of power, darkening the entire sky with his technique. Wow, Uncle Vegeta is so powerful, Gohan exclaimed, but his joy was short-lived as Goku's expression turned grave. Something's wrong. Why hasn't Team Moro's energy diminished? In fact, it seems stronger. Boom. Suddenly, a figure crashed into the ground, revealing a battered Vegeta, while another figure descended from the sky. Moro. The crowd gasped. Moro had transformed, and his energy was exponentially greater than before. What have you done? Why do you look like this? What happened to Saibensri? Ha ha ha. What I copied from Saibensri was not just his magical abilities, but his combat strength as well. He backed up my power. Moro shrugged nonchalantly, addressing the crowd's bewilderment. What? You absorbed Saibensri? Gohan gasped. Saibensri possessed the ability to replicate. Indeed, I absorbed his powers. Now not only have I restored my energy, but I am even stronger than before. Huh. Moro clenched his fists, unleashing an indescribable force that exploded like a meteor strike. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been down, suddenly rose with a furious expression. Even if you have grown stronger, so what? Let's settle this once and for all. Vegeta charged at Moro, causing concern among the onlookers. This was not the same Moro they had faced before. Sure enough, as Vegeta reached Moro, he was swiftly kicked away. Yet, like an indomitable insect, Vegeta sprang back into action. Swish, swish, swish. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Moro effortlessly evaded, leaving Vegeta grasping at air. Your technique must land, right? I won't make that mistake again. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, intensifying his assault. Uncle Vegeta, if he absorbs Saibensri, we just need to buy 30 minutes. Gohan shouted, urging Vegeta to stall, as they all understood that Saibensri's powers were only temporary. Yes, Gohan, you are brilliant, Piccolo praised, but Moro merely scoffed at their words. My energy has returned to my body. There are no limits. As soon as he finished speaking, Moro appeared behind Vegeta and seized his neck without him noticing. Bastard, what are you doing? Vegeta swung a fist backward, breaking free from Moro's grip. See? I want to pursue you, Moro said, spreading his fingers to reveal a gemstone, black as obsidian, reflecting Vegeta's image within it. This is in that fleeting moment of distraction, Moro struck Vegeta squarely in the face and then headbutted him. Bang! Vegeta was knocked from the sky, raising his arm in a pose identical to Vegeta's. This isn't that Vegeta's technique. The spectators gasped. Even Vegeta himself was dumbfounded. Heh. The Big Bang attack, right? Vegeta. Boom. The mountain behind Vegeta was obliterated, leaving a massive crater, and Vegeta lay helplessly on the ground. Vegeta. That Valmoro. Ha. Goku, joined by Piccolo, Gohan, Android 17, and Android 18, surged forward. 17 and 18 provided support while Piccolo extended his arm, firmly restraining Moro's legs as Goku prepared a Kamehameha. Attack now. I can't hold on much longer. As soon as 18's words left her mouth, Moro landed a punch on her beautiful face, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. Take this, Moro. Kamehameha wave. Boom. After the explosion, thick smoke enveloped the battlefield, revealing Moro's arm dislodged by the previous attack. The crowd felt a glimmer of hope. But as the smoke dissipated, Moro reattached his arm as if he were a gecko. With incredible speed, he swiftly clawed at Goku, leaving him cold with shock. Dundee, watching from the temple, could no longer remain seated. He flew towards the battle, determined to heal his comrades. Piccolo, I'm heading your way. I will heal everyone. You must hold on. Dandy's message reached Piccolo, but at that moment, Moro's ears perked up. Heal them? Piccolo gasped, urgently warning Dundee not to come, as Moro was aware of his approach and would kill him. However, Moro merely snickered, casually tossing a sphere of light into the air, which transformed into a barrier, isolating them from the outside world. Bang bang. Dundee arrived just in time to see the protective barrier and attempted to breach it, but as a support character, he was powerless. Damn it. Dundee pounded his fists in frustration, witnessing his companions fall one by one. I am doing nothing. I can't protect the earth and everyone. I am unworthy of being a god. Damn it. Just then, a rift appeared before Dundee. A voice echoed. The Earth's deity has not yet finished. Emerging behind Dundee was Myers, clad in an angelic robe and wielding a staff. You are? Let us descend. Everyone awaits us. Die. Just as Moro prepared to eliminate them, a figure rushed in, interrupting his attack with a single blow. You. Who are you? Moro was taken aback, only to see Myers in his Galactic Patrol uniform. Myers, where have you been? You scared me. Gak, holding a gun, was on the verge of tears. But Myers responded, Mr. Goku, I am here to assist you in completing your final training. Chapter 83. The God of Mischief, Sun Wukong. Only now do I realize. Where are Sun Wukong and the others? Jace was filled with confusion, having just seen them lying on the ground, yet in the blink of an eye, they had vanished. The demon, upon hearing Jace's words, also reacted in astonishment. This fellow was capable of relocating others right beneath his nose. Moreover, he could not discern the true identity of this galactic patrolman. Who on earth was he? What a farce. Such an event occurring within my grasp. Reluctantly, the demon raised both hands, withdrawing the protective shield, and began searching for the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and his companions. Not good. Jace, you go assist Sun Wukong. I will hold him off. Hey, Melis, you can't defeat the demon. Jace's words were abruptly cut off as Melis charged forward, appearing before the demon, a staff suddenly materializing in his grasp, delivering a powerful blow that sent the demon sprawling. Jace stood in stunned silence, but Melis turned back, urging him to flee. So that is how it is. The demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes alight with excitement. He unleashed countless waves of light, taking advantage of Melis's evasion to charge at him. Boom. The demon's fist struck out, only to be blocked by Melis's staff. You've been concealing your strength during the battle, Haven to you? Before Melis could respond, another figure intervened. It was Sun Wukong, restored by Dandy. Stop, Melis. Continuing the fight will cause you to vanish. Leave this to me. Huh. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, once again entering the Ultra Instinct mode. However, even with his restored energy, he was still no match for the demon. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying by the demon's strike. Seeing this, Melis immediately used his powers to anchor Sun Wukong in place, preventing him from being flung too far. Damn it, I finally learned Ultra Instinct. Yet I can't utilize it properly. No, Mr. Wukong, there is nothing wrong with your training. You are merely a moment away from completion. A moment? What do you mean? As the two conversed, the demon suddenly launched a sneak attack, successfully gripping Melis by the neck. Crack! Melis severed the demon's arm with his staff, then turned to Sun Wukong with a smile. As a member of the Galactic Patrol, I wish to protect this peaceful galaxy. Mr. Wukong, my resolve has only strengthened since meeting you. Wait, Melis, your body is becoming transparent. Sun Wukong gasped at the sight of Melis fading. It seemed that the next strike would be my final attack. Hey, Melis, stop. Ignoring Sun Wukong's cries, Melis charged at the demon. This moment, this stimulus, would ignite the heart that defends peace. This was the opportunity that Melis had spoken of, a chance achieved at the cost of life. Just in time. Huh, how could this be? The demon, witnessing Melis hurtling toward him, cried out in exhilaration, his hands gathering energy waves that erupted forth. However, as a member of the angelic race, Melis's combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. In an instant, Melis effortlessly pierced through the demon's attack and raised his elbow, striking forcefully upon the gem atop the demon's head. Boom! The demon was sent crashing backward, the gem on his head beginning to fracture. Mr. Wukong, with your current strength, achieving Ultra Instinct will be far more stable than before. No matter who your opponent is, you shall never lose again. Please continue to protect the galaxy I guard. As Melis's words echoed, the very fabric of reality around them vanished completely. Melis. Sun Wukong watched as Melis's figure dissolved, his entire being trembling. Jace, may I ask you a question? What is happening here? And you still have the time to ask questions? Hurry, what is it? Why did you become a galactic patrolman? Without a moment's hesitation, Jace responded loudly, of course. It's to protect the galaxy I cherish. And to wear this stylish uniform. A smile spread across Sun Wukong's face. Indeed, Melis felt the same way. Thus, I shall inherit Melis's will. Boom. Sun Wukong was enveloped in a silvery aura, and an immense column of energy shot up, creating a gaping hole in the sky. Then, it came to an abrupt halt, as if nothing had ever happened. Sun Wukong gazed calmly at the demon, while the demon stood there, utterly stunned. What form is this? Gazing at the silver-haired Sun Wukong, the demon was left in shock. Yet in that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him. Bang! With a single kick, the demon was sent hurtling away. The demon attempted to regain his balance, but Sun Wukong closed in again, delivering 3 consecutive punches that caused the demon to spew blood. What? How could this be possible? The demon clutched his abdomen in disbelief, unable to fathom how Sun Wukong had so easily defeated him. Impossible. 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 The demon, in a frenzy, raised both hands, causing the ground to erupt with planetary energy. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. With a mere movement, he appeared before the demon, delivering a heavy punch that drove him into the ground. Rumble. The ground collapsed, and Sun Wukong's fist pierced through the demon's abdomen. No. Please. Don't kill me. Sun Wukong turned to Jace, asking, is the demon a death row inmate? Yes. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong seized the demon's tattered clothing and tore it. Then from now on, let me, as a human, fight him. What does that mean? Jace was bewildered. Even Beerus and Whis, who had been watching from the air, were momentarily taken aback. When Melis had arrived, Beerus had accompanied Whis, but upon seeing the seemingly victorious situation, Sun Wukong suddenly made such a statement, causing Beerus to lose his composure. Hey, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Beerus fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Krillin, bring the Senzu beans. Are you looking to restore your energy? Without a second thought, Krillin tossed them over. However, the true nature of the scoundrel, Moro, began to reveal itself. Sun Wukong, in his typical reckless fashion, asked the demon, if you come back to the galactic prison with me, I will save you. The demon paused, then eagerly nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong, ever the trickster, wasted no time in tossing the Senzu bean to the demon and explaining its effects. Without hesitation, the demon consumed it, and instantly, all his injuries were healed. Sun Wukong, I must thank you, but I will not return with you. I intend to kill you first. Chapter 84. This is my escape route. I will not return with you. However, I shall first eliminate you. Malro's face twisted in a snarl as he unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, Sun Wukong stood resolutely still, allowing Malro's attack to land. Crack. The force was so immense that Malro's arm was shattered. Impossible. Why is this happening? Malro stared in disbelief at his severed limb, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Return with me to the Galactic Patrol, and I shall spare your life. Sun Wukong's expression remained impassive, reminiscent of a deity devoid of emotion. His singular obsession was to return Malro to prison, thus providing closure for Mels. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Faced with the true mastery of Sun Wukong's perfect instinct, Malro was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. an insurmountable powerlessness. He had contemplated replicating Sun Wukong's energy, yet the latter's speed was staggering, defying human reaction times, leaving him utterly at a loss. In that daunting moment, Malraux suddenly noticed the severed hand behind Sun Wukong. That hand had absorbed Mel's abilities. Yes, if only he could harness that angelic power. Malraux's heart surged with elation, though he feigned disinterest in Sun Wukong and rose from the ground. Sun Wukong, who exactly is that Mel's to you? He is my master. He taught me this technique. Oh, so he can perform this technique as well? Indeed. Now, I will ask you one final time. Will you return with me? Sun Wukong, I have just thought of a solution. A way to resolve our current predicament. Malraux's lips curled into a grin, while Sun Wukong paused, perplexed by Malraux's intentions. That is, I shall not only refuse to return with you, but I will also consume entire planets. Ha ha. Malraux erupted into maniacal laughter, launching a punch at Sun Wukong. Only then did Sun Wukong realize that Malraux had been toying with him all along. You unrepentant wretch. Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch that sent Malraux hurtling backward. However, Malraux did not cry out in pain. Instead, he became even more exhilarated. You've fallen for my trick, Sun Wukong. This is my escape route. In terms of wits, you have failed to outmaneuver me. Do you see that hand? Suddenly, Sun Wukong was struck with alarm, recalling that Mel's had been replicated by Malraux, only to be severed by Mel's himself. He had dismissed it then, but it was now evident that Malraux was intent on reclaiming it. Indeed, this is the escape route I meticulously crafted to acquire Mel's power. Malraux first discarded his broken arm, then reattached the hand that had absorbed Mel's abilities. You scoundrel. Malraux. Sun Wukong grit his teeth, realizing his grave oversight. He had assumed that mastering perfect instinct equated to victory, only to find himself in dire straits. Ha ha. Watch closely. Sun Wukong. I have absorbed Mel's abilities. Boom. Malraux radiated a blinding white light, akin to a deity, as an overwhelming energy surged forth. As the smoke dissipated, Malraux, glowing white, stood before all. Roar, roar, roar. The silver flames danced as Malraux slowly opened his eyes, which now shimmered with golden light. And the obsidian on his forehead revealed the image of Mel's. Sun Wukong, your technique is known as perfect instinct, is it not? Then, boom. Upon absorbing Mel's energy, Malraux's power skyrocketed, but as he uttered the words perfect instinct, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He had indeed unlocked perfect instinct, albeit in its initial phase. This was nothing short of astonishing. Malraux, a creature of darkness, had managed to awaken perfect instinct, a power beyond his kin. Up in the air, Beerus's expression grew grave as he slowly raised his arm, gathering destructive energy, yet hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene personally. This creature, Malraux, had breached the limits. He had acquired the abilities of an angel and was now wielding perfect instinct. Yet, Sun Wukong was engaged in battle with him. So Beerus resolved to observe for the time being. Should Sun Wukong falter, it would then be his turn to act. This creature, he has absorbed Mel's power. Such an ability is utterly terrifying. Could even the perfected form of perfect instinct be insufficient against him? As the crowd murmured anxiously, Vegeta's voice cut through the tension. Silence. Curse you, Kakarot. If you had simply eliminated him, we would not be in this predicament. Vegeta gritted his teeth, utterly disdainful of Sun Wukong's forgiving nature towards his adversaries. Though he himself had once been forgiven by Sun Wukong, he was now acutely aware of the cosmic dangers that loomed. While this may not be the technique you currently employ, it appears reminiscent of one you previously utilized. It seems this technique bears a striking similarity to your present one. Malraux clenched his fist, reveling in the boundless energy coursing through him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Indeed, your technique is known as perfect instinct, the introductory form of the perfect instinct. Sun Wukong took a stance, eager to enlighten Malraux. Oh, I see. Then, as a token of my gratitude, I shall slay you. Before he could finish his sentence, Malraux was already in motion. Sun Wukong hastily dodged, but Malraux's grasp still tore a gash in his abdomen. Blood began to flow. TCH. Just as Sun Wukong attempted to counterattack, Malraux's body seemed to instinctively evade, turning its back to Sun Wukong. Has he replicated to such an extent? Sun Wukong had believed that even if Malraux could replicate his techniques, it would amount to mere surface-level mimicry. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Malraux had absorbed the very essence of his abilities. Bang! A powerful punch sent Sun Wukong flying. However, Malro was not satisfied with merely landing a blow. He swiftly moved beside Sun Wukong, seizing his head and driving it against his knee. Bang! Blood gushed from Sun Wukong's nose, and dizziness engulfed him. Malro hoisted Sun Wukong into the air, roaring amidst the panicked expressions of onlookers. Sun Wukong, I shall make you experience the depths of powerlessness. I will return to you the pain you have inflicted upon me, doubled. All Malro's forces. Execute every last one of them below. Yes. Consequently, all of Malro's forces on Earth began their retreat. Chapter 85. A delayed rescue. The cacophony of battle echoed through the air as the Moro army descended from all directions. A spectacle reminiscent of myriad demons emerging from their lairs. It wasn't long before the dense throng of extraterrestrial beings came into view, a sight both formidable and unnerving. Cursed Moro. Krillin bowed his head, gripping the remnants of the Senzu beings with a profound sense of helplessness. Everyone, prepare for the incoming assault. They are upon us, warned Son Gohan, urging his comrades not to succumb to despair, for he believed in his father's ability to rectify the dire situation. He must kill. The Moro forces encircled Gohan, Vegeta, and the others, their powers enhanced by Moro himself. Though they lacked the strength of Piccolo and the others, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, like tigers besieged by a pack of wolves. As the galaxy's most notorious criminal, Moro had amassed a legion of wrongdoers from various planets, transforming them into the strongest force in the cosmos. Now Gohan. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. With a hum. Androids 17 and 18 took the initiative, unleashing energy blasts as the enemy closed in. Piccolo, Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gak swiftly joined the fray, turning the temple's courtyard into a chaotic melee. Boom, boom, boom. The Moro army retaliated with weapons, their overwhelming numbers sending shivers down the spines of the defenders. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku, keep your eyes wide open. Your comrades will be torn to shreds by my soldiers. Moro cackled maniacally, while Son Goku, suspended in the air, struggled to gaze upon his comrades besieged from all sides, facing a dire predicament. Damn it. Goku clenched his fists tightly, summoning every ounce of strength to launch a powerful punch. Thud. His fist struck Moro's cheek, but it inflicted no damage. Goku was forced out of his perfected state. Oh, Son Goku, you still have the strength to struggle, but don't worry, I will soon absorb all your power. Moro taunted, reaching toward Goku's neck. Goku. Krillin shouted in alarm, witnessing Moro's lethal intent, his heart racing. The others shared his dread. Goku was their trump card, and his demise would spell their ruin. Just then, a whirlwind swept through the throng, materializing before Moro in an instant. I'll take him. Upon hearing this declaration, Moro felt a sudden emptiness in his grasp. He froze, recognizing the figure before him as the one with divine power. How did he arrive here? It was Broly. The crowd gasped in astonishment, but their shock was quickly eclipsed by a flash of red lightning that spiraled around them. Each arc of energy tore through the ranks of the Moro army, leaving devastation in its wake. A demon! A demon! The Moro henchmen recoiled in fear, retreating from the blazing red lightning. As they fled, the lightning ceased, revealing the silhouette of Android 21 in her transformed state. Yes, it's Broly in 21. We are saved. Krillin's somber expression brightened instantly. You two are the 17 and 18 of Universe 7? If given the chance, I would love for you to meet our Universe S 17 and 18, 21 exclaimed, approaching 17 and 18 to clap them on the shoulders. Suddenly, Son Goku plummeted from the sky, and Krillin scrambled to catch him. Goku, how are you holding up? I'm sorry, Krillin. I've let you down, Goku admitted, shame washing over him. Leave the rest to me. You all stay back. Broly declared, confronting Moro above. Piccolo and the others, carrying Goku, retreated to the side of Dandy and Gak. Humph. I want to take orders from you. Vegeta huffed defiantly, refusing to vacate the battlefield as he aimed to vanquish the Moro forces. Your arrival is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out, Moro smirked, his confidence radiating as he gestured towards himself. Come then, let me witness the strength of this substitute destroyer. Broly scoffed, sensing the necessity to remind Moro of the moment his horns were shattered. You. Moro was momentarily taken aback by Broly's words, his expression darkening as he smirked. Then I shall make you experience the true power of Lord Moro. Broly, uninterested in further dialogue, transformed into Super Saiyan, unleashing a fierce kick toward Moro. Bam! Moro effortlessly blocked the strike, sneering, Is this your might? It pales in comparison to Son Goku. If this is all you have, you'll never touch my horns. Moro mocked Broly, Yet the latter remained unfazed, executing a swift 180-degree turn to unleash another kick. Bam! I already said there's no. Moro's words were cut short as he felt his body erupting with energy. Is this the separation technique? I can't believe he mastered it. Vegeta exclaimed, realizing the implications of Broly's training since they last met. Humph, your realization comes too late. Boom. Broly unleashed a punch that caused an explosion. The onlookers gasped, astonished at Broly's newfound strength. Even Goku, under Dandy's healing, was taken aback. However, contrary to their expectations, Broly's fist did not land on Moro, but was intercepted by Moro's arm. TCH, has Moro's power reached this level? Then I shall no longer hold back. Broly, taken aback by the extent of Moro's growth during his absence, resolved to unleash his full strength against this foe. As Broly clenched his fists, the very fabric of reality began to shift, clouds converged, and the surrounding area crackled with electricity. His hair stood on end. Yet it was not the color of the Super Saiyan transformation. Chapter 86, The Demonic Destruction Form Crack. Countless bolts of lightning erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire area brilliantly. Broly let out a ferocious roar, his hair standing upright as if caressed by a gentle breeze. In an instant, numerous lightning bolts coiled around him like celestial dragons, while the earth trembled, echoing the anguished cries of the Moro army. The very planet seemed to wail under the weight of this immense power. This guy, Vegeta gaped in disbelief, astonished that someone training in the same vicinity had acquired such formidable strength. Oh, Broly is simply too powerful. The recently healed Goku gazed at Broly, who stood before Moro, equally astonished. The others were also taken aback, momentarily forgetting the ongoing battle. Ah, truly, my darling. Number 21's eyes sparkled with admiration, her hands clasped against her cheek, embodying the essence of a smitten admirer. Watch carefully, Moro. The time is nigh for you to tremble. Aya. Broly was enveloped in darkness, exuding a ferocious aura that relentlessly pushed Moro backward. Is that not the form from the tournament? Beerus observed from above, turning to Whis beside him. Indeed, Lord Beerus. It appears Broly has mastered this ability. Boom. A dark red aura erupted. Yet, unlike during the tournament, Broly did not lose his rationality. The true battle was just beginning. Broly grinned, revealing sinister markings akin to those of a demon adorning his body. These markings seemed to be nourished by blood, and, astonishingly, a symbol reminiscent of the one on Toppo's chest appeared on Broly, resembling the serpent tattoo of Earth's will from King of Fighters. At that moment, Broly was enveloped in dark purple energy, his muscular physique reminiscent of a Greek statue, exuding an aesthetic beauty. Others could not sense Broly's energy. He had seamlessly fused the demonic and destructive forms into one. His latest, the demonic destruction form. Gods could perceive this transformation. Moro could now sense the terrifying energy emanating from Broly. This. Impossible. Moro trembled in fear. Since their last encounter, he had regarded Broly as nothing more than a mere candidate for a god of destruction, yet now, in such a short span, he had transformed, wielding such overwhelming power. Moro, you shall pay the price for your actions. And that price is your life? Ha ha ha. Boom. Broly charged at Moro like an armored tank. Moro immediately retaliated, unleashing countless energy blasts that rained down upon him. Boom, boom, boom. The blast struck the ground, creating a multitude of shockwaves that obliterated the Moro army beneath. However, for Broly, the instant the attacks made contact, they dissipated like stardust. That power, it was destruction. Furthermore, unlike their previous encounter, Broly's destructive armor did not hinder his speed this time. Goku watched Broly charge at Moro, unable to contain his astonishment. Impossible. Impossible. Die, you wretch. Moro's mind was in disarray. His attacks were difficult even for the perfectly adept Goku to withstand. Yet this Broly seemed unfazed, allowing the onslaught to rain down upon him. He clasped his hands together, a dazzling white light radiating forth. In an instant, Broly accelerated, seizing Moro's arm before he could retaliate. With Moro's astonished expression frozen in time, Broly unleashed his destructive power. Destruction. Boom. As he watched his own arm shatter into pieces, Moro instinctively severed the damaged limb. Bastard. Bastard. How could this be? I have absorbed the power of an angel. Piccolo's regeneration skill. Moro's arms reformed as he gritted his teeth, consumed by rage. Refusing to believe that Broly's strength surpassed his own. Die. Moro vanished, only to reappear behind Broly, attempting to replicate his moves. Yet, Would Broly allow such a thing to transpire so easily? Certainly not. Without even glancing back, Broly delivered a powerful elbow strike to Moro's cheek. In that fleeting moment of Moro's days, he seized his neck and forcefully slammed him against his own armored head. Bang. Ahe. It seems your angelic power pales in comparison to my destructive might, and you can only utilize the rudimentary. You truly disappoint me, Moro. Moro, who had been wailing in agony, felt a surge of fury at Broly's taunting words. You bastard. Don't underestimate me. Aya. Moro's muscles swelled, transforming him into a colossal figure, his aura immense. Gazing down at Broly, whom he perceived as an insignificant insect, Moro laughed maniacally, declaring, "Die. Victory belongs to me." Boom. As his foot descended, the ground quaked violently. Broly. Krillin was dumbfounded, unable to believe that Broly could be so easily defeated. However, number 21 retorted disdainfully, "Hey, Baldy, don't mistake my Broly for someone as weak as you. Watch closely. This is Broly's true power." Krillin was taken aback, and the others turned their eyes back to the enormous foot. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from beneath Moro's foot, and his laughter abruptly ceased. Boom! With a single hand, Broly lifted Moro's foot effortlessly, then let out a furious roar, thrusting it upward with all his might. Boom! Moro toppled in response. Is this what you call exerting the power you absorbed from an angel? Hardly impressive, Moro. Broly slowly advanced, while Moro's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Broly's lips curled into a slight smirk. This was the effect he desired. The gulf between gods and mortals should indeed be vast. Regardless of your absorption of angelic energy, without the skill to wield it, it remains utterly meaningless. Goku is reckless, even in such a situation. He could still triumph if he weren't so reckless. Well then, Moro, I've grown weary of this game. Be gone. Broly raised both hands, summoning a colossal sphere of destructive energy. As Moro watched, apprehension filled his heart, recalling the overwhelming sensation of being engulfed in Broly's earlier grasp. As he contemplated his next move, his gaze suddenly caught sight of Goku, who was staring blankly, as if lost in thought. An idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 87. Look up at the sky at last. Moro's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He knew he was no match for Broly, but if he mastered the perfected Ultra Instinct, he would surely turn the tide. Son Goku, here I come. In a flash, he sprang from the ground, moving with the speed of a lightning bolt, and appeared behind Son Goku in an instant. The sudden turn of events alarmed Broly, but a chilling scream from behind confirmed his worst fears. It was too late. Before the gathered crowd, Moro thrust his hand through Goku's abdomen, robbing him of his strength to resist, and then seized his neck, copying all of Goku's power. This time, due to Goku's inability to fight back, Moro's replication was extraordinarily flawless. Thud! With a single hand, he flung Goku aside like a rag doll. You bastard! Broly crushed his destructive energy sphere and launched a punch at Moro. Yet, Moro wore a triumphant grin, his mouth stretching wide with glee. Ha 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 ha. In the end, my skills surpass yours. Broly, your time is up. Let me show you the true power of an angel. With a roar, a tsunami of energy surged outward. And when Broly's fist struck Moro, the latter remained utterly unfazed. Are you merely tickling me? Have you not eaten today? Moro's palm came crashing down onto Broly's shoulder. Bang! Broly was instantly pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force. Behold, the angelic technique, Ultra Instinct. Moro's form was enveloped in a shimmering silver light, encasing him like a cocoon. Suddenly, cracks appeared, revealing a silver-haired demon with horns, a manifestation of Moro, who had absorbed the perfected Ultra Instinct. Ha ha ha! This sensation is simply exhilarating. Moro cackled, disregarding everyone present. I can no longer hold back. I must destroy him. Beerus, unable to watch any longer, raised his hand to obliterate Moro. However, Whis intervened, grasping Beerus's arm. Wait, Lord Beerus. Broly is not finished yet. Beerus was puzzled, but as he focused, he saw Broly, struggling on the ground, rising with great effort against Moro's power. Moro tilted his head, then unleashed a punch. Bang! The speed was astonishing, and Broly, caught off guard, was struck. Bang! 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 A flurry of attacks overwhelmed Broly, who could not keep pace with Moro's newfound velocity. With his transformation into perfected Ultra Instinct, not only had Moro's strength surged, but his speed had also dramatically increased, rendering Broly unable to touch him. Boom! Moro's kick sent Broly flying. He rolled through the air and crashed into a small mountain before finally coming to a halt. The power of destruction is nothing special, Broly. Moro returned Broly's earlier taunt with interest, but Broly only laughed maniacally. Haha, what are you laughing at? Moro, confused by Broly's derangement, glared at him. I laugh because you resemble a dog. You, as one who is on the verge of defeat. It seems you have no right to speak to me. Moro slowly approached Broly, who wore a mocking expression. Still barking, are you? Come on. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Veins bulged on Moro's forehead. This insufferable fool continued to spout trash talk amidst battle, which was truly infuriating. Damn it, this is maddening. Bang. Yet, Moro's attack was unexpectedly caught by Broly. I've got you now. There is no escape. Broly acknowledged Moro's impressive speed, but now that he had him trapped, escaping would not be so simple. Oh, is this your strategy? You'll find out soon enough. With a fierce tug, Broly pulled Moro closer and condensed a sphere of destructive energy at his chest. Boom! You bastard! Despite the heavy blow he endured, Moro's fury boiled over. Although Broly's destruction had little effect on him now, he was instinctively startled by it. What? Are you afraid of it? Then allow me to give you more. Destruction. Broly's fists, enveloped in destructive energy, began raining down upon Moro's face. You brat. You're courting death. Moro twisted his captured arm, breaking free from Broly's grasp, and then unleashed a tremendous force. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Broly's forearm was twisted into a grotesque shape. Ugh. Broly cried out in agony. But Moro took the opportunity to deliver a brutal kick to his abdomen. Bang. Broly was sent flying, and Moro was relentless. He accelerated, swiftly appearing beside Broly, and forcefully slammed his head into the ground. Bang! The impact caused the ground to shatter. This isn't over yet. Bear this, you bastard. Moro's fists rained down upon Broly like a relentless artillery barrage, causing the earth to sink deeper and wider. How infuriating. Unforgivable. Number 21, seething with rage, was about to charge in. However, Krillin and the others hurriedly held her back. Number 21, I understand you're worried about Broly, but the situation is beyond our control. Get lost. Number 21 snapped. Her earlier shyness vanished, fist clenched tightly. A dark red aura erupted. She transformed into her Majin form. I'm coming, Broly. Boom. Number 21 shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Are we too cowardly? Krillin hung his head, and Gohan beside him shared a similar sentiment. Let us go. After all, if Broly falls, we will be next. Piccolo removed his hat and cloak, leading the charge. Following him were Gohan, Krillin, androids 17 and 18. And even Goku's allies surged forth. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glancing at the fallen Goku, who was being treated by Dend, and unleashed his energy. Charging towards Moro. Moro, release him. As number 21 transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, she charged at Moro, who merely blinked in surprise before flicking her away with a wave of his hand. The next moment, she felt an overwhelming force, sending her crashing backward. Smack. Number 21 was caught mid-fall, looking up to see Android 18 smiling gently at her. Don't try to bear it all alone. You all. Number 21 gazed at her companions. Piccolo, Krillin, and the rest had all come to her aid. I truly apologize for my earlier outburst. The group reassured her that it was no problem, and together they surged toward Moro. Ha ha ha. Your friends have come to save you. That number 21 is your woman. Isn't she? Ha ha. Friends, lovers, I shall make you watch them perish. As Moro charged at number 21 and the others, Broly shouted in alarm, Run. You are no match for him. How could we run? You are my most beloved man. With unwavering resolve, number 21 collided with Moro, while the others echoed her sentiment. What nonsense are you spouting, Broly? You are a friend of Sun Wukong, and indeed, a friend of ours as well. Klin grinned widely and charged forward, while the others, though silent, clearly conveyed their sentiments toward Broly through their actions, affirming their camaraderie. You all, observing one after another being struck down by Moro, only to struggle back to their feet, only to be felled once more. Broly's eyes welled with tears. Thud. Overwhelmed by his injuries, Broly collapsed onto the ground. Cursed fate. Cursed fate. Cursed fate. Broly clenched his teeth tightly. A trickle of blood sliding down from the corner of his mouth, consumed by a profound rage at his own helplessness, an intense fury. Yet, at that moment, a luminous orb in the sky captivated Broly's attention, drawing him in deeply. Thud. 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 Suddenly, Broly's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and his teeth sharpened menacingly. Chapter 88. A sudden change. Bang. 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 Broly's heart raced violently as his muscles began to swell rapidly. With a sharp tearing sound, the attire of the god of destruction candidate ripped apart. Broly's consciousness fluctuated as the moon in the sky began to fade, his entire being undergoing a dramatic transformation. His visage became grotesque and terrifying, dark red first sprouting all over him, emanating a colossal purple aura as he let out a primal roar. Boom! The sudden explosion halted everyone in their tracks, drawing their gaze towards Broly. This is not the great ape transformation of a scion, is it? Krillin trembled in fear, recalling the psychological trauma from when Vegeta and Gohan transformed into great apes. The tail. He has grown a tail again. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. After having his tail severed, it had mysteriously failed to regrow. Yet upon witnessing Broly's tail, he suddenly realized that scions indeed possessed tails. After all, it had been a long time since he had one, or rather, he had grown accustomed to life without it. What manner of creature is this? A monkey? Moro pondered in confusion, but soon he reconciled himself to the idea that whatever it was, he would simply shatter it with a punch. However, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. Just as he lifted his hand, Broly's massive palm came crashing down. Bang! The enormous hand was unavoidable for Moro, who was swiftly sent crashing to the ground. Roar! Roar! The great ape transformation of Broly was unlike that of ordinary scions. His fur bore a striking resemblance to the energy of a god of destruction, and a mark of destruction adorned his chest. Thus, this transformation was a combination of the power of destruction and the great ape form. Oh my! It seems that selecting a scion as a candidate is rather entertaining. Vados observed from the air, watching the chaos below with a hint of amusement. TCH. The scion race is indeed intriguing. The oracle fish did not speak falsely. Beerus smiled, realizing that he might not need to intervene this time. However, reality swiftly delivered a slap to Beerus's face. Broly, devoid of reason, unleashed indiscriminate attacks, throwing the Z fighters into disarray. The members of the Moro army were not spared either crushed by Broly or obliterated by his overwhelming power. This bastard. He has transformed into a red-haired gorilla. Stop this at once. Moro waved his hands, summoning rings of white mist around Broly's limbs. Thud! Broly plopped down onto the ground, roaring furiously at the white mist. Monster, watch me deal with you. Just as Moro was about to raise his hand, Broly instantly locked onto him and unleashed a powerful beam of energy from his mouth. Not good. Moro clumsily dodged, realizing that the beam's range was far too vast. The consequences of being struck would be catastrophic. The area swept by the beam vanished as if erased by an eraser. Roar! Witnessing Broly's mindless destruction, everyone found themselves in peril. The weakness of the great ape transformation lies in its tail. If only we could sever the tail, Krillin blurted out, recalling this familiar strategy. No way. Piccolo immediately dismissed this notion, leaving the others perplexed. Were they to allow Broly to continue rampaging? Even if Broly regained his senses, Moro would still annihilate this place. Rather than that, it would be wiser to divert Moro's focus entirely onto Broly. Piccolo surveyed the group. They understood the current predicament, but the priority remained how to defeat Moro. After all, the rampaging Broly was merely a beast devoid of reason. While troublesome, Moro should still be capable of handling Broly with his abilities. Boom! Outside, Moro continuously unleashed dazzling orbs of light, each one striking Broly with agonizing impact. A beast is ultimately just a beast. Moro utilized his incredible speed to toy with Broly, who was being played with like a monkey. Veins bulging, the enraged Broly, now a great ape, began pounding his chest, the power of destruction radiating outward from him. Buzz! Such strength exists. If that's the case, I shall end you in one breath. Moro halted, a phantom appearing behind him, unfurling 6 pairs of wings. Boom! In Moro's hands, a pure white energy sphere coalesced, surrounded by a halo-like aura. As the energy surged, the sphere expanded dramatically. Ha, take this. Angelic radiance. Moro hurled the luminous sphere downwards towards Broly. Boom! The immense white energy collided with Broly's dark red energy, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous explosions as white and dark red lightning intertwined. Boom! The ground began to tremble, mountains crumbling. Countless streams of lava erupted from beneath, gushing forth like geysers. The sky turned crimson, and the clouds of the planet began to spiral, enveloping Earth in a tempest of lightning, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The air was filled with cries of despair and wails of agony. As the explosive chaos subsided, the surface of the ground resembled the moon, pockmarked and devoid of any pristine areas. In the center, a massive crater formed, with Broly lying within it. Phew. That last attack truly drained a considerable amount of my strength. Moro descended slowly, gliding towards Broly. Inside the crater, Broly's body lay battered and bruised. Blood gushing from numerous wounds, staining the ground red. Ha 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 scream. Roar at me. Why are you silent now? Bang. Moro kicked out, sending Broly's enormous form rolling for over 1,000 meters. Roar. Broly's hoarse roar echoed. He tried to rise, but realized he lacked the strength. How dare you roar at me? You shall die, cursed beast. Moro raised his hand to strike down Broly, but at that moment, a figure swiftly interposed itself in front of Broly, absorbing the blow. Pooh! It was Android 21. As Broly beheld the familiar figure being struck, his great ape visage froze in shock. That familiar silhouette felt so known, yet so elusive. Why does my heart ache? Who is she? Chapter 89, Super Saiyan 4 Broly Boom. A sudden explosion resonated in his mind, awakening Broly's entire consciousness. The mighty ape let out a ferocious roar, rising from the ground, and sending Moro crashing with a single blow. Gazing at the nearly severed 21, Broly lamented with a heart-wrenching scream towards the heavens. Humph, she is your woman, is she? Then I shall ensure you both perish together. However, just as he was about to strike, Broly's body underwent a transformation. His gigantic ape form radiated a brilliant golden light. In an instant, his physique diminished, transitioning from the colossal ape to his humanoid state. I will resurrect you, 21. At this moment, the lifeless figure in his arms had lost all breath, and he lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Moro. Yet, Moro was already rendered speechless by Broly's presence. What form is this? Where does his seemingly boundless power originate? Who are you? Moro stammered in disbelief, but Broly paid him no mind. After placing 21 aside, he instantly appeared behind Moro. The speed was so astonishing that it was nearly imperceptible, and Moro, oblivious to Broly's movement, found him right there. Damn you, you have provoked my wrath, Broly roared, seizing Moro by the head and grinding it against the ground. Rumble, do not overstep your bounds. Moro forcefully twisted his hands, breaking free from Broly's grip, and retaliated with a punch. Broly merely tilted his head slightly to evade the attack, then raised his elbow and struck Moro's head. Bang! Moro was momentarily dazed. Yet Broly grasped Moro's shoulders, forcefully pushing down while simultaneously lifting his knee. Bang! A deep thud echoed as Broly's heavy blow caused Moro to regurgitate bile. Why? Why is this bastard so strong? Moro's mind was a whirlwind of questions, but the only response was Broly's relentless fists. Bang! 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 With lightning speed, Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Moro trembling like a leaf. Each strike was imbued with destructive force, instantly riddling Moro's body with numerous punctures. Damn you! Moro bellowed, his body rapidly regenerating, as he began to surge with uncontrollable energy. You will die. Die! Boom! The ground erupted with planetary energy, swirling around him, and Broly retaliated with a powerful kick. Bang! The immense force sent Moro flying. The rampaging energy surrounding him began to stabilize. No, this is impossible. Who are you? You ask who I am. I am Broly. Broly shouted, delivering a punch squarely to Moro's face, then grasping his ankle and kicking him fiercely in the abdomen, swiftly lifting him to slam him against several mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Moro's cries echoed, but Broly showed no mercy. He tightened his grip around Moro's neck, and in the face of Moro's terror-stricken gaze, he forcefully tore him apart, ripping apart. Moro's body split in two, organs scattering across the ground. Yet, he did not perish. Instead, he begged, pleading for Broly not to kill him. But he had sought the wrong audience. Go to hell and repent for the harm caused to 21. Destruction. Broly, with both hands grasping Moro, unleashed overwhelming destructive power. At this moment, Broly, having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, matched the power of the gods of destruction. This qualitative transformation was what Broly had long pursued, and now he wielded destruction with astonishing finesse. The destructive energy rapidly expanded, obliterating Moro's body amidst his agonized screams. Not a trace remained. Meanwhile, those still in discussion suddenly caught sight of Broly. They were taken aback by his drastically altered appearance, long black-red hair and a coat of blood-red fur. Only his face bore any resemblance to Broly. Broly, what are you doing here? What happened tomorrow? They inquired. However, Upon seeing 21 in Broly's arms, they were struck silent. At that moment, 21 was devoid of life, evidently having succumbed to Moro's hands. Moro has been dealt with. Now only those minions remain. I require the Dragon Balls from Universe 7 to resurrect 21. What? Moro has been eliminated? No wonder. No wonder I felt nothing of his presence. The group quickly retrieved the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. 3 wishes were made. The first to resurrect 21, the second to restore Earth to its pre-battle state, and the third to revive all Earthlings who perished due to this conflict, excluding outsiders. The dragon's eyes gleamed, and in an instant, 21 was restored to her former self. Embracing Broly, while Earth reverted to its original form, and all humans slain by Moro were successfully revived. At the Satan family residence, everyone gathered around the table, indulging in delightful cuisine and lively conversation, with not a single warrior from Universe 7 absent. Hey Broly, I heard that your transformation is called Super Saiyan 4, right? Is it the next step after Super Saiyan 3? Goku remarked, munching on a chicken leg and casually draping an arm around Broly's shoulder. Broly, however, grimaced. Could you refrain from touching me with those greasy hands? Broly, let me witness Super Saiyan 4. I was unconscious before and didn't get to see it firsthand. Come on, let me experience it. Goku chuckled broadly, and Broly's lips curled into a slight smile. Despite the differences in their universes, they had forged a friendship. And that feeling was quite pleasant. He stood up, fists clenched as a powerful energy erupted from Broly's body. The ground trembled, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Well then, I shall join you. Huh. Goku transformed into his perfect form, both of them brimming with excitement, ready for a friendly spar. However, just as their fists were about to collide, a staff intervened, halting them. Bardoss appeared out of thin air, her expression grave. Oh Bardoss, what brings you here? Broly greeted, but Bardoss spoke with utmost seriousness. A crisis has arisen, Broly. Come with me immediately. Chapter 90, The Monster Swish? Swish. Swish. Through the time-space portal, Bados was hastily escorting Broly and Android 21 toward the destruction planet of the 6th universe. Bados, what on earth is causing you such urgency? Broly inquired, observing Bados's grave expression from behind her. Earlier, during the victory banquet, Bados had abruptly seized him by the ear and dragged him away, leaving Son Goku and the others bewildered, with Broly being the most perplexed of all. Did you not notice that during the celebration for your victory over Moro, neither Whis nor Lord Beerus made an appearance? Given Lord Beerus's penchant for food, it is inconceivable that he would pass up such a delectable opportunity, Bados explained. Broly suddenly realized the implication indeed. Given Beerus's insatiable appetite, he should have been there, as this was his universe. What is it, then? Broly pressed. Sigh. The 11th universe is in turmoil. A creature known as Whis has been apprehended by the King of All's guards and is awaiting judgment in the palace. Just yesterday, the King of All summoned all universes for a meeting of the gods of destruction to announce Whis' trial. However, Lord Kampa, in a certain sense, is also entangled in this incident. In a certain sense? Broly felt perplexed. Involvement was involvement, and non-involvement was non-involvement. How could it be phrased as in a certain sense? Yet, as Bados continued her narrative, Broly began to grasp the underlying reasons. The matter was intricately linked to Jiren, who, in his youth, had witnessed the tragic murder of his parents at the hands of a monster. A man named Jiren had rescued him and subsequently became his mentor. Jiren trained diligently with his master, and as more disciples gathered around him, they collectively sought justice and vanquished evil. However, their good fortune was short-lived. The monster re-emerged. Jiren, confident after years of training and bolstered by his comrades, believed he could triumph. Yet the monster's power was insurmountable, leading to the slaughter of Jiren's allies. And even his master fell in battle against this villain. This monster was elusive, striking swiftly and leaving a trail of devastation in its wake, as if fulfilling a daily task. Afterward, Jiren lost all trace of the creature until its recent resurgence, which wreaked havoc across the 11th universe. Even Jiren was ultimately overpowered by this beast, plunging the entire universe into chaos. The root cause of this calamity was none other than Whis' inadvertent release of the monster. It was revealed that this entity was not a creature from any universe, but rather an energy being, exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Initially, as a god of destruction, Whis had underestimated the gravity of the situation, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, after lying dormant for thousands of years and absorbing life force, It grew indifferent to the destructive power of the gods, becoming astonishingly formidable. Weiss had sustained grave injuries while attempting to halt its rampage. Moreover, this monster had breached the barriers between universes, allowing it to traverse freely and plunder life at will. As for Kampa's entanglement, it stemmed from his declaration a century ago that King Salad was the next candidate for the role of God of Destruction, a notion that King Salad had initially embraced. Yet shortly after Kampa's arrival in the Sixth Universe, King Salad abruptly expressed his disinterest in the position, a fact that did not overly concern Kampa, as he would have to wait for Kampa's retirement, a matter of considerable time. Hence, Kampa had let the matter slide. However, while Kampa remained unconcerned, others were acutely aware that King Salad was his chosen successor. Although Broly had emerged as a contender, King Salad was nonetheless a resident of the Sixth Universe. And the origins of this turmoil were linked to King Salad's inadvertent facilitation of the monster's unchecked roam across the universes, implicating Kampa. Now, as this creature roamed freely among the universes, it remained elusive, which was precisely why the King of All had convened this assembly, to capture the monster. Upon concluding Battos's account, Broly fell into contemplation, recalling the blurry images he had seen regarding Android 21. While the details had been indistinct, it was evident that a fierce battle had transpired between King Salad and the monster. Though the outcome was unknown, it resonated closely with Battos's narrative. King Salad must surely have some connection to this creature. What has become of King Salad now? Broly queried, lifting his gaze. Batos sighed softly. He has gone with the monster. Yet, for reasons unknown, Salad Star has not faced annihilation. Perhaps he harbors some sentimentality. After a moment's pause, once Android 21 was returned to Earth, Broly accompanied Batos to the God of Destruction's planet. As the light dissipated, Broly heard Kampa's impatient voice. Hurry, Batos. The time is nearly upon us. And Broly quickly donned the attire befitting a candidate for God of Destruction. It is imperative to be properly attired for the King of All's palace. Batos, I have placed the garments in your bedroom. Do change into them, she instructed. Broly nodded in acknowledgement, retreating to his chamber. Gazing at the photograph on the bedside cabinet, Broly smiled. It featured Zai and Remo, alongside Broly and Android 21. Following the events of the recent incident, both had been resurrected. However, they found Earth unsuitable for habitation and had taken to interstellar travel, occasionally presenting Broly and Android 21 with exotic gifts from their journeys. Next time, let us enjoy a barbecue together. With that thought, Broly emerged from his reverie, grinning, only to be met with Kampa's furious voice from outside. Broly, hurry up. I'm coming. Broly hastily donned his attire and took his place behind Kampa. Batos held the key to the King of All's palace, and in an instant, the trio transformed into beams of light and vanished. Listen closely, Broly. I have a foreboding feeling. If the King of All becomes enraged, well, never mind. Kampa seemed hesitant to voice his thoughts, and Broly understood that Kampa was bracing himself for the worst. In the King of All's palace, all gods of destruction and angels from the 1st to the 12th universes had gathered, save for the 11th universe's Weiss and his angel. At that moment, Kampa knelt, awaiting the arrival of the King of All. Behind him, Broly mirrored his posture, while Batos engaged in casual conversation with the other angels. The King of All has arrived. Silence. Upon the Grand Priest's commanding declaration, all angels ceased their chatter. Yet, before Broly, Kampa began to tremble. This was the first time Broly had witnessed Kampa in such a state of fear. Typically, he exuded dominance, yet now he resembled a frightened creature, quaking in place. As the Grand Minister's pronouncement faded, two diminutive figures, flanked by two towering escorts, materialized before the assembly. Lord Zeno. A unified chorus resonated. The two sprite-like beings greeted the crowd before addressing the Grand Minister. Let us commence. The Grand Minister, with a respectful bow, turned to face the assemblage. Every deity of destruction and prospective candidate held their breath, acutely aware that their station differed from that of the angels, whose audacity they could not emulate. Ahem. You are likely aware of the reason for this convocation, so I shall dispense with superfluous words. Lord Zeno has rendered a verdict regarding the incident in Universe 11. Proclamation. Owing to his release of malevolent entities that have afflicted numerous universes, Waymond of Universe 11 is hereby relieved of his duties as a god of destruction and stripped of his divine power. The declaration reverberated through the gathering, inducing astonishment. Deprivation of the power of destruction would not only render him mortal but would also curtail his lifespan, subjecting him to the vicissitudes of aging and mortality. Ahem. Silence. Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, is guilty of dereliction of duty, as individuals connected to malevolent entities were discovered within his jurisdiction. However, Lord Zeno, mindful of your secondary role and lack of malicious intent, will grant you an opportunity for atonement. Upon hearing this, Kampa prostrated himself, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Hold, Kampa. I have not yet disclosed Lord Zeno's full decree. Kampa paused, then resumed his kneeling posture. Given your lack of premeditation, Lord Zeno commands you to resolve the turmoil in Universe 11. Should the malevolent entity return, you are to exert every effort to apprehend it. But, if I am to go to Universe 11, what shall become of Universe 6? Your presence here with Broly suggests you already possess the answer, does it not? The Grand Minister offered a subtle smile, his gaze shifting toward Broly. Broly, candidate for God of Destruction of Universe 6, from this moment forward. You shall be the God of Destruction of Universe 6. Broly immediately rose, bowing in the direction of Zeno. Broly, you must diligently fulfill your duties as a God of Destruction, yes? Indeed. Indeed. Oh, yes, perhaps we should host a tournament of gods of destruction next time. The two Zeniths, seemingly whimsical, were in fact omniscient. However, their detachment from life was characteristic of their kind. They were akin to Akira Toriyama's eraser, correcting any perceived flaw. Lord Zeno, this is hardly the opportune moment for such discussions. The Grand Minister addressed the two Zeniths, who chuckled and remained silent. Thus, Vados, the Angel of Universe 6, shall continue to support the God of Destruction of Universe 6, while Kampa shall continue his work with the Angel of Universe 11. Following the Grand Minister's pronouncement, Broly and Kampa once more bowed before Zeno. Very well, now that the punishments have been delivered, let us discuss the matter of the malevolent entities. Investigations by the angels of each universe have revealed traces of malevolent entity infiltration in all universes except Universe 2. Therefore, in the coming period, all gods of destruction must meticulously inspect the planets within their respective universes to prevent further destruction by these entities. Furthermore, the former god of destruction, Waymut, disclosed that the energy of these malevolent entities intensifies rapidly as they devour life. Exercise caution. Should you discover any trace of these entities, all gods of destruction are to immediately mobilize and eradicate them completely. The Grand Minister's words sent a palpable wave of tension through the gathering. Never before had such an order been issued. 12 gods of destruction tasked with eliminating a single malevolent entity? This was unprecedented. The Grand Minister must be cognizant of the entity's formidable nature to issue such a directive. Broly mused, concluding that this was the only plausible explanation. Yes, Lord Zeno, Grand Minister. Very well, return swiftly and prevent further destruction to the universes. With that, the Grand Minister concluded the assembly. The two Zeniths, skipping gleefully, bid farewell to the assemblage before departing with the Grand Minister and the others. Lord Kampa, Broly attempted to offer words of solace, but found himself at a loss. The outcome was unforeseen. Kampa was to become the god of destruction of another universe. Enough, Broly. Cease addressing me as Lord. From this moment forth, you and I are both gods of destruction. And, Universe 6, I trust you will perform your duties well. Planet Salad, well, that is for you to decide. Sob, Lord Kampa, I shall miss you so. Woe is me. Spare me the theatrics. You are likely overjoyed at my departure. Always tattling on me to Lord Zeno. Humph. Nevertheless, thank you, Vados. Kampa concluded, proceeding toward the Angel of Universe 11 standing nearby. Observing Kampa's departing figure, Vados sighed. After such a prolonged association, emotional bonds were inevitable. However, the decrees of Zeno were immutable. Very well, Lord Broly, we should return as well. Vados's pronouncement sent a jolt through Broly. Lord? Had the appellation changed so swiftly? He was not yet prepared to assume the mantle of God of Destruction. Everything had transpired so abruptly. Suddenly, Kampa was to become the God of Destruction of Universe 11, and he was to become the God of Destruction of Universe 6. And Vados was addressing him as Lord. Oh my, is Broly unaccustomed to the addition of Lord to his name? Broly nodded. Very well, I shall continue to address you thus until you are accustomed to it, Lord Broly. Broly felt as though he had been struck by a surge of electricity. Vados chuckled softly, preparing to depart with Broly. However, Broly noticed Beerus and Whis of Universe 7 and hastened to greet them. Yet, they merely glanced at him before departing with Whis. Broly was bewildered, standing motionless. Vados approached, explaining, "Whis informed me that you are not to misunderstand. Universe 7 appears to have detected traces of a malevolent entity, hence their haste to return." Broly nodded, though inwardly he remained skeptical. Universe 7 seemed to be a magnet for adversaries. Every formidable foe seemed to gravitate toward it. Unlike Universe 7, where catastrophic destruction occurred with alarming frequency, other universes were not as prone to such calamities. Placing his hand on Vados' shoulder, they transformed into a beam of light, hurtling toward Universe 6. Chapter 92. The Return to Salada Star. The Star of Destruction. Broly sat solemnly before Beerus, while Beerus introduced him to the daily duties of a god of destruction, subtly encouraging him to adapt to the formal address. Broly's forehead was already slick with cold sweat. He had not anticipated that the responsibilities of a god of destruction entailed far more than mere indulgence. There were numerous tasks to attend to, such as the routine inspection of the cosmic ecological balance and the elimination of subpar planets that detracted from the overall rating. However, due to the laziness of Kampa, all the responsibilities had piled up, meaning that upon assuming control over Universe 6, Broly would also have to clean up Kampa's mess. Yet these were minor concerns. The greater issue lay in the fact that his former master now referred to him as Lord Broly, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Thus, Lord Broly, your primary focus will be on the following planets: Desert Star, Austral Star, and Salada Star, Beerus stated, detailing the most accessible planets for potential monsters. Preparing Broly for the battles ahead. Let us proceed to Salada Star first. I am quite anxious about the situation concerning Gabe and the others. Furthermore, the palace of the Salada King may provide some valuable clues, Broly declared. Upon finishing his words, Beerus waved his staff, and in a dazzling display of starlight, Broly found himself clad in the attire befitting a god of destruction. Very well, Lord Broly, your new god of destruction attire is complete. Are you satisfied? Beerus inquired with a slight smile. Broly looked down at his outfit, giving her a thumbs up in approval. This attire was distinct from that of other gods of destruction, and Broly was thoroughly pleased. It appeared Beerus had a keen understanding of his taste. The white inner garment has transformed into black, with the white sections seamlessly shifting to black. I am exceedingly satisfied. Thank you. Ah, indeed, individuals differ greatly. Lord Kampa has never been this courteous with me. However, you need not be so formal. It only serves to create distance, Beerus remarked. Broly nodded in agreement and then took to the skies alongside Beerus. His first destination was Salada Star. Since the disappearance of their king, chaos had ensued on their planet. The three divisions of the Lace Defense Force had split, with Gabe steadfastly upholding a service-oriented attitude as the leader of the Lace faction, while the rival faction, led by the power-hungry Mokar, had aligned themselves with the ruling party. Mokar, the head of the ruling faction, had begun to oppress the Lace faction, emboldened by their numbers. Yet they dared not provoke Gabe, for all were aware that he could transform into a golden warrior, whereas they could not. Bang! Mokar, you have gone too far. In the conference room, the two factions faced each other, one led by Lace and the other by Mokar. Lace slammed his hand on the table, angrily chastising Mokar. Humph, Lace, ever since the king's disappearance, we require a leader, and your timidity is unbecoming of a true leader. And as for your so-called service to the people? Humph, those wretches depend upon us for their sustenance. Mokar leaned on his hands, casting a disdainful glance at Lace. Wretches, Mokar, do not forget that both you and I originated from the very people you scorn. Were it not for the king's favor upon us three, you would have no right to look down upon the common folk. Lace's patience had reached its limit, and he suddenly stood, grabbing Mokar by the collar and shouting at him. Cut it out. You are insufferable. I have tolerated you for far too long, you cripple. Mokar was splattered with Lace's saliva as he forcefully shoved Lace to the ground. Gabe rushed forward to help Lace up, glaring fiercely at Mokar. How dare you treat Captain Lace this way? Gabe exclaimed. Humph, spare me your arrogance. I used to fear your transformation into a Super Saiyan, but now? Humph. I warn you to mind your own business, or I shall deal with you too. Mokar's newfound bravado was perplexing. Typically, he would ignore Gabe's provocations. But today was different. He boldly threatened Gabe. Enough. I have endured you lot for long enough. If you persist in your reckless ways, I, Gabe, shall enact my retribution. Gabe, deeply impacted by Mokar's provocations, felt his anger swell. Clearly, Broly had been correct. Relentless forbearance only emboldened the enemy. And it was time to show them the consequences of their arrogance. Huh, Gabe roared, enveloped in a golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Humph, do you think I fear you now? Mokar stood, his body shrouded in a dark mist, which soon coalesced into a black aura. The sheer magnitude of his energy sent tremors through Gabe. No, this cannot be. Mokar, how can your power be so malevolent? Where have you acquired such strength? Lace's eyes widened in disbelief. He had hoped to intimidate Mokar with Gabe's reputation, yet the energy emanating from Mokar was utterly unexpected. Cackling. My power is bestowed upon me by that esteemed individual. I am invincible now. Ha 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 ha. Mokar laughed maniacally, causing the others to instinctively retreat, fearing the consequences of their impending battle. Die, Gabe. You have lived in my shadow for too long. It is high time I cast off these shackles. Mokar sneered, his hands morphing into elongated claws. Gabe's eyes narrowed. He could not react in time to Mokar's swift movements. With a swift motion, Mokar's claws slashed across Gabe's abdomen, blood gushing forth from the wound. Gabe let out a pained groan, clutching his injury, while Lace rushed to his side. Concern etched on his face. Yet Mokar was relentless. Before Gabe could recover, Mokar lunged again. Gabe pushed Lace aside, but he was a fraction too slow. With a sickening thud, 3 claws plunged into Gabe's abdomen, and blood erupted from the wound. This injury was far more severe than the first, and Gabe staggered, collapsing to the ground. Gabe, Lace and the members of the Lace faction rushed forward, surrounding Gabe and glaring fiercely at Mokar. Mokar, however, paid no heed to their fury and, in a twisted manner, licked the blood from his claws, gazing down at the 2 fallen warriors. Though your power is formidable, when it comes to life and death struggles, you remain woefully inexperienced. With deliberate steps, Mokar and the others from the ruling faction advanced, prepared to eliminate the Lace faction. Ha ha ha, Gabe. I have long desired your demise, and now my wish shall finally be fulfilled. Ha ha ha. As Mokar brandished knives in both hands. Just as they were about to strike, a sudden voice interrupted their actions. Chapter 93. Stop right there. A powerful shockwave abruptly separated Gabe from Moka and the others. Everyone turned to see 2 petite figures materialize before them. It was none other than Califra and Kale. Humph, you little wench, I was just looking for you. You've been bullying our brothers, and now it's time for you to face the consequences. Moka's anger flared upon seeing Califra. Memories of the mischief she had caused stirred deep irritation within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that her strength far surpassed that of his own crew, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Humph, Moka, do you really think that your dark, murky tricks can defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. And Gabe, how foolish of you to neglect your training after the tournament, wasting your days on menial tasks. In truth, after the tournament concluded, both Califra and Kale had simultaneously become involved with Gabe, leaving everyone puzzled about how he managed to charm both women. Kale stepped forward to help Gabe rise, her eyes ablaze with fury. In her heart, there were only 2 individuals of utmost importance, Califra and the current Gabe. If Broly were present, he would surely understand that being with Kale meant only loss, with no possibility of parting ways. I will kill you. At last, Kale completely unleashed her power, her muscles swelling dramatically as she charged directly at Moka. Huh, did you think my strength was merely this? From this moment on, I shall reign as the king here. Watch carefully. Moka roared, unleashing a tremendous energy shield that erupted from his being, shattering the entire building. The structure collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending everyone tumbling in disarray. As Califra and the others looked up, they were taken aback by the sight of Moka. Moka had transformed dramatically. His body was now massive, with dark skin mottled in patches, vicious fangs protruding, wings sprouting from his back, and a thick tail, resembling a veritable demon. Ha! I will show you that humanity is but a constraint. Only by shedding the human form can true power be unleashed. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Moka sent a powerful gust of energy that sent everyone flying. I will kill you. Yet Kale stood firm against the onslaught, advancing step by step towards Moka. Interesting. It seems you are not an ordinary Super Saiyan. Very well, I shall indulge you. I will kill you. The 2 charged at each other, colliding with a resounding thud. Do you have no sense? Moka, upon closer inspection, recognized Kale's state. He quickly crouched, wrapping his tail around her ankle and forcefully throwing her to the ground. Bang! Kale crashed heavily onto the surface. Kale, you wretched creature. Seeing Kale in distress, Califra transformed into a Super Saiyan, conjuring energy blasts to hurl at Moka. You underestimate the power bestowed upon me. As Moka dealt with Kale, he extended his hands to create a black vortex. Califra's attack, upon entering the black hole, was unexpectedly rebounded back at her. What? Califra gasped, leaping to evade, but Mocha would not allow her to escape so easily. With a powerful flap of his wings, he lunged at her. His elongated claws seemed poised to deliver a fatal blow, but suddenly, Mocha's movement halted. What is happening? Mocha looked down to see Kale gripping his tail, preventing him from advancing even an inch. You foul monstrosity! You shall perish! Mocha roared, raising his hand to strike Kale, but Califra leaped onto his back, delivering a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 Curse you both! Mocha bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Kale and Califra sprawling. Coughing, Kale crashed to the ground, reverting from her rage-fueled state, while Califra also returned from her Super Saiyan form. Both coughed blood, suffering injuries from Mocha's earlier onslaught. How is this possible? His strength is insurmountable. Even Kale cannot withstand it. If only the Patera earrings had not been reclaimed by the Kaioshin, I would not have regarded a petty character like Mocha, Califra stubbornly declared. But her opponent merely laughed. Defeat means acceptance. If you two little ladies become my subordinates, I might consider sparing you. Dream on. We only need Gabe. They shouted in unison. Mocha stared in disbelief, then donned a peculiar expression. Do you two enjoy playing at being small? You. Their anger reached a boiling point. But Mocha had lost patience for idle chatter. Since you refuse to be mine, then you shall perish. With that, Mocha unleashed a colossal energy beam, and the two closed their eyes in despair. Destruction. Yet at that moment, a sound of obliteration echoed as the energy beam was suddenly extinguished. They opened their eyes to a familiar sound. Looking up, they saw Broly clad in destroyer attire, accompanied by the angel Vados from Universe 6. Ah, Broly-sama. It seems we've caught quite the big fish upon our arrival. Humph. How dare you act recklessly in my Universe 6? As Broly and Vados descended, Mocha's realization dawned upon him. Vados was a prominent figure in Universe 6, a deity known by all of stature, while commoners might be unaware. Those of significance certainly recognized Vados as the attendant of the destroyer. But Mocha was also curious why Vados had come alone. Where was the destroyer Kampa? And who was this imposing man before him? Though he bore the attire of a destroyer, he was unlike Kampa, making Mocha hesitate to act rashly. Be Broly. The two sisters gaped in astonishment. Had they truly just heard Vados refer to this figure as Broly-sama? What was happening? Hey, Califra, Kale. What on earth is going on? Chapter 94. The puppet of darkness. Kefla abruptly rose from the ground and circled Broly, her astonishment palpable as she exclaimed, Ah, have you truly become a god of destruction? Bardoss, you must not address Lord Broly with such disrespect, she was admonished. Previously, you were comrades, but now? Lord Broly has ascended to the status of a god of destruction. Bardoss furrowed her brow, her serious demeanor startling Kefla. Very well, Lord Broly. What brings you here? Kefla crossed her arms defiantly, incredulous that Broly had attained divine power in such a brief span. Well, as you can see, we are here to seek him, Broly replied with a slight nod. It was prudent for fewer individuals to be privy to the matters concerning the dark entities. Not only could it incite panic, but it might also alert the adversary to his pursuit. Should he flee, the repercussions would be dire. Now, he possessed formidable confidence in his abilities, having transcended many gods of destruction with his mastery of destructive energy atop the foundation of Super Saiyan 4. While he was uncertain of how he compared to Beerus, the god of destruction, he was confident in his combat prowess. However, at the moment Kefla uttered the title of god of destruction, Mocha shivered and took flight. I knew it. This brat is indeed a god of destruction. No wonder Bardoss shows him such reverence. Humph. With such power, the god of destruction shall find it impossible to capture me. Behold, Nightmare Shadow. With a violent shake of his hands, Mocha transformed into a shadow, vanishing as swiftly as a bolt of black lightning, zipping through the city. As he approached the city's exit, he glanced back, chuckling to himself upon realizing no one was in pursuit. Humph. Though I cannot defeat a god of destruction, escaping is within my capabilities. Ah. Just as he was about to exit the city, he collided with a figure, lifting his gaze to find himself drenched in cold sweat. You, how did you get here? His heart raced at the sight of Broly, who had appeared before him without a sound. Where are you off to? Broly asked, arms crossed, floating mockingly in the air. Mocha let out a horrified scream and turned to flee, only to crash into an invisible barrier. Ouch! What on earth is this? Ah, dear sir. It appears you should have your eyes checked. Tripping while walking is rather unfortunate, Bardoss remarked, having manifested before Mocha, the invisible wall being her creation. Please, stay away from me. Mocha shrieked. As his cries echoed, Broly unleashed a relentless barrage upon him, leaving Mocha utterly unrecognizable. Speak. Where is the one who granted you power? Broly demanded, having previously rescued Gabe and others, who revealed that Mocha had not possessed such power before. The identity of the master he frequently mentioned remained a mystery to Gabe and his companions. Thus, Broly speculated that Mocha's abilities and the master he spoke of were likely tied to the dark entities. Broly raised his hand, preparing to strike again. But to his surprise, Mocha offered no resistance, instead raising his hands in surrender and kneeling. I'll tell you, just don't hit me, please. I don't know who that master is or where he is. Please, don't strike me. It's true. Mocha, covered in bruises, looked utterly defeated. What I said is the truth. Just last night, a shadow broke in and asked if I wanted power. Naturally, I desired it, but he simply seized my head. And thus I acquired this immense strength. Broly suspected the shadow was indeed a dark entity and pressed on. What did this person look like? Where can he be found? He was enveloped in black mist, with only a pair of crimson eyes visible. I didn't catch a clear glimpse of his features. Mocha confessed under pressure. Under Broly's relentless questioning, Mocha divulged all he knew. It became evident that he was merely a vessel, unexpectedly granted immense energy, with no demands placed upon him by the shadowy figure. This is perilous, Broly thought, but just then, a terrible wail echoed throughout the city. A thick black fog enveloped the entire city, confirming Broly's suspicions. They were testing the energy, aiming to infect more individuals with the power of the dark entities. With a roar, Broly turned to find Mocha, his eyes now glowing crimson, lunging at him. With a swift motion, Broly dispatched him into dust. Bardoss. It appears the dark entities have already tainted this planet. Indeed, Lord Broly. What are your intentions? Bardoss inquired. Broly's gaze hardened. Can you discern who has been infected and who remains untouched? Yes, I can. What do you plan to do? Evacuate them. I intend to obliterate this planet in one fell swoop. You handle that while I visit King Salada's palace. Broly took to the skies, leaving Bardoss nodding in agreement. He was increasingly embodying the essence of a god of destruction. Upon entering King Salada's palace, Broly was immediately surrounded by several infected individuals, transformed into monstrosities akin to Mocha. These beings were known as puppets, created by the dark entities. A nuisance indeed. Broly's eyes narrowed as he unleashed an attack, radiating outward from his core. A refined version of Jiren's I-beam technique. With a cacophony, the puppets erupted, their organs and entrails strewn about the floor. Upon entering the palace, everything appeared unchanged from his last visit. He found it hard to believe that someone as open-minded as King Salada could be involved with the dark entities. What could be the reason behind this? Unbeknownst to him, Broly had arrived at the king's chamber. As he pushed open the door, a high-pitched scream pierced the air. Chapter 95. Anya, a piercing scream echoed as Broly flung open the door, revealing a charming little girl cowering beneath the bed. Meanwhile, a monstrous puppet had already thrust half of its body through the window, its sharp claws reaching out towards the frightened child. Destruction. With a snap of his fingers, Broly unleashed a minuscule yet potent energy of annihilation, instantly obliterating the puppet. Woo woo woo. Chirp chirp. What? Broly was taken aback. Had this little girl been rendered speechless by fear? He promptly retrieved her from her hiding spot, but she was so tiny, barely 3 or 4 years old. Her height, not even reaching half of Broly's knee. Yet, she was undeniably adorable, with short pink hair and a delicate complexion. Most strikingly, her eyes were swollen from crying, resembling 2 fried eggs. Hey, what is your name? The people of this palace have already departed. Why are you still here? Chirp. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably, clearly terrified. Broly, attempting to soften his tone, cradled her gently. Please, tell me who you are. Wah. The moment Broly spoke, her cries intensified. Lacking experience in comforting children, he felt utterly helpless until Bardoss arrived. Seeing Bardoss felt like a lifeline. Broly swiftly handed the girl over to her. Bardoss caught the child, bewildered. What is happening? Weren't you here to investigate? How did a little girl come into the picture? The palace had been sealed, and the presence of this child posed a significant mystery. Yet, her incessant wailing rendered her unresponsive to inquiries. Broly slapped his forehead, feeling the weight of the dilemma. He could extract information from adversaries with any means necessary. But this was a child. Though he was fierce, he was not a monster. Such cruelty was beyond him. Bardoss nodded, embracing the girl and soothing her to help stabilize her emotions. Observing this, Broly turned his attention to the room, searching for any traces left by King Salada. Indeed, it wasn't long before Broly discovered an item within an old book, more akin to a diary than a mere tome. It contained accounts of King Salada's experiences. It detailed that, a century ago, after battling the malevolent sorcerer and the creature Majin Buu, Salada had been marked by a curse that brought him immense suffering. He had refrained from siring offspring until one fateful night 50 years prior when a mysterious figure appeared and erased the curse from his body, earning Salada's trust. However, as time passed, Salada grew suspicious. This enigmatic figure did not seem to be human. Eventually, the mysterious figure succumbed to a violent outburst, craving blood and life force. Yet, Salada, having regained his strength, successfully thwarted the figure. Upon reaching this point in the account, Broly conjectured that this location might be where the footage of the battle between the creature and King Salada was captured. However, Salada soon realized he could not kill the creature. No matter his methods, he was unable to vanquish it, allowing it to escape. This escape lasted decades until just nights before Broly's arrival when that being returned, stronger than ever, capable of crushing him with a mere finger. This mysterious figure was a demon. No, it was a being far more terrifying than any demon. Salada began to regret not having controlled it when he had the chance. Now, he found himself under the creature's dominion. However, the creature did not linger for long, commanding Salada to utilize his device to open a cosmic portal, enabling it to conquer more universes. Initially reluctant, Salada was coerced by threats against his entire planet and his beloved daughter, Anya. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, fearing the consequences of defiance. Consequently, he rejected the position of candidate for God of Destruction, serendipitously paving the way for Broly's nomination upon his arrival. In the diary, Broly also saw himself through Salada's admiration, but the account abruptly ended, leaving no further information. It appeared that the creature had returned, coinciding with the Tournament of Power. Surely, the erasure of universes by the Omni King had affected this being profoundly, yet it was fortunate enough to find its way to the victorious universe. With this newfound understanding, Broly settled onto a sofa, realizing that the girl mentioned in the records was likely none other than King Salada's daughter, Anya. Hey, little one. Is your father King Salada? The girl, cradled in Bardas's arms, turned and nodded. Yes, that's right. What? Yes, yes. She affirmed. Yes, yes means father in their tongue, while haha refers to mother. Suddenly, Bardas informed Broly that this was a unique nomenclature of the sixth universe. Broly was left speechless but returned to the matter at hand. Anya, have you noticed any suspicious individuals around your father? Anya shook her head. No, just a very handsome uncle. Wait, what? This description was starkly different from what Mocha had conveyed. Wasn't the figure shrouded in darkness with blood-red eyes? Broly fell into contemplation. Could it be that the one conducting the experiments was not the same as this creature? Moreover, it appeared that this being presented itself in human form. Yet, all these thoughts remained speculative. The handsome uncle she mentioned might merely be a guest. Broly surmised that he had exhausted the available leads here, beckoning Bardas as the three of them swiftly departed. Currently, on Salada Star, all untainted scions had been relocated to Earth, leaving behind the infected, beyond salvation. Thus, Broly resolved to obliterate Salada Star in one decisive blow. Destruction. Broly and Bardas soared into space, and Broly unleashed a sphere of annihilation. Instantly, Salada Star began to fracture, culminating in a resounding explosion that transformed the entire planet into cosmic dust. The visual spectacle of the planet's demise struck Broly with a profound realization of Frieza's emotions during his own planet's destruction. The explosion of a planet was truly magnificent. Let us proceed with our investigation, Broly declared, turning to soar towards the next celestial body. Chapter 96. Ali Gugu on Austria Star. Broly strolled through the city with Anya and Bardas. The inhabitants of this planet were remarkably hospitable and bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, albeit with a few other extraterrestrial races present. Over the past few days, Anya had grown increasingly fond of the rugged Broly. Upon discovering that he was, in fact, the god of the entire universe, her eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, cool, wow." At that moment, Anya was prancing ahead of Broly and Bardas, humming, "Ali Gugu, Ali Gugu." Bardas followed behind with a smile, clearly enjoying the company of such an adorable child. Meanwhile, Broly remained attuned to his surroundings, mindful of any malevolent forces, for as the newly appointed god of destruction, he could afford no negligence. Suddenly, Anya let out a loud cry, startling Broly, who quickly turned to see what had happened. Alas, poor Anya had stepped in something unpleasant. Broly slapped his forehead, bemused by this little rascal. As Anya burst into tears, resembling a fried egg, Bardoss shook her head and approached to remove the child's shoe, lifting her up in the process. Broly noticed that Anya's clothes appeared to have gone quite some time without a change. Her once white dress was now stained. Bardoss, there's a children's clothing store ahead. Please take her to get something new to wear. Ah, Lord Broly is so considerate, unlike Lord Champa who would overlook such matters, Bardoss remarked. Broly shook his head in resignation as the trio entered the clothing store. Universe 11. What is happening? Why do I keep sneezing? Champa pondered, rubbing his nose in confusion. As a deity, how could he possibly fall ill? Lord Champa, are you feeling unwell? Makarita inquired with concern. And no, carry on. Otherwise, the Grand Priest will accuse me of negligence, he replied. Wow, is Anya adorable? Indeed, very cute. Seeing Bardoss so attentive to a child intrigued Broly. Just then, he sensed a powerful energy emanating from a distant southern location. Without a second thought, he flung open the door and flew outside. Ah, Lord Broly, we have no money. Huh. The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he began. Madam, if you wish to purchase for the child. Before he could finish, Bardoss waved her staff, and the shopkeeper's expression turned to one of obsequiousness, allowing them to choose whatever they desired. Anya, witnessing this, was filled with excitement, marveling at how this sister could so effortlessly alter someone's demeanor. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, cool. Southern region upon arrival. Broly discovered that the energy he sensed had vanished, revealing a village that appeared quite primitive, a stark contrast to the towering buildings of the city. As he descended and entered the village, he was surprised to find it deserted. However, as he stepped into the village square, the windows shattered, and dozens of magical puppets surged forth, roaring towards him. Roar. Yet Broly's focus was not on them. His gaze was fixed on a thatched hut. Come out. Do not make me ask twice. Ha ha ha. It seems the god of destruction has indeed found me. An ancient voice echoed, and a figure shrouded in black robes and bound in bandages emerged from the hut, his eyes glowing crimson and emanating a dark mist. Broly found it peculiar. The individual's power was rather feeble. If this were the extent of it, the Grand Priest must have overreacted in summoning all 12 gods of destruction. However, he soon deduced that this person was likely just a pawn of a greater force. Otherwise, the Grand Priest would not have mobilized all the gods. Where is your leader? Ha ha ha, it appears my master is quite renowned in the universe. Several gods of destruction are searching for him, but do you think I would divulge anything? I must take my leave, god of destruction. The figure chuckled sinisterly and attempted to flee, but Broly would not let such a lead slip away. In an instant, he appeared beside the fleeing figure, his speed astonishing. With a single punch, Broly sent the figure careening backward. And no, this is impossible. The other gods of destruction could never catch me. The figure's eyes widened in terror. He was immensely confident in his speed, recalling how the god of destruction from Universe 4 could never capture him. Do not underestimate me. Speak the truth or face the consequences. Broly crouched down, his gaze filled with disdain. Humph. You think I, Adon, possess only speed? You have no right to speak. Then, in the midst of the figure's frightened gaze, Broly seized his collar and unleashed a barrage of blows. Cough, cough. Just kill me. I will never tell you anything. Even if you kill me, there are countless Adons. Huh. Quite the spirit, are we? Refusing to speak, are we? Destruction. The destructive energy in Broly's hand inched closer, attempting to intimidate the figure into submission. To Broly's astonishment, the figure charged straight into the destructive energy, obliterating himself in an instant. Broly was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone so unafraid of death. Even the formidable Moro had begged for mercy, yet this individual, despite his weak power, chose to face his demise with such fervor. The lead was lost, and Broly was now furious. This fool had simply thrown his life away. Wait. The figure had mentioned that killing him would not end the existence of countless Adons. What did that mean? Never mind. Some things are best left unthought. I will return to find Bardoss first. He had expected to encounter her along the way, but to his surprise, Broly found himself back at the children's clothing store. He saw Bardoss helping Anya try on various outfits, while the shopkeeper, in a fit of enthusiasm, was pulling streamers and clapping his hands. Chapter 97. The Ceremony of Destruction. Upon returning to the Destruction Star, little Anya not only ran about restlessly, but also found the place exceedingly dull, lacking in both novelty and size. This left Broly quite exasperated. Fortunately, there was Beerus, who conceived a splendid solution. She would take Anya to Earth, where civilizations akin to the Seventh Universe thrived and myriad entertainment venues awaited. The little one would undoubtedly revel in her adventures on Earth. Alas, the trail had grown cold. No leads regarding the monsters had yet surfaced. While Beerus accompanied Anya to Earth, the duties of a god of destruction must continue unabated. After conducting his latest patrol, Broly hastened back to the Palace of Destruction, yearning for a restful slumber. The palace, having undergone a transformation under Beerus's design, had shed the grotesque aesthetic of Kampa, now exuding grandeur and opulence. Much to Broly's delight, especially the inviting softness of the grand bed. Just as he prepared to rest, a knock echoed through the room. "Lord Broly, there is a matter I must discuss with you." Recognizing Beerus's voice, Broly promptly rose to open the door. Beerus, aren't you supposed to be with Anya on Earth?" Broly questioned, a look of confusion etched on his face. "Indeed, Lord Broly. However, every god of destruction must forge a bond of life with a Supreme Kai. Given your recent ascension and the emergence of the monsters, we have delayed the ceremony. Yet, I have just been contacted by the Grand Minister, and I must take you to the Grand Xeno Palace to conduct the ceremony of destruction." Upon hearing this, Broly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. The idea of sharing life with another was fraught with significant risk. However, a thought struck him. Could Beerus allow him to serve as both a god of destruction and a Supreme Kai? Beerus shook her head, declaring, "That is absolutely out of the question." Sighing in resignation, Broly followed Beerus as they soared towards the Grand Xeno Palace. "What about Anya?" he asked, his enthusiasm waning, as frustration brewed within him. Why must he share life with another? "Anya is with number 21. Do not worry, the child is quite intelligent and understanding. If you wish, you may groom her as a candidate for the position of God of Destruction," Beerus replied. "Beerus, I find your wit rather sharp. I have only just assumed my role, and you already contemplate my successor?" I was merely jesting," Beerus chimed, laughter dancing in her tone. In an instant, Broly and Beerus materialized in the Grand Xeno Palace, where the guards awaited their arrival. Accompanied by the guards, they approached the innermost sanctum of the palace. There, the interior resembled a celestial paradise, resplendent in beauty, with the most striking feature being the grand golden tree at its center. "Broly, the ceremony is about to commence. Please close your eyes and extend your hands." The Grand Minister wore a playful smile, leaving Broly uncertain of his intentions, yet he complied. The Grand Minister then nodded to Beerus, who ushered someone into the chamber. Though Broly kept his eyes shut, his ears were keenly attuned. Someone had entered. He sensed familiarity in this presence. "Now, clasp your hand with Broly's. The ceremony shall begin." The Grand Minister chuckled softly, and the individual took hold of Broly's hand. However, upon contact, Broly was taken aback. It was the hand of a woman. Could a Supreme Kai be female? It appeared Broly had yet to realize the truth. Meanwhile, Beerus stifled a laugh, while others around them chuckled quietly. Broly, feeling irked, wondered why he was forbidden from opening his eyes, especially since they were all laughing. Was it customary to close one's eyes during the ceremony of destruction? The ceremony commences. With a commanding voice, the Grand Minister invoked a surge of brilliant golden light that enveloped both Broly and his Supreme Kai. A tremendous energy erupted from Broly, startling him. This ceremony not only bound him to a Supreme Kai, but also promised to elevate his own power. Such a fortuitous event diminished Broly's earlier discontent significantly. As time passed, the golden radiance began to wane, and the Grand Minister proclaimed, "The ceremony of destruction has concluded. Broly, you may open your eyes." As Broly slowly opened his eyes, he was met with a startling revelation. The Supreme Kai he had bonded with was none other than number 21. Stunned into silence, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, number 21 smiled sweetly and said, "Broly, I am willing to share my life with you. Do you accept?" Broly, still in shock, nodded vacantly, all his previous grievances evaporating into thin air. The prospect of sharing life with his Supreme Kai thrilled him beyond measure. Well, their eyes sparkled with delight as the two Zeniths, one on each side, gazed curiously at the pair. "Now that the ceremony has concluded, Broly, you both may return and swiftly apprehend the monsters to restore peace to the universe." The Grand Minister interjected, noting that Broly and number 21 were on the verge of a kiss, with children present. Rest assured, Grand Minister, I shall diligently fulfill my duties as the God of Destruction." Broly beamed with joy, pondering if anything could be more romantic than the idea of sharing life. Broly, Broly, should we not hold a tournament for the gods of destruction next time? Your fireworks were splendid. I wish to see them again. One of the Zeniths exclaimed. Indeed, indeed, the other added enthusiastically. Now is not the time for fireworks, my dear Zeniths. We shall discuss such matters once the gods of destruction have subdued the monsters. The Grand Minister replied, waving them off. After bowing to the Zeniths, Beerus led Broly and number 21 out of the palace. Surely, these two would become the most harmonious duo across all universes. Watching their retreating figures, the Grand Minister shook his head and returned with the two Zeniths. Chapter 98. The Lair of the Monsters. Upon returning to the 6th universe, Vados brought Android 21 to King Kai's planet, the former realm of Fua, a place of both beauty and tranquility. During their conversation, Broly learned that while escorting Anya to Earth, Vados had divulged the details of Broly's ceremony to Android 21. To his surprise, she expressed a desire to become the Supreme Kai. However, such a position comes with numerous restrictions. Yet, after testing, Vados found that Android 21 was remarkably suitable. Thus, they planned to surprise Broly. How delightful! Lying together on an outdoor bed, Android 21 and Broly gazed up at the starry sky above King Kai's planet. In this serene moment, devoid of disturbances, and in the company of a loved one, the romance of stargazing transcended mere words. Truth be told, it was quite a shock, but with Vados absent, it was the perfect opportunity to indulge in some playful games. The following day, Broly returned to the God of Destruction's planet, radiating with joy, free from the shackles of singlehood across 2 lifetimes. He had successfully transformed into a man. A true man. Ah, Broly-sama, you're back. You seem very happy. Is there something wonderful to share? Hee. Their essay saying that some secrets must remain undisclosed. As an angel, you might not comprehend this joy. Hence, you cannot share in my happiness. Broly chuckled proudly, while Vados pouted, clearly vexed. Oh, by the way, Broly-sama, according to news from Kampa, it seems that the monster has reappeared in the 11th universe. What are your plans? Well, he was once my superior. Inform him that I shall depart shortly. Understood, Broly-sama. In the 11th universe. Haha, Kampa huffed, struggling against the formidable shadow before him. Is this what a god of destruction amounts to? With such power, how could you hope to defeat my master? The shadow's voice dripped with disdain, while Kampa's frustration was palpable. Humph, I shall obliterate you and see if you can still laugh. Kampa unleashed a barrage of destructive energy spheres, enveloping the surroundings. Yet, the shadow effortlessly dispersed them with a mere turn. What? Kampa was taken aback. Such nonchalance in dismantling destruction was no trivial matter. Surprised, are we? Haha. The power bestowed upon me by my superior is far beyond what you insects can contend with. Disappear, god of destruction of the 11th universe. The shadow unfurled its cloak, and countless dark tendrils erupted from its form, just as Kampa faced imminent peril. A powerful blast shattered the tendrils. Who? The shadow turned, only to see Kampa grinning with excitement. Beerus. Kampa. You truly are in a dire predicament. It seems, even in a different universe, you cannot amend your gluttonous ways, Beerus remarked, licking his claws with a glint of danger in his eyes. You are the god of destruction of the 7th universe. The shadow recoiled, having heard its master warn of a particular god of destruction to watch out for, one whose prowess was formidable and whose combat instincts were unparalleled. Humph, it appears you are not entirely foolish. In that case, say farewell to this world. Destruction. Beerus stood with arms crossed, raising a hand to unleash a colossal sphere of destruction. Boom. I could never be defeated by you insects. We are the most perfect beings in existence. Ahak. The shadow braced itself against the destructive sphere, refusing to yield. Oh. It seems your skills are not entirely lacking. But how will you withstand a second one? Beerus smirked, as he felt the shadow being engulfed by an overwhelming force. Unbeknownst to the shadow, a second sphere had followed closely behind, colliding with the first in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! In the aftermath of the deafening sound, the shadow lay defeated on the ground, its cloak torn asunder, revealing its grotesque visage, green skin marred by black spots, and a head reminiscent of an axolotl. Curse it! I may be the weakest among the 13 pillars, but do not rejoice too soon. My master has already surpassed the gods of destruction, with the dying shadow before him. Beerus grew weary of its incessant chatter and swiftly dispatched it with a beam of destruction. Beerus, how dare you kill him? He was my prey. Oh, come now. I know your worth all too well. I still have my super powerful techniques yet to unleash. At that moment, several figures streaked through the air like meteors, gathering around them. Humph. It matters not if you did not come. I alone can handle this. Beerus seemed less than eager to engage with the other gods of destruction, and they felt similarly. The last time all 12 gods played hide and seek with the Omni King, Beerus had fallen asleep, and it took all their efforts to placate his wrath. TCH. Beerus, don't think we came willingly. This is merely an order from Lord Zeno. The yellow rodent turned away, clearly reluctant. All right, everyone, this is not the time for bickering. Kampa, I hear you have located the monster? The elephant god of destruction acted as a mediator, shifting the topic, while Kampa nodded and spoke. Indeed, from the dark star of the 11th universe, one can access the realm of the monsters. However, I did not recklessly enter. I awaited your arrival. Unexpectedly, this shadow emerged from the dark star, and I fought my way here. Kampa divulged all he knew, and the other gods of destruction nodded in acknowledgement. The rule that angels could not engage in battle was absolute. Otherwise, what need would there be for gods of destruction? Thus, several of them decided to venture together to the lair of the monster and discover the nature of this being that warranted a collective hunt sanctioned by the Grand Minister. Chapter 99. Hellas, Death. Let us go meet this fellow. The diminutive god of destruction from the 9th universe, Sidera, was eager to charge in. But the god of destruction from the 8th universe, a yellow fox, intervened. Wait, not all the gods of destruction are here yet. The ones from the 6th and 2nd universes have not arrived. How slow. Sidera huffed, shaking his legs and crossing his arms. The god of destruction from the 6th universe, Broly, has already informed me that he will arrive shortly. Zampa, concerned about misunderstandings, hastily clarified for Broly, but it seemed the other gods of destruction were unconvinced. The newly appointed god of destruction expects everyone to wait for him. What arrogance. Be quiet. The 2nd universe's god of destruction has yet to arrive. Zampa, still holding affection for Broly, was displeased to hear such remarks about him. Wait. Suddenly, a voice rang out as Jiren and Toppo flew in from the distance, with Jiren appearing fatigued, suggesting he had yet to recover from previous injuries. What are you doing here? You must return. This is not for you to partake in. Zampa cherished his talents, not only for Broly, but also for Jiren, even now, in the 11th universe. Lord Zampa, I wish to avenge my parents. Please do not stop me. Jiren's eyes glinted with vengeance, and Toppo nodded beside him. Lord Zampa, as a candidate for God of Destruction, I must do my utmost. You too. Zampa was exasperated. The two strongest in the 11th universe could not accompany them without proper care, especially against foes of such magnitude that even the Grand Priest took seriously. It could lead to unforeseen chaos. Let them go, Zampa. At that moment, Beerus smiled. Jiren's determination mirrored Goku's. While he sought vengeance, Beerus sensed something deeper in Jiren's resolve. Since the tournament, Jiren had changed significantly, beginning to embrace teamwork. His eyes now reflected a desire to protect others from suffering the same fate he had endured. Zampa spread his hands in resignation, shaking his head. You too. Just try to keep up with us. Upon receiving Zampa's consent, Toppo smiled and patted Jiren's back. Just then, a sound pierced the air as Bardos arrived with Broly before the group. My apologies for the delay. A little matter held us up. Broly chuckled, having returned to Earth for a moment, which caused a slight delay. Bardos, unable to participate, followed the other angels and exited after ensuring they arrived safely. Humph. The 2nd universe is still absent. What could be taking so long? The god of destruction from the 5th universe wore an irritable expression, having waited for quite some time. Let us not wait for her any longer. We shall proceed, Beerus declared, leading the way toward the dark star, followed closely by the other gods of destruction. Hello again. Jiren. Broly greeted him, but Jiren's expression was somewhat stiff. He had not anticipated that this individual would become a god of destruction, and unlike before, he sensed no hint of Broly's ferocity. Instead, his power felt unfathomably deep. I am here for vengeance. I hope you will not interfere. Of course not. Let us move quickly before they catch up with us. Broly wore a smile, though a weight lingered in his heart. He had brought something from Earth, a memento from Anya, who had said it was a gift from her father. Initially, Broly thought it was merely a keepsake, but he now realized its true significance. Let us go. Dark star. This planet resembled Earth, yet its waters were not blue but a sinister black, and the land appeared charred, devoid of life, as if scorched by an inferno. Swish. The 11 gods of destruction arrived at Dark Star, and Zampa led them toward the monster's lair. Do you see that black hole? That is the spatial gate. Once you enter, You will reach the enemy's location, but how to return remains uncertain. As Zampa finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the group. Such uncertainty carried a grave risk. They were unaware of their foes' appearances or strengths, and the ambiguity weighed heavily on them, causing hesitation among all beings. The Grand Priest's command was to eradicate the monsters, and they were born for destruction. Let us proceed. The god of destruction from the first universe stepped forward, prompting the others to follow suit. If even they could not prevail, then the world was truly doomed. Buzz. Inside the black hole's realm, what? How is this possible? All the gods of destruction were taken aback, Broly included. Upon exiting the black hole, they found themselves in the second universe. Yet, all life signs from the planets in the second universe had vanished. Before them lay not only this shocking scene, but also the most horrifying sight. The corpse of the second universe's god of destruction, suspended in mid-air. Helos. How could this happen? Fury surged among them. They had not anticipated that the god of destruction from the second universe was not merely delayed, but had already fallen victim to the monsters. At that moment, the black hole behind them vanished, and mocking laughter echoed from all directions. Do you see? This is the god of destruction, a bunch of alarmed ants. Ha 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 ha. A figure emerged, tall and emaciated, covered in sharp spines. Minus, be quiet. You are too loud. At that moment, a massive, muscular demon with fiery red skin, engulfed in flames, appeared. Not just these two, but soon 10 other grotesque figures emerged, each radiating immense energy, standing before the group. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Crimson Demon, Hardiman. We are the 13 pillars of the Master. Oh, that incompetent shadow has been dealt with by you. So now we are the 12 pillars. As Hardiman concluded, the others presented themselves as well. This group claimed to be minions of the monsters. And it was clear that unless they were defeated, the monsters could not be eradicated. Zampa had barely finished speaking when Jiren could no longer contain himself. That energy. He was all too familiar with it. The power emanating from those whose parents had been slain. Identical to this. Chapter 100. The war begins. These scoundrels. They actually took down Hellas. Unforgivable. The 12 universes correspond to one another. The first universe aligns with the 12th, and thus the second universe corresponds with the 11th. Therefore, the world beyond the black hole of the 11th universe is indeed the second universe. The onlookers were infuriated by the actions of the 12 pillars across from them. The god of destruction had been slain by them, and one could only imagine the horrific scene when Hellas was besieged by 12 individuals. Monsters, prepare to meet your end. Jiren, consumed by rage, was all too familiar with the energy radiating from them. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered all his strength and charged forward. Jiren, Trappa shouted. But upon seeing Jiren's swift departure, he followed suit. At this critical moment, even Xiangpa did not attempt to intervene. With the destruction god dead, all destruction gods were in peril, leaving them no time to concern themselves with others. Prepare yourselves, you bastards. Huh. Jiren instantaneously transformed into his Crimson Lotus form, unleashing his full power. However, the lanky Minus boldly approached. You seem not to be a god of destruction, but I shall lower myself to engage you too. The clash between Minus and Jiren alongside Trappa erupted with a thunderous noise. Bang! Ah! Trappa cried out in agony, as he found his entire arm pierced by his opponent the moment they made contact. Kik. A candidate for the god of destruction? Pathetic. With a fierce tug, Minus rendered Trappa's arm useless. Trappa, you, vile creature, Jiren exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with concern. Yet Trappa urged him not to worry about him, instructing Jiren to focus on the enemy while he unleashed destructive energy from the rear to disrupt their foes. With the onset of war, each would handle their adversary swiftly. The god of destruction from the 12th universe, typically reserved, stepped forward, ready to confront the challenge. Indeed, you speak the truth. Scatter. As a god of destruction, he instantly dispersed and engaged the 12 pillars in combat. Meanwhile, Broly remained stationary, not actively seeking an opponent as he pondered why an object imbued with the Grand Priest's energy appeared in the hands of someone from Salad Star. Yet, before Broly could contemplate further, Headman had already regarded him as a target. The massive figure leaped into the air, landing directly before Broly. Roar! You little one, shall be dealt with by me. You insignificant fool. I have no time for games. Broly's gaze sharpened. The overwhelming aura emanating from Headman sent a chill coursing through him, causing Headman to break into a cold sweat. What is this? This individual is unlike any other god of destruction. Headman hesitated, unable to gauge Broly's strength. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as the god of destruction from the third universe was torn apart by an enemy's claws, his mechanical body reduced to fragments. His diminutive form grasped in hand. Perhaps I overestimated them. They are merely gods of destruction. The power bestowed upon us by the Master can rival theirs. This individual is merely posturing. Yes, that's it. Die. Hadman raised his fist, determined to crush Broly into a pulp. Get lost. Broly's eyes gleamed as countless invisible strikes rained upon Hadman. Bang, bang, bang. Hadman's body was marked with deep impressions from the blows, blood spilling from his mouth. This sensation was not an illusion. Damn it. You little brat, perish. Hadman roared, his rage ignited, for it was his first taste of injury. His entire form was engulfed in flames, his eyes sparking with fury. His muscles began to contort, transitioning from red skin to black, twisting and writhing until sharp spikes erupted forth. Unlike Minus, Hadman sprouted thick spikes from his elbows, more exaggerated than Minus. Now, Hadman unleashed his most formidable form. The consequence of provoking me is death. Bang! Hadman's speed and power surged as he threw a punch, yet Broly was already 100 meters away, and his attack merely struck the planet's surface. Hadman pursued once more, while Broly evaded like a masterful dancer, leading him far from the battlefield in mere moments. Kill, kill, kill. Hadman's fist rained down in frustration, but as he swung again, Broly seized his fist. Bang! Ugh! Hadman gasped in shock, yet Broly raised his violet eyes. Now that we are distanced, you shall tell me the truth. Boom! A punch landed, shattering Hadman's arm, the thick limb breaking apart, white bone protruding. You. Hadman attempted to speak, but Broly's foot pinned him to the ground, as he gathered a sphere of destructive energy before Hadman's eyes. With a flourish, a pendant appeared in Broly's hand, radiating a dazzling light infused with the essence of the Grand Priest. Speak. Where did this necklace come from? What is your master's relationship with the Grand Priest? Indeed, Broly had journeyed to Earth, summoned specifically by Anya, who presented him with this necklace from her father. Along with a message, it conveyed that Salad Star felt indebted to Xiangpa's goodwill, not anticipating the day it would face a monstrous threat. However, it revealed an essential clue. This necklace was discovered in the lair of the monsters, secretly handed to his daughter to deliver to Xiangpa. The power contained within was undeniably derived from the Grand Priest. Yet, this only deepened Broly's confusion as to how this matter linked back to the Grand Priest. Hadman's eyes widened in disbelief. I never imagined this would be in your possession. The Master has sought it for ages. Speak. What is the truth behind this? Ho ho ho. Curious. Are you? Ha ha ha. Go seek the answers with the Master. I shall not divulge anything. Damn you. Do not toy with me. Broly forcefully thrust the destructive energy into Hadman's mouth, causing his entire head to contort before bang. It exploded, brain matter, blood, and flesh scattering in all directions.